Upon awakening, billions of individuals found themselves forcibly dispersed onto isolated islands, embarking on a formidable survival challenge. Beginning with but a dilapidated vessel, they could only procure resources from the nearby isles. The nature of the next island remained a mystery. Would it yield supplies or harbor ferocious beasts? My name is Moo, and I possess survival prompts in this era. I shall be the master. To the west lies a resource-rich isle. Beware the fierce sea winds to the south, for they may cause you to lose at least half of your provisions. In the southeast, a tribe of cannibals resides. You lack the strength to conquer them. While others flounder in confusion on the islands, Moo has already ascended to the status of a maritime sovereign. Chapter 1. Global Transmigration, the quest for survival on isolated isles. Friend, you appear to be in dire straits. Before the night descends, it will be wise to consume some sustenance. Survivor, Moo. Item, basic survival tool set. Resources, none. A gentle breeze caressed his cheeks, accompanied by a pungent scent of the sea, while the rhythmic sound of tides filled his ears. Moo slowly opened his eyes, realizing he was sprawled on a minuscule island, scarcely 5 square meters in size, surrounded entirely by water. Where am I? He vigorously slapped the back of his head, his vision gradually sharpening. A few lines of blue text materialized before him. Welcome to the deserted island survival game. As evidenced by your surroundings, you are trapped on an isolated isle. This island is diminutive and resource-poor. You must employ every means at your disposal to survive, bearing the following points in mind. 1. The island you occupy is merely a starting point. You may use the raft nearby to reach the next island. You have 5 opportunities to set sail each day. 2. Upon reaching the next island, the return route will be sealed. Do not entertain thoughts of returning to the previous isle. Thus, every choice you make is crucial, determining your fate. 3. Safeguard and maintain your rune base and raft. They will be your best assurance of survival in the boundless ocean. 4. This world comprises countless islands, large and small, with no route leading to the mainland. Once you choose a sailing route and embark, you must not halt or turn back. 5. The nearby islands may harbor essential survival supplies or perilous creatures. Defeating them may yield rewards. 6. Your rune base and exclusive raft are bound to you. They can be accessed and stored using your wristband. Others cannot seize them during your survival, but they will drop upon your demise. 7. Collect as many resources as possible. Do not overlook any carryable materials. 8. Should you encounter other survivors on the island, you may choose to ally with them, trade, or team up for adventure. Alternatively, you may seize their hard-earned resources. 9. A gentle reminder. Your provisions can be stored in the cabin. There is no need to worry about your or others' physical states at the outset. All are healthy, with nearly identical strength and attributes and abundant energy. Enjoy your game. The ground beneath him was solid, composed of several rocks and a small expanse of sand. Beyond the land, the space was shrouded in thick white mist, obscuring the outside world. This is a survival game on an island, complete with a fog of war. Moo recalled sitting on a bus earlier today when a blinding white light flashed, causing those around him to vanish, until he himself succumbed to unconsciousness. Upon awakening, he found himself in this peculiar place, surrounded by water. Moreover, the size of this isle was alarmingly small. He could barely lie down, with half of his calves submerged in seawater. Moo rose from the ground, furrowing his brow. His gaze fell upon a thatched hut, a wooden raft, and a hoe discarded at his feet. Turning to inspect further, blue text appeared before him. Ordinary hoe, a reliable tool for digging or clearing on the island. Simple raft, assists in reaching other islands. Attempt to repair or enhance it to ensure your journey's safety. Survival base damaged. Your resting place, the only refuge in this maritime realm. You may upgrade or expand it. Moo picked up the hoe, weighing it in his hand, feeling its practicality. A digging tool, an essential artifact for survival on a deserted isle. Many game advertisements proclaim that a single hoe can forge an empire. This hut seemed connected to his wristband, easily stored with a gentle twist. Upon entering the thatched dwelling, he found it to be exceedingly rudimentary, merely a grass hut barely large enough to shelter him, lacking even a bed or cooking stove. Completely bare, Moo sighed as he stepped back outside. The raft resembled those flimsy wooden vessels seen in films capable of accommodating but 2 persons, equipped with paddles for rowing, yet devoid of an engine. This entire setup is woefully outdated. Moo couldn't help but scoff at the abysmal initial conditions that he walked toward the ocean, attempting to glimpse the outside world. However, the water soon reached his chest, rendering distant views impossible. Without the raft, escape from the isle was utterly unfeasible, starting off in hell mode. Moo Moo frowned. I can't dwell on that now. I must first comprehend the functionalities of this game panel. Focusing intently, he accessed the game panel. Blue, translucent lines unfurled before him, forming a mechanical tapestry suspended in the air. The right side of the panel boasted an array of features: auction, forging, trade, digging, and more. In the lower right corner, an icon of a ship displayed the number 5, indicating 5 exploration opportunities remaining for the day. The blank area on the left revealed a chat channel, currently devoid of content. Chat capabilities? Could there be other players drawn into this realm? Moo Moo clicked on the chat channel, prompting a new dialog box to emerge. The top section featured 2 buttons: World Channel and Regional Channel, with the default setting being World Channel. A torrent of chat messages immediately flooded the screen. Is anyone there? I'm trapped on a deserted island. Please help. I've been a trainee for 2.5 years, and I wake up here. Is this still my country? I can't swim. What should I do? Are you all alone? Why is it only me here? This morning, I suddenly saw a beam of light, and then I ended up here. Is anyone else taken by the light? Haha, the end of humanity is nigh. System benefits: free high-level maritime survival gear, limited quantity. First come, first served. Interested parties, please message me. Messages scrolled past him. They're giving away equipment? Moo Moo scoffed. Most likely a ruse by someone attempting to swindle the unwary. Such individuals are numerous. Yet every year, there are those who fall for it. Indeed, as soon as he finished speaking, someone interjected. Do not believe that person. Damn it, I just arrived and got duped out a loaf of bread and 2 bottles of water. Don't let me cross paths with him, the fraud. Moo Moo shook his head. In this era, there were far too many con artists and not enough fools to go around. Unfortunately, the last 3 words have been filtered out, leaving him in ignorance of their meaning. Beneath the World Chat channel, a small trumpet icon displayed the number 3. Small trumpet. You may use it to send a message in the World Channel. Each player is granted 3 small trumpets daily during the early game. For extended conversations, you may enter the Regional Channel, with merely 3 opportunities to speak each day. Using them to broadcast distress signals in the channel would be an utter waste. Moo Moo firmly believed that the vast majority of individuals were in a similar predicament, struggling for survival. Self-rescue is the only option. No matter how loud one cries out on the public screen, no one will come to your aid. If not for sharing information pertinent to exploration or necessities, it would likely only squander time. Moo Moo shifted his gaze and entered the Regional Channel. The Regional Channel bore some resemblance to chat groups, displaying a participant count of 1,000. Each individual's avatar was a genuine photograph, and their nickname was a combination of name, height, and weight. Is there anyone who can hear me? I've been shouting at the sea for ages. Please respond if you can hear me. The only sound around me is that of the waves. This place is truly terrifying, with nothing to eat or drink. I can't row a boat. Is there a kind gentleman who can assist me? Boo-hoo-wah. I'm feeling nauseous. Not only am I seasick, but I'm also suffering from motion sickness. Ugh. The ocean is just water everywhere. After observing quietly for a considerable time, Moo Moo exited the chat channel in disappointment. Indeed, everyone was in the same situation, forcibly stranded on a deserted island, surviving alone with no companions. Each person was utterly lost, and, for the moment, there were no new discoveries. Moo Moo had hoped to see if any adept players had set sail early, seeking to exchange experiences. The game introduction mentioned that the next island could harbor certain dangers. It resembled unboxing a mystery box, as one had no idea what challenges awaited. Yet, the seasoned players seemed reluctant to engage in conversation. Moo Moo then began to explore other features. Trading platform. A venue for barter. Players can freely trade items or offer gifts through the platform in exchange for urgently needed resources. Currently, each player may post 5 items daily. Auction platform. The auction cycle and starting price are determined by the item's publisher, with a maximum duration of 3 days. Auctions may be halted midway. If no bids are placed by the end of the auction, the item is deemed unsold and returned to the publisher. An item cannot be listed again after failing to sell 3 times. Currently, each player may post 1 item daily. Both platforms charge no transaction fees. Not bad. No middlemen profiting from the difference. Moo Moo mused as his gaze fell. Is there a feature for crafting? Let me open the forging page and see. The forging page opened, revealing an entire page filled with item synthesis methods. Ordinary short spear. Wood 02, stone 01. Ordinary steel knife. Iron block 02, wood 01. Simple leather armor. Beast skin 03, hemp rope 01. Ordinary straw sandals. Dry grass 02, cloth 01. Low-level charcoal. Wood 02, fire starter. Small wooden barrel. Wood 02, iron block 01. Each item and equipment required various materials for synthesis, and currently, Moo possessed none. It was evident that resource collection was of utmost importance in this world. After examining the system page, Moo's gaze fell upon the sandy beach beneath his feet. This tiny area offers no resources whatsoever. Two paths lay before him. 1. Remain on this island and await rescue. 2. Board a vessel and leave the island, choosing a new destination. The first option, while temporarily safe, left uncertainty regarding encounters with other players or rescuers, and he would likely starve within a few days. The second option depended entirely on fortune, however. If he were fortunate enough to survive, he would acquire plentiful resources, and Moo preferred to take fate into his own hands. Thus, he resolved to choose a direction and tempt fate. Grasping his hoe, a line of blue text appeared before him. The land beneath your feet can be excavated. Digging will yield a small quantity of resources. Current status. Stamina sufficient for excavation. Dig. Moo swung the hoe downward. The excavation proved far easier than anticipated, akin to scooping cake with a spoon. The ground beneath him steadily diminished. Meanwhile, 2 rows of prompts appeared above him. Red prompts indicated personal status. Stamina 1. Stamina 1. Stamina 1. Blue prompts indicated resource acquisition. System prompt, sand 1. System prompt, sand 1. System prompt, stone 1. System prompt, stone 1. Within just a few digs, the ground beneath him vanished entirely. Chapter 2. A prompt appears, discovering the treasure chest. The wooden raft continues to drift upon the sea, while the thatched house has already submerged in water. The items previously excavated have vanished into thin air, reappearing neatly on the raft. A wooden box floated up from the seawater beneath Moo's feet. Simple wooden box, contains the initial resources of the game. A note from the game interface. Moo carefully retrieved the wooden box from the water and opened it. System prompt, 330 bottled water, 2 crispy sausages, 500 meat floss bread, 2. System prompt, wooden box 1. Although the contents were meager, they could sustain his basic needs for a day. System prompt, the wooden box can be decomposed into 1 wood. Would you like to decompose it? Moo deduced that, at present, the wooden box served no purpose and would be better off as wood, silently thinking. Decompose the wooden box. System prompt, wood 1. Thus, the excavation concluded, with no further prompts for digging. Moo found himself amidst a vast ocean. The game text reappeared. Due to excessive excavation and destruction, the island will completely vanish in 5 minutes. Please prepare to escape. Moo hurriedly rotated the ring on his wrist, retracting the rune base. A pale yellow light flashed, forming a trapezoidal shape over the house, and the rune base vanished from sight. Moo jumped onto the raft, where numerous dotted lines extended into the distance. Radiating from his location were 8 directions: east, south, west, north, southeast, northeast, southwest, and northwest. Simultaneously, a line of golden text sprang forth before Moo's eyes. The deserted island to the east holds nothing. You will exert yourself in vain. Was this a hint? Furrowing his brow, Moo quickly turned to look behind him. Setting sail westward, there lies a resource-rich island, but the route is long. You lack the stamina and food to sustain yourself there. If you do not wish to starve midway, please abandon this choice. The golden hints provided different results as Moo adjusted his direction. Danger. A strong sea breeze from the south will cause you to lose at least half your supplies. Only a fool would choose the north, where terrifying man-eating flowers abound, capable of taking your life with a single bite. The island to the southeast is inhabited by a tribe of cannibals who possess abundant treasures and food, but alas, you lack the strength to conquer them. The northeast direction presents a good choice. The island there is close and poses no danger, allowing you to find some necessities, and perhaps even unexpected treasures if you search carefully. The golden text danced before him, providing different information than the system prompts. What was happening? Was this part of the game's design? Moo was uncertain whether this was a mechanism of the game. If the results displayed by the golden hints were accurate, then heading northeast would undoubtedly be the best choice. Why were there hints? Should he communicate with other players first? After pondering for a moment, Moo entered the chat interface and discovered that no one had mentioned this matter in the public screen. While many players were already sending distress signals due to mistakenly venturing into dangerous islands, it seemed that not everyone could see the hints. Whether this was a product of the game system or some other reason remained unknown, but if the hints were correct, they would undoubtedly provide him with significant advantages. Never mind, he would take a chance. Moo paddled the raft northeast. Paddling required little strength and did not necessitate steering. Once he chose a route in his mind, he merely needed to exert force in one direction. After departing the island, he was immediately enveloped by a white mist, with visibility restricted to less than a meter. The journey was smooth, and after approximately 10 minutes, a piece of land suddenly emerged before him. Moo had reached the second island. He jumped down from the raft. Much like the previous island, this desolate isle was again shrouded in a fog of war, and only upon jumping down did the situation on the island become clear. It seemed that the game's design mechanism prevented visibility across the sea. It truly felt like opening a blind box, revealing the circumstances only after landing. This island was significantly larger than the last, measuring approximately 40 square meters, with a sparse growth of vegetation. To avoid any mishaps, Moo first retracted the raft using his ring before proceeding toward the center of the island. At the heart of the desolate isle lay a square-topped wooden chest, resembling the treasure chest seen in computer games or pirate films. Moo quickly approached, gazing at the chest. As a blue system node appeared before him, wooden treasure chest, the lowest tier of treasure chest found on islands, typically opens to reveal surprises, though it may also conceal certain dangers. Following this, a golden hint emerged. There is no danger within this treasure chest. It contains only milk and food. Moo opened the chest, and indeed, as the hint suggested, no unexpected occurrences transpired. Inside, he discovered some food. System prompt, pure milk 2. System prompt, fresh beef 1. System prompt, herring canned fish 4. System prompt, wooden treasure chest 1. What a substantial amount of supplies. Milk and beef offer more nutritional value than bread and sausage. Though it appeared that the beef was raw, all resources were automatically transferred into the raft. System prompt, herring canned fish can be decomposed into 540 herring meat. For aluminum cans, would you like to decompose it? System prompt, wooden treasure chest can be decomposed into 3 wood. Would you like to decompose it? Moo mused silently. This herring canned fish is the notoriously smelly item, right? If decomposed, it would surely create an unbearable stench. In his mind, he quietly declared, do not decompose the herring canned fish, decompose the wooden treasure chest. System prompt, wood 3. After collecting the contents of the chest, Moo began to scour the desolate island. According to the special prompts, there should be more items to discover. The dark green seaweed growing on the reef caught Moo's attention. Scorpion tail grass, bitter and inedible. A common plant in the ocean, it grows attached to rocks, has a slow growth cycle, and can self-reproduce. Typically serves as food for small shellfish, offering no nutritional value to humans. It is non-toxic and harmless scorpion tail grass, though exceedingly unpalatable, containing high levels of salt which can cause severe stomach discomfort and induce vomiting if consumed. A blue reminder from the game system. A golden hint. Inedible. This seems to serve little purpose. Nevertheless, the system had indicated it could be collected. Adhering to the principle of gathering resources, Moo decided to harvest all of it. The perilous nature of ocean survival means one can never predict the dangers that may lie ahead, nor the potential usefulness of various items. Therefore, as long as there is ample space, he would take all resources possible. System prompt, Scorpion Tail Grass 10. Chapter 3 Mining Iron, Ore, Crafting Weapons. Having thoroughly scavenged the basic resources of the island, Moo resolved to leave by boat. At that moment, a golden hint appeared before him. It seems there are many valuable items hidden beneath the stones on the island. Are you certain you wish to leave? Huh. A missed opportunity? Moo turned to face the stones. The rocks were quite hard and required tools to break open. It dawned on Moo that he had not taken out his hoe, hence the absence of a digging option. Retrieve the hoe, Moo silently commanded, and a hoe instantly appeared in his hand. The island was now in a state suitable for excavation, and Moo swung the hoe vigorously. System prompt, sand 1. System prompt, sand 1. On the island, the primary resource remained sand, followed by a sparse amount of stones. Suddenly, with a clang, the hoe seemed to strike something solid. Moo quickly halted and gazed down at the ground. A notification appeared. Congratulations, you have discovered a small amount of iron ore. Would you like to mine it? Iron ore. Moo's brow lifted in delight. This is a rare resource in the early stages of the game. Upon reviewing the crafting page, he noted that many weapons required iron for their construction. Without hesitation, he opted to mine it. The energy cost was slightly higher for collecting iron ore, but it was undoubtedly worth it. The system then notified him. Iron blocks. 3. The excavation concluded, revealing that this island was larger than the first, containing numerous areas that could not be mined, thus preventing the complete depletion of the land beneath his feet. Once the wool was completely harvested, the island appeared barren, devoid of further resource collection prompts. The blue game interface automatically organized the resources collected. This expedition yielded 10 sand, 4 stones, 3 iron blocks, 2 pure milk, 1 fresh beef, 4 herring cans, 3 wood, and 10 scorpion tail grass. Not bad, Moo mused. With such an abundance of resources, and iron too, he should be able to craft some simple tools. First, he contemplated the resources he currently possessed. In his mind, he intoned, "Open resource list." The status bar in the lower right expanded, revealing the following inventory: 17 sand, 5 stones, 3 iron blocks, 4 wood, 2 mineral waters, 1 crispy ham sausage, 2 meat floss bread, 2 pure milk, 1 fresh beef, 4 herring cans, 10 scorpion tail grass. The purpose of the scorpion tail grass remained unknown, and the stored food seemed sufficient for a day's sustenance. However, Moo was not fond of raw meat and needed to find a way to process the beef. With no apparent method in sight, he dismissed the herring cans, fearing he might not endure the taste, and planned not to open them unless absolutely necessary. He pondered what he could synthesize. Open the forging function. The forging page unfolded, displaying an entire array of crafting options, most appearing gray, indicating they could not be crafted. With only a few highlighted in green, Moo promptly activated the filtering function, selecting the weapon category to eliminate the non-craftable items. The available weapons were a spear and a dagger, both melee weapons, lacking in power and suitable only for dealing with minor creatures. Although materials were abundant, Moo deemed it unnecessary to craft 2 weapons of similar function. So he resolved to first create a dagger to serve as both a means of self-defense and a tool for culinary tasks. The crafting requirements for the ordinary dagger were 2 iron blocks and 1 wood. With materials in hand, he selected to forge the ordinary dagger. Confirm crafting. The system notified. Iron blocks, 2, wood, 1, ordinary dagger successfully crafted. In Moo's hand appeared a dagger approximately 1.2 meters long, with a rough texture, suitable weight, a wooden handle, and a blade forged of iron. The description read, ordinary dagger, a handy weapon, easy to carry. With it, you can defend yourself against weaker terrestrial creatures. It looked quite satisfactory. With a flourish, Moo began to swing the dagger. In an age where the regulation of bladed weapons had intensified, Moo found himself lacking in both knowledge and experience with cold weapons. He would need to dedicate time to study and master its use to survive in this perilous oceanic realm. After all, it was not merely an ornamental item or a means to enhance attributes. After practicing for a while, Moo felt parched and hungry, so he retrieved some food. He quickly consumed a bread roll, a bottle of mineral water, a packet of ham, and a bottle of milk, feeling his stamina rejuvenate significantly. He then opened the survival base, revealing a thatched hut. As the saying goes, sharpening the axe does not delay the work of chopping wood. Moo decided to rest briefly before embarking once more, taking the opportunity to check on the progress of other players. He opened the chat channel, which by default was set to the world channel. System benefit: free gifts of 100 mineral water, 100 bread, 100 milk, and a survival kit for the island, limited to the first 10 players. Add me as a friend for instant resource delivery. Congratulations. You have qualified for island survival. You can claim resources: 1,000 stones, 1,000 wood, 1,000 iron blocks, 1,000 copper blocks, and 10,000 sand. Click on my avatar to claim. Can anyone tell me what you've discovered? I've reached a new island, but there's nothing here. The system announced, "Dear player, congratulations. You have become a lucky player for the week in island survival. The system gifts you a survival package, welfare verification code, 666888. I added you as a friend. Why is no one responding?" The world chat was largely filled with scammers, their audacity unabated. Amidst the chaos, a few genuine voices emerged, but they were swiftly drowned out by the incessant barrage of deceitful messages. It was no wonder, as island survival had only just commenced, and many were unaware of how to survive. In times of desperation, illusions might arise, leading them to place their hopes in fortuitous windfalls, thus providing fertile ground for scammers to exploit. Unbeknownst to them, they were gradually ensnaring themselves in the traps set by these con artists. Those who fell victim learned the tricks of the scammers, feeling resentful, and began to post messages in the public screen to deceive others, hoping to recoup their losses. Consequently, one could expect to see an increasing number of scammers in the near future. This was a chaotic era where survival was paramount, and resorting to deception for resources was merely the tip of the iceberg. Moo believed that he would likely encounter situations involving theft and violence, thus reinforcing the notion that one must be strong to thrive in such a world. However, this phenomenon would not last long. Within 3 days, as people became familiar with the mechanisms of this world, the scammers would inevitably find themselves unable to survive. Moreover, those lacking survival skills and resources would be the first to be eliminated. Chapter 4. The Abandoned Water Collector. Entering the regional channel. The chat environment was considerably cleaner than the world channel. For one, the regional channel allowed unlimited messages, thus no one needed to worry about wasting their speaking tokens. Any scammers would be quickly drowned out by the flood of conversation. Additionally, everyone harbored a common concern. Players within the same region might be in close proximity, raising the possibility of encounters. Names and avatars were genuine, and the thought of a potential confrontation was daunting. Have you set sail? I've noticed that the raft has an automatic navigation function. We don't need to control the direction, just paddle vigorously in one direction. Both the raft and the house can be stored. Items that are dug up can be placed inside for easy access, similar to a spatial ring. Is there a capacity limit? Won't it fill up? The function page has hints. You can check it out. Thank you, esteemed player. I just arrived at the next island. And everything is shrouded in fog. Nothing is visible. The terrain will only display once I land. Have you discovered anything valuable? So far, nothing. The entire island is desolate. I will venture further. Is feces also a type of resource? Is there any danger in the sea? What if we encounter a shark? I don't know. I suppose if you don't jump ship, you should be fine. I'm so hungry. Can someone help me? Mommy, I want to eat something. The regional channel was primarily a space for sharing survival experiences, alongside a few distress calls. Moo Moo observed silently for a considerable time, refraining from speaking. He gleaned several valuable pieces of information from the discussions. First, everyone was in the same predicament, unable to ascertain the status of the next island. Secondly, it appeared that no one had encountered another player yet. Thirdly, wooden vessels have a limited capacity, a fact that had previously escaped Moo Moo's attention. Upon opening the system panel, he discovered a circular transparent orb on the right side indicating the available space. It resembled the acceleration ball found on a mobile phone or computer interface. When there is ample space, it glows green. When it drops below 50, it turns yellow. And if it falls below 10, it becomes red. Currently, Moo Moo's orb was green, indicating sufficient space and no need to discard any resources. After organizing his information and resources, Moo Moo secured the runic base, released the raft, and prepared to set sail for the next island. On the eastern islands, ferocious sea dogs dwell. One could boldly venture forth if they desire to become food for them. Alternatively, the southeastern island is devoid of anything worthwhile, which would render your voyage a futile endeavor. Heading south, you might find a pack of soon-to-expire biscuits, if luck is on your side. A few packs of spicy strips may accompany them, also nearing expiration. They could serve to satiate your hunger. Rest assured, they won't be fatal. At worst, they might cause a few days of digestive discomfort. A copper treasure chest lies buried on the island to the north, and there is no danger there. However, retrieving it will require some effort. The island to the northwest is covered in thorns, and without durable armor or leather clothing, it is advisable to avoid that area, as it may injure your skin. Clearly, the northern route is the most promising choice, as it harbors a copper treasure chest. A wooden chest typically yields food, thus, the copper chest should not disappoint. Unable to contain his excitement, Moo Moo set sail northward. The journey took a bit longer, consuming 30 minutes. This island measured approximately 100 square meters, and it held nothing but small sand mounds, resembling a barren beach scattered with buried treasures. The copper chest should be hidden beneath these mounds. Moo Moo took out his hoe and began to dig. System prompt, sand 1. System prompt, sand 1. The first mound revealed nothing, nor did the second or third. Moo Moo finally grasped why the prompt indicated that some effort was required. There were hundreds of sand piles on this beach, all appearing identical in shape. Each one needed to be excavated, a slow and tedious search. This was akin to a treasure hunt, devoid of any discernible pattern. However, compared to the dangers and useless islands, Moo Moo felt fortunate indeed. At last, after digging through the 70th mound, a crisp sound echoed beneath his feet as his hoe struck something solid. With a vigorous effort, he unearthed a copper treasure chest. Once again, blue and gold prompts appeared. Copper treasure chest, a level above the wooden chest, typically yielding equipment or resources, but may also conceal certain dangers. Inside this copper treasure chest lies a damaged tool, which may require a certain amount of resources and time to repair. Open it with confidence. There is no danger. A damaged tool? Is that all? Moo Moo felt a twinge of disappointment. Could they not provide something more substantial? He opened the copper chest. System prompt, abandoned water collector 1. System prompt, copper treasure chest 1. System prompt, the copper treasure chest can be disassembled. Upon disassembly, it yields 5 copper blocks. Would you like to proceed with disassembly? Moo Moo picked up the water collector for inspection. It measured approximately 70 centimeters in length and width, with a volume of less than 1 cubic meter, weighing about as much as a wooden table. The surface was adorned with numerous intricate patterns, rough to the touch, with visible cracks and damage. The entire collector was covered in dust and yellow sand, reminiscent of an ancient artifact freshly unearthed. Its purpose remained a mystery. The blue system text read, "Abandoned water collector. Function unknown. Can be used after repair. Materials required for repair: 3 copper blocks, 1 iron block, 1 wood, 1 stone, 1 fire emblem, 1 water emblem. The golden prompt stated, an ancient water purification device, which can be utilized to gather water sources. So, it is a water supply device. Although it is not yet operational, it is indeed a valuable find. The most pressing challenge in survival on a deserted island or during a sea voyage is the scarcity of water resources. While the ocean is abundant with water, those with even a modicum of common sense know that it is undrinkable and will only exacerbate one's thirst, potentially leading to rapid dehydration. Now, Mumu must find a way to expedite its repair. He examined the required materials for repair: iron blocks, wood, stone, all of which he had on hand. Although he lacked copper blocks initially, disassembling the copper treasure chest would provide enough. The only missing items were the fire and water emblems. How might one acquire those? They surely must be challenging to obtain. First, let us disassemble the copper treasure chest. System prompt: copper treasure chest disassembled, 5 copper blocks acquired. Mumu stored the water collector away. After completing these tasks, he was drenched in sweat. He finished his last bottle of water and prepared to set sail for the next island. With no water remaining, the importance of hydration became evident. He dared not embark on a lengthy voyage, for while one can survive without food, they cannot endure without water. Conveniently, a prompt indicated that the eastern island had a water source not far away, so Mumu paddled his raft towards the eastern island. Chapter 5: Collecting Coconuts. A bold venture. The eastern island spanned a mere 80 square meters and exuded a tropical ambience. A warm breeze wafted across the island, where 3 coconut trees stood adorned with coconuts. Counting carefully, each tree bore 10 to 15 fruits. Beneath the coconut trees, a pool of crystal-clear water awaited. Island coconut trees, tall, evergreen palms belonging to the Ericaceae family, with stout, upright trunks bearing coconuts. The flesh is edible as a tropical fruit. Coconut water serves as a refreshing beverage. Mature coconut flesh can be pressed for oil or processed into various candies and pastries. The coconut shells can be fashioned into various utensils and crafts, or used to produce activated charcoal. Ground spring water, fresh water seeping from underground. Rich in minerals essential for the human body, delicious and refreshing, suitable for direct consumption. Discovered edible, non-toxic fruits. Oh, safe and harmless spring water, perfect for drinking. What luck! Such a delightful find. Coconut water is not only delectable, but also packed with nutrients. The flesh can stave off hunger. With so many fruits at hand, Mumu felt as though he had suddenly become a small tycoon, and he took out his hoe to start harvesting. System prompt: would want. System prompt: would want. System prompt: would want. The 3 coconut trees fell with a resounding crash before vanishing from sight. System prompt: 36 coconuts. Next came the collection of spring water. Mumu lay on the ground and tasted it. Indeed, it was sweet and refreshing. However, gathering this spring water proved to be rather tedious. The spring was minuscule, with a puddle barely the size of a palm, and the water accumulated far too slowly. Using a mineral water bottle, he barely managed to fill half a bottle before it was depleted. After waiting a long while, he finally gathered a third of a bottle from the bottom. Patiently, Mumu waited. Filling 1 bottle took nearly 2 hours. This was excessively time-consuming and inefficient. He quickly concluded that in situations of dire water scarcity, discovering a water source is undoubtedly exhilarating. Most would fill any available containers with water before departing. However, the drawback of this water source lies in its painfully slow output. It takes hours to fill a single bottle. Waiting here for a day might yield enough water for that day, but food would become the greater concern. Spending days here may quench his thirst, but hunger would lead to starvation. Nevertheless, Mumu did not dwell on this too much. Compared to the 36 coconuts, this bottle of water felt more like a bonus. He resolved not to squander any more time here and immediately set off for the next island. Surveyed his surroundings. Every route presented certain risks, compelling him to exercise utmost caution in his choices. The southern islands were overrun with dense vegetation, concealing unsanitary water sources teeming with blood-sucking mosquitoes, whose bites induced an unbearable itch. Although not lethal, their stings could cause significant swelling for several days. Proceeding eastward would lead him into the territory of the formidable Jiahai-go, creatures known for their aggressive territorial instincts. While cumbersome on land, their sheer numbers made extermination exceedingly challenging. The island to the southeast was suffused with toxic gases. Entering it could render one unconscious for days, with no certainty of awakening. To the north lay an erupting volcano, a path assuredly leading to demise. The southwestern island harbored perilous amphibians that posed a significant threat by day, yet became sluggish and less perceptive at night, potentially allowing for victory with adept weaponry. Conversely, the northwestern island housed a slumbering lion, which one could attempt to rouse only to face the grim fate of being devoured. To the northeast, a maritime whirlpool awaited. which would not lead to death but would transport one to an unknown realm, resulting in the loss of half one's supplies. Exasperated by the lack of viable options, Moo realized that survival necessitated a journey northeast, yet he hesitated to relinquish the hard-earned resources he had gathered. The southwestern island appeared to be a gamble worth taking. After exploring 4 islands and spending considerable time, dusk approached, and the night was imminent. Perhaps he could seize the opportunity to eliminate the small threats on the southwestern isle under the cover of darkness. Moo glanced at the sky. Approximately 30 minutes remained until nightfall. His immediate task was to wait, but idleness was not an option. Uncertain of the creatures inhabiting the islands, he resolved to enhance his weapon proficiency during this interval. Moo extracted his short knife and began to practice. He relentlessly thrust and slashed at an imaginary target, the blade slicing through the air with a sharp sound. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes. He envisioned a creature before him, repeatedly stabbing its vital points, aiming for its head. Notifications from the system indicated his short knife proficiency level remained at 1. Undeterred, Moo continued his relentless practice, blue notifications appearing above him. He sensed the knife becoming increasingly manageable. Despite his unrefined movements, his proficiency steadily increased. After an hour of practice, night fully enveloped the world. Exhausted, Moo lay on the ground, panting heavily, waiting for his stamina to replenish before embarking on the next leg of his journey. He consumed his last bread and milk, then opened the chat channel to check on others' progress. Since entering the Maritime realm, more than half a day had elapsed. Some players remained stationary, observing the situation and heeding feedback from others, hesitant to venture forth. A small fraction, like Moo, chose to pioneer their paths. Many failed to grasp that survival games revolve around resource acquisition. Departing early often proved advantageous. Those who lingered had already fallen significantly behind in survival progress. Conversations revealed that most players were concentrated on the second island, with a few having reached the third. In contrast, Moo had advanced to the 4th island, ahead of others by an entire island's worth of resources, not to mention that some players were stranded on barren islands. Within those hours, some found food, others unearthed resources. Some sustained injuries, and a few vanished, possibly meeting their demise. Initially, the regional channel boasted 1,000 participants, and now the count had dwindled to 935, indicating that some had encountered peril. This realization weighed heavily on the remaining players, underscoring the necessity of treating this world with seriousness lest they face fatal consequences. The reduction in numbers deterred many timid players from proceeding. Moo decided to check the global channel once more. The number of fraudulent claims offering supplies under the guise of the system had significantly decreased, as this trick had been largely recognized by the majority. Strengthening oneself to forge ahead on the islands was the true path to success. Observing the current situation, Moo mused that many players remained. Perhaps the initial scarcity of resources and lower danger levels would escalate as the game progressed, intensifying both difficulty and peril. Chapter 6. Slaying the Salamander to Obtain Its Soul. Exiting the chat channel, Moo turned his gaze toward the horizon. The golden notifications had transformed. A message appeared, indicating that 2 massive spotted salamanders resided on the southwestern island. They were exceedingly dangerous during the day, but now, under the cloak of night, presented an opportune moment for extermination. These creatures were cunning, requiring meticulous caution in approach. Moo quickly summarized 3 key points. First, the amphibians were salamanders of considerable size. Second, now was the prime opportunity to eliminate them. And third, there were no further notifications regarding weapon proficiency, suggesting that his current skill level might suffice for combat. As night descended, the ocean shimmered under the moonlight, faint stars twinkled above, and an eerie silence enveloped the world. Most players preferred to adventure by day, retreating to rest at night. However, Moo was determined to seize this exceptional opportunity to vanquish the 2 dangerous spotted salamanders. He boarded his vessel, departed the island, and set sail southwest. Upon reaching the southwestern island, he was greeted by high humidity, the air thick with mist, as if he had entered a mystical realm. This island was significantly larger than the previous ones, covered in dense vegetation, albeit primarily low-lying grasses. Moo advanced cautiously, and soon, 2 colossal figures materialized before him. The spotted salamanders had 2 legs, measured 80 centimeters in length, and sported a long, flat tail of about 1 meter. Their appearance bore some resemblance to crocodiles, though with shorter jaws, fin-like bodies, and a frill of skin around their heads resembling an umbrella. The 2 salamanders lay motionless beside the rocks and the grass. A golden notification appeared, indicating that the spotted salamanders were resting, their vision severely impaired. However, caution was still warranted to avoid awakening them. Moo unsheathed his short knife, remaining vigilant of his footing as he stealthily approached. Had he not been thrust into this world, he might have imagined himself in Jurassic Park. He remained cautious of their tails, potent weapons in their arsenal, yet also their Achilles heel. Their skin was tough. But the junction where the tail met the body represented their most vulnerable point. A rhythmic croaking sound resonated from ahead, suggesting the salamanders were indeed asleep. Moo silently maneuvered behind one of the spotted salamanders, noticing a ring of silver skin at the base of its tail, distinct from the surrounding coloration. This could potentially be their weakness. With determination, Moo raised his short knife and delivered a fierce strike to the tail. The colossal spotted salamander was cleaved in two, emitting a wretched wail as it sprang from the ground, then crashed back down, writhing in agony. With only 2 legs, the loss of its tail rendered the salamander unable to rise. The creature had sustained grave injuries, its vitality severely diminished. The skin on its abdomen and neck was notably soft. Now was the optimal moment to deliver the fatal blow. Moo lifted his knife once more, targeting the salamander's neck. With a decisive strike, green ichor erupted forth, and the salamander succumbed instantly. Its companion, startled, awoke from its slumber. Due to poor eyesight, it could not discern its surroundings and could only flail about like a headless fly, incessantly striking the surrounding soil with its tail. Before long, a deep pit formed beneath its feet. Do not approach. Its powerful tail could shatter your bones. The Hubynyshn, spotted salamander, thrashed its tail wildly, severing large chunks of earth, as grass and foliage flew about. Concealed himself nearby, contemplating a strategy. The Hubynyshn possessed poor night vision and had not detected his presence, so it must rely on its hearing. Picked up a handful of sand and threw it to the right, causing the salamander to immediately strike in that direction. He tossed another handful to the left, and the creature began to thrash in that direction as well. Gradually, discerned a pattern. While luring the salamander, he stealthily approached, and when the moment was right, he swiftly severed its tail with a single strike. The salamander flicked its tongue and croaked, desperately crawling toward the shoreline. This is bad. Stop it quickly. It must not escape. It will attract even more formidable ocean creatures. Allowing it to flee was not an option. Defeating wild monsters would surely yield rewards. And it could not be allowed to escape so easily. Having lost its tail, the salamander struggled with its balance, moving awkwardly and slowly as it relied solely on its 2 legs. Just as it was about to dive into the sea, caught up to it, flipping the creature over and delivering 2 fatal strikes. The Hubynyshn writhed upon the sand for a moment before falling silent. 2 corpses of Hubynyshn lay on the ground. System notification, Sol 2. System notification. The Hubynyshn can be disassembled. Do you wish to disassemble? Disassemble the Hubynyshn. System notification. Hubynyshn meat 8. System notification. Hubynyshn skin 6. System notification. Hubynyshn bones 2. System notification. Hubynyshn blood 900. The spoils were indeed plentiful, and provisions had suddenly become abundant. Soul? What purpose could it serve? Could it be used to summon the departed? Began to imagine. He extracted a soul. A green, ethereal substance floated in the palm of his hand, resembling ghostly fire. Soul, obtained by slaying island creatures, possessing various uses, essential material for activating runic devices. Currently, he lacked any runic devices, rendering it temporarily useless. Stored the soul away and turned his attention to the other spoils. Hubynyshn meat. Rich in nutrients, tender when cooked, easy to chew, sweet and slightly gamey. Hunger satisfaction index, 3 stars. Overall rating 58. Not bad, far superior to bread. Though he wondered if he could tolerate the taste. It reminded him somewhat of bullfrog. Recalled his first experience eating bullfrog, which left him feeling ill upon returning home. Hubynyshn blood contains various trace elements and viral antibodies. Short shelf life, 12 days. Consumption may improve physical condition and enhance disease resistance. Hubynyshn skin, hard beast hide. Hubynyshn bones, fragile beast bones. The latter 2 items seemed of little use. Yet the Hubynyshn blood could actually enhance his physique. Took out the Hubynyshn blood, a pungent odor wafting forth. It was somewhat nauseating. The dark green liquid appeared to bubble, and an ethereal voice echoed in his mind. Drink it, consume it. Fought back the urge to vomit, pinching his nose and gulping down the Hubynyshn blood in one go. This was not the time for hesitance. Given his current situation, he would likely endure many days of subsisting on raw flesh and blood. How to describe the taste? It was reminiscent of undercooked blood sausage slathered over roasted duck skin from a roadside vendor, with a splash of goat's milk. Of course, raw goat's milk. Only those who have tasted it would understand. Burp. MM clamped his mouth shut, forcefully suppressing the urge to regurgitate. A warm current coursed through his body. MM felt his vitality returning, his strength significantly enhanced. There might be more treasures on this island. MM retrieved his hoe and began to dig. The HUBNYINGSHN's resting place was marked by 2 large stones, which he pried open with effort. System notification, Stone 1. System notification, Stone 1. Upon opening the stone, he discovered a copper treasure chest beneath. This is a copper treasure chest containing various resources with no risk involved. He opened the copper treasure chest. System notification, Iron Blocks 3. System notification, Water Emblem 2. System notification, Fire Starter 1. System notification, Copper Treasure Chest 1. Disassemble the copper treasure chest. System notification, Copper Blocks 5. The Water Emblem. MM rejoiced, for he had acquired many valuable items. The emblem resembled a metallic plate, its material indiscernible, inscribed with peculiar runes, shaped like a pentagram, with 3 symbols that appeared to signify water. It felt icy to the touch. Water Emblem, essential material for crafting runic devices. The fire starter was a small cylindrical object, roughly the thickness of a thumb. Low-level fire starter, a tool for producing fire, usable 3 times. He could finally start a fire. MM felt a surge of excitement. Though limited to 3 uses, it would suffice for several meals of roasted meat. The island was also home to some peculiar grasses, which were marked for harvesting. MM swiftly gathered them all. System notification, Sea Pasture 10. System notification, Sea Pasture Seeds 3. Sea pasture, the primary food source for terrestrial herbivores on the island, inedible for humans. This haul was most rewarding. The resources MM had gathered thus far were as follows. Resource type, wood 9, soil 30, stone 5, iron blocks 4, copper blocks 10, food type, mineral water 1, fresh beef 1, herring can 4, coconut 36, HUBNYINGSHN meat 8, rune type, soul 2, water emblem 2, unknown use, or others, scorpion tail grass 10, HUBNYINGSHN skin 6, HUBNYINGSHN bones 2, fire starter 1, sea pasture 10, sea pasture seeds 3. Thus, he had nearly collected all the materials needed to repair the water collector. MM checked the crafting panel. Water collector, copper blocks 103, iron blocks 41, wood 91, stone 51, fire emblem 01, water emblem 21. Just 1 fire emblem short. MM decided to visit the trading platform, hoping to uncover some treasures. Upon opening the trading panel, he was surprised to find many players had already activated trading functions. He browsed briefly, noting that most were seeking food and water. So many lacked sustenance and hydration. It seemed that in the early stages of the game, resources were scarce, and survival necessities were paramount, as they were in short supply. Not everyone possessed MM's fortuitous luck. As it stood, he was the only one unconcerned about food and drink. No one was offering fire emblems. Judging from the trading situation, water was the most scarce resource. Currently, he had over 30 coconuts, so he did not require water. MM decided to sell a bottle of water to see if he could obtain the items he needed. Trading channel. Seller. MM18076. Trading item. 330 mineral water. Stock. 1. Demand. Fire emblem 1. Chapter 7. Trading. Acquiring the fire emblem. Just as MM listed his trading item, the chat channel exploded with excitement. Look, there's actually a big player trading water. Incredible. Is it truly that extravagant? I searched the trading market today and found no one selling water, only requests for it. Tonight, someone is auctioning water. Water is a scarce resource. I've dug through 2 islands and found none. The big player must be having a lucky day. Hey, who's that fool talking nonsense? Aren't you afraid of someone maliciously driving up prices? What is a fire emblem anyway, worth more than water? Does anyone have a fire emblem? I can exchange with you. The conversation was lively in the world channel, and someone had already begun to privately message MM. The world and regional channels have automatically generated a dialog box for private conversations. Good sir, would you be willing to exchange your water for 200 units of sand? Hello there, you are quite handsome. I am extremely thirsty. Could you spare me a bottle of water? If we happen to meet in the future, I would be more than happy to fulfill any request you may have. Greetings, I am Wang Sikong, the wealthiest individual in Huaxia. I am currently participating in a game called Deserted Island Survival, and I find myself stranded on a solitary island. If you agree to provide me with a bottle of water, I shall offer my fortune of billions as a reward and assist you in accomplishing 100 minor objectives upon my rescue. Good brother, I have stones. Do you need them? I can trade them for your water, and if that does not suffice, I can add 10 units of iron blocks. Esteemed gentlemen, I am the renowned actress Yang Mu. Are you a fan of mine? I am in dire need of a bottle of water. If you could provide me with one, I would be delighted to gift you an autographed item along with a set of clothing and socks I have worn. Dear esteemed player, due to your elevated level, congratulations. You have received a reward from the Deserted Island survival game, which includes 100 fire emblems, 10,000 stones, 10,000 iron blocks, and 50,000 units of wood. Simply send this account a bottle of water to claim your reward for free. Many have called out, yet none possess the fire emblem. Among them are even celebrities, affluent individuals, and leaders who attempt to seduce Moo Moo with beauty or wealth, and some even resort to threats. However, Moo Moo remains utterly indifferent. Who knows who among them is familiar? Without resources, one cannot expect to obtain water. Who knows if they will survive to leave this place? There are also some fraudsters whom Moo Moo can hardly be bothered to acknowledge. After half an hour of futile attempts, Moo Moo exited the chat channel in disappointment. The scarcity of water is dire, yet no one has obtained the fire emblem thus far. Clearly, it is not easily acquired. There is an overwhelming amount of information, leaving no time to attend to everything. The private chat channel has a keyword setting feature. Moo Moo directly designated the fire emblem as a keyword, filtering the chat to only trigger when relevant information appears. Today presents one more opportunity for sailing, but Moo Moo does not intend to venture out to sea. A considerable amount of stamina has already been expended, and the stamina meter in the game indicates insufficiency. One must balance work and rest. Moo Moo entered the ruined base to lie down. The dwelling is truly rudimentary. An upgrade would be most welcome. Let me check the system for relevant options. Moo Moo opened the function panel and located the ruined base. Ruined base, a place for players to rest or take refuge. It can be upgraded. Perhaps you need a suitable tool. Upgrading the base requires tools. Moo Moo accessed the forging page, focusing on a large hammer. Ordinary construction hammer. 2 wood, 1 iron block, 2 stones. The materials are sufficient, so I will choose to craft the construction hammer. System notification, 2 wood, 1 iron block, 2 stones. System notification, ordinary construction hammer has been successfully crafted. In front of Moo Moo lies a large hammer, its handle made of solid wood, slightly thicker than a mop handle, and the hammerhead composed of a large stone with a small amount of iron embedded in one end. Construction hammer. You can use it to repair and upgrade your raft or survival base. Reopening the Rune Base page, 2 options appeared, upgrade and expand. The expand button is gray, indicating it cannot be expanded without prior upgrades. The upgrade function is available. Moo Moo clicked on the upgrade function. Upgrade progress, 08. Upgrade materials, 30 sand, 8 wood, 15 stones, 5 iron blocks, 2 earth emblems, 1 fire emblem, 1 water emblem, 1 soul. Only the sand meets the requirement. After much contemplation, Moo Moo discovered that materials could be added individually, so he first opted to add the sand. Grasping the hammer, he struck the grass hut. System notification, 30 sand. After a few symbolic strikes, the appearance of the rune base changed. The thatched hut transformed into a mud house. The living conditions remain poor, but it appears sturdier than before, no longer as fragile. The other materials are insufficient, but that can wait for another time. At that moment, the system chat interface's dialog box popped up. Tau mating 17255. Hello, I possess a fire emblem. Are you in search of this item? If you provide me with 5 bottles of water, I would be willing to make the exchange. Judging by her avatar, Tang Mating has fair skin, a lovely face, large eyes, and an elegant demeanor, appearing to be a beauty. Finally, a genuine buyer has approached, and Moo Moo's brows lifted in delight. However, this price seems a bit steep. She demands 5 bottles outright, which he cannot afford. Moo Moo 18076. My dear lady, are you aware of the current scarcity of water resources? To demand 5 bottles right off the bat is rather excessive. Such a deal is simply unfeasible for me. Tau mating 17255. Would 3 bottles suffice? I have not found water all day, and I am quite parched. Moo Moo 18076. That is impossible. I have only 1 bottle remaining. If you do not take it, it may soon be purchased by someone else or consumed by me. However, considering your apparent sincerity, I can offer you a coconut instead. The coconut contains ample coconut water, which is nearly equivalent to water. If you have any other unreasonable requests, do not expect to receive them. Tau mating 17255. Brother, would you add another coconut? Moo Moo 18076. You are asking too much. If you hesitate any longer, even this coconut may be gone. Tau mating 17255. Very well, I shall consider it. Business requires negotiation, but that does not mean one can be overly demanding. Initially, Moo Moo intended to sell just 1 bottle of water, but given the circumstances, 1 bottle may not satisfy this lady's needs, so he paired it with a coconut, of which he has over 30. This is already his limit, as he is uncertain what challenges lie ahead, and he must stockpile supplies. 5 minutes later. System notification, trade successful, 1 coconut and 1 bottle of mineral water for 1 fire emblem. Moo Moo checked the transaction record, and indeed, Tang Mating had exchanged the fire emblem for the water. The coconut and mineral water vanished, while a metallic plate appeared in Mumu's palm. The material of the metal plate remains indiscernible, emanating a red glow akin to that of a heated branding iron. Chapter 8. Repair successful, water generated. The center of the fire emblem features a flame symbol, its warmth palpable in Mumu's palm, without being scorching, reminiscent of a warming pad. Fire emblem, one of the magical runes existing in the island world, possessing mysterious powers that can be used to craft equipment or artifacts. With the fire emblem now in hand, the materials needed for repairing the water collector have been amassed. From this moment on, a steady water supply shall no longer be an issue. Mumu retrieved the water collector, opened the crafting panel, selected the repair tool, and designated the water collector. Abandoned water purifier, reparable, repair difficulty, simple, repair success rate, 95, special note. If the rune tool fails to repair, it will be permanently damaged. System notification, do you wish to repair? A golden prompt appeared. This artifact is slightly damaged and easy to repair, it will not fail. Repair the water collector. Mumu recited. System notification, 3 copper blocks, 1 iron block, 1 wood, 1 stone, 1 fire emblem, 1 water emblem. System notification, simple water collector repair successful. The repaired water collector's surface became smooth and textured, radiating a brilliant light. The cracks and dust have entirely vanished, and the patterns on the water collector swirl with a blue light, as if numerous liquids or air currents are flowing and swirling within. Water collector, simple, a device used by the ancestors of the island to collect water sources. It belongs to the daily use emblem equipment and will operate when fuel is added. It cannot be used when stored in a bracelet. The system indicates that the water collector, simple version, can be upgraded, requiring materials such as 20 blue crystals, 3 fire emblems, 3 water emblems, 1 earth emblem, and 1 soul. However, Mumu decided to set aside the notion of upgrading for the moment, as he lacked numerous materials, particularly the elusive blue crystals. He gazed at the water collector, which was exquisitely crafted, resembling a cauldron. Upon lifting the lid, he discovered a blue metallic sphere within, surrounded by a ring of grooves reminiscent of a water trough. The base of the water collector felt warm, while the upper part was cold. The system prompted that daily use tools must be placed in a rune base for operation. The water collection function required the addition of 3 pieces of wood to operate for 1 hour, yielding 500 units of water. The purification function, on the other hand, necessitated 1 soul to function for 6 hours, transforming seawater and other sources into potable water. Mumu was taken aback momentarily. Could souls also serve as fuel? This water collector possessed a comprehensive range of functions, classified into water collection and purification. Water collection involved gathering vapor from the air and converting it into liquid, while purification eliminated impurities from seawater, transforming it into drinkable water with high efficiency, albeit at the cost of requiring souls. Mumu was reluctant to use souls, as they could only be acquired by slaying creatures on the island, making them relatively scarce and more valuable for other uses. Wood, however, was readily available. He decided to test the device's efficacy. Observing the water collector, he recited the command to place it in the rune base. The collector materialized in a corner of the room. After adding 3 pieces of wood, he activated it. The water collector emitted a faint sound. Leaning closer, Mumu noticed the blue metallic sphere beginning to rotate, with a thin layer of mist forming around it. The furnace at the bottom glowed with a reddish-yellow light. He touched it and found the temperature to be moderate, around 50 to 60 degrees Celsius. Moments later, several drops of water had collected in the trough surrounding the metallic sphere. From this point forward, water resources would no longer be an issue. An hour later, the water collector completed its operation, gathering some water at the base. The system reported a yield of 500 units of water. Exchanging 3 pieces of wood for 500 units of water was indeed a lucrative trade. Mumu recalled the scene from the trading channel earlier that day, where everyone was clamoring for water. If he could exchange 3 pieces of wood for 400 to 500 milliliters of water, there would undoubtedly be a frenzy to acquire it. Even a single mouthful would be desperately sought after. Mumu pondered and opened his resource list. Currently, his stock of wood was limited. If he did not find more during his upcoming voyage, he would need to use souls for future water production. He resolved to sell some items to procure the resources he needed. Opening the trading channel, he listed his wares. Seller, Mumu 18076. Item for trade, 30 units of drinking water. Demand, 1 piece of wood. Stock, 16. Trading rule, each person may purchase only once. Seller, Mumu 18076. Item for trade, 1 fresh beef. Demand, 1 fire emblem. Alternative, 1 soul. Stock, 1. Seller, Mumu 18076. Item for trade, 1 coconut. Demand, 1 earth emblem. Quantity for sale, 2. Seller's note. Other emblems may be traded privately. Seller, Moo 18076. Item for trade. For cans of herring. Demand, 20 blue crystals. Stock, 1. Trading rule. Other special items may be traded privately. All 4 items were successfully listed. For an average person, 30 units of water amounted to merely a mouthful. Moo's exchange of 30 units of water for 1 piece of wood could be deemed unscrupulous. Yet, in a situation of extreme water scarcity, that single mouthful could be life-saving. Thus, he felt no guilt, rather a sense of righteous justification. Moo was confident that someone would be willing to purchase it. For them, this was a time of dire resource shortage, and trading 1 piece of wood for a chance to survive was undoubtedly a fair deal. Furthermore, he had to impose trading limits. If unrestricted purchases were allowed, those with an abundance of wood could easily monopolize the market. Should someone sweep up all the water and resell it at exorbitant prices, others would be left with no options, placing Moo in a disadvantageous position. Moo also listed the beef for sale, as he harbored no fondness for raw meat. More importantly, he now had access to the more nutritious meat of the spotted salamander, making the beef expendable for potentially useful resources. Regular beef held little efficacy, while the meat of island creatures likely offered substantial benefits. Moo believed that hunting creatures for their meat would be the optimal strategy moving forward. The reason for selling the herring canned goods was that Moo dared not sample them, fearing he might find the taste unbearable, resulting in waste. It was better to sell them, as foreigners would likely find them appealing. However, he doubted anyone could procure blue crystals anytime soon. So he did not hold high hopes for that listing, merely posting it to gauge interest, should someone have already acquired such a scarce resource. It seemed that Tang Meiding had obtained a coconut in exchange for 1 fire emblem, which he deemed a fortunate deal for her. Chapter 9. Forging, Acquiring Manufacturing Blueprints. As soon as Moo posted his trade items, the chat channel erupted once more. Quick, everyone! Moo Lauda is selling water again. Those in need of water should hurry to the trading market. What is all the commotion? Can't one purchase discreetly? Indeed, you up there? Are you trying to stir up more competition? Each person is limited to a single purchase. Perhaps he already secured his share and thus is unconcerned. It's pointless to speculate now. Water is the most scarce resource. So many people are watching the trading market. Within seconds of posting, it was all snatched up. And now, at this time, you still wish to buy water? You must be dreaming. Water is no longer a novelty. Mu Daolao is even selling coconuts and beef. Everyone hurry. There is still a coconut. I crave coconut juice, but alas, I lack sufficient wood. Woe is me. I see it too. There's canned herring. Isn't that the one that smells terrible? Surely no one would eat such a thing. If you don't want to eat it, give it to me. Who has crystals? I can trade with you. A crowd was abuzz with discussion, and Moo had become the focal point of attention. In the trading channel, most were exchanging resources for food, while Moo was doing the opposite, trading food for resources. Souls, crystals, emblems. None were unwanted by him, sounding quite sophisticated. Many others were oblivious to the true utility of these items. Moo opened the trading channel. The demand for water was overwhelming. Within seconds, it had all been purchased, resulting in 16 pieces of wood credited to his account, while other resources remained untraded. After all, wood was relatively easy to obtain, while other items posed greater challenges. Moo chose not to rush, opting instead to rest. Perhaps he would awaken to find new opportunities in the morning. To avoid disturbances during the night, he set his chat notifications to do not disturb, added more wood to the water collector, and drifted into slumber. The following morning, Moo awoke feeling refreshed. His stamina had fully restored, and his sailing attempts reset to 5. Checking the water collector, he discovered it nearly full, having collected approximately 4 liters. He would need a container to hold the water. Accessing the forging function, he selected to craft a water bucket. The system reported, for pieces of wood. The system confirmed, ordinary water bucket, medium size, successfully crafted. Ordinary water bucket, medium size capacity of 15, suitable for holding food or water. He proceeded to gather the water resources, poured the water from the water collector into a bucket, and then set off for the next island. The 6th island was entirely resource-rich and posed no danger. On the southern isle, there were 2 boxes of expired instant noodles. Heading north, one could find a bottle of water. On the eastern deserted island, a vast expanse of banyan grass grew, barely edible, though its taste was far from delightful. In the southeast, there was a wooden treasure chest, but it was rather distant, approximately a 4-hour trek away. The northwestern island offered an abundance of sandy soil. The western island was rich in resources, featuring a peculiar marine plant whose fruit was edible, while a copper chest lay buried beneath the sandy beach. Undoubtedly, heading west was the optimal choice, as it promised both resources and treasure. With the water collector in his possession, Moo no longer lacked for hydration. What he truly needed now was supplies. He rowed his boat to the western island, taking about an hour to arrive. Upon landing, He was greeted by a landscape strewn with stones, iron blocks, and copper chests, with a grove visible at the center of the island. So many treasure chests? Was today his lucky day, as if he had stumbled upon a vault? Moo felt a surge of excitement, but upon closer inspection, he realized these copper chests were abandoned, their lids flung open, as if long neglected or washed ashore by the waves. They were entirely empty. Although somewhat disappointed, he recognized that even abandoned chests could be considered a resource, and finding such an abundance was quite fortunate. With that in mind, he immediately took up his pickaxe to dig. System notification, stone 1. System notification, wood 1. System notification, iron block 1. System notification, sand 1. System notification, abandoned copper chest 9. System notification, 1 abandoned copper chest can be decomposed into 3 copper. Would you like to decompose it? Moo resolved to decompose all the copper chests. In his mind, he reasoned that these items were useless in their current form, and it would be better to convert them into copper blocks. System notification, 9 abandoned copper chests have been decomposed, yielding 27 copper blocks. After finishing his digging on the beach, Moo discovered a complete copper chest buried beneath the sand. Copper chest, a level higher than the wooden chest, typically contains minor surprises, though may also conceal certain dangers. This copper chest contains a mysterious manufacturing blueprint, devoid of danger. With 2 distinct annotations, Moo felt relieved and opened the copper chest, revealing a yellowed blueprint inside. System notification, copper chest 1. System notification, copper chest can be decomposed into 5 copper. Would you like to decompose it? System notification, exquisite beast trap manufacturing blueprint 1. System notification, exquisite beast trap manufacturing blueprint can be learned. Would you like to learn it? Moo picked up the manufacturing blueprint for inspection. It was adorned with various shapes and lines, filled with dense annotations and text. The writing and symbols included English and Greek, alongside many unknown languages. The design interspersed with advanced mathematical formulas. At the end of the illustration was a simple sketch, depicting a creature resembling a mouse, ensnared in a trap and killed by a mechanism. The average person would struggle to comprehend this. Yet, even Moo, a graduate from a prestigious university's archaeology department, found it perplexing. What on earth was this? It was clearly not meant for human understanding. Opening the system's forging page, he found no trace of this item, indicating that special items must be learned through manufacturing blueprints. He decided to decompose the copper chest and learn the blueprint. Regardless, he resolved to learn it first. Exquisite Beast Trap Manufacturing Blueprint, a production tool from early human existence, used for hunting and capturing animals. This blueprint is divided into traps and beast traps. Traps can be used for camouflage, concealing beast traps, or capturing live animals. Beast traps serve to hunt animals. The blueprint transformed into a beam of light and entered Moo's forehead. System notification, Exquisite Beast Trap Manufacturing Blueprint learned successfully. Open the forging page. Moo silently commanded. A list of synthesis appeared, and he searched for the beast trap, scrolling to the bottom of the list. Exquisite Beast Trap, for iron blocks. 4 copper blocks, 6 wood, 2 stones, 1 earth emblem, 2 ropes. Currently, he lacked the earth emblem and ropes, since there were no animals to hunt on this island. Moo did not rush to create the trapping device and proceeded towards the island's center. Chapter 10, Filtering Chats and Upgrading the Base. The island was home to a type of fruit. This plant lacked a straight trunk, with yellow vines sprawling across the ground, bearing small fruit resembling oranges in size. Displaying a purplish-black hue, Moo harvested them all, totaling over 20. Sand fruit. When the outer skin is peeled, one can taste the white flesh, which is sour and sweet. The sweetness comprises 70, while acidity accounts for 30. The fruit is rich in vitamins and highly nutritious. Current consumption provides a hunger index of 2 stars, with an overall score of 35. Feeling somewhat parched, Moo picked one up. The exterior of the sand fruit was hard, and its purplish-black skin exuded an air of mystery, appearing quite sophisticated. The rough skin yielded under pressure, revealing the translucent flesh within. The fruit was divided into 4 segments. Upon taking a bite, fresh juice burst forth, reminiscent of sweetened lemonade with its tangy, sweet flavor tantalizing his taste buds, and his mouth instantly filled with saliva. Delight surged through him. What a treat! Moo could not help but exclaim, reminiscing about how he had never tasted such fruit before. After gathering the sand fruits, he also collected the vines that bore them. System notification, Sand Fruit 1. System notification, Sand Fruit 1. System notification, Sand Fruit, Vine 1. System notification, Sand Fruit, Vine 1. After half an hour of foraging, the small island had been thoroughly stripped of resources, leaving Moo with an abundance. Coupled with the supplies he had previously collected, his current resources were as follows: wood 30, sand 50, stone 30, iron block 27, copper block 39, water 40-20, fresh beef 1, herring can 4, coconuts 34, spotted salamander meat 8, sand fruit 23, soul 2, water emblem 1, scorpion tail grass 10, spotted salamander skin 6, spotted salamander bones 2, flint 1, Heidi woodgrass 10, Heidi pasture seeds 3, sand fruit vine 4. Once again, he found himself lacking emblems. Moo pondered that he required additional resources to upgrade the rune base. He surmised that some individuals might already possess what he needed and decided to check if there were any updates in the trading information. He opened the trading channel and chat. The world and regional channels had refreshed several pages of messages, leaving Moo little time to read. He immediately accessed private messages, which flooded in. Hey there, could you spare me a few coconuts? Moo, do you remember me? I am your elementary school teacher. I am on the verge of starving. Would you mind sharing some food? As the saying goes, once a teacher, always a father. Your character is being tested here. Big shot. I have Heidi pasture grass. Would you trade it for 2 coconuts? Can I trade scorpion tail grass for beef? I have 8 units. Do you need a blueprint for a regular notebook? Interested in red emotional lingerie? How about a small whip, candles, or high heels? The items offered for trade were an eclectic mix, and reviewing each one would consume a considerable amount of time. Some messages even pleaded for charity or attempted to morally coerce Moo. Fortunately, the system's private chat had a filtering function to exclude irrelevant messages. Moo focused on manufacturing blueprints, souls, emblems, and crystals. In the conversation, neither the soul nor the crystal was mentioned, yet there were numerous crafting blueprints and emblems available. After half an hour of meticulous searching, Moo finally unearthed some valuable information and chose to respond. Belgrills 18281. Greetings, esteemed sir. Currently, I possess an earth emblem, a fire emblem, a blueprint for a fine hunting bow, and a blueprint for an ordinary crystal lamp. Should you be interested in a trade? What would you require in exchange? The individual named Bell had short hair and a high nose, with 3 faint wrinkles adorning his forehead, exuding an air of vitality. From his profile, he appeared to be British, though it was curious that his messages were in Chinese, perhaps due to the chat system's built-in translation feature. Moo 18076. I would like them all. I can offer you a piece of fresh beef and 4 cans of herring, along with 10 sandy fruits. As no one currently possesses crystals, it would be prudent to gift the herring cans to this foreigner, as they originate from abroad and he might be accustomed to their flavor. Belgrills 18281. It would be my honor. Thank you immensely, my dear Mr. Moo. I am utterly famished. Moo 18076. Please hold on while I remove the trade items and edit my offer. After a brief exchange between the two, the trade was successfully completed. System notification, trade completed. 1 fresh beef, 10 sandy fruits, for cans of herring. System notification, 1 fire emblem, 1 earth emblem, 1 fine hunting bow blueprint. 1 ordinary crystal lamp blueprint. Moo now possessed 2 additional blueprints, albeit still obscure and difficult to comprehend. System notification, you can learn the fine hunting bow blueprint. Would you like to proceed? System notification, you can learn the ordinary crystal lamp blueprint. Would you like to proceed? Learning both. The blueprints transformed into 2 beams of light and entered Moo's mind. Fine hunting bow blueprint, a military-grade rune combat device, formidable in power. The arrows it launches can effortlessly pierce iron plates, swift as the wind. Ordinary crystal lamp blueprint, a daily-use lighting device, effective illumination range of 5 to 20 meters. Moo opened the crafting page to review the synthesis methods. Fine hunting bow, 302 wood, 273 iron blocks, 393 copper blocks, 1 wind emblem. Crystal lamp, ordinary 302 wood, 40 glass, 271 iron blocks, 1 light emblem, 5 colorless crystals, 5 fluorescent grass. All items were currently unobtainable due to a lack of emblems, glass, crystals, and fluorescent grass. There was no need for haste, with so many players around. Someone would eventually acquire good items to trade. Moo then browsed the trading list and exchanged coconuts for 2 earth emblems, finally gathering the necessary materials to upgrade the rune base. He opened the rune base upgrade page. Upgrade progress, 18. Upgrade materials, 308 wood, 3,015 stones, 275 iron blocks, 32 earth emblems, 11 fire emblems, 1 water emblem, 21 souls. All upgrade materials were added. System notification, 8 wood, 15 stones, 5 iron blocks, 2 earth emblems, 1 fire emblem, 1 water emblem, 1 soul. Moo then picked up the construction hammer to strike the rune base. System notification, upgrade of the ordinary rune base completed. A flash of light erupted from beneath the base, revitalizing the entire structure. Chapter 11. Acquiring the Beast Egg. The interior of the rune base transformed into a clean and tidy environment, doubling in size, with ample space no longer cramped or confined, resembling a square little house. The air inside was fresh and comfortable, with a moderate temperature, suggesting excellent ventilation and lighting, perhaps a result of the rune's influence. The exterior now boasted sturdy walls, no longer giving the impression of being vulnerable to the elements as it once did, seeming impervious to strong winds or torrential rain. Furthermore, the rune base offered many new construction interfaces. Solid wood floor, 225. Glass window, 6 glass, 226 wood. Stove, 10,015 sands, 155 stones, 2,210 iron blocks, 10 clay. 40202000 water. Underfloor heating, installable after stove, 2,225 iron blocks, 3,415 copper blocks, 10,020 sands, 153 stones, 40201000 water. Cooking stove, 5 clay, 10,010 sands, 153 stones, 222 iron blocks, 40201000 water. Wooden door upgrade to copper door, 224 wood, 343 copper blocks. Certain items could be upgraded, while others could be reconstructed or added. Moo glanced over the options, noting that most items still lacked sufficient materials, but the wooden door was eligible for an upgrade. Due to a slight compulsion, Moo opted to upgrade the door first, as it would enhance the room's security and insulation. The previous wooden door had been rather flimsy. Upgrading the wooden door. System notification, 4 wood, 3 copper blocks. System notification, the wooden door has been upgraded to a wooden copper door. Wooden copper door, durability 100, soundproofing 50. Insulation 100, wind resistance 100, theft resistance 50. Having acquired a wealth of resources, the system's ship transport notification turned red, indicating that he needed to offload some sands or upgrade the raft, lest he find himself unable to carry valuable items in the future. Moo murmured, "Open the ship interface." The ship interface comprised 3 functions: repair, upgrade, enhance. Currently, the upgrade and enhance functions were entirely inactive, their buttons grayed out, with only the repair button illuminated. Clearly, to enhance the ship's performance, he must first repair the dilapidated raft. Moo activated the repair function. Repair progress, 0-1. Repair materials, 11 souls, 185 wood, 222 iron blocks, 1 wood emblem, 1 water emblem, 1 wind emblem. Repairing the ship differed from constructing the rune base. All materials must be gathered at once, with no allowance for individual additions, and presently, 3 types of emblems were lacking. These items were exceedingly scarce, necessitating attempts at trade. Opening the trading channel, Moo directly listed 2,000 waters. Seller, Moo 18076. Trade item, 500 water. Requirement, 1 wind emblem. Alternatives, 1 water emblem. 1 wood emblem. Stock, 4. With great rewards come great risks. After listing the water, Moo set off for the next island. To the south, you may discover a collection of precious photographs taken by Teacher Guanxi, along with a piece of soft, clean silicone, which can help alleviate your journey's loneliness. Embarking eastward, you may find a small amount of food, though it may not satiate your appetite. On the southeastern island, a timid marine creature basks in the sun. It bears no aggression but is highly sensitive to sound and sight, fleeing at the slightest fright. To the north lies an island teeming with pests that will immediately burrow into your clothing, gnawing at your skin. While this will not be fatal, it will induce itching. On the western island, a forest awaits. To the northwest, there lies a solitary egg containing mysterious powers. 3 directions yield resources. 2 harbor creatures, while another leads to an egg. Moo pondered, what kind of egg is it? One that is edible? Could it grant superpowers upon consumption? However, the notification did not indicate any risks and spoke of mysterious powers. Moo resolved to investigate, as the other directions offered little allure, making it an opportunity worth pursuing. Mumutin stepped onto the wooden raft and immediately noticed its considerable weight, which caused it to sit deeper in the water. Paddling had become more laborious than before. After approximately 20 minutes, he arrived at an island to the northwest. Upon landing, his vision cleared, as though he had returned to the initial state of the island. This isle was similarly modest in size, scarcely measuring 5 square meters. The beach was barren, save for a solitary white egg half buried in the sand, its shell visible above the surface. This egg was larger than a basketball, resembling an ostrich egg in shape. As Mumutin approached, he brushed away the loose sand, revealing golden characters that shimmered forth. An extraordinary beast egg, devoid of any dangers in its vicinity. This egg is a treasure, nurturing a delightful little life within, capable of alleviating your solitude. Treat it well, and it shall add much joy to your journey. A pet egg, capable of hatching a treasure? Mumutin scratched his head, pondering the possibility of hatching a beautiful maiden, Could it be a mermaid's egg? He mused internally, aware that if it were indeed a mermaid's egg, he would need to inquire about a crucial question. What is the correct way to engage with a mermaid? This query had perplexed him since his school days, a riddle unsolved for years. Otherwise, he would find himself akin to the fisherman in a riddle, capturing a mermaid only to release her back into the sea, utterly ignorant of how to utilize such a creature, leaving him with an additional mouth to feed. Mumuden excavated the egg from the beach, scrutinizing it closely. The surface bore intricate patterns, reminiscent of designs found on blueprints or the engravings of a heraldic emblem. System notification, Emblem Egg 1. Emblem Egg. Within it lies a yet-to-mature island creature. Embrace the egg against your chest to hatch it, and upon hatching, it will bond with you, becoming a loyal companion. Alternatively, you may boil the emblem egg, peel it, and consume it for its high nutritional value. He was not yet starving, so consuming the egg was out of the question. Mumuden decided to tempt fate and see what marvelous creature it might hatch. He was uncertain of the size or special abilities of the being that would emerge. Should it possess a voracious appetite, it would unjustly occupy precious provisions. Taking a gamble, Mumuden removed his shirt and cradled the egg. In the event of hatching a useless creature, he would simply fatten it before dispatching it. Chapter 12, Adoption. Opening the pet interface. The moment he embraced the emblem egg, a chill surged to his chest, followed by a palpable connection that transformed the cold sensation into warmth. A comforting heat radiated through the egg shell, enveloping Mumuden like an electric blanket. The patterns on the shell began to glow, and the egg started to tremble slightly. He distinctly felt a creature inside writhing and struggling, seemingly eager to break free. As the runes etched upon the shell grew brighter, the trembling intensified. Moments later, with a crisp crack, the egg shattered, and from the silvery light emerged a fluffy creature. The entire process took less than a minute, remarkably swift hatching. Upon its birth, the creature burrowed into Mumuden's embrace, nuzzling its head against his skin, occasionally licking his chin with its soft, moist tongue. It seemed to regard him as its parental figure. The sensation was ticklish. Mumuden instinctively squirmed, yet he found it quite comforting. He examined this adorable little life closely. Its primary coloration was a vibrant orange-red, adorned with bold black stripes, reminiscent of a tiger, albeit brighter in hue and more pronounced in pattern. A tuft of light yellow hair adorned its head, resembling a small comb. The color on its body transitioned from the underside of its nose to its chest, matching the tuft, while the tail was similarly fluffy and light yellow. Its expression was endearingly silly, exuding immense cuteness. Was this a cat, a dog, a tiger, or something else entirely? Mumuden had never encountered such an unusual creature and ultimately concluded it was an amalgamation of various species. The little one emitted a soft whimper, akin to a playful protest. Instinctively, Mumuden cradled it, feeling a delightful resonance and bond. Its body was incredibly soft, reminiscent of a Pomeranian. System notification. Congratulations, you have successfully hatched a pet, Cuddy Dog. Cuddy Dog, affectionate and honest, it will bark fiercely to drive away enemies in times of danger, facing even stronger foes without fear, exhibiting a brave and reliable character. With a keen sense of smell, it will never forget a scent it has encountered, capable of discerning the emotions of others through its olfactory senses. System notification. The pet interface has been activated. You may view your pet's abilities and status through this page. The pet function on the system panel illuminated. A pet sprite? It felt akin to opening a blind box, and it appeared promising. Although uncertain of the Cuddy Dog's abilities or combat prowess, its undeniable cuteness made it a delightful companion, alleviating his solitude during travels. He mused about the potential of hatching a grotesque beast that could haunt him for days. Yet, he wondered about this creature's appetite. Considering his limited food supply, it would be preferable if it were not too gluttonous. The Cuddy Dog was simply too adorable. With its big, sparkling eyes, it resembled a lion cub or tiger cub, albeit in a more juvenile form. Its body was soft and plump. Mumuden set it down on the beach, and the Cuddy Dog strutted around him with pride, occasionally nuzzling against his legs affectionately. Standing 70 centimeters tall and weighing approximately 20 kilograms, it appeared robust and powerful, suggesting it was male. Mumuden decided to check its basic information. He opened the pet interface. Cuddy Dog. Name, unnamed. Attribute, fire. Egg group, land. Initial affection, 70. Status, healthy. Evolution requirement, firestone. Skills, intimidate, ignite. View skills. Intimidate emits a deafening roar infused with powerful sound waves capable of frightening enemies or causing disorientation, lasting 5 seconds with 3 uses and a cooldown of 1 hour. Ignite alters the direction of fire, creating a safe zone within flames, or it can inflict additional fire damage on the enemy's normal attacks. Note, Cuddy Dog has no active arson capabilities. Not bad. In dangerous situations, he could rely on it for protection, or it could serve as a guardian for his home. After all, dogs are humanity's most loyal companions. Mumuden squatted down to pet the little one's head, pondering what name to give it. Wong Wong. The cuddy dog barked excitedly. Wong Wong. Mumuden nodded thoughtfully. It was a fitting name. Henceforth, it shall be called Wong Wong, or Cuddy. As someone lacking in creativity for names, this was the best he could muster, as evidenced by his own name. The beach offered no resources to gather, and Mumuden glanced around at the nearby islands. The island to the west is quite flat, with soft, fine sand. The sunlight is just right, and the climate is pleasant, perfect for lounging and sunbathing. The island to the east contains a few Riscum magazines and a small assortment of snacks, which may alleviate your travel boredom. The small island in the northeast is abundant with fruits that can satiate your hunger. On the southern island, there exists a plethora of wild vegetables rich in nutritional value. Conversely, the southeastern island appears desolate. In stark contrast, the northern island is abundant in resources, fiercely guarded by a colossal narwhal, a creature of immense size and ferocity. While its attack power is formidable, it harbors a deep-seated fear of canine sounds. Your pet, KDGU, stands as its natural adversary, capable of scaring it away, though not strong enough to vanquish it. The creatures that flee will return along the same path after 10 minutes. The wild vegetables and fruits seem appealing, likely coveted by other survivors. Yet MM yearns more for the resources. With the presence of WNGWing, he feels no trepidation towards the narwhal. However, due to the adoption of his pet, the raft has become overloaded. Before him lie two choices: to discard some temporarily unnecessary resources or to utilize them. Both options present their own challenges. Discarding resources feels wasteful, while using them would mean consuming them, risking waste if done in excess. Perhaps there might be news from the trading market. MM opens the trading and chat channels, and an influx of private messages immediately appears. Water has been completely sold out, but he has acquired 2 wind emblems, 1 wood emblem, and 1 water emblem. The raft can now be repaired. Chapter 13, Crafting a Trap. MM opens the boat page. Repair the raft. The system prompts: Soul 1, Wood 5, Iron Block 2. Wood Emblem 1, Water Emblem 1, Wind Emblem 1. He picks up a hammer and begins to work on the raft. The system announces: the ordinary raft has been successfully repaired. The raft has transformed into a sturdier and smoother vessel, devoid of its previous dilapidated appearance. It now glides faster through the water, able to carry more supplies, resembling a proper boat. After repairs, the Upgrade button illuminates, indicating the vessel is eligible for enhancement. MM inspects the upgrade function. The ordinary boat can be upgraded to a small fishing boat, with 20, Iron Block 10, Copper Block 2, Water Emblem 2. Wind Emblem 1, Rope 10, Soul 1. Lacking materials, he sets aside the upgrade for now, as the improvement function remains unavailable. It seems that upgrading to a fishing boat is a prerequisite for enhancements. Boarding the wooden boat with KD, MM arrives at the 8th island. Upon disembarking, he grips his short knife, prepared for any eventuality. However, he finds no sign of the narwhal, but instead encounters a dense thicket of plants. These plants, reaching a height similar to KD, possess long, slender, and tough leaves resembling blades, adorned with tiny thorns. Their overall appearance is akin to that of a hedgehog. Agave Cisalana, a fiber crop with long, sturdy fibers of superior quality, suitable for rope making. Scanning the area, he notes approximately 40 to 50 specimens, some adorned with clusters of white flowers. Intended for rope production, he can harvest them. MM retrieves a hoe and begins to dig. So far, he has not encountered any dangerous animals, yet the system warns of a narwhal lurking on the island, prompting him to exercise caution as KD trails closely behind. The system alerts: Agave Cisalana 1. The notifications continue: Agave Cisalana 1, Agave Cisalana 1. Once completely harvested, he counts a total of 52 plants and has also obtained 10 Agave Cisalana seeds. At that moment, a massive creature suddenly leaps out from behind a nearby rock. Its skin is dark, adorned with a formidable horn atop its head, revealing sharp tusks as it snarls at MM with fierce, menacing eyes. A golden alert appears: this is a narwhal, possessing a strong territorial instinct and exceptional aggression. You are no match for it. However, your companion, KD, is its natural enemy. Utilize KD's abilities to defeat it. The narwhal emits a deep, low growl, slowly advancing towards MM. Its head sways, seemingly conveying, "You have intruded upon my territory." KD, sensing danger, does not back down, barking defiantly at the narwhal. The creature hesitates, pausing its advance. MM takes a step back, patting KD's head and encouraging, "KD, go. I'm counting on you." KD barks confidently, raising its head proudly before suddenly accelerating towards the narwhal, engaging in a fierce tussle. Despite the stark size difference, the narwhal being thrice KD's size, KD's agility allows it to dart around, managing to inflict several scratches on the narwhal. Unfortunately, the narwhal's thick hide renders KD's attacks ineffective, inciting the creature to retaliate with furious speed, swinging its sharp horn at KD. Neither party gains the upper hand. MM realizes this cannot continue and urgently calls, "KD, unleash your ultimate move and scare it away." KD responds by swiftly retreating a distance of several meters, then abruptly turning to face the narwhal. Upon seeing KD's retreat, the narwhal charges forward. As it approaches, KD's eyes gleam, its fur standing on end like a porcupine's quills. KD opens its mouth, releasing an ear-splitting howl, reminiscent of a ghostly wail or a wolf's cry in a summer night's ravine, akin to a tiger's roar. The sound startles the narwhal, causing it to tremble and swiftly turn, bolting towards the beach and plunging into the sea. KD's sonic attack is directional, leaving MM unaffected by the fright. The system cautions, the narwhal has retreated but will return to the beach in 10 minutes. If you do not leave the island, prepare for a second battle. Excellent. Come here, WNGWing. MM calls KD over, stroking its head, praising, "You performed remarkably." KD jumps excitedly, licking MM in response to the compliment. Though the narwhal has fled, it will return shortly. MM now faces two choices: gather resources and depart the island, or wait for the narwhal's return to engage in battle once more. However, given the island's vastness, 10 minutes may not suffice to gather all the available resources. Should he wait for the narwhal's return and continue the struggle, he might find himself at a disadvantage. Oh, the rope. MM suddenly recalls the recently harvested agave cisalana, a plant suitable for crafting ropes. With a few more materials, he can attempt to create a trap. MM promptly checks the recipe for crafting a trapping mechanism. Excellent trapping mechanism. Iron block 204, copper block 364, wood 136, stone 152, earth emblem 11, rope 2. He possesses sufficient materials but lacks 2 ropes. He then opens the crafting method for ropes. Ordinary rope, any fiber plant, agave cisalana can be used. 5 agave cisalana plants yield 1 rope. He contemplates making 2 ropes. The system alerts, agave cisalana 10. The system confirms, rope 2. He successfully crafts the excellent trapping mechanism. The system concludes, excellent trapping mechanism has been completed. Exquisite trapping mechanism, designed to ensnare small to medium-sized reptiles, ineffective against larger reptiles or avians. The unicorn walrus, despite its considerable size, is classified as a medium-sized creature within the marine ecosystem, thus rendering it capturable. Chapter 14, Capturing the Unicorn Walrus. Within the survival base, a massive steel apparatus emerged, accompanied by an array of supporting tools, stones, and wooden spikes. Moo opted to pick up the trapping mechanism, prompting a system notification. Please select a location for the trapping mechanism. Numerous placement options appeared on the ground. As this trap was intended for the unicorn walrus, it should be situated in areas frequented by the creature to enhance the likelihood of capture. The notification indicated that the unicorn walrus would return along the same path after 10 minutes, suggesting a strategic placement on its route back. Moo searched his memory and identified a probable location. Following the system's guidance, he selected the site and clicked Start Digging. With a flurry of activity, he excavated a 2-meter deep pit, estimating that this depth would suffice for capturing the unicorn walrus. He placed the trap within the pit, buried the spikes beneath the ground, covered it with soil, and positioned a large rock nearby, rendering it nearly invisible from above. Observing his handiwork, Moo marveled at the trap's impressive design. The steel mechanism possessed immense elasticity, capable of swiftly severing the unicorn walrus's bones upon activation. The sharp, conical spikes were formidable enough to pierce through the creature's flesh. And should the walrus fall into the trap, it would trigger falling rocks from above, ensuring its demise. System notification. Would you like to add bait? Including bait will increase the capture success rate by 90. More bait? Moo opened the toolbar to examine the trap's instructions. Without bait, the likelihood of the creature falling into the trap depended on sheer luck, with no guarantee of a successful capture until the creature inadvertently stumbled upon it. However, with bait, he could attract the walrus, achieving a swift and precise capture. Bait it is. Moo made his decision, for he had no time to waste in waiting for the walrus to meander about. System notification. Please select the type of bait to add. To capture herbivorous animals, add 2 units of grass. To capture carnivorous animals, add 1 unit of any meat. Logically, the unicorn walrus should be classified as a carnivore. But Moo was uncertain. Who could fathom the peculiarities of this strange island world compared to reality? To be safe, he added 1 unit of spotted salamander meat and 2 units of grass. System notification. Bait added successfully. 2 units of high D grass, 1 unit of spotted salamander meat. With everything arranged, nearly 10 minutes had elapsed. Moo Moo and Castaway concealed themselves behind a rock, observing from a distance. Soon, the sound of water splashing echoed from the beach, followed by a loud splash as the unicorn walrus emerged from the ocean's surface. Hush! Noticing Castaway's excitement and readiness to pounce, Moo Moo quickly signaled for silence. Castaway, hold still. Let us observe for a moment and bide our time. Castaway responded with a soft whimper, nestling into Moo Moo's embrace. The unicorn walrus slowly ascended the sandy shore, glancing about before making its way to its territory. Suddenly, it halted, drawn to a piece of meat not far away. The tantalizing aroma of the meat tantalized its senses, prompting the walrus to hastily crawl towards it, moving with surprising speed for its hefty frame, reaching the meat in no time. Thud! With a muffled sound, the unicorn walrus fell into the trap. Before it could utter a cry, the spikes pierced its skin, and the falling rocks cascaded down, delivering a final blow. System notification. You have successfully captured one unicorn walrus, gaining 2 souls. A single unicorn walrus yields 2 souls? Moo Moo was somewhat astonished, having previously believed that capturing an animal would only yield 1 soul. System notification. Unicorn walrus meat, 15 units. System notification. Unicorn walrus hide, 5 units. System notification. Unicorn walrus blood, 1,500 units. System notification. Unicorn walrus bones, 3 units. System notification. Beast horn, 1 unit. Quite impressive, the unicorn walrus provided ample meat. However, Moo Moo was uncertain of its edibility and flavor. He opened the system backpack to inspect the items. Unicorn walrus meat, tender and juicy, rich in nutrients, delectable flavor. Current hunger satisfaction index, 3 stars. Overall rating, 72. This unicorn walrus meat far surpassed the spotted salamander meat. At least it wouldn't be unpalatable. Unicorn walrus blood, ordinary marine creature's blood, when consumed warm, can eliminate fishy odors and enhance skin toughness, increasing resistance to impact. Unicorn walrus bones, common beast bones, seemingly of little use. Beast horn, a mysterious medicinal ingredient, properties unknown. The beast horn could be retained for now, as Moo Moo was unaware of its purpose. The unicorn walrus blood was a valuable asset, yet Moo Moo had no intention of consuming it at present. With some basic materials acquired, he planned to kindle a fire for cooking at noon, simultaneously heating the unicorn walrus blood to eliminate its odor. Moo Moo secured the trapping mechanism and commenced gathering other resources on the island. System notification, wood, 1 unit. System notification, sand, 1 unit. System notification, stone, 1 unit. In total, Moo Moo collected 20 units of wood, 12 iron blocks, 8 stones, and 50 units of sand. Due to the bulkiness of the sand and its abundance, he discarded 20 units. The entire island had expanded significantly, now approximately 200 to 300 square meters, with a small mound at its center. As Moo Moo circled around the mound to the opposite side of the island, he noticed something partially buried in the sand. A portion revealed above the surface. Upon closer inspection, it appeared to be a ship. System notification, a derelict ship has been discovered. The vessel was wooden, half buried in the ground, with the other half angled toward the sky, suggesting it had endured a storm or some calamity, ultimately becoming stranded on the island. After years of weathering, the ship's hull had become severely weathered. Signs of human activity? Moo Moo pondered, concluding that the ship was likely beyond salvage. Derelict ship, a maritime vessel left behind by early human explorers, its interior long since incapacitated and undrivable. It may contain remnants of modern civilization. A blue notification from the system. This is a scrapped ship, posing no danger. Its internal components have rusted and deteriorated. You may attempt to dismantle and repair them, as they could prove useful. The cabin may hold valuable items that could assist in your maritime exploration. A golden notification, with no apparent danger. Moo Moo circled the ship, finding no human remains. Chapter 15, Discovery of the derelict ship. Clearly, this vessel had been abandoned for many years. Its owner either perished at sea or fell victim to marine beasts on this island. However, such considerations were not Moo Moo's primary concern. He needed to dismantle the ship. System notification, the derelict ship can be disassembled. Would you like to proceed? Disassemble. Moo Moo took out his hoe and began to chip away. Merely striking the decrepit ship symbolically, it rapidly diminished before his eyes. The ship's bottom was deeply embedded in the moist sand, and upon breaking through, he discovered an abundance of shellfish, along with several crabs scuttling out. A plethora of resource collection notifications flooded the screen. System notification, 20 shipwood, 1 worn ship's rudder. 1 decommissioned marine engine, 1 waterlogged rusty generator, 8 glass, 5 copper blocks, 5 iron blocks, 1 waterlogged radio, 1 life-saving supply pack, 1 water emblem, 1 wood emblem. 30 wild oysters, 20 clams, 15 scallops, 50 wild sea conchs, 6 crabs. So much. Moo Moo was overjoyed. This was a windfall. Not only were there numerous supplies and equipment, but also delectable seafood. However, he was uncertain about their edibility and opened the panel to investigate. Sea conch. Belonging to the class of gastropod mollusks, its shell edges exhibit a somewhat diamond-like contour. The shell is large and thick and relatively hard, with a height of about 10, featuring 6 layers of ridges. The shell is flesh-colored, with a surface that has a brownish, velvety texture, a large aperture, and a reddish internal hue with a pearlescent sheen. Edible and delicious. Clam. A bivalve mollusk with 2 hard, thick, slightly quadrilateral shells, both halves being equal. The shell surface grows distinct, coarse, concentric rings. The inner edge often bears a narrow black band. The interior is grayish-white. They inhabit shallow sandy shores. Edible and delicious. Wild oyster. Another bivalve mollusk. Its 2 shells differ in shape, with a rough surface of dark gray. The upper shell is raised in the center, while the lower shell attaches to other objects, being larger and flatter, with smooth edges. Both shells' interiors are white and smooth. Edible and delicious. Various introductions to the seafood popped up, all non-toxic, rich in nutrients, and delectable. Remarkably, a seafood feast had been unearthed, and Moo Moo was already salivating, anticipating lunch. However, the equipment on the ship appeared to be non-functional. He wondered if it could be repaired, feeling rather like a scavenger. System notification. 20 shipwood can be exchanged for 20 timber. Would you like to exchange? System notification. The life-saving supply pack can be disassembled. Would you like to disassemble? Moo Moo pondered for a moment. Currently, the timber was sufficient, and he decided to keep the shipwood for potential future upgrades. However, he could certainly dismantle the life-saving supply pack to see its contents. He resolved not to exchange the shipwood and to disassemble the life-saving supply pack. System notification. 20 canned goods with a 200-year shelf life. System notification. 3 distress signal flares. System notification. 1 handy toolbox. System notification. 20 spare wires. There was quite a bit of gear. However, the distress signal flares seemed useless. In this survival game on a deserted island, even if fired, no one would see them. And even if someone happened to catch sight of them, no one would come to rescue him. At most, they could be used to frighten off timid beasts. Moo Moo's gaze shifted downward. He had no desire to consume the 200-year canned goods. Who knows how many preservatives and nitrites were added? One bite could be lethal. A toolbox? Moo Moo opened the functional panel. Handy toolbox. Contains various types of wrenches, screwdrivers, hammers, tape measures, Swiss Army knives, and other tools. Also includes a set of nail clippers and many screws. Moo Moo felt somewhat reassured that the life-saving supply pack exhibited strong waterproof and wear-resistant properties, thus preserving its contents in excellent condition. The nail clippers were quite practical, useful for grooming himself, but alas, there was no razor or hair clippers. With so much to examine, Moo Moo decided to wait until he had free time to explore what could be repaired. His gaze turned to the sea, seeking a suitable navigational direction. To proceed east would yield nothing, and the surrounding islands are equally desolate. The western route is beset by a massive ocean storm. Should you traverse it, you will obtain 2 copper chests, but your vessel is currently ill-equipped to withstand the storm, resulting in the loss of half your supplies. In the southeastern island, a treasure chest lies, but it is home to 2 fire-tailed giant hawks. They are enormous, aggressive, and fond of preying on small terrestrial animals. Posing a threat to Castaway, be wary, as your beloved canine may become their meal. Land weaponry poses little threat to them, but due to their size, they often become targets for ranged weapons. To the southwest, a small patch of tropical rainforest harbors several cyclopean pythons, a perilous species known for their incredible speed and strength, capable of swallowing an elephant whole. Entering there would be tantamount to certain death. To the north lies an island with an active volcano. The moment you set foot on the island, you will be engulfed by lava. This was indeed a difficult decision. Moo Moo had no desire to venture to an island devoid of resources. He was not prepared to squander a pioneering opportunity. Yet among the remaining islands, only the southeastern island appeared to present a somewhat lesser danger. The western island, although promising 2 copper chests, was simply not worth the risk of losing half of his supplies. However, he remained unable to resolve a core issue: how to deal with the fire-tailed giant hawks. A terrifying raptor, especially since Castaway could not be accommodated in the ruined base. Moo Moo was reluctant to lose this adorable companion. This predicament was becoming increasingly troublesome, placing Moo Moo in a dilemma. The beasts of the air could not be captured by trapping mechanisms, and the short knife in his possession would clearly prove ineffective against such formidable predators. What if he were to immediately flee to another island upon encountering danger? This thought suddenly crossed Moo Moo's mind. However, He quickly dismissed it. It was too perilous. If he failed to escape, he would find himself in an exceedingly precarious position. If only he had a bow and arrows, that might increase his chances. Moo incessantly scrolled through the system panel, hoping to discover usable tools. An exquisite hunting bow. He recalled possessing a crafting blueprint for such an item. Unfortunately, he lacked the necessary materials, specifically the wind emblem. Chapter 16. Crafting a barbecue grill, synthesizing a hunting bow. He must also check the trading market, as it might offer valuable items for sale. Moo had already gathered a considerable amount of food. If he could exchange it for superior resources, he would be more than willing to share some. He opened the trading channel. Seller, Moo 18076. Trade item, 500 water. Demand, 1 wind emblem. Alternative, 1 light emblem. Seller's message, if you have crafting blueprints, souls, or other valuable items, feel free to contact me for an exchange. Please refrain from disturbing me with sand, iron blocks, timber, and other resources. Seller, Moo 18076. Trade item, 1 coconut. Demand, 1 soul. Quantity for sale, 5. Seller's message, if you have emblems, crafting blueprints, or other valuable items, feel free to contact me for an exchange. Please refrain from disturbing me with sand, iron blocks, timber, and other resources. Moo deliberately added a note to avoid being inundated with inquiries from those lacking understanding. Once the trading information was posted, the chat channel immediately buzzed with activity. Wow, Muda Lao is selling water again. What's going on? How does he have so much water? A big shot is a big shot. We mere mortals cannot comprehend their world. Can we even compare ourselves to a big shot? I haven't had a sip of water since yesterday. He even added a note about resources. It seems he has collected in excess. Sigh. Comparing oneself to others can be disheartening. If someone could give me some iron blocks, I could craft an axe. This guy is asking for emblems? What on earth are those for? Moo remained silent, uninterested in the chatter on the public screen, which was largely filled with idle banter. At that moment, he received a private message. Lu Meiting 17255. Muda Gul, I see you're acquiring souls. Could you tell me what that is and how to obtain it? Moo was sifting through chat messages and happened to see this one. All successful trades were prioritized for display. Inquiring about the information related to souls. Should I say something to her? It seems that not only Ting Emiding, but many others are also curious about souls while browsing the chat channels. Additionally, there is considerable intrigue regarding MM's progress to the next island, for the resources he requires are largely unfamiliar to them. After some contemplation, MM resolved to share this information with everyone, given that a full day has elapsed since their arrival in this world. He could not be the only one to encounter the island's creatures. Among billions, there are undoubtedly many adept survivalists, and it is likely that numerous players have managed to slay the island's beasts, which should not be shrouded in secrecy. Furthermore, withholding such information would only suggest a lack of generosity on his part. Currently, as he gathers souls, revealing to other players how to obtain them would also facilitate his resource acquisition. As a prominent figure in the region, he must embody the qualities befitting such a status, thereby establishing his authority and earning the respect of others, for they might cross paths in the future. Promptly replied in the public chat, you can obtain souls by slaying the creatures on the islands. TN Emitting 17255. You are incredible, esteemed one. The chat channel erupted with lively discussions. Had MDLO truly slain aquatic creatures? Are the island's animals formidable? Could there be dangers? Might the esteemed one elaborate on the purpose of souls? What tools were used for the hunts? If I struck with my hoe, could I defeat them? I can scarcely even find food. Has the esteemed one already begun battling monsters for gear? Why have I never encountered any aquatic creatures? I wish to meet one and obtain a soul. You should be grateful you haven't encountered any. Are you certain you possess the prowess of MDLO? What if you were to be slain by the island's monsters? Would you be able to escape by jumping overboard? What a fanciful notion. It is utterly impossible. I have tried, and the island must be explored to level 30 or higher before one can depart. Otherwise, the vessel cannot sail. The response from the latter player alleviated some of MM's confusion. He had always survived under the prompts and had never considered the option of retreat. Clearly, being stuck on the ship was not feasible. Many players privately messaged MM inquiring about the purpose of souls. In response, MM chose to ignore them entirely. Firstly, he was uncertain about many functions. His current understanding was that souls are a type of resource, yet their scarcity remained unknown. Secondly, allowing others to understand the purpose of souls would be akin to inflating the base price for transactions. 2 days had passed since the start of the island survival experience, and it was likely that some had already acquired valuable items. MM diligently sifted through the information. GKW is N17876. I have a wind emblem and a blueprint for a barbecue grill for sale. Do you need them, esteemed one? The barbecue grill is an essential item for enhancing living conditions, and the wind emblem is also urgently needed in the current context. MM18076. I want them both. What do you need in exchange? GKW is N17876. Esteemed one, I desire water and food. MM18076. I can offer you 500 units of water and some canned goods. GKW is N17876. That's wonderful. How much do you have? MM18076. How much do you require? GKW is N17876. Would 5 cans suffice? MM18076. No problem. I will edit the trade information right away. Shortly after, MM shared the trading channel with GKW is in. Such a swift agreement? Upon observing MM's response, GKW is in briefly doubted whether his offer was too generous, yet he did not dare to backtrack, for thus far, no one had surplus water or food to trade with him. If he did not provide MM with the items, he would starve. He even worried that MM might change his mind midway. System notification. Trade successful for 500 units of water and 5 cans with a shelf life of 200 years. System notification. 1 wind emblem. System notification. 1 blueprint for a standard barbecue grill. System notification. Would you like to learn the blueprint for the standard barbecue grill? MM learn. A beam of light pierced his forehead. Standard barbecue grill. An essential tool for improving meals, simple and practical to operate. Manufacturing requirements. 5 iron blocks, 2 copper blocks, 1 stone, 2 pieces of wood. At last, he had gathered the materials for the hunting bow, alongside the barbecue grill. He would no longer have to consume raw meat. He proceeded to manufacture the standard barbecue grill and synthesize the exquisite hunting bow. System notification. 2 pieces of wood, 3 iron blocks, 3 copper blocks, 1 wind emblem. System notification. 5 iron blocks, 2 copper blocks, 1 stone, 2 pieces of wood. System notification. Standard barbecue grill successfully manufactured. Exquisite hunting bow synthesized successfully. A finely crafted bow appeared in MM's hands. Its size was impressive, adorned with intricate patterns, exuding a striking aura. Exquisite hunting bow, upgradable, a powerful range shooting tool, requiring arrows for use. Adding souls can reduce operational difficulty and enhance shooting accuracy. 1 soul allows for 100 shots. Arrows, 255 iron blocks, 2,310 pieces of wood. Chapter 17. Delicious grilled meat, encountering players. Does the crafting of arrows require additional materials? Although MM felt somewhat displeased, he currently had ample resources. He immediately synthesized 100 arrows and took out the exquisite hunting bow to practice drawing it. Remarkably, the bow felt quite sturdy. MM sensed a significant force pulling on the string. For someone inexperienced in archery like him, even drawing it proved quite challenging. Clearly, incorporating souls was essential. He added 1 soul. Upon attempting again, the feel of the bow had improved significantly. MM knocked an arrow, and with a swift motion, it flew forth, seemingly slicing through the air with a sharp wind sound, heading precisely in the direction he envisioned, feeling akin to playing a shooting game. Much more fluid now. Although the accuracy still deviated slightly from the intended target, the difference was minimal, suggesting that practice would suffice to rectify it. MM knocked 3 arrows simultaneously, and with a whoosh, all 3 arrows soared through the air, albeit at a slightly shorter distance than before. The exquisite hunting bow offered 2 shooting modes, a single shot and a 3-shot burst. The single shot traveled farther and was more accurate, while the 3-shot burst had a wider spread, reminiscent of a shotgun in shooting games, with each mode possessing its own advantages and disadvantages. MM then glanced towards the southeastern island, and the prompt had changed. A treasure chest lies on the southeastern island, guarded by 2 fire-tailed giant hawks. Your hunting bow poses a significant threat to them, but your aim seems insufficient. Indeed, practice was necessary. For safety's sake, MM refrained from rushing off. He decided to rest and recuperate on this island. He opened his survival base, added wood to activate the water collector, and began crafting some water. Meanwhile, he prepared to grill various seafood and meats, spotted salamander meat, unicorn walrus meat, wild oysters, clams, and an array of other delicacies, on the barbecue grill. Before long, an enticing aroma wafted from the barbecue grill. Indeed, it was delightful, albeit lacking in seasoning, which left Moo somewhat regretful. Consuming barbecue without beer and spices felt akin to a soul stripped bare. Even a hint of cumin and chili powder would suffice. He sliced off a piece of roasted unicorn walrus meat with a steel knife and placed it in his mouth, discovering that the meat was exceedingly flavorful. This marine creature's flesh naturally possessed a degree of saltiness, thus requiring no additional salt, yet it was sorely missing the spice. He then cut another slice of spotted salamander meat, which surprisingly tasted just like bullfrog. The texture resembled that of a small chicken leg, reeking of gamey and fishy notes, leaving him with a strong urge to retch. However, at that moment, he could hardly afford to be choosy. After all, in a world where mere sustenance was a luxury, he managed to adapt to the taste with a few bites. Woof woof, huff puff, the Katy dog beside Moo Moo was barking, its tongue lolling out and drool pooling on the ground. Its antics elicited a chuckle from Moo Moo as he patted its head and inquired, "Are you hungry too?" Woof. The Katy dog understood Moo Moo's words and responded with excitement. "All right, here's a piece for you." Moo Moo tossed a slice of spotted salamander meat to the Katy dog, which eagerly began to devour it, but soon raised its head, revealing a pleading expression. While Moo Moo and the Katy dog were relishing their meal, the sound of water splashing suddenly emanated from the nearby beach, followed by the arrival of two shabby boats. From them leapt two figures. "Uncle Lou, there seems to be some activity over there. Let's go check it out." At that moment, Moo Moo was still humming a cheerful tune while feeding the Katy dog. A thought struck him. He had some beast bones in his pack. Unsure if the Katy dog would enjoy them, he pulled out a spotted salamander bone and tossed it to the creature, which joyfully gnawed on it. After only a few steps, the two figures came into Moo Moo's line of sight. One was an older man, perhaps in his 50s, a middle-aged fellow, while the other appeared to be around 20. They were clad in coarse garments, one wielding a short spear and the other a dagger. Upon noticing Moo Moo, they appeared momentarily stunned, clearly not expecting to encounter another person in this area where resources had seemingly been depleted. After a brief pause, the younger one exclaimed, "You are Moo Moo." "Yes." Moo Moo nodded. The chat channel displayed avatars, and as Moo Moo had recently risen to prominence among players, being recognized was hardly surprising. Moo Moo remained unfazed by the presence of other players. He had anticipated such encounters, especially given the game's pre-launch warnings and the sheer number of players involved. To meet a notable figure from our district so soon is indeed an honor. The middle-aged man's gaze darted around, offering a compliment before scrutinizing Moo Moo's surroundings. When they caught sight of the bounty Moo Moo possessed, their eyes widened. What is he doing? Barbecuing? And look at this array of seafood. While they struggled to make ends meet, Moo Moo was already elevating his standard of living. Both men instinctively salivated, mirroring the Katy dog's eagerness. Though the Katy dog eyed them suspiciously, seemingly unfriendly. What manner of creature is that? A dog? A juvenile tiger? Is it Moo Moo's food or a pet? They swallowed hard, overwhelmed by the disparity before them. Observing the two men's somewhat greedy expressions, Moo Moo remarked, "The resources on this island have been thoroughly exhausted by me. You might want to seek elsewhere. Feel free to choose any route you wish." Moo Moo spoke the truth. Even if they searched, they would find little of value, rendering their efforts futile. It would be wiser for them to conserve their energy for future endeavors, as the next island, based on hints, would offer ample provisions. Chapter 18, What If I Say No? The two men stood motionless, showing no inclination to depart. Were they truly coveting his food? Moo Moo pondered briefly. It was unlikely they expected to dine for free, especially given the scarcity of food. A small portion could be exchanged for considerable resources. If they chose to leave, he would not hinder them. Given their shabby appearance, they likely possessed little worth taking, making it unnecessary to resort to pillaging. The middle-aged man smiled and introduced himself. "Brother Moo, it is fate that we three have crossed paths in this world. Allow me to introduce myself. My surname is Liu, and you may call me Uncle Liu. This is Xiao Zhang." "Oh," Moo Moo nodded, continuing to savor his barbecued meat, uncertain of their intentions. The man identifying himself as Uncle Liu continued, "Might you have an interest in joining us, traveling together? You mean, you want me to team up with you?" Moo Moo inquired, looking at the two. "Precisely." Uncle Liu replied patiently. "This world is fraught with danger. Having another companion bolsters our strength. Together, we can explore and share resources, distributing our findings evenly. Truth be told, Xiao Zhang and I only met last night, and through our collaboration, we have uncovered significant resources and even slain two island creatures." Clearly, this last statement was intended to entice Moo Moo into their fold, showcasing their capabilities and the advantages of shared endeavors. Uncle Liu subtly signaled to Xiao Zhang. "Indeed, Uncle Liu is correct." Xiao Zhang quickly chimed in. "Brother Moo, weren't you interested in souls? All souls will belong to you, while we keep the remaining resources." Moo Moo remained silent. Uncle Liu chuckled. "Brother Moo, there is no need to rush. Take your time to consider. I believe our cooperation can lead to great success. I am older and possess more life experience than you. In such a treacherous and unpredictable environment, you will certainly require guidance to survive. I see a strong bond between us. Let us become sworn brothers. You have resources, Xiao Zhang has strength, and I possess wisdom. Under my leadership, we can undoubtedly become the rulers of this region." Both Uncle Liu and Xiao Zhang were not foolish. In merely 2 days, Moo Moo had amassed a considerable supply of water and food, as if his resources were inexhaustible. Clearly, Aligning with Moo Moo would alleviate their immediate concerns about sustenance. If they could enlist Moo Moo as a subordinate, they might quickly ascend to his level or even surpass him. Regrettably, these two men overestimated themselves, and Moo Moo could not help but scoff internally at their naivety. Wisdom is indeed a valuable asset, yet it seemed that Uncle Lou lacked it. While forming a team was not out of the question, it required sufficient sincerity and a demonstration of mutual benefit or value. However, from the current situation, it was evident that these two offered little of worth in return. They looked gaunt and unkempt, their weapons mere short knives and spears, their clothes tattered and filthy, indicating that they lived in dire straits. The disparity between them was stark. Furthermore, their words lacked genuine sincerity. To assume a familial title and claim to lead him in conquest was deeply off-putting to Moo Moo. He had no need for Uncle Lou's guidance. Without a second thought, he shook his head decisively. I am not interested. With the prompts he possessed, there was no necessity to team up with these two to mitigate risks or discover more resources. Moreover, by bringing along these two burdens, he would have to share the already limited spoils, which was clearly unwise. In the early stages of a game where resources were scarce, every bit of provision was of utmost importance. While teaming up might seem to enhance survival odds, it equally diminished resource acquisition and slowed game progression, hindering the enhancement of one's own strength. In summary, the current opportunity for maritime exploration, available 5 times a day, effectively grants each member in a duo 25 chances. However, if divided among 3 individuals, each would scarcely obtain the resources of 2 islands, rendering such an endeavor utterly unprofitable. In the initial stages, when resources are scarce and island exploration is relatively simple, it is undoubtedly more advantageous to act independently. Consequently, the survivors will inevitably be the lone warriors of strength. As of now, Moo Moo has no intention of forming a team. Whether he will do so in the future remains to be seen. I suggest that Brother Moo consider this carefully. Upon witnessing the rejection, Lu Shu's tone turned frigid. There is a saying that strength lies in numbers. 2 fists cannot contend with 4 hands. If Brother Moo understands the importance of timing, he should join us and recognize the benefits of collaboration. This latter statement carried a subtle threat. The phrase strength lies in numbers referred to their duo. While 2 fists cannot contend with 4 hands implied Moo Moo's solitary strength against their combined might. Moo Moo comprehended Lu Shu's implication. However, he was not intimidated by their threats. In his eyes, these two were merely frail and weak. I advise you not to waste your time, Moo Moo stated, shaking his head, as those of differing paths cannot conspire together. Why does the young brother persist in his obstinacy? Lu Shu observed that Moo Moo's demeanor had grown entirely frigid, a hint of ferocity crossing his face. Do you know what I used to do? What does that have to do with me? Moo Moo replied nonchalantly. Lu Shu scoffed. I was the president of the largest company in America, Walmart's Huaxiao branch. No one dared to utter a word of dissent in my presence. At that moment, Moo Moo found Lu Shu utterly laughable, even pitiable. Despite the current circumstances, he still clung to past illusions, parading his former title. In this world, strength reigns supreme. Who cares about your former status as a president or head of state? No wonder he possessed an innate sense of superiority, demanding others call him Lu Shu, as if it were a privilege not to address him as Lu Zong. Moo Moo raised his head, casting a bemused glance at Lu Shu, and said casually, what if I refuse? Then don't blame us for being impolite. Lu Shu turned away, exchanging a glance with Xiao Zhang, who nodded in understanding, his eyes also gleaming with malice. Clearly, the two had long conspired on strategies to deal with other survivors, to recruit those they could, and to seize resources from those they could not. Everyone knew that Moo Moo was a substantial catch. Such a prime opportunity could not be discarded. Regrettably, they had overestimated their own strength. The moment Moo Moo encountered the duo, he sensed their ill intentions, thus maintaining a safe distance from them. As it stood, given the equipment possessed by these two, launching a surprise attack on him would not be an easy feat. They likely mistook their numbers for an advantage. However, the Katy dog beside Moo Moo was no ordinary foe. Xiao Zhang approached Moo Moo step by step, threateningly declaring, Moo, hand over your supplies, and we may spare your life. Chapter 19, Refining and Recycling. Moo Moo shook his head in resignation. I believe you two may have misjudged the situation. The fact that I can fare better than both of you demonstrates my superiority. Is living not preferable? Why seek your own demise? Still defiant even when death is imminent. Lu Shu's countenance suddenly twisted into a snarl. Xiao Zhang, let's not waste words. Together, we shall kill him and seize his resources. You forced our hand, kid. Under the current circumstances, we must eliminate you. Xiao Zhang echoed. With that, the two lunged forward, baring their teeth. Seeking death, Moo Moo roared, addressing the Katy dog beside him. Katy, go deal with Xiao Zhang. The Katy dog barked fiercely and lunged at Xiao Zhang. Oh my god! Xiao Zhang was instantly paralyzed with fear. Earlier, he had regarded the Katy dog as merely adorable, never anticipating its terrifying demeanor now. Having already been frightened of dogs, the Katy dog's fierce roar rendered him incapable of fighting back, and he turned to flee. Lu Shu, meanwhile, was not faring much better. Halfway through his charge, he suddenly noticed Mu Mu brandishing a bow and arrow, aimed directly at his chest. "Young brother, what are you doing?" Lu Shu froze, his expression shifting dramatically, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Clearly, he had not anticipated that Mu Mu possessed ranged weaponry. "What am I doing?" Mu Mu chuckled at his brainless inquiry. "I am here to take your life. When I told you to leave and you refused, since you seem so eager to die, I shan't hold back. Besides, I need to practice for my upcoming hunt on a nearby island." "No, please." Lu Shu was drenched in sweat. "Brother Mu, don't take this seriously. We were merely joking. We wanted to witness the true strength of a great one. Having seen it, we will no longer provoke you. May I leave now?" Too late. Mu Mu released his grip, and an arrow whizzed through the air, narrowly missing Lu Shu's head and plunging into the ocean. Cold sweat cascaded down Lu Shu's forehead. Had Mu Mu's shot been even slightly off, it would have struck him. He had clearly heard the wind rushing past his ear. "Ah, my apologies, I missed." Mu Mu remarked casually. "But that is quite all right. I have many arrows, and we can take our time." With a flick of his hand, he knocked another arrow. "Great one, I truly regret my actions." Lu Shu, his legs trembling, fell to his knees. "We should not have provoked such a figure. I beg for your mercy." "How dull. You're giving up just like that." A look of disappointment crossed Mu Mu's face. "If that's the case, then let me expedite your journey." Whoosh. An arrow flew forth, striking Lu Shu in the chest, resulting in his demise. "Sigh, why resort to such measures?" Mu Mu shook his head. Meanwhile, Xiao Zhang, pursued by the Katy dog, could only be described as utterly terrified, his body betraying him. However, the Katy dog excelled in speed, far surpassing what a mere ordinary player could hope to achieve after days of hunger. Within moments, the Katy dog had closed the gap, faced with impending doom. A panicked Xiao Zhang crouched down, recalling a saying, "Dogs fear humans who crouch." It was said that when one suddenly crouches, dogs assume you are about to throw stones at them and will flee. Although he was unsure what kind of beast was chasing him, the sound of its growls confirmed it was undoubtedly a dog. Regrettably, he was mistaken. In nature, crouching signifies an impending attack. Four-legged animals bend their front limbs and arch their hind limbs when launching an attack, while bipedal birds lower their necks before leaping to strike. Thus, in the animal kingdom, bending down has become a sign of preparation for an offensive, a result of evolution. Consequently, when dogs observe humans crouching, they interpret it as an indication of an impending attack, prompting common household dogs to retreat or flee. However, the Katy dog was no ordinary canine. Upon seeing Xiao Zhang crouch, it became invigorated, lunging forward with even greater ferocity. "What the hell, are you mad?" As the Katy dog accelerated, Xiao Zhang was struck with terror. "You insane dog, don't come near me. I'll smash you. I warn you, don't approach." Xiao Zhang frantically scooped up sand and hurled it at the Katy dog. Woof! The Katy dog leaped, tackling Xiao Zhang to the ground and viciously tearing at his flesh. "Ah, Mom, help!" Xiao Zhang cried out, his body racked with excruciating pain as blood flowed profusely. At that moment, he deeply regretted provoking this district overlord for no reason. If the authority of a great one could be so easily shaken, could they still be deemed great? Regrettably, he comprehended this truth far too late. "Mu Daolao, I was wrong. Spare me." Xiao Zhang wailed. "Katy, move aside." Mu Mu commanded from behind. Obeying Mu Mu's order, the Katy dog promptly stepped aside. "Is the Great One going to spare me?" "Thank you, Great One." Xiao Zhang knelt on the ground, tears of gratitude streaming down his face. "No need to thank me. I merely wished to expedite your liberation." Mu Mu swiftly loosed another arrow, instantly vanquishing Xiao Zhang. In less than 5 minutes, both adversaries lay lifeless. To show mercy to one's enemies is to be cruel to oneself. Mu Mu held no illusions about these two brigands attempting to seize his resources, viewing their demise as a small contribution to the safety of the region. Regrettably, eliminating these two yielded no souls, suggesting that such resources could not be acquired through the defeat of players. Their corpses bore the symbol of a white glove incessantly grasping, indicating items available for collection. Mu Mu approached and retrieved their wristbands and the weapons strewn on the ground. System notification, common short spear X1. System notification, common dagger X1. System notification, drop survival wristband X2. System notification, common short spear and common dagger can be recycled. Would you like to proceed with recycling? These weapons were of no use to Mu Mu, who decisively opted for recycling. System notification, common dagger and common short spear recycled successfully. System notification, wood X2. Iron block X2. The recycling process yielded only half the resources required for crafting. Muumuu's gaze turned toward the survival wristbands. Dropped survival wristband. Loot acquired from defeating players. Can be worn or melted down. Wearing it grants access to the resources contained within, as well as to bases and ships. But the resources of the original wristband become inaccessible. Melting it down allows the resources to merge with those of the original wristband. Note: only lower-tier wristbands can be melted into higher-tier wristbands. System notification: the dropped survival wristband can be melted down. Would you like to proceed? Melting down was not the same as recycling. Was this merely a counterfeit legacy? Clearly, Muumuu's wristband was of a much higher tier and resource quality than those of these two nuisances. Thus, Muumuuu chose to melt it down. Chapter 20. Treasure Map: the Old Grinding Machine. The wristband in his hand illuminated, and faint patterns emerged on the white surface, a gentle warmth enveloping his wrist. System notification: wristband melted successfully, current level 2. System notification: wood X10. System notification: stone X5. System notification: iron block X3. System notification: soil X30. System notification: glowing grass X10. System notification: Heidi mug X10. System notification: chili powder X250. System notification: human powder X300. System notification: partial treasure map X1. System notification: old grinding machine X1. Alas, the discovery of chili powder and cumin was belated. These two clearly witnessed him barbecuing, yet contributed nothing, and they still claimed to advocate for resource sharing. Furthermore, their remains bore neither souls nor any meat. Thus, their claims of having slain island creatures were evidently self-deception. And Muumuuu was fortunate not to have teamed up with them. The paltry spoils of these two were truly pitiful. Muumuuu turned his attention to the other items. Glowing grass, a mystical plant that emits a peculiar glow at night. It is non-toxic and harmless, but inedible. Old grinding machine, capable of grinding wheat, soybeans, and other grains into flour, requires repair before use. Currently lacking any grains, Muumuuu had no intention of repairing the grinding machine. What of the treasure map? Muumuuu unfurled the treasure map, a parchment-hued scroll exuding a distinctly vintage texture, adorned with illustrations of water bodies and islands accompanied by annotations. Northern Region 101 Waterway Treasure Map, a fragmented treasure map depicting the terrain and resource locations of nearby waters. It appeared that this area belonged to a waterway within the northern region. The treasure map's scope was modest, encompassing only a few dozen nearby islands. It marked the current location and the resources and wild creatures present on each island, with treasure chest locations prominently highlighted. However, this artifact held little value for Muumuuu, as he already possessed hints. Its sole advantage lay in its broader visibility. Muumuu's hints were confined to the surrounding islands, often causing him to overlook premium resources. In contrast, this map allowed him to observe dozens of islands along each route, enabling him to strategize optimal paths and avoid dead ends where danger lurked or resources were scarce. Yet, the map's limited range implied that he would soon exit the 101 waterway, rendering it obsolete within days. No wonder. For had a comprehensive map of the entire region been discovered, others would find it impossible to play. It seemed that Lu Shu and Xiao Zhang had initially intended to capture the unicorn sea elephant, only to be preempted by Muumuu's swift actions. However, considering their meager equipment, they had overestimated their capabilities. Muumuuu touched his wristband, and before him materialized 3 ruined bases and 3 ships. The other 2 bases and ships were in disrepair, clearly belonging to Xiao Zhang and Lu Shu, and were incomparable to his luxurious abode. Main base, the player's initial base, which can absorb subbases when its level exceeds that of the subbases. Subbase, abandoned ruined bases dropped by other players, eligible for absorption by the main base. System notification: a subbase has been detected for absorption. Would you like to proceed? Mothership, the player's initial vessel, which can absorb child ships when its level surpasses that of the child ships. Child ship, abandoned vessels dropped by other players, eligible for absorption by the mothership. System notification: a child ship has been detected for absorption. Would you like to proceed? Muumuuu entered and surveyed the surroundings. The subbase was utterly barren. The dilapidated ships and homes of these two were of no use to him. Upgrading them would require a significant investment of resources, rendering absorption a more favorable option. Muumuuu silently declared, "Absorb all bases and ships." System notification: subbase absorbed successfully. System notification: child ship absorbed successfully. Muumuuu observed as his ruined base expanded, now featuring several compartments, including 2 bedrooms, a kitchen, a bathroom, and a living room, albeit devoid of any furniture or facilities. Remarkably, it transformed from a modest flat into a 2-bedroom apartment. A small courtyard of 20 square meters emerged in front of the survival base, surrounded by a rudimentary wooden fence. The ship also underwent a transformation, considerably increasing in size, and now boasting a resting cabin to shield him from the elements. System notification, rune-based durability, 200. System notification, ship durability, 200. A delightful little harvest indeed. These two were merely offering themselves up. Mumu chuckled. At that moment, an unusual scent wafted through the air. Mumu glanced down at the dog Katie and inquired, "Woof, do you smell something?" Woof. Katie leapt up, racing toward the barbecue grill. Realization struck Mumu as he slapped his forehead. "Oh no, my barbecue." He dashed toward the grill, only to find the meat charred beyond recognition. The sight of the burnt meat filled Mumu with anguish. "Would you like some?" He sliced off a piece and tossed it to Katie, who sniffed it briefly before shooting Mumu a disdainful glance and sauntering away. Even a dog could be picky. Noticing the grill was still operational, Mumu resolved to brew some unicorn sea elephant blood to consume, albeit requiring a container. He opened the forging page and selected to craft a stone bowl. System notification, stone X2. System notification, small stone bowl crafted successfully. Mumu poured the unicorn sea elephant blood into the stone bowl, placed it on the grill, and heated it until it bubbled, gulping down 2 generous bowls. Refreshing. Mumu exhaled deeply, feeling a powerful warmth coursing through his body and radiating towards his limbs, invigorating his spirit and seemingly fortifying his physique with abundant strength. There lies a treasure chest on the island to the southeast, home to 2 fiery-tailed giant hawks, which must be approached with caution. The hunting bow in his possession serves as a formidable weapon against them. No further reminders regarding accuracy were necessary. It was time to embark. Mumu gathered his belongings and set sail towards the southeastern island. The journey was brief, taking only 10 minutes to reach his destination. Upon landing, a series of melodious calls echoed from afar. Following the sound, he beheld 2 magnificent golden-hued birds soaring in the sky, their bodies shimmering under the sunlight, while their tails flaunted a vivid scarlet hue. The fiery-tailed giant hawks. Chapter 21. Slaying the fiery-tailed giant hawks. As the fiery-tailed giant hawks glided at low altitude, they immediately fixated their fierce and excited gazes upon Mumu and his canine companion, Kati. After circling briefly in the sky, one of the hawks swiftly dove towards the ground. "Kati, be careful." Mumu positioned himself protectively in front of Kati. The hawk's speed was overwhelming, leaving Mumu no time to aim. He could only draw his short blade to block the attack. The hawk swooped down like a glider, its sharp talons aimed at capturing Kati, but Mumu intercepted its path with his knife, resulting in a crisp clash as the talons struck the blade. A flurry of feathers descended, and the hawk, undeterred by the failed attempt, adjusted its trajectory and soared back into the sky, leisurely circling above while keeping a watchful eye on the scene below. These 2 fiery-tailed giant hawks were enormous, resembling eagles, their eyes gleaming with predatory instinct, clearly born hunters. Mumu estimated their wingspan to be at least 4 meters. They seemed particularly interested in Kati, perceiving the canine as a potential meal, a creature of tender flesh. After a brief respite, they engaged in a cat-and-mouse game, alternating their attacks on Mumu. One hawk descended, attempting to seize Kati with its claws but retreated effortlessly into the sky when it failed. The other hawk quickly followed suit, and Mumu found himself in a precarious position, frantically defending against their relentless barrage. The short blade posed no substantial threat to these formidable foes. Kati roared fiercely on the ground, eyes wide with rage, yet the 2 giant birds remained unfazed. Kati's own attacks and abilities proved ineffective against them. The fiery-tailed giant hawks soared arrogantly, maneuvering through the air with casual ease, seemingly unconcerned, waiting for Mumu to exhaust his strength before claiming him as their prey. It appeared they communicated strategies in the sky, suddenly splitting apart and diving down from both sides, leaving Mumu exposed. "This is bad." Mumu silently cursed, urgently instructing, "Kati, run quickly. Draw one away, and I will deal with the other. Remember, retreat only. Do not engage." In a direct confrontation, Kati was no match for the fiery-tailed giant hawks. Following his command, Kati dashed in the opposite direction. "Don't get cocky. Do you think I am easy prey?" Mumu cast aside his short blade, revealing a finely crafted hunting bow. The moment he wielded the bow, both hawks visibly trembled, their previous nonchalance replaced by sudden tension as they hastened their flight. "Die!" Mumu knocked an arrow, and as one hawk approached, he released it with a swift motion. The arrow flew with remarkable speed, piercing through the hawk's chest. With a mournful cry, the hawk swayed violently before plummeting to the ground like a broken kite. The remaining hawk, shocked by the loss of its companion, screeched in alarm and doubled its speed, launching itself fiercely towards Kati. The shadow of its outstretched wings loomed over Kati, resembling a vast net descending from the heavens. Sensing the imminent danger, Kati could only flee for its life. Unable to glance back, turning around would slow its pace, sealing its fate. Such was the advantage of aerial predators over terrestrial creatures. Kati, veer to the right. Moo observed the hawk's trajectory shifting to the left and quickly directed Kati. The canine executed a sharp turn, narrowly evading the hawk's lethal strike. The hawk, now enraged, swiftly adjusted its course, eyes ablaze with fury, and lunged once more at Kati. You wish to harm my pet. You seek death. As Kati distanced itself from the hawk, Moo swiftly drew his bow again. Whoosh! The arrow whistled through the air, yet the hawk deftly evaded the attack. Its agility was markedly superior to that of its fallen companion. Although Moo's shot missed, it altered the hawk's flight path, reducing its speed and allowing Kati to gain some distance. Moo rapidly reloaded his bow and fired again. Whoosh! 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 A series of arrows flew, but each one narrowly missed, as if the hawk could sense the danger. A few times, Moo felt certain he had struck true, yet the arrows fell just shy of their mark. Damn it! I refuse to believe you are so elusive. Let's see you evade my spread shot. This time, Moo changed his strategy, loading 3 arrows simultaneously as the hawk approached. Whoosh! The trio of arrows launched forth. One struck the hawk's wing, causing it to tumble helplessly to the ground. The hawk flailed, its injured wing rendering flight impossible. You dare to threaten my pet? Perish! Moo retrieved his short blade from the ground and approached, plunging it into the hawk's neck. Both hawks lay dead. System notification, Soul 4. Each fiery-tailed giant hawk yielded 2 souls. The majestic bodies of the hawks lay motionless on the ground, proving to be formidable adversaries, primarily due to the disparity in equipment and shooting skill. These creatures had been the most troublesome foes Moo had encountered thus far. He dragged their massive forms together and began to dismantle their carcasses. System notification, Fiery-tailed giant hawk meat 6. System notification, Fiery-tailed giant hawk bones 4. System notification, Fiery-tailed giant hawk feathers 12. System notification, Fiery-tailed giant hawk blood 500. System notification, Fiery-tailed giant hawk tails 2. Despite their considerable size, the meat yield was minimal, suggesting that such animals left little behind once plucked. The meat and blood of the unihorned walrus were known for their revitalizing properties. Moo wondered what benefits the fiery-tailed giant hawk might offer. He promptly examined the blood and meat. Fiery-tailed giant hawk meat, tough and coarse, with a foul odor and minimal nutritional value, can stave off hunger. Current hunger index 2 stars, overall score 10. Disappointed by the unpalatable meat, Moo stowed it away. Perhaps it could be sold at the market for something of worth. Fiery-tailed giant hawk blood, non-toxic avian blood, drinkable but lacking in nutritional or beneficial properties. The blood proved equally worthless, confirming that the fiery-tailed giant hawk offered little of culinary merit. Chapter 22. Choosing the optimal route. Moo glanced at the remaining items, discovering he also possessed feathers and tails. Feathers of the Hui-Kuing, an excellent material for warmth and decoration, suitable for crafting garments or adornments. The tail of the Hui-Kuing, immense and marvelous feathers with an unknown function. The feathers seem to possess some utility, yet the purpose of the tail remains unclear. Nevertheless, Moo collected everything without hesitation. After absorbing the wristbands of 2 individuals, his carrying capacity had doubled, providing him with ample storage space. He ventured deeper into the island. The island, though modest in size, was home to a few withered trees and some scattered stones. Without a moment's hesitation, Moo brandished his hoe, felling both trees and stones. System notification, wood 1. System notification, wood 1. System notification, stone 1. System notification, stone 1. Upon unearthing the backside of a stone, Moo discovered a nest nestled within the stone pile, containing several eggs. Each egg was akin in size to a goose egg, with a pale yellow shell and an exceptionally smooth surface. He carefully extracted the nest. System notification, Hui-Kuing's nest 1. System notification, the Hui-Kuing's nest can be disassembled. Would you like to proceed? Disassemble the Hui-Kuing's nest. System notification, nest 1. System notification, Hui-Kuing's eggs 5. A nest and eggs? What purpose do they serve? Moo promptly examined the item information. Nest, a habitat for avian creatures, essential for the incubation and nurturing of birds. Hui-Kuing's egg, edible, rich in protein, and serves as a mysterious medicinal catalyst. Cannot be incubated. It appears they hold some value. The nest can be preserved for hatching other birds, while the Hui-Kuing's eggs may serve as a medicinal ingredient. Thus, he decided to keep them. Moo resumed his excavation. System notification, Stone 1. System notification, Stone 1. After depleting the stones, a silver treasure chest emerged. Silver treasure chest, a tier above the bronze chest, typically revealing delightful surprises. Though it may also harbor hidden dangers. This silver chest contained an abundance of treasures, devoid of peril. Moo, adhering to the system prompts, inspected the chest and, confirming its safety, opened it. System notification, Silver treasure chest 1. System notification. The silver treasure chest can be disassembled into 3 silver. Would you like to proceed? System notification, Perfect bronze sword blueprint 1. System notification, Perfect bronze sword blueprint can be learned. Would you like to learn it? System notification, Superior anesthetic blueprint 1. System notification, Superior anesthetic blueprint can be learned. Would you like to learn it? System notification, Colorless crystal 10. System notification, Emblem of light 1. He had indeed uncovered a perfect blueprint in crystals. Truly, the silver chest was remarkable. The emblem of light was circular, with unknown materials, its texture akin to stone, while the opposite side resembled metal, radiating a brilliant sheen, with faint patterns barely visible to touch. The colorless crystals were diamond-shaped, transparent, and luminous. Moo carefully stored the crystals and emblem and opened the blueprints. Perfect bronze sword blueprint. An emblematic combat device, featuring a blade that is both hard and sharp, capable of slicing through iron effortlessly, easily piercing the hides of animals. Superior anesthetic blueprint. A daily use medicinal item, which can be directly injected into an animal's bloodstream or mixed with food, requiring only a small amount to incapacitate an elephant in 3 seconds. With these 2 items, his combat prowess would undoubtedly soar. The anesthetic could be employed in conjunction with a hunting bow or the bronze sword. Any animal pierced would succumb. The bronze sword, being a flawless device, would surely surpass the might of his short blade significantly. Moo felt a surge of excitement. Disassemble the silver chest and learn all blueprints. System notification, Silver ingots 3. System notification, Perfect bronze sword blueprint learned successfully. System notification, Superior anesthetic blueprint learned successfully. He immediately accessed the forging page to review the crafting methods. Perfect bronze sword, copper ingots 3210, iron ingots 252, silver ingots 32, blade emblem 01. Superior anesthetic, alfalfa 02. Peppercorn 050, purple hemp 03, cold breath flower 05, fire source. The required materials for both items were insufficient. The bronze sword lacked an emblem, while the anesthetic was short on plants. The materials for the anesthetic should be accessible, as initially, plants had little utility. Many individuals arrived on a small island, excavated numerous plants without purpose, leading to diverse offerings in the trading market. As for the blade emblem, it would likely require a stroke of luck to acquire. After scouring the entire island, Moo had amassed 2 blueprints, 10 stones, 3 pieces of wood, 3 silver ingots, 10 colorless crystals, 1 emblem, 1 nest, and 5 Huijku eggs. The trading market might yield valuable items, yet Moo had no intention of selling resources immediately. With a treasure map in hand, he needed to devise the most rational route, assessing his immediate needs before engaging in trade. Moo unfolded the treasure map for examination. The small island to the east held a commendable bronze chest, but upon arrival, the surrounding resources proved scarce, necessitating a lengthy journey to escape the resource-depleted area. To the north, a tribe of cannibals resided, and Moo was reluctant to provoke them. Even with the perfect bronze sword, he doubted his ability to contend with them. The western island boasted an abundance of food and supplies, yet only one surrounding island was suitable for further navigation, and upon reaching that island, fierce beasts lurked nearby. It seemed the west was not an option. In the southwest, 2 silver chests beckoned enticingly, yet the other directions were beset by fierce winds and whirlpools. Based on prior hints, Moo had gleaned insights into the effects of such natural phenomena. Any journey henceforth would likely result in the loss of over half his supplies. Players like Lu Shu and Xiao Zhang might take the risk, but given his current state of resourcefulness, it was evidently unwise. To enhance his strength swiftly, he needed to identify the optimal route. After much contemplation, Moo resolved to head south first. The southern island held but a box of instant noodles, yet its eastern side contained 2 bronze chests, and heading northwest would lead him to encounter manageable low-tier island creatures, ultimately allowing him to proceed southward, where a silver chest awaited. After traversing several islands, he reached the edge of the treasure map, with no further islands visible. Chapter 23. Paper making is wasteful. The southern island was nearby. Moo arrived within a mere 5 minutes. The island's area was exceedingly small, less than 10 square meters, and it contained a dilapidated wooden box. Moo split the box open, revealing neatly stacked instant noodles scattered within. He collected them one by one. System notification, Kong Shuifu beef noodles 1. System notification, Chong E old jar sauerkraut beef noodles 1. System notification, Tang Kurin Japanese tonkatsu ramen 1. System notification, Ling Mai Lang scallion pork noodles 1. What a delightful variety. Moo Moo counted a total of 30 packs of instant noodles. Although lacking in nutrition, they were undeniably delicious and quite filling. Eating instant noodles while adrift at sea would be an unparalleled joy. After securing the noodles, he noticed his sailing attempts had been exhausted, now displayed as 0, and thus had to rest in place, awaiting the morrow's departure. After a day of sailing, Moo Moo was utterly fatigued, both weary and drowsy, with an appetite that had dwindled. He consumed only 5 sand fruits and 2 coconuts before collapsing in the survival base for a deep slumber. As dawn broke, Moo Moo awoke from a deep slumber that, albeit peaceful, left him feeling uncomfortable due to the hardness of the floor. After splashing his face with water, he promptly set off and arrived at the next island. On the Eastern Isle, apart from 2 copper treasure chests, there were no other resources to be found. The system indicated that the copper chests posed no danger. All chests were opened, revealing the following. System notification, Copper treasure chest 2. System notification, recipe for a magical cup 1. System notification, recipe for a magical wand 1. System notification, 20 cotton. System notification, recipe for rough toilet paper 1. System notification, the copper treasure chest can be decomposed into 10 copper. Would you like to decompose it? One chest contained 2 crafting recipes, while the other held cotton and the recipe for toilet paper. The toilet paper recipe was understandable, but Moo Moo was puzzled by the nature of the magical cup and wand. Curious, he immediately opened the details, but the text and formula symbols were indecipherable, and the images offered little clarity. What could this be? Recipe for a magical cup, a good companion for your journey, aiding men in alleviating the solitude of island life and freeing their hands. System notification, would you like to learn the recipe for the magical cup? Recipe for a magical wand, a good companion for your journey, assisting women in alleviating the solitude of island life and freeing their hands. System notification, would you like to learn the recipe for the magical wand? Moo Moo thought, such artifacts exist? Is this truly a legitimate survival game on an island? He certainly had no need for either of these items. It would be wiser to sell the recipes for a fair price instead. He decided to learn both recipes. 2 beams of light penetrated Moo Moo's forehead. System notification, recipe for a magical cup learned successfully. System notification, recipe for a magical wand learned successfully. His interest in learning the recipes was purely out of curiosity, with no ulterior motive. Shaking his head, Moo Moo accessed the crafting page to find the methods. Magical cup, manual silicone 0, 5, high elastic sponge 0, 2, iron block 25. Magical wand, manual silicone 0, 4, high elastic sponge 0, 3, with 21. All materials were unobtainable at this moment. However, Moo Moo was not anxious, for these items were not essential for survival. He turned his attention to the contents of the other chest. Recipe for rough toilet paper, a household necessity, safeguarding health and hygiene during travels. System notification, would you like to learn the recipe for rough toilet paper? He chose to learn the recipe and decompose the copper treasure chest. System notification, 10 copper blocks. System notification, recipe for rough toilet paper learned successfully. Toilet paper proved to be quite useful, having consumed numerous unclean items recently. Moo Moo had long intended to remedy the situation. Without paper, he would have no choice but to resort to the treasure map in his possession. He opened the forging page. Rough toilet paper, per roll wood 21, agave fiber 42, cotton 20, water 2,000. It was astonishing how much water was required to craft toilet paper. Moo Moo felt a pang of regret. 1,000 units of water could procure many valuable items. Yet here he was, wasting it on paper. Nevertheless, one must heed nature's calls, and at that moment, he could hardly afford to hesitate. Resolving to gather water later in the evening, he chose to craft the rough toilet paper. System notification, wood 3, agave fiber 1, cotton 1, water 1,000. System notification, rough toilet paper crafted successfully. A large roll of earthy yellow toilet paper materialized in Moo Moo's hands. He was reluctant to use it, mindful of conserving resources. With no toilet installed at the ruin base, Moo Moo had to find a suitable spot for his needs. After all, on such a vast beach, surrounded by white mist, there was no one to witness him. He squatted in a corner of the beach. A wave of overwhelming comfort washed over him. Suddenly, his companion, Kati Go, dashed over, excitement radiating from him as he circled around Moo Moo, inducing a rather awkward moment. Kati, what are you doing? This is not edible. Go over there and stop staring at me. After addressing his immediate need, Moo Moo, maintaining decorum, dug a small pit with his hoe and buried the evidence before deciding to list some resources for trade. Naturally, he was not seeking materials for the magical cup or wand, for there were several shield-kissing crocodiles on the island to the northwest. The hides of these creatures were remarkably tough, akin to armor, impervious to steel blades. While a hunting bow could pierce their skin, it posed no lethal threat. Moo was left with two options: either use tranquilizers to sedate them or forge a perfect bronze sword. Opening the trading channel, he listed his goods. Seller: Moo 18076. Trade item: 30 water. Request: 1 clover. Stock: 10. Seller: Moo 18076. Trade item: 30 water. Request: 100 peppercorns. Stock: 2. Seller: Moo 18076. Trade item: 30 water. Request: 1 purple hemp vine. Stock: 6. Seller: Moo 18076. Trade item: 30 water. Request: 1 cold breath flower. Stock: 10. Seller: Moo 18076. Trade item: 5 fire-tailed giant hawk meat. Request: 1 blade emblem. Stock: 1. Seller's note: if you have other emblems or recipes, feel free to message me for trade. He posted 5 items in one go, and the first 4 were snatched up instantly. Look, Muda Lao has released more water. Darn it, I was too late. How could this happen? What speed for a single man after so many years? It's your own fault for not being quick enough. Even the girls managed to buy water. Do girls not have quick reflexes? With successful trades, Moo found his inventory brimming with numerous items. He had not anticipated assembling the materials for tranquilizers so swiftly. He was ready to commence crafting. Chapter 24, A Good Sword. Moo retrieved the materials for 2 doses, placed them in a stone bowl, and crushed them to extract the juice before igniting it with a flint. System notification: clover 4, peppercorns 100, purple hemp vine 6, cold breath flower 10. A purplish-red flame erupted above the stone bowl, and after a brief moment, the fire extinguished, leaving the contents transformed into a viscous sludge. The air was filled with a vegetal scent. What is this? It was as if he had ignited rosin, mingling with the aroma of fish mint. Holding his nose, Moo stirred the mixture with a small stick, blending the solid and liquid components into a uniform consistency before hastily stepping aside. The concoction was overwhelmingly pungent, filling his nostrils with an acrid odor. After just a whiff, Moo felt dizzy and breathless. He needed to maintain his distance from this substance to avoid being affected. System notification: Superior Tranquilizer 88, crafted successfully. The number indicated the number of uses. 1 dose could be employed 4 times. And Moo had crafted 2 doses in total. With the tranquilizers ready, he checked for messages from the rune side and opened the private chat channel. Brother Moo, could you spare me a sip of water? I'm so thirsty. The avatar was that of a burly man with a scruffy beard. He must have mistaken Moo for a fool. System notification: Dear players of the nautical survival game, greetings. Congratulations on receiving a splendid gift pack of emblems from the system, containing 1 light emblem, 1 fire emblem, 1 wind emblem, and 1 water emblem. To claim your prize, simply send any food item from this account. Please note that the system may experience delays. If your rewards have not been received, kindly try again. Are scammers still so active? Moo silently committed his avatar to memory. If he encountered him, he would not let him off lightly. Each relies on their own abilities. But deceiving others is utterly unacceptable. Muda Lao, I have alfalfa and Sichuan peppercorns. May I exchange them for your fire-tailed giant buzzard meat? After a prolonged scrutiny, most of the messages were inconsequential. Moo's private messages could be described as overwhelming. Those who were dishonest, sending useless messages or spam advertisements, were promptly added to Moo's blacklist. At that moment, a private message caught Moo's attention. Belgrills 18281. Hi, dear Mr. Moo, long time no see. Do you remember me? We are old friends. I have a blade emblem and 2 souls. Do you need them? Indeed, someone has acquired souls. This individual, named Bell, is capable of producing 2 souls at once, indicating considerable strength. Moo has always been open to good items. Moo 18076. I will take them all. Belgrills 18281. Great. But could we alter the trading conditions? I just killed a creature and have temporarily satisfied my hunger, but I am uncertain if there will be food tonight. However, I am in need of water. Moo 18076. I no longer have excess water, only beast blood and coconuts. If you require them, I can exchange those with you. Belgrills 18281. Please wait, let me think. After a while, Bell sent a message. All right, since we are old friends, let us go ahead with the exchange. Consider it a gesture of friendship. It seems that Bell had scoured the trading market and found no suitable resources. He now seeks water, and apart from Moo, it is difficult to find surplus water sources. Even if a few exist, they are either overpriced or do not accept blade emblems, leaving Bell without suitable bargaining chips. Many players are devising ways to stockpile water for future resource exchanges. In contrast, Moo is taking the opposite approach, for he knows that sooner or later, others will discover water sources or water collectors. At that time, water will become increasingly affordable. The current water market is merely a bubble economy, destined to burst, rendering water a cheap resource. The more one trades now, the greater the profit. Moo replied to Bell. I offer 500 units of fire-tailed giant buzzard blood and 5 units of fire-tailed giant buzzard meat in exchange for your souls and blade emblem. In truth, Moo's actions are akin to those of a shrewd merchant, for these two items are not particularly valuable. It remains to be seen if Bell will accept this offer. Indeed, Bell responded, Mr. Moo, this is far too little. Is this how you treat your loyal customers? Could you not show a bit of sincerity? You must understand that the blade emblem is difficult to obtain, if not for my current need and thirst. I would genuinely hesitate to sell. It appears that Bell is not easily deceived, but Moo is determined to acquire the blade emblem. Gritting his teeth, he added 2 coconuts to the deal. Moo 18076. Very well, since you are a loyal customer. I shall present you with the most favorable terms. 500 units of fire-tailed giant buzzard blood, 10 units of fire-tailed giant buzzard meat, 100 units of unicorn walrus blood, and 2 coconuts. What do you think? Should you come across valuable crafting blueprints, emblems, or souls in the future, feel free to reach out to me for exchanges. Moo's intention was to assist Bell and foster a returning customer. This Bell appears to be a survival expert, and should he find something of value to trade in the future, it would greatly benefit Moo. After all, the fire-tailed giant buzzard is not particularly palatable. It is better to sell a favor to Bell, who seems unpicky. Bell Grills 18281. Excellent. My dear Mr. Moo, you are truly a great and kind person. System notification, trade successful. 500 units of fire-tailed giant buzzard blood, 10 units of fire-tailed giant buzzard meat, 100 units of unicorn walrus blood, and 2 coconuts exchanged for 1 blade emblem and 2 souls. The blade emblem is crafted from a mysterious metallic material, exceedingly thin with razor-sharp edges, featuring a symbol resembling an arrowhead at its center. With the blade emblem in hand, the perfect bronze sword can now be forged. Moo eagerly opened the forging page. Upon locating the perfect bronze sword, he clicked to manufacture. System notification, requires 10 copper blocks, 2 iron blocks, 2 silver blocks, and 1 blade emblem. System notification, perfect bronze sword successfully forged. Perfect bronze sword can embed emblems, inflicting attribute damage upon attack. An ancient bronze sword materialized in Moo's grasp. The sword was profound in hue, yet its blade was extraordinarily sharp, adorned with a long, link-like pattern. When swung lightly, a whisper of wind could be heard. Moo retrieved a copper block from his inventory and tossed it onto the ground, striking it with the bronze sword. With a resounding clang, the copper block was effortlessly cleaved in two. A fine sword indeed. Chapter 25. Encountering the shield-crossed ancient crocodile, a pincer attack. The sword could slice through iron like mud, capable of bisecting a copper block in an instant, demonstrating the might of a perfect weapon. If used against the armored shield-crossed ancient crocodile, it would surely be a simple task. Moo examined the reverse side of the bronze sword. Can it still be embedded? Perfect is a superior grade, and such a weapon allows for the embedding of various attribute emblems, inflicting attribute damage upon attack. System notification, the weapon panel has been activated. Moo opened the weapon panel, where his current weapons were listed in order of rank and attribute from highest to lowest. From top to bottom, they included the perfect bronze sword, the superior hunting bow, a dagger, and a hoe. The least valuable attributes were positioned at the bottom, with an option to reverse the order for easier searching. Selecting the perfect bronze sword, a striking blue model appeared before him, accompanied by an embedding prompt. Consuming 1 attribute stone allows for embedding 1 attribute emblem. The emblem can be removed later, requiring an attribute stone for removal. Moo briefly reviewed the embedding functions. Embedding the fire emblem adds burning damage upon attack. Embedding the water emblem adds freezing damage upon attack. Embedding the wind emblem increases attack speed during strikes. The varieties available for embedding are diverse. At present, Moo decided against embedding, lacking attribute stones, and knowing that removing them later would also require an attribute stone, a resource that is undoubtedly scarce. Even if obtained, it should be used judiciously. To the northwest island, 5 shield-crossed ancient crocodiles roam. This creature possesses thick armor, explosive strength, and is exceptionally fierce. They are adept at camouflage, requiring cautious engagement. The shield-crossed ancient crocodile appears to be a type of crocodile. Although Moo has never seen one firsthand, he has witnessed their prowess in films and television. These creatures may seem lethargic, lounging on the beach with indifference, but they can suddenly strike, seizing prey and dragging it into the water, where they reign supreme, unchallenged even by lions or tigers. Though armed with a bronze sword, Moo remains vigilant. To be on the safe side, he crafted 100 arrows and loaded one soul. The superior hunting bow cannot deal lethal damage to the shield-crossed ancient crocodile, so Moo prepared a batch of tranquilizer, applying it to a dozen arrows. Even if he cannot kill these crocodiles, the sedative should suffice to incapacitate them for several days. With all preparations complete, Moo set sail northwest. After approximately an hour, he arrived at the small island in the northwest. Amidst thick fog, he could not discern the situation on the island, only seeing a small stretch of beach roughly half a square meter at the bow of the boat. 5 shield-snout ancient crocodiles were present as Moo, with a heart full of trepidation, leapt from the boat. His vision widened instantly. The island appeared as a miniature mountain, primarily composed of rocky formations, with a few scattered stones dotting the distant beach. Yet, at that moment, Moo felt an unsettling anxiety, sensing that the atmosphere was awry. He instinctively cast his gaze downward and around him, only to discover that the stone beneath his feet was stirring, and the seemingly tranquil stone suddenly opened its eyes. At that very moment, the 2 adjacent stones also abruptly revealed their eyes. A chill ran down Moo's spine. A wave of cold surged from his feet to his head, prompting him to slowly retreat, fearful of provoking these formidable beasts nearby. Just then, one of the stones trembled slightly, and an ominous thought struck him. A golden warning appeared. Beware, the shield-snout ancient crocodiles are preparing to attack. Moo sprang backward onto the boat, and in that very spot where he had just leapt, 3 ferocious jaws emerged to snap at him, followed by the violent sound of their gaping mouths, causing him to break into a cold sweat. Had it not been for the warning, he would have become a meal for the crocodiles. The island remained unexplored, and the boat was currently unable to navigate, yet Moo could temporarily seek refuge on board. However, scarcely had he caught his breath when he heard a splash. One of the shield-snout ancient crocodiles had plunged into the water. At that moment, Moo certainly did not consider that these creatures were retreating. He carefully retreated into the cabin, lest he be caught in a pincer movement. The bronze sword was already drawn. With a series of dull thuds, 2 crocodiles had already crawled up from the bow of the boat. Yet they did not rush to attack. Instead, they fixated on Moo, poised to strike. Woof, woof. Katie sensed the danger and barked incessantly. Katie, step back, be careful. Moo tightened his grip on the bronze sword, glaring fiercely at the 2 crocodiles before him. A muffled sound emanated from one of the shield-snout ancient crocodiles as it suddenly accelerated, charging at Moo like a cannonball. Woof. Katie, eager to protect its master, lunged forward, colliding with the shield-snout ancient crocodile. The impact was unexpected. The crocodile had not anticipated the swift speed of this small creature, and it was immediately knocked aside. Disoriented, Moo dared not take chances. Seeing the crocodile struggling to rise, he tightened his grip on the bronze sword and stabbed directly into its open mouth, piercing its forehead. 1 shield-snout ancient crocodile was slain. System prompt, Soul 1. System prompt. The shield-snout ancient crocodile can be disassembled. Would you like to disassemble it? At that moment, Moo's mind was far from considering the disassembly of the crocodile. He remained tense, focusing on the other crocodile before him. Just then, an unusual sound came from the stern of the boat. Another shield-snout ancient crocodile had emerged. Moo's expression tightened. After all, he had never undergone survival training and was neither a special forces operative nor a fitness enthusiast. Faced with such ferocious beasts, he felt utterly unprepared, and the current situation was one of being flanked. Katie, can you handle the crocodile behind us? Katie responded softly. All right, when they approach, we will strike together. The 2 crocodiles slowly advanced toward Moo. A wave of pressure washed over him. He dared not act rashly, placing his hopes on Katie, for facing 2 shield-snout ancient crocodiles simultaneously would lead to certain death. At that moment, the distance between the crocodiles and Moo was less than 2 meters. If they closed in any further, Moo would have no time to react when they attacked. Katie now? Moo shouted, charging forward alongside Katie. The 2 crocodiles also sprang into action, lunging fiercely at them. Chapter 26. Katie is wounded. The tranquilizer takes effect. Bang! Katie collided forcefully with the shield-snout ancient crocodile, knocking it aside. Yet the crocodile's thick armor showed no signs of damage. Katie bit down fiercely on the crocodile's skin, but found it impervious. The shield-snout ancient crocodile swung its massive tail like a whip, aiming a powerful strike at Katie, who deftly dodged the lethal blow and managed to tackle the crocodile. The crocodile turned to bite, but missed as Katie evaded once more. In that moment, Katie and the shield-snout ancient crocodile were locked in a fierce struggle. Although the crocodile's skin was thick, Katie's speed was superior, consistently evading its attacks. While unable to pierce the giant crocodile's hide, Katie managed to keep it occupied, resulting in a stalemate. Moo raised his bronze sword and struck at the head of the other shield-snout ancient crocodile, but it skillfully rolled aside, avoiding his attack. Clearly, the recent death of its companion had instilled caution in it, and it was wary of Moo Moo's weapon. The shield-snout ancient crocodile let out a furious roar and suddenly lunged at Moo Moo with astonishing speed, causing his hairs to stand on end. Moo Moo immediately raised his bronze sword to defend himself, clanging against the attacking crocodile as it nimbly leapt aside, crashing against the side of the boat. This strike seemed more like a test of Moo Moo's strength. The boat rocked slightly from the impact, causing Moo Moo to lose his balance and nearly stumble. Seizing the opportunity, the shield-snout ancient crocodile turned its head and lunged at Moo Moo's rear with a ferocious bite. Not good. Moo Moo gasped in alarm, regretting his earlier decision. The confined space of the cabin was awkward for him, especially on water, while the crocodile had the advantage. At that moment, Moo Moo's center of gravity was unstable, and he had no time to retract his foot, watching helplessly as the crocodile aimed to snap his ankle. In a critical moment, Katie suddenly barked loudly and charged at the shield-snout ancient crocodile, knocking it over. Moo Moo wasted no time. With a swift strike, he cleaved the crocodile in two. Upon witnessing its companion's demise, the remaining shield-snout ancient crocodile emitted a terrified cry and turned to flee. Thinking it could escape? Too late. Moo Moo, with his speed, could not reach the fleeing crocodile in time. Instead, he drew his hunting bow and aimed at the crocodile's tough armor, releasing an arrow. The arrowhead penetrated its skin, and the shield-snout ancient crocodile writhed in pain, but soon its movements began to slow. A golden notification appeared before him. The tranquilizer has taken effect. It is about to enter a state of unconsciousness. 3 seconds later, the unconscious crocodile toppled from the boat into the water with a splash. Although it was merely unconscious, it would still pose a threat upon awakening. Moo Moo exerted considerable effort to drag the crocodile from the water and delivered a fatal blow with his sword. The crisis was temporarily averted. Woof, woof. Katie, immensely weakened, let out a mournful whimper and collapsed on the ground. Katie. Moo Moo rushed over and cradled Katie in his arms, feeling a deep bond forged through their battles. Regarding it as his closest companion, a sticky sensation coursed through his palm as he lifted Katie's leg, discovering a pool of blood. You're hurt. Seeing his little companion injured filled Moo Moo with immense sorrow. He could only take out some tissue to clean the wound, and then solemnly set Katie down nearby. Having just endured a perilous ordeal, without Katie's presence, Moo Moo might have faced dire consequences. Yet now, with Katie wounded and lacking assistance, he could not act recklessly against the remaining shield-snout ancient crocodile. Standing on the beach, Moo Moo gazed into the distance as a golden notification reappeared before his eyes. The immobile black object in the middle of the 3 points is a ferocious shield crocodile, poised to strike, necessitating caution against its potential ambush. To your left lie 3 stones. And if you assume they are merely stones, you are gravely mistaken. The middle one is a camouflaged shield crocodile, burying its body and tail beneath the sand, ready to launch a sudden attack on any creature that passes by. Remarkably, its disguise is quite convincing. Moo Moo, following the prompt, scrutinizes the area and indeed finds that the 2 black entities differ from the surrounding stones. The shield crocodile's dark skin allows it to blend seamlessly into the environment, misleading one into believing it is just another rock scattered across the beach. Little do they know, these are cunning predators. However, their current motionless state is somewhat amusing, practically offering themselves as prey. Moo Moo has no intention of confronting them directly. Instead, he swiftly draws his hunting bow and aims at the body of the crocodile. With 2 swift arrows, the shield crocodile is completely sedated. Approaching with his sword, he carves open its chest. Shield crocodile, slain. The crisis is averted. Soul 5, decompose shield crocodile. System prompt, shield crocodile meat 30. System prompt, shield crocodile skin 25. System prompt, shield crocodile blood 5,000. System prompt, shield crocodile bones 20. System prompt, shield crocodile claws 20. A modest bounty. Despite the peril, the substantial amount of blood and meat acquired is sufficient to sustain both Moo Moo and his companion, Ka-Ti, for several days, with excess for trade. Moo Moo promptly opens his inventory to inspect. Although he has never encountered crocodile meat before, he has seen on television and in news reports that people from Asangwa often catch crocodiles to roast, indicating it may be quite palatable. Shield crocodile meat, a low-fat, low-cholesterol meat, not only exquisite in flavor, but also beneficial for nourishing the heart and lungs, replenishing blood and strengthening bones, enhancing kidney function, and dispelling evil and dampness. Regular consumption may invigorate and nourish blood, alleviating cough and wheezing. Current hunger satisfaction index, 3 stars, overall rating, 68. Indeed, no wonder ASEAN people favor it. It is a miraculous remedy. Shield crocodile blood possesses anti-inflammatory, heat-clearing, and detoxifying properties, capable of eradicating viruses and bacteria within the body or alleviating poisoning symptoms. Moo was surprised to learn of the blood's significant benefits. He refrained from drinking it immediately, considering its potential use as an antidote should he encounter poisoning in the future. Shield crocodile claws, a rich source of animal collagen, offering benefits for enhancing vitality and male potency, as well as skincare and beauty. They can improve skin elasticity and reduce wrinkles, significantly boosting one's appearance and masculine charm. Without hesitation, Moo took 2 shield crocodile claws and put them in his mouth. What man could resist such a delicacy? Chapter 27. Acquiring the Compendium. Consuming the crocodile claws did not cause Moo any discomfort. Their texture was reminiscent of spicy chicken feet, pleasantly chewy. After swallowing, he felt an invigorating surge of energy coursing through him, and his skin, which had darkened from days of exposure to the elements, began to regain a fair complexion, becoming smooth and elastic like that of a newborn. Truly, a remarkable treasure. Moo then turned his attention to the bones and skin. Shield crocodile skin, beneficial for unblocking meridians, alleviating inflammation and pain, and invigorating the mind. Consumption can significantly enhance the skin's resilience to impacts, enabling it to withstand simple mechanical assaults. It can also be used to craft leather goods and decorative items. Shield crocodile bones, strengthen muscles and bones, replenish essence and marrow, and promote blood circulation, effective against rheumatic pain. The bone powder contains a wealth of active calcium and phosphorus, useful for preventing and treating osteoporosis. Consumption can greatly enhance bone hardness, enabling resistance against simple blunt force strikes. Recommended preparation. Select a high-quality bone, combined with a small amount of prepared mountain herbs, carrots, ginger, and ribs for stewing, yielding a sweet and fragrant flavor. Both the bones and skin are edible. The shield crocodile is indeed a treasure trove. This time, Moo has struck it rich. He is particularly interested in the benefits of the bones and skin and plans to brew a crocodile soup when he has the chance. Setting Kati beside a stone, he instructed, Kati, rest here and do not wander. I will gather some resources. Moo took out his hoe. System prompt, stone 1. System prompt, stone 1. This island is abundant in stones of excellent quality, and within a short time, he accumulated 30 units. Atop the mountain lies a small grove, where tall trees bear numerous orange fruits resembling small sugar oranges. Moo picked one of the fruits. Ma Qianzi fruit, highly toxic, primarily containing Ma Qianzi alkaloids and various other biological alkaloids. After processing, it can be used medicinally. Its properties are cold and bitter, effective for unblocking meridians, dissipating masses, and alleviating swelling and pain. A fruit with an extremely high toxin content, ingestion can immediately disrupt the nervous system, causing symptoms such as rapid heartbeat, and in severe cases, may lead to sudden death. Once again, a blue prompt and a golden prompt appeared. The Ma Qianzi fruit is inedible. Moo decided to fell all the trees. The trunks are sturdy and can be used for construction or agricultural tools. System prompt, Ma Qianzi fruit 300. System prompt, wood 20. System prompt, Ma Qianzi fruit can be decomposed into seeds. Would you like to decompose? Seeds hold little value for Moo, so he chose not to decompose them. Behind the stones, Moo unearthed a silver treasure chest, with a prompt indicating no danger. He opened the silver chest. System prompt, Island Biological Compendium 1. System prompt, Recipe for Superior Wound Medicine 1. System prompt, the silver chest can be decomposed into 3 silver. Would you like to decompose? System prompt, the recipe for superior wound medicine can be learned. Would you like to learn it? Disappointed, Moo noted that the silver chest contained only a compendium page and a crafting recipe. This wound medicine is likely intended for treating injuries or wounds, which would be extremely useful in island survival. After all, there are numerous wild creatures here, and injuries are inevitable. Currently, his companion, Kati, is already injured, making the wound medicine critically necessary. If he can craft the wound medicine and sell it in the trading market, it should fetch a good price. Moo contemplated. Recipe for superior wound medicine, a potent remedy for wounds, made from herbal ingredients. It is an external product that, when applied to wounds, facilitates rapid healing. He decided to decompose the silver chest and learn the crafting recipe. System prompt, 3 silver pieces. System prompt, successfully learned the recipe for superior wound medicine. Moo urgently needed the wound medicine to treat Ka Ti's injuries and immediately opened the crafting interface. Wound medicine, 0, 5 donkey, 0, 8 Chilanju grass, 300 Ma Qianzi fruit, 0, 3 hemostatic grass, 50 water. With the Ma Qianzi fruit in abundance, he had gathered plenty, but he lacked the other 3 materials. Moo decided to search the trading market later. For now, he would investigate what the Island Biological Compendium is used for. Opening the compendium, he discovered the writing was exceedingly blurred, and the edges were ragged, resembling torn scraps of paper. Damaged Island Biological Compendium, fragment a portion of an ancient book, recording details of certain island creatures. This compendium is damaged and requires restoration before it can be used. System prompt. The damaged Island Biological Compendium is broken. It will cost 1 soul to repair. Would you like to repair it? Moo hesitated for a moment before saying, repair the compendium. A meticulously crafted illustration cannot solely support a silver treasure chest. This compendium may prove invaluable, potentially containing crucial intelligence about the island's fauna. This adventure has yielded 5 souls, and expending 1 soul for repairs is a worthy investment. The system prompts indicate, Soul 1. The restoration of the incomplete island fauna compendium has been successfully completed. A further prompt appears, inquiring if one wishes to learn from the compendium. 3 consecutive notifications manifest before Moo, leaving him curious about the implications of such knowledge. Would it unveil another attribute panel? Quietly, Moo opts to learn. The compendium transforms into a radiant beam, merging with his essence. Upon accessing the system panel, an additional circular button labeled Tujian materializes beside the functional buttons on the right. Upon selecting the compendium, a grid-like listing emerges. Shield Kiss Ancient Crocodile, Firetail Giant Hawk, Spotted Salamander, Corpse Hound, Duck-billed Ant Bug, Three-eyed Venomous Octopus, Mother Spider. Each creature is accompanied by a miniature representation, and upon opening, detailed descriptions follow. Some creatures Moo has encountered, while many remain unfamiliar. He casually selects the Shield Kiss Ancient Crocodile to view its details. Shield Kiss Ancient Crocodile, a carnivorous, oviparous vertebrate reptile, adept at camouflage, often lurking on beaches, burying itself in sand to resemble a rock, or hiding among stones to blend with the surroundings, launching fierce attacks when the target is unsuspecting. This creature typically does not appear alone. Ability, Camouflage. Vulnerability, cannot attack consecutively, prone to slumber in sunlight, often lying motionless on the ground. Danger level, 28. Moo then explores the introduction of the Unicorn Walrus. Unicorn Walrus, a massive, powerfully built mammal. The horn atop its head serves as an effective weapon against foes. Its hide is dense and robust, making it resistant to fatal injuries from common weaponry. Possessing a strong territorial instinct, this creature prefers to dominate its surroundings, typically not sharing its island with others of its kind. Ability, Unicorn Charge. Vulnerability, afraid of barking dogs. Danger level, 31. Chapter 28, The First Auction. The information within the compendium aligns closely with Moo's existing knowledge. Each creature's entry contains an enlarged image, which can be rotated and examined from all angles. This compendium resembles a treasure map. Dismissing it as useless would be a grave error, as other players would undoubtedly treasure it. However, for Moo, its value diminishes somewhat, as he possesses prompts that allow him to mitigate risks and discern which creatures to avoid. With this compendium, he can familiarize himself with the danger levels and vulnerabilities of these animals, employing his wits or alternative methods to cleverly dispatch them. Moo continues to examine the details of other encountered creatures. The Spotted Salamander has a danger level of 15, while the Firetail Giant Hawk's danger level is 30. All the island creatures he has faced are documented within. Evaluating the challenges he has encountered and his own ability to confront them, he finds the compendium's assessments to be reasonably accurate. However, he acknowledges that one cannot rely solely on the danger levels to make sweeping judgments about a creature's capabilities or combat prowess. For instance, while the Unicorn Walrus has a higher danger level than the Shield Kiss Ancient Crocodile and possesses greater offensive power, he has the advantage of the Katy Dog, a natural enemy, and has set traps, making it relatively easy to capture the Unicorn Walrus. Conversely, when confronted by the Shield Kiss Ancient Crocodile, he had no opportunity to set traps, and 3 simultaneously attacked him, putting him in a perilous situation that nearly led to his demise. Additionally, although the Firetail Giant Hawk has a high danger level, it shows a preference for medium-sized animals, prioritizing attacks on the Katy Dog. Armed with a hunting bow, Moo feels relatively secure against it. There are inherent vulnerabilities and interspecies counters among animals, necessitating caution and discernment in their treatment. As he scrolls through other unfamiliar creatures, most exhibit danger levels below 70. Moo surmises these are likely low-tier initial species. After all, a mere fragment cannot encompass the entirety of marine life. More advanced entries must exist, but he currently lacks access to them. Nevertheless, this compendium suffices for his current circumstances. Suddenly, Moo ponders whether there might be information about pets like the Katy Dog. He opens the compendium and searches for Katy Dog, only to find a gray button on the right side indicating Spirit Compendium. Spirit Compendium page requires ownership of 2 or more pets and a Spirit Compendium to unlock. Insufficient conditions prevent access. Having thoroughly scavenged the island's resources, Mumu approaches the Katy dog. At this moment, the Katy dog lies feebly on the ground, its head drooping in the sand, ears limp. Its expression is one of desolation, and it neglects the bone Mumu tosses, pawing it aside. Upon inspecting the Katy dog's injured leg, he discovers signs of severe infection, necessitating immediate treatment. Mumu resolves to rest for a while, awaiting the Katy dog's recovery before embarking on further maritime adventures. Losing such a reliable companion due to reckless haste would be regrettable. With water resources nearly depleted, Mumu takes out the water collector and combines it with wood to produce some water, then seeks medicinal herbs for the Katy dog's wounds. Mumu opens the trading channel and selects the plant category. A glance reveals numerous sellers offering medicinal herbs. Several pages display exorbitant prices, as many sellers are unaware of their proper usage and opt to list them at inflated rates. Some demand a meat or 300 units of water for a single dangaway. Why not just rob it? Mumu muses. In the real world, medicinal herbs might be costly, but in this island realm, water is the most valuable commodity at this stage. After searching without finding a suitable price, Mumu decides to auction his own items, with the highest bidder winning. Auction items can be posted once daily, and Mumu reviews the materials required to create a healing ointment: 5 dangaway, 8 chilanju grass, 15 machazi fruit, and 30 hemostatic grass. Based on his experience, he deduces that the rarer the resource, the less quantity is needed. Dangaway is likely the most challenging to procure, while hemostatic grass might be abundant given its common name in the game. Since this is an auction, rarity is paramount. Thus, Mumu resolves to prioritize purchasing dangaway. He selects the auction feature, browses through his item inventory, and compiles a set of goods for listing. Seller: Mumu 18076, auction. Auction item: 30 water, 1 coconut, 100 unicorn walrus blood, 1 spotted salamander meat, 2 unicorn walrus meat, 1 canned food. Demand: 30 hemostatic grass. Dangaway, bidding. Auction rules: starting price 30 hemostatic grass. Minimum bid increment 1 dangaway. Buy it now. Instant purchase 50 hemostatic grass, 20 dangaway, available for immediate purchase. Note: once the bid exceeds 20 dangaway, instant purchase option is no longer available. Auction duration: 30 minutes. The auction differs from trading in that it allows for bidding conditions and the option to set a buy it now price. If Mumu feels overwhelmed by bidders or lacks confidence in securing his desired items, he can opt for an instant purchase to acquire urgently needed goods. However, instant purchases generally require a greater expenditure of resources. Nonetheless, for high-quality resources, an instant purchase may prove more economical than a bidding war, which could escalate the costs further. Mumu feels confident about this auction, as the price he offers is sufficiently generous, enough to sustain an adult male for 12 days. The generous conditions offered stem from Mumu's urgent desire to save his dog. The bond formed between a person and a dog through shared experiences of life and death has grown profoundly deep. KDGU is not merely Mumu's companion in battle. He serves as a spiritual anchor, alleviating Mumu's solitude amidst the vastness of the ocean. The auction duration is limited to a maximum of 3 days, yet Mumu allocates only half an hour, as he cannot afford to wait. Waiting 3 days would subject KDGU to immense suffering, and Mumu would miss out on 3 days of exploration opportunities, which is certainly unacceptable. Besides the auction requirements, he still needs QLNGCO. Thus, Mumu lists an item on the trading channel. He refrains from bundling QLNGCO with the auction item, fearing that no one would possess both ZH11CO and DNGU simultaneously. Bundling multiple items for auction poses significant risks, increasing the likelihood of unsold items. Seller: Mumu 18076. Trading item: 1 shield-kissed ancient crocodile meat. Stock: 2. Demand: 10 QLNGCO. Seller's note: only need QLNGCO, foolishness not welcome. After listing the trading item, Mumu lazily reclines on the beach, cradling KDGU in his arms, basking in the sunlight. Meanwhile, the chat channel has become lively. Come quickly. Muda Lao has begun the auction. Those with resources, hurry and seize the opportunity. Could you please be quiet, you chatterbox upstairs? You always talk too much. If you're not buying, why are you shouting? I still want to look for a bargain. Exactly, this guy is so cheap. Idling around all day just to shout on the trading platform. I really wish I could meet him and give him a few slaps. Wow. How many creatures has this boss killed? There's blood, flesh, and even water. Does this boss already have so much food? I only have ZH11CO. Who is Dingu? Please message me. I'll trade with you. What is QL and GCO? Can it be eaten? Mumu briefly scans the chat and finds that Dingu is indeed a relatively scarce resource, while ZH11CO is abundant among many players. What if no one possesses both ZH11CO and Dingu simultaneously? Opening the auction channel, Mumu realizes he has overthought, as there are already bids placed. Buyer, ZHing17070, bid, 30ZH11CO, 1D Ingu. Buyer, Zing Xian 17,372, bid, 30ZH11CO, 2D Ingu. Buyer, HFI16955, bid, 30ZH11CO, 3D Ingu. Buyer, ZHNB17776, bid, 30ZH11CO, for D Ingu. Buyer, Elchio 18380, bid, 30ZH11CO, 5D Ingu. Before long, the auction price exceeds his expectations and continues to rise. Mumu breathes a sigh of relief. 5D Ingu is the minimum he can accept, and as long as the auction time concludes, he will be able to concoct the golden wound medicine. Shortly thereafter, the number of D Ingu has increased to 10. Damn it, who outbid me? Step forward. Someone complains, having found their bid retracted. Have you lost your mind? My bid was also topped, and now the D Ingu has risen to 13. Are you all still buying? It's just a few pieces of meat. Have you never eaten before? Is it really that necessary? Wealthy brothers, could you please stop outbidding me? 15 D Ingu is my limit. My little brother hasn't eaten in a day, please let me have it. 15? What are you talking about? My 17 D Ingu was outbid. Enough arguing, it's gone. I was just about to raise my bid when a big shot snatched it up. Amidst the discussions and astonishment, someone has directly purchased the group of food with 50 ZH11CO and 20 D Ingu in a flash. The originally designated 30-minute transaction time concluded in less than 10 minutes. Damn it, who was that? I was just about to make my move, and when I hesitated, it was gone. You can't blame others. You were just too slow. Is it really possible for someone to have that much ZH11CO and D Ingu? With so many resources, why are they competing with us? It's simply outrageous. Stop the noise. Muda Lao is selling other meats as well, those with items. Hurry and check it out. Such is life. When you are still hesitating, others have already made their move, and before you can react, the desired items have vanished. Mumu did not anticipate that the resources he auctioned would be snatched up so quickly. Evidently, his price was too low. After all, this was his first auction. And lacking experience, he should raise the price or offer fewer items next time. Mumu opens the trading channel. System notification, 30 water, 1 coconut, 100 unicorn walrus blood, 1 spotted salamander meat, 1 unicorn walrus meat, 2 cans auctioned successfully. Buyer, BIRGLS. System notification, ZH11CO50. D Ingu 20. System notification, shield-kissed ancient crocodile meat transaction successful. System notification, QLNGCO20. Once again, it is this player named BIRGLS who has purchased his items. Mumu ponders that this player is not ordinary. The materials for crafting the golden wound medicine have been completely gathered, with plenty of surplus remaining. He can now proceed to manufacture the medicine. Opening the crafting page, he selects the golden wound medicine. System notification, 5D Ingu, 8QL NGCO, 15M Chi NZGU, 30ZH11CO, 50 water. Mumu takes out a stone bowl, places all the materials inside, mashes them, then adds water, stirring thoroughly before kneading them into 5 equally shaped clay lumps. The golden wound medicine is successfully crafted. System notification, obtained exquisite golden wound medicine, 55. Exquisite golden wound medicine, an essential remedy for daily adventures and life. Applying it to wounds can hasten recovery and replenish vitality. 1 dose of golden wound medicine can be used 5 times. Mumu immediately takes 1 clay lump and applies it to KDGU's injury. As the medicine is applied, KDGU lets out a whimper, its frail body twitching momentarily before retracting its leg. Clearly, the application of the medicine caused pain as it sterilized the wound. Be good, KD. It will get better soon. Mumu coaxes KDGU as if soothing a child. KDGU rolls its eyes but extends its leg again. Approximately 3 minutes later, Mumu has evenly applied the clay lump on KDGU's wound, and the dog no longer struggles. Its leg feels a refreshing sensation, and it begins to hum contentedly. After half an hour, KDGU's condition visibly improves, excitedly gnawing on a bone of the spotted salamander that Mumu tosses. It appears to be all right now, and Mumu's anxious heart finally settles. At this moment, the water collector has gathered a considerable amount of water. Mumu drinks several large mouthfuls, restoring his stamina and preparing to head towards the southern island. The reason for choosing this route lies in the abundance of resources along it. The southern island is also home to a silver treasure chest. There is a silver treasure chest on the southern island, but many dangerous traps are buried in the sand. As long as you can evade these traps, you can easily obtain the treasure chest. Traps? This was not indicated on the map. It seems the island harbors numerous hidden dangers. However, Moo Moo is not worried. Traps may be lethal to others, but they are merely trivial for him. Furthermore, this island does not require combat, allowing KDGU to avoid secondary injuries. Without excessive hesitation, Moo Moo arrives at the southern island. This is a beach covering an area of about 100 square meters. In the center of the beach lies a silver treasure chest. The sand is flat, revealing no abnormalities. Most people would not notice anything amiss. First, let us search for the traps. Moo Moo gazes over the beach. A golden hint appears before his eyes. Beneath this section of the beach lies a sharp mouse trap, which will instantly injure your ankle. Beneath this section of the beach lies a sharp mouse trap, which will instantly injure your ankle. Wow, looking around, there are quite a few mouse traps. Moo Moo envisioned a scenario where, without any prompts, traversing this path would leave a trail of traps in his wake. The traps were closely arranged, and triggering the first one would result in immediate pain and a fall, consequently activating the second and third. If he were to roll around on the beach afterward, the consequences would be dire. Chapter 30. The Rocket Backpack Flying Device. Moo Moo cast his gaze across to the other side of the beach. Beneath this location lay a concealed sand pit, and any careless step would lead to instant engulfment by quicksand, drowning one beneath the surface. Numerous such pits existed, and unless one was exceptionally fortunate, avoiding all these traps would prove exceedingly difficult. Fearing that KDGO would inadvertently trigger the mechanisms, Moo Moo cradled it in his arms, cautiously circumventing the traps until he reached the treasure chest, yet he refrained from opening it. The silver chest was coated with a potent poison. Touching it would cause one's hand to rot and lead to a day's unconsciousness. A golden prompt appeared, warning of the toxicity of the chest. Moo Moo retrieved a spotted salamander skin to wrap around his hand before daring to open the chest. System notification, Silver Treasure Chest 1. System notification, Perfect Rocket Backpack, Flying Device Blueprint 1. System notification, Wind Emblem 2. Inside the chest lay merely a blueprint and 2 emblems. The Rocket Backpack Flying Device. Surely, it must be a valuable item, one capable of carrying individuals aloft. Moo Moo believed this device would be immensely beneficial. Promptly examining the blueprint for the Rocket Backpack Flying Device. Rocket Backpack Flying Device. A device belonging to the daily combat flying category, worn like a backpack. It expels powerful gas downward when activated, enabling the user to hover freely in the air. This was the fabled flying soldier. Moo Moo immediately recalled his experiences playing the Red Alert game. This device bore both advantages and disadvantages, primarily dependent on the flight speed and the nature of encountered creatures. When faced with crocodiles, this device would allow him to soar above danger and easily hunt ground creatures with his hunting bow. However, encountering flying creatures like the fire-tailed giant hawk or those with ranged attack capabilities would pose significant challenges. If the speed were too slow, he would merely become a target. This was akin to his experiences in the Red Alert game, where ground-based anti-aircraft weapons could swiftly bring down flying soldiers. Learning the blueprint, he decided to synthesize one to observe its efficacy. The blueprint transformed into a beam of light, penetrating Moo Moo's mind. Rocket Backpack Flying Device. Copper Block 3215. Iron Block 1815. Silver Block 45. Wind Emblem 32. Fire Emblem 01. Having just found 2 wind emblems, he was short on fire emblems and 1 silver piece. He planned to dismantle the silver chest, confident that silver would not be an issue, and aimed to acquire another fire emblem. Dismantling the silver chest, Moo Moo proceeded to deconstruct it. Upon dismantling, the chest transformed into a non-toxic state. System notification, Silver Block 3. Opening the chat channel. Moo Moo had yet to send any messages today, having 3 small trumpets at his disposal. He could post a message in the world channel and opted for a small trumpet. Moo Moo 18076. Seeking 1 fire emblem. Interested parties, please private message me. After sending the message, Moo Moo placed KDGO on the ground and retrieved his hoe. It seemed that apart from sand, there were no other resources on this beach. Yet, he was reluctant to occupy too much space with sand. Undeterred, he decided to dig at a mouse trap. Moo Moo remembered the core principle of this game, to seize every available resource. There was no shame in scavenging. Katie, stay still. Moo Moo aimed at the mouse trap's position and struck down hard with the hoe. Crack! A sound of breaking items echoed across the beach. Simultaneously, the prompt indicating the trap vanished. Was it safe? Moo Moo stepped onto the spot and used the hoe to sift through the sand, revealing a mouse trap broken in 2. Ordinary mouse trap, damaged, a small trapping tool designed for catching mice. It can also deter other small animals or humans. This trap was damaged and irreparable. If it couldn't be repaired, it was of no use. Was his strength too great? Moo Moo pinpointed another trap's location and gently tapped it with the hoe, noticing no reaction from the beach. Applying a bit more force, crack! The golden prompt disappeared, and Moo Moo dug into the sand, discovering yet another damaged trap. What was happening? After several attempts, Moo realized that regardless of his caution, he would invariably damage the traps. It appeared that the game's mechanics were designed this way. One could not retrieve the original mechanisms on the island. Moo lifted his hoe and struck at the hidden sand pit. A powerful suction emanated from the wooden handle, creating a whirlpool in the sand. Moo hastily withdrew the hoe. The surrounding sand swiftly spiraled into the vortex, and moments later, the beach returned to tranquility, emitting a wisp of black smoke. The golden prompt for the pit vanished. It seemed that this trap yielded nothing of value. The destroyed traps were now safe to tread upon, without any danger. Moo continued to test several traps, all yielding the same results. He then took it upon himself to dismantle the remaining sand pit traps, hoping to lessen the hazards for future players. Bang, bang, bang. Black smoke billowed from the beach, and all golden prompts disappeared. Moo wiped the sweat from his forehead, feeling he had accomplished something remarkably noble. In truth, his motivations were less than altruistic. He was simply bored. This sensation was akin to playing a whack-a-mole game, especially for someone with severe obsessive-compulsive tendencies, needing to ensure all golden prompts vanished. Thus far, he had completed 3 voyages today and engaged in a strenuous battle with crocodiles, leaving him famished and utterly weary. Time for lunch. He would eat well before embarking again. Moo retrieved the barbecue grill, adding 1 piece of wood to commence operation. He placed several pieces of shield snout, ancient crocodile skin, and meat, which sizzled enticingly. The meat and skin of the shield snout ancient crocodile could enhance his constitution, particularly the skin, which was immensely beneficial to Moo. He set aside a piece for Katie and seasoned the remainder with cumin and chili, spoils salvaged from Old Lou, finally proving useful. Moo smacked his lips, feeling something was amiss. A touch of salt or other seasonings would enhance the flavor. Opening the trading channel, he discovered numerous individuals selling seasonings, salt, cumin, chili, MSG, and more, though the variety was limited and the prices were unsatisfactory. Should he trade? He had canned goods and meat to offer. Moo pondered briefly before deciding to send out a small trumpet as a test. With a loud call, he anticipated many would be eager to trade with him. The value of food far surpassed that of seasonings. Currently, the majority of people had yet to resolve their basic sustenance needs, rendering such items nearly useless. The trading channel was filled with seasoning offers, yet few inquiries were made. Some had become so desperate they resorted to consuming seasonings. But that posed an even graver issue, the need for water. Chapter 31. Exchanging Seasonings, Crafting Delicious Roasted Meat. Moo opened the chat channel and selected a small trumpet. Moo 18076. World, if anyone has seasonings, please private message me. 1 can of food in exchange, no chili powder or cumin. Other varieties will be prioritized based on quality and price. Although it possesses a shelf life of 200 years, it is undoubtedly more suitable than mere condiments. Given the current circumstances, there is little room for selective preferences. The mere availability of sustenance is a luxury. The world channel is abuzz with numerous individuals, and a single message swiftly passes by, yet many players manage to seize it. Goodness gracious, Mutateheo has a demand. Comrades, hurry up. Presently, Moo has attained considerable fame within the world channel, not solely for frequently listing various food items and water resources for sale, but also due to his peculiar requests for an array of oddities. The purpose behind Moo's insatiable appetite for such bizarre items remains a mystery to everyone, lending him an enigmatic aura. Once the news spread, within a mere few seconds, Moo received thousands of private messages. Some sought to barter spices, while others conveyed different intentions. Mukaiju, how about some pepper powder for a can? I have a bag of fine salt. Can I trade it for a can? Does the esteemed one enjoy mustard? I possess 2 tubes. I just opened a bottle of Lao Gan Ma spicy sauce and had a taste. I hope you won't mind. Mugu, I yearn for meat. May I have a piece? I can keep you company, play, with literature. Such peculiar requests. Moo was not inclined to engage in idle chatter. His focus was solely on his trade prospects. He sifted through the needed resources, responding to those that piqued his interest. Naturally, should anyone wish to barter with emblems, crafting diagrams, or other unique items, Moo would not object. After all, he currently enjoyed abundant resources, with ample provisions and troops. The matter of Moo trading spices immediately ignited fervent discussions among the onlookers in the chat channel. What is going on? Someone actually desires condiments. There are so many items in the trading channel, yet no one is bidding. The need for spices suggests that Moo has begun to cook. You cannot fathom the world of the esteemed. Here, we can barely afford a meal, while he is already elevating his quality of life. What a tragedy. Could it be that we are overthinking? Perhaps the spices are intended for synthesizing special items. I doubt it. Even if they are for synthesis, it would likely be food. Do you believe Mu Xiong lacks food? Uncertain, but I lean towards the belief that Muda Lao has indeed commenced cooking. Reliable sources indicate he traded for a barbecue grill. Does anyone have surplus food? Please share. Any quality will do. I have not eaten in ages. The tone of the crowd was imbued with envy. While they fretted over food and drink, Moo was busy trading for seemingly useless items. The disparity in circumstances is staggering. Moo continued to browse through the messages and finally found a trade that piqued his interest. Guangu18581. Hi Moo. I have a bag of Himalayan rose pink salt, a bottle of black pepper, a bottle of flavor-enhancing soy sauce, and a pound of white sugar. Can I trade them for your can? Moo was taken aback. Most individuals possessed only one type of condiment, a few had two. Yet this person had four, an unusually abundant collection. Moo promptly replied, sure. May I inquire how you came to possess so many condiments? Out of pure curiosity. Ahem. Guangu sighed heavily and replied, I visited 5 islands and opened for treasure chests. 3 contained spices, and the remaining 1 held cooking tools. Moo was at a loss for words. What kind of luck was this? He must have been a chef in a past life. Unfortunately, even with such an abundance of spices, this individual likely had no food to eat at present. If he could trade for these 4 condiments, they would sufficiently meet Moo's basic cooking needs. Guangu18581. Moo, I also have 2 basting brushes. If you need them, I can include them in the package. However, 1 can is not enough. I have not eaten all day. Moo18076. That is fine. I can offer you an extra can, along with a pack of instant noodles. Guangu18581. Thank you. Moo is truly a kind person, an exceptionally good person. Moo18076. You're welcome. If you have any special spices in the future, remember to message me. Moo did not deliberately undervalue the trade. Himalayan rose pink salt is a premium item, sufficient to procure several cans at a supermarket. Despite being in an island world, establishing a relatively fair and trustworthy value system is essential. While fulfilling one's needs, it is vital to also consider the interests of others for sustained development. Moo quickly listed a link to share with Guangu. Auction items can be individually shared through private messages. Moments later, he successfully acquired the Himalayan rose pink salt, black pepper, flavor-enhancing soy sauce, and white sugar. As the white sugar and Himalayan rose pink salt lacked packaging, Moo crafted 3 stone bowls, using 2 for the spices and reserving 1 for sauce preparation. The sauce was simple, half a bowl of soy sauce, an appropriate amount of sugar, and a pinch of salt combined. This was Moo's prized secret recipe, tried and true. After mixing thoroughly, he brushed it onto the crocodile meat, and the barbecue immediately released tantalizing aromas. Delicious. Moo was already salivating. Although it was a rudimentary homemade barbecue sauce, it held a unique flavor on the island. Moo turned the meat over, brushed it again with sauce, and finally sprinkled some cumin and pepper. The meat was now ready. Katy Dog had long been eager, barking excitedly and panting. Moo sliced off a piece of meat and tossed it to her. You truly are a little glutton. The remaining shielded ancient crocodile meat was diced into small pieces and tasted exquisite. It was far more delicious than he had anticipated. Being amphibians, Moo had expected the shielded ancient crocodile meat to carry a flavor akin to that of bullfrogs, yet it was entirely different. The meat was tender and juicy, reminiscent of fish and fatty beef. Moo vowed that this was the most delectable barbecue he had ever tasted, despite the simplicity of the spices. The flavor was remarkably pure. He then took a piece of shielded ancient crocodile skin, allowed it to cool, and savored it. It was incredibly crispy and juicy. Indeed, it was delightful. Surprisingly, the skin was even tastier than the meat. When combined, the skin and meat created another level of enjoyment. Life had improved tremendously compared to his previous existence, filled with mountain delicacies and ocean treasures. If only he had some wine. Moo directly accessed the system panel and found a coconut to decompose. The coconut could be divided into coconut juice, coconut meat, and coconut shell. Using the shell to hold the juice as a beverage and enjoying some refreshing coconut meat as a snack, life was truly blissful. After an hour, both he and Katy Dog had indulged in a hearty meal. Following the feast, Moo comfortably reclined on the beach, basking in the sun and letting out satisfied burps. While Katy Dog's spirits had notably improved, Moo cradled Katy Dog in his arms, stroking her soft fur and playfully teasing her, while checking her injury and discovering that the wound had healed significantly. Chapter 32. Opening treasure chests for rare resources. The medicinal effects were remarkably swift. Moo gently massaged Katy Dog's leg, estimating that she would likely recover by tomorrow. Katy Dog had not fully regained her energy, so the remaining 2 routes for the day should ideally be chosen with minimal risk. The upcoming islands posed little danger, continuing southward, which aligned with Moo's plans. This was the last safe and resource-rich island visible from the northern region 101 waters on the treasure map. The areas below remained unknown, rendering the treasure map devoid of value. The warm sunlight enveloped him, and Moo felt an overwhelming sense of contentment. eventually drifting off to sleep. Upon awakening, he realized it was nearly evening. Sensing something furry nestled beside him, he felt a tickling sensation at his nose and opened his eyes to find Katie Dog faithfully resting in his embrace, gazing at him. Yawning, Moo stretched and lazily inquired, "Katie, have you had a good rest?" "Woof woof." Katie Dog nodded. "Well then, let us set off." Moo stood up and brushed off the dust from his clothes. On the southern island, there exists a thicket of thorny brambles. If you navigate around them, you will uncover 2 treasure chests, their attributes unknown, containing undisclosed items within. What does unknown attributes signify? A half-hour later, Moo arrived at the southern isle. Upon disembarking, he found himself ensconced by dense, low shrubs. Numerous thorny vines and brambles extended towards him, nearly brushing against his face. As far as the eye could see, a tangle of undergrowth thrived, leaving little room to tread. A warning appeared before him, cautioning against the danger of being scraped by these vines, as their sharp thorns bore toxins that could induce skin allergies or even poisoning. These plants would not initiate an attack, yet their defensive capabilities were formidable. To recklessly enter this jungle would surely result in grievous injuries from the piercing thorns. Moo withdrew a hoe and attempted to hack at the robust vines, only to discover its inefficacy. Each strike drained a considerable amount of stamina to fell a single vine. A more suitable tool was required. Moo pondered and retrieved his bronze sword. With a swift motion, he swung the blade, severing the vines effortlessly, as if slicing through vegetables. Oh, this was far more satisfying. Eagerly, Moo wielded the bronze sword, clearing a small area. After removing some obstacles, he switched back to the hoe to tidy up the remaining sections. System notifications chimed. Thorny Vine 1, Thorny Vine 1, Thorny Vine 1. The hoe, a utilitarian gathering tool, stood in contrast to the bronze sword, which served as a weapon. To gather resources, he must employ the hoe. The severed vines gradually vanished, and due to some being damaged by the bronze sword, the quantity of collected items was halved. The entire thicket spanned approximately 200 square meters. While hacking and digging, Moo toiled for an hour, managing to gather 50 thorny vines. Thorny vine, a common root plant found on the island. It can be utilized to enhance the defenses of structures. A resilient plant, it poses no threat if one is cautious of its poisonous thorns. 2 notifications appeared. With half of this plant remaining, Moo was already drenched in sweat. It was indeed a laborious task. He raised his tool and struck down again with fervor. After another half-hour of diligent effort, Moo finally cleared the entire bramble thicket, amassing a total of 110 thorny vines, and fortuitously discovered 2 iron treasure chests within the woods. He gazed at one of them. Iron treasure chest, a chest of unknown grade, containing undisclosed items of uncertain quality. With a stroke of luck, one might uncover rare resources, but the chest may also yield nothing at all. This chest contained some unknown items, likely yielding useful resources without danger. 2 notifications appeared, 1 blue and 1 gold. With this knowledge, Moo grasped the purpose of the iron treasure chest. It was akin to a luck box. Good fortune might reveal valuable items, while misfortune could lead to mere rubbish. The current prompts, however, offered no specific details about the contents, only indicating the absence of danger. What did it matter? As long as there was no peril. Moo opened one of the iron treasure chests. System notifications rang out. Iron treasure chest 1. High-quality sleeping bag 1. Common toothbrush 2. Common toothpaste 1. Soap 3. Common towel 1. The iron treasure chest can be decomposed into 5 iron. Would you like to decompose it? A trove of everyday necessities. Although it was disappointing not to find resources, the sleeping bag and soap were quite practical. From this night onward, he could bid farewell to the hard floor. Moo did not rush to decompose the chest, instead turning his attention to the next iron treasure chest. This chest contained some unknown resources, with a slight chance of yielding rare materials or special items, without danger. No threat was present. He opened the iron treasure chest. System notifications echoed. Iron treasure chest 1. Blue crystal 5. Attribute, or 1. Advancement stone 1. The iron treasure chest can be decomposed into 5 iron. Would you like to decompose it? Rare materials. Moo was taken aback. Although the haul was not extensive, it was immensely valuable. Blue crystals were hard to come by, and as of now, had not appeared on the trading market, underscoring their scarcity. The attribute, or is used for weapon inlays, while the use of the advancement stone remains unknown. Moo promptly opened the system panel to inspect it. Advancement stone, a tool for upgrading emblems. Upon advancement, the effects of the emblem will be significantly enhanced, requiring the use of an identification hammer. Indeed, it was a fine item. However, Moo currently lacked an identification hammer and did not need an advanced emblem at the moment, so he decided to save it for later. Overall, these 2 treasure chests proved satisfactory. Although they were akin to blind boxes, the items retrieved fell within Moo Moo's acceptable range. After reviewing the materials, he chose to decompose the iron treasure chest. System notifications chimed. Iron blocks 10. After 2 hours of physical labor, Moo Moo felt parched. He took out 200 milliliters of unicorn walrus blood and downed it in one gulp, sitting on the ground to catch his breath. Night had fallen, and darkness enveloped the surroundings. The tide ebbed and flowed on the beach, the sound of waves resonating in the air. An inexplicable sense of melancholy washed over Moo Moo. We come from the sea, and now we must return to it, much like the undulating waters. This strange survival challenge seemed to have no end in sight, and the fate of the billions of forcibly displaced individuals remained uncertain. Moo Moo patted the head of Ka-Ti Go. Woof woof, we must set forth. Chapter 33. The choice between shell fields and wooden treasure chests. To the west, there lie 3 silver treasure chests, yet one will encounter a swarm of cathead hornets. Colossal in size and formidable in attack, a sting from one could prove fatal. To the northwest, an island is suffused with fresh air. Inhaling it brings a refreshing clarity. Heading eastward, one may behold a beautiful sunrise from a wooden boat, and then find an abundance of edible wild vegetables upon landing tomorrow. In the northeast, an island boasts picturesque scenery, adorned with numerous natural wonders previously unseen. On the southern island, a wooden treasure chest awaits, posing no danger. In the southeast, 3 eagle-eyed wolves stroll upon an island, guarding a wondrous shell field. These creatures are exceedingly light-averse, active only at night, possessing excellent night vision and formidable aggression. The southwestern island, devoid of anything but sand, may have already been visited, with all resources extracted. Encountering barren islands is not uncommon, for Moo Moo has encountered players before. He sensed that having departed from the initial island, as the game progressed, the proximity of all players would increase, thus the likelihood of encountering others would also rise. Many prime islands had likely already been seized by others. The resources to the west were undoubtedly the most advantageous, with 3 silver treasure chests. However, acquiring them would not be a simple endeavor. Cathead hornets? If one were cautious enough to avoid being stung, surely there would be no issue. Moo Moo opened the island's biological encyclopedia, locating the cathead hornet, and shuddered. Upon reviewing the information, he realized he had underestimated the threat. These creatures did not merely resemble a cat's head. Rather, their heads were comparable in size to that of a cat, while their bodies were even larger. Such massive hornets, and in swarms, posed a danger level of 68, far beyond his capacity to face. As the saying goes, men die for wealth, and birds perish for food. Moo Moo promptly abandoned the idea of venturing to that island. The only remaining options were to head south or southeast. As night descends, it is the time of the 3 Ynghing prowling in the southeast, making it a formidable challenge to defeat them, with the risk of personal peril looming large. Meanwhile, a solitary wooden treasure chest lies to the south, which holds little allure for at this moment. Perhaps it would be wiser to wait until tomorrow? The treasure seems appealing, yet such a delay would squander a precious opportunity for navigation. Found himself in a quandary. First, he decided to examine the attributes of the Ynghing. He opened the compendium and searched for the creature. Ynghing, a fierce terrestrial beast. It is averse to light and prefers to lurk by day and emerge at night. Its eyes possess a focusing ability, granting it exceptional night vision, enabling it to perceive its surroundings clearly within a radius of several kilometers. Its vision and offensive capabilities intensify in dim light. In typical circumstances, during the day, it remains lethargic, often unable to open its eyes and losing most of its attacking prowess. Usually, during daylight, they retreat to damp caves. Abilities: night vision. Enhanced attack, varies with light conditions. Weakness: fear of bright light. Danger level: 533, day and night. Creatures that fear light, hence the howling of wolves, is often heard at night. Daylight appears to be the optimal time to strike them down. Is there an alternative method? If there were light at night, would that not suffice? Suddenly pondered a thought. For instance, could he ignite a fire on the island? He quickly dismissed this idea, for the current state of the island was unknown. If it were barren, devoid of vegetation, even with his flint, a lack of combustible materials would render the effort futile, posing too great a danger. In such a scenario, escape would be impossible, as leaving the island was prohibited until exploration was complete. Moreover, he could not ascertain whether this treasure was fireproof. If it were to be damaged by flames, it would all be for naught. What if there were another source of light? Indeed, he recalled possessing a blueprint for constructing a crystal lamp. Perhaps it could prove useful. Hastily navigated to the crafting page. Crystal lamp, common wood 222, glass 84, iron block 281, light emblem 11, colorless crystal 105, fluorescent grass 105. The requirements were met. He could craft it. He selected to manufacture the crystal lamp. System notification: wood 2, glass 4, iron block 1, light emblem 1, colorless crystal 10, fluorescent grass 5. System notification: common crystal lamp successfully crafted. An object resembling a wooden lantern appeared in MM's hands. Standing over 30 centimeters tall, with a width 1/3 of its height, the entire crystal lamp displayed a trapezoidal form, with 4 transparent sides and a base that allowed light to pass through. Inside the glass was a yellowish-white crystalline substance, the shape of which remained obscured. Atop it rested a wooden handle, allowing it to be lifted like a lantern or inserted into a small hole at the top, enabling it to be wielded like a hammer. It appeared quite sophisticated, though he was uncertain as to its operation. MM sought out the instructions for using the crystal lamp. Common crystal lamp emits a bright glow at night. Adding 1 light sphere allows for 1 hour of operation, while adding 1 soul permits 5 hours of operation. It features 2 illumination modes. Lacking a light sphere, he could only utilize a soul. I shall add 1 soul, MM declared internally. The top of the crystal lamp featured a rotating switch, and with a gentle turn, the lamp immediately radiated a bright light, reminiscent of a household incandescent bulb, but with a considerable wattage. Within a 5-meter radius around MM, the ground illuminated as if it were midday. The effect was impressive. He decided to experiment with the alternate mode. Inserting a stick into the small hole at the top of the crystal lamp, the illumination mode promptly adjusted. The surrounding light dimmed, revealing a circular beam at his feet. Holding the stick aloft, a shaft of light shot forth, rendering the scene 20 meters away distinctly visible. MM grasped the differences. The first illumination mode resembled a bulb, offering a wide range but limited distance. The second mode functioned akin to a flashlight, extending far but illuminating a narrower area, revealing only what lay within the beam. Additionally, there was a standby mode. When switched to standby, the surface of the crystal lamp emitted a faint yellow-green glow, akin to that of luminescent objects, unsuitable for illumination yet consuming negligible energy. This mode would facilitate locating the lamp in darkness. Impressive indeed. With this, he should be able to intimidate the YNCHILing. MM glanced once more to the southeast, noting a change in the prompt. 3 YNCHILing are wandering on a small island to the southeast, guarding a magical treasure. This creature is exceedingly averse to light, active by night and dormant by day. Your crystal lamp could serve as an excellent deterrent against them. With strategic ingenuity, you may triumph. Indeed. A smile crept across MM's lips. YNCHILing, I am coming for you. He set off towards the southeast. Chapter 34, A Battle of Wits, Slaying the Wolves. Upon reaching the island in the southeast, MM disembarked while illuminating the surroundings with his lamp. This precaution was taken to avoid a repeat of the previous crocodile incident. Should the 3 YNCHILing be lurking on the beach, he would be vulnerable to immediate attack upon disembarkation, placing him in a precarious situation. With KD still unhealed, MM was reluctant to involve it in the fray. Thus, he prepared the crystal lamp as a safeguard. Holding the lamp in his left hand and a bronze sword in his right, MM leaped ashore. The white light cast a glow around him, revealing no sign of the YNCHILing. KD, stay close. The island was expansive, roughly the size of a football field, featuring a cluster of trees and a small hill. Although termed a hill, it was merely a prominent mound of earth, comparable to a decorative rock in a park, standing no more than 5 meters high. MM advanced toward the base of the hill, the crystal lamp held aloft, with KD following closely behind. Gradually, they approached the foot of the hill. In the distance, 6 gem-like eyes illuminated, glimmering in the darkness. YNCHILing. MM steadied his emotions, gripping the bronze sword firmly. The YNCHILing had noticed MM, shaking its body before cautiously approaching, halting 10 meters away. The creature emitted a furious howl, clearly agitated by the presence of the crystal lamp in MM's grasp. The 3 YNCHILing circled around him, alternating their movements while howling, seemingly protesting vehemently. MM could almost hear their thoughts. Remove that wretched contraption from your hands. It disturbs our rest. At that moment, MM dared not step beyond the protective glow of the crystal lamp. He had no doubt that without its brilliant light, the 3 YNCHILing would rend him to pieces. The howls grew increasingly eerie and frenzied, prompting MM to instinctively brandish his bronze sword. He could sense that the 3 YNCHILing were preparing to attack. As expected, with a piercing howl, one of the YNCHILing lunged forward, leaping into the light's radius. In that instant, it emitted a pained cry and closed its eyes. The intense brightness inflicted discomfort upon its eyes, rendering the YNCHILing restless, its head swaying and losing its trajectory, its speed diminishing. MM deftly evaded the assault. The Yingyi landed outside the protective light's range. It was evident that these creatures indeed feared light. Within the protective sphere of the crystal lamp, the Yingyi's threat significantly diminished, leaving them seemingly at a loss. Felt a surge of confidence. As the first Yingyi retreated, the other two followed suit, and easily sidestepped their advances. However, their efforts proved futile. Moo, clutching the crystal lamp, suddenly accelerated towards the Lang. The three beasts howled in despair and quickly scattered aside. The Lang, enraged, let out a furious roar and launched a second wave of attack against Moo, who effortlessly evaded their onslaught. After several rounds, a stalemate ensued. Moo advanced while the Lang dispersed. They attacked, and Moo dodged. For a time, neither side gained an advantage. Moo's mood began to tense, for this was the scenario he dreaded most. Although both sides appeared evenly matched, Moo could not afford to exhaust himself. His speed was inferior to that of the Lang, and his attacks failed to inflict harm upon them. If this continued, his stamina would be gradually depleted. He needed a strategy. Moo recalled that the Lang's attack weakened with increased light. If he could concentrate the light from the crystal lamp, perhaps he could easily slay these beasts. He could switch to a different illumination mode. However, this approach bore risks. Altering the crystal lamp to a beam mode would leave his back vulnerable to attack. He had to rely on his wits. Moo cautiously maneuvered with the crystal lamp, retreating while driving the beasts back, positioning them at the foot of the mountain and creating distance between him and them. At that moment, Moo inserted a stick into the crystal lamp, instantly transforming it into a flashlight and extinguishing the light source. The island was suddenly shrouded in darkness, with only the eyes of the Lang glowing like luminous gems. Suddenly, two glowing gems lunged towards him, moving at several times their previous speed. Indeed, in the darkness, the Lang became more ferocious. Yet, Moo remained calm. As the Lang leapt through the air, he swiftly illuminated the crystal lamp, directing its light at the airborne wolf. A beam of blinding light struck the Lang, momentarily slowing its movements and causing it to tremble. The beast emitted a pained howl, overwhelmed by the intense stimulus, flailing its limbs in desperation. By the time it reached him, it was already drained of strength, a mere shadow of its former self. At this moment, Moo shouted, "Die!" and swung his bronze sword down, instantly slaying one Lang. System notification, Soul 1. The remaining two Lang, witnessing the demise of their companion, were consumed by rage and charged recklessly. One lunged at him, and Moo barely dodged, not yet ready to strike when the second one pounced. Seeking death, the powerful beam of light shot forth. The Lang, unable to attack, shielded its eyes with its claws, howling in distress, only to be met with Moo's sword once again. With danger still looming behind him, Moo wasted no time, swiftly turning to illuminate the other Lang. That creature, like a deflated balloon, became immobilized, allowing Moo to quickly advance and deliver a fatal blow. A total of 3 souls were harvested. System notification, Lang can be disassembled. Would you like to proceed? Disassemble Lang. System notification, Lang meat 15. System notification, Lang blood 1800. System notification, Lang skin, with fur, 12. System notification, Lang bones 9. System notification, Lang eyes 6. After disassembling all 3 Lang, Moo had amassed quite a bounty. The meat would certainly serve as sustenance, but he was unsure of the eye's utility. He promptly examined them. Lang eye. Consuming it significantly enhances night vision. Even in darkness, one can discern the surroundings. The effects improve with increased consumption. This was a valuable item, and feeling hungry, Moo unhesitatingly swallowed all 6 Lang eyes. A warm sensation enveloped his eyes, causing a few tears to well up. Moo felt his eyes heating up, the scara turning crimson. He closed his eyes and gently rubbed them. After about 5 minutes, the burning sensation gradually subsided. When he reopened his eyes, the distant scenery appeared vividly clear. Chapter 35. Enhancing Night Abilities, Acquiring Bation. Moo sensed an unprecedented enhancement in his vision. He turned off the crystal lamp, yet could still distinctly identify the sand and stones on the ground, as well as the branches in the distance. When he switched the crystal lamp back on, however, the clarity diminished. It was indeed a remarkable item, albeit useful only in darkness. Moo then inspected the other items. Lang skin, with fur suitable for crafting warm clothing or materials. Lang bones, common beast bones, lacking any significant purpose. Lang meat, salty in flavor, warm in nature, non-toxic and edible. After consumption, It replenishes the 5 internal organs, dispels coldness, and alleviates internal rheumatism. The current hunger index is 58, with an overall rating of 2 stars. Yin Chai Lang blood contains amino acids and glucose, replenishing stamina. After consumption, it enhances agility at night, increasing movement speed and jumping ability. Another item that bolstered night attributes. Moo filled a stone bowl with Yin Chai Lang blood and consumed half of it. He exhaled deeply, feeling invigorated. He leaped effortlessly, soaring 2 meters into the air, twice his previous capability. Moo sprinted across the island, discovering a significant enhancement in his speed, reflexes, and jumping ability. It seemed that in the future, he could opt to hunt troublesome creatures at night. The Yin Chai Lang skin was also quite useful, given the current warm climate. He was uncertain whether this island world would face a winter season. Thus, he decided to keep it as it could serve as a warm garment when the cold arrived. Climbing a small hill, he took out his hoe and felled trees, gathering a total of 50 wood, quite a haul. However, he had yet to find the Bei Tian mentioned in the hints. Upon reaching the other side of the hill, he discovered a low-lying cave, emanating a foul odor. This could very well be the den where the Yin Chai Lang rested during the day. He wondered if there might be anything valuable inside. With the Yin Chai Lang dispatched, Moo felt no fear as he bent down to enter the cave. The cave was not deep, extending no more than 6 meters. Upon reaching the farthest point, he discovered a stone pillar hanging from the ceiling. The pillar was evenly shaped, approximately 1 meter in height and wider than a hand's breadth. Its surface pockmarked and resembling the rough stone found in limestone caves. What could this be? Moo approached the pillar and touched it. Its surface felt damp and slick. Common Bei Tian. Placing it in a sand pit and adding seawater will yield delicious mollusks. It can be naturally cultivated or artificially cultivated. For natural cultivation, it must be placed in flowing seawater to grow random mollusks. For artificial cultivation, existing mollusks must be added, and upon successful cultivation, mollusks of the same species as the added ones will grow. So this was Bei Tian. With a slight effort, Moo removed it. System notification, common Bei Tian 1. This object appeared to be made of stone, yet it was not. The material was unknown, and it was not particularly heavy in his hands. Finding nothing else of worth, Moo hoisted the Bei Tian and exited the wolf's den. He sat down on the beach and examined the usage instructions for the Bei Tian. Bei Tian cultivation instructions. The growth cycle typically lasts 10 to 12 hours. The cultivation must not be interrupted before the mollusks mature, or it will result in failure. During artificial cultivation, seawater must be replaced. It must be cultivated in a sand pit or flowing seawater. Artificial cultivation produces a larger quantity of mollusks of fixed species. Natural cultivation yields fewer mollusks of random species. A primary Bei Tian can only cultivate one type of mollusk. After reviewing the instructions, Moo had a general understanding. It is to say that creating a water tank filled with seawater and then tossing the Bei Tian into it is not feasible. One must either place it directly in the ocean or dig a pit on the beach, pour in seawater, and then introduce the Bei Tian. The Bei Tian requires a natural environment to thrive and cannot be removed until successfully cultivated. Given the current circumstances, it is only possible to cultivate the Bei Tian after exploring 5 islands each day, with harvests to be collected the following morning. As the day has already reached its limit for sailing, it is an opportune moment to test the efficacy of the Bei Tian. Moo set up a ruined base near the seaside, then excavated a deep pit in his yard to insert the Bei Tian upright, subsequently filling it with seawater from a wooden bucket. Moo intended to adopt artificial cultivation, as he currently possessed a diverse array of shell types, for in total. While natural cultivation might yield new species, their numbers would be scarce. In the early stages of food scarcity, having any food at all is preferable, and thus quantity must prevail. He tossed 2 wild oysters into the water pit and then returned to the base, contemplating the need to improve his quality of life. Observing the empty room, Moo realized that many items could be upgraded. He accessed the rune base options and selected to enhance the flooring. The system prompted a notification with 10 solid wooden planks immediately appeared within the room. After symbolically laying down a few pieces, the entire room was adorned with rich mahogany flooring. The installation was remarkably simple, akin to assembling building blocks. Indeed, it looked significantly more pleasing now. Since the Bei Tian must cultivate shells and cannot be moved within the next 12 hours, Moo decided not to waste this time. He retrieved the water collector, adding 36 pieces of wood to generate water, ensuring a substantial harvest by the next morning. However, he noted that his remaining wood supply was dwindling, prompting him to consider exchanging for additional resources. Opening the trading channel, he listed his items for sale. The water he offered was quickly snatched up, with individuals clamoring for it. "Comrades, the water you seek has arrived. Muda Lao has replenished his stock. Hurry and seize it." A voice echoed in excitement, while another grumbled, Not this fellow again. Every time Mu De Lao sells water, he appears to shout it out. Can someone inform me of his location? I shall deal with him. It was suspected that this individual was a mere opportunist. The sale of water had become commonplace, and Mu had even begun selling seafood. As soon as the water was listed, it was instantly depleted. Those who failed to acquire any expressed their discontent, their tones tinged with envy. Although they had never met Mu, his elevated standard of living left many players in awe. At that moment, a private chat window popped up. Lu Meiting 17255. Mu De Go, I have a fire emblem here. Would you consider trading it for water? Mu had previously broadcasted a request for a fire emblem and set keywords for chat notifications, hence the immediate response. He was surprised that this woman had acquired another fire emblem. Her luck was indeed remarkable. Checking the water collector, he noted it had produced 500 units. Mu 18076. Certainly. 500 water for one fire emblem. Lu Meiting 17255. Why has the price increased? Could you give me 1,000 water instead? I have been unable to find water, and if it weren't for my dire thirst, I would never part with it. Mu 18076. Absolutely not. Do not even think about it. Do you believe I operate a water utility? After reserving a small amount for myself, this is all I have left. Mu spoke the truth after trading his wood. He had only 200 units remaining for personal consumption. There was no way he would part with such a significant amount for the exorbitant demands of this customer. Lu Meiting 17255. Is there anything else? I would consider alternatives for water. I have gone 3 days without finding any. If this continues, I shall dehydrate. Mu contemplated the situation. 500 water for one emblem was indeed steep, but with widespread scarcity, the market dictated the price. Taking advantage of the situation to earn a little extra was sensible. Mu 18076. For the sake of a loyal customer, I can offer you 500 water plus 100 units of unicorn walrus blood, which can enhance your physique. This way, you won't be at a loss. If you decline, I have no other options. Lu Meiting 17255. I accept. Thank you, Mu De Go. Mu 18076. All right, I will prepare it now. Shortly after, Mu sent her a transaction link, and the system confirmed the acquisition of the fire emblem. With this emblem, he could craft a rocket backpack for flight. Lu Meiting then inquired, Mu De Go, could you share how you amassed such a large supply of water? Should he divulge the truth? As Mu hesitated, another message arrived from Lu Meiting. Rumors suggest you possess water production equipment or perhaps discovered a resource-rich island with hidden rivers, allowing you to stockpile a considerable amount of water. He refrained from responding and exited the chat, recognizing that certain information should remain confidential. Lu Meiting, discerning his reticence, chose not to pursue the matter further, understanding the importance of discretion. Moments later, Mu's seafood feast was also purchased, unexpectedly netting him a strength emblem. A pentagonal metal shape materialized in his palm, solid and adorned with a simplistic engraving of a fist at its center. This emblem was unlike anything Mu had encountered, transcending the realm of the 5 elements. Although uncertain of its purpose, he felt assured that this transaction was advantageous, and a sense of satisfaction washed over him. Stowing away the emblem, Mu commenced a series of push-ups within his dwelling. Though he now possessed abundant resources, he understood that many formidable individuals existed in this world. There are always greater forces beyond one's comprehension. One must resolutely avoid losing oneself in transient achievements. In the future, not only will he face perilous island creatures, but he may also encounter a diverse array of players. Failing to enhance his strength could easily result in being vanquished by the powerful. Thus, he must relentlessly train. Mu incessantly performed push-ups to strengthen his muscles, and after numerous sets, he was drenched in sweat. When fatigued, he would take a moment to pet KDGU before resuming his training. Once he completed his push-ups, Mu retrieved his bronze sword to slash, thrust, and swing. Though lacking finesse and technique, this practice would augment the agility of his arms and the feel of wielding the sword, enabling him to master the skills required for the bronze sword through continuous refinement. It was not until the late hours of the night that Mu finally ceased his exertions. He unfurled his sleeping bag upon the floor and comfortably nestled into it. Ah, what bliss! Mu luxuriated in a stretch. The sky-blue sleeping bag was filled with high-elastic cotton and feathers, providing warmth and comfort that allowed him to bid farewell to the days of sleeping on the floor. Observing Mu's expression of sheer enjoyment, KDGU instinctively nudged its way into his sleeping bag, wriggling into the confined space and somehow managing to turn around, leaving its head and front paws exposed. Hey, KD, this is my personal space. We can't share a bed, and you seem to be male. Sighing Mu, unable to disturb KDGU's evident contentment, embraced the little creature and drifted off to sleep. You can rest in my arms tonight, little one. To his surprise, it felt quite pleasant. KDGU was remarkably soft, making Moo feel as though he were cradling a plush pillow. He pondered the creature's gender, regrettably noting that the pet panel offered no clarification. The following morning, Moo awoke only when the sun had risen high in the sky. After several days of roughing it, the sudden comfort of the sleeping bag and the warmth of a dog beside him allowed him to sleep exceptionally well. Upon rising, Moo checked the water collector, which was filled to capacity. He extracted 5,500 units of water, a substantial yield. He then retrieved his toothpaste, toothbrush, and towel, using 500 units of water to wash his face and brush his teeth, feeling instantly refreshed and in better spirits. Moo opted not to use soap, as it consumed too much water. Given the current conditions, he needed to conserve. After drying his face with a towel, he stepped into the courtyard and gazed towards the BITN. Remarkably, over a dozen wild oysters of varying sizes had sprouted on the robust pillars. Chapter 37. Exquisite Oysters, Seeking Venomous Snakes. Moo collected the BITN and pried off all the oysters. System notification: Exquisite Wild Oysters, 11. Exquisite wild oysters, a level above wild oysters, richer in nutrients, and long-term consumption aids in fat reduction and muscle gain. The oysters cultivated by BITN had surprisingly improved in quality. Moo casually opened one and consumed it raw. The flesh was tender and plump, with each oyster being twice the size of a typical one and possessing an even more delectable flavor. However, the total count was somewhat disappointing, falling short of Moo's expectations. 11 had grown overnight, and considering this was under artificial cultivation, natural growth would likely yield only 2 or 3. After all, this was merely an initial level BITN, and enhancing its quality could yield far greater rewards. Having skipped breakfast, Moo decided to dismantle the remaining exquisite oysters and enjoy a hearty meal dipped in soy sauce. Delightful. Moo exhaled, thinking a touch of wasabi would make this breakfast perfect. The trading market surely had exchanges available, and he deemed it unnecessary to keep the leftover shellfish, deciding to retain one of each type for breeding and trade the rest. With such exquisite food available, who would desire ordinary wild fare? Seller: Moo 18076. Trade items: 8 wild oysters, for scallops, 9 wild sea snails. Demand: 3 tubes of wasabi. Stock: 1. Seller's note: limited quantity, first come, first served. This batch of trade items was of low value, yet Moo felt no concern over their exchange. Wasabi was not a necessity. With food available, he was fortunate. If he could trade wasabi for a meal, it would be a coveted opportunity for many. Indeed, within a minute of listing, the system notified him that the transaction was complete, and he received 3 tubes of wasabi. Moo released his vessel. 2 silver treasure chests lie to the east, but a fierce wind on this route will cause you to lose half your supplies. If you wish to arrive safely, consider departing tomorrow. The southern island is rich in resources, yet it is permeated with poisonous gas that will render you unconscious without protective gear. Should you reach the western island, you will surely regret it, for it is vast, and exploring it will consume half a day, and there is nothing of value there. The northern island is abundant in resources, inhabited by a red-bellied green snake and a giant rodent, which have been at an impasse for some time. Just recently, the red-bellied green snake successfully ambushed and devoured the rodent, leaving itself unable to move. In the southwest, there are 4 wooden treasure chests, but reaching them will take 15 hours. The northeastern island contains ample silicone and sponges, which you can use to craft various peculiar items. The eastern route was promptly dismissed, as losing supplies or delaying until tomorrow was inadvisable. The southwestern direction was too far. Perhaps heading north was sensible, as that red-bellied green snake should be incapacitated. Moo contemplated this. He first opened the bestiary to research the snake. Filtering the conditions, he located the red-bellied green snake. Red-bellied green snake, vivid green in hue, with a reddish-brown belly, a perilous reptilian creature with potent venom. It is the nemesis of the giant rodent, and where one is found, the other often lurks. The red-bellied green snake moves swiftly and possesses strong offensive capabilities, adept at concealing itself within the jungle. As it is not a large constrictor, it has limited digestive capacity, requiring 35 hours to digest its prey before it can move again. Ability: Venom Spray. Weakness: 7 inches. Danger level: 26. Having just consumed a giant rodent, now was the perfect opportunity to approach the red-bellied green snake. Moreover, he need not worry about the rodent being entirely digested by the snake by the time he arrived, as the system would surely issue a warning if reaching the next island would take a long time. The absence of such a warning indicated that the journey would not be lengthy, and he could arrive in time to strike. What was this venom spray? Moo clicked on the skill description for the red-bellied green snake. Venom spray launches a liquid attack on the target. The liquid contains a high concentration of toxins that can cause spasms, unconsciousness, or even death. If it enters the eyes, it can lead to blindness. Cooldown time, 30 minutes. There was indeed some danger involved. He needed to avoid being struck by its venom. Nevertheless, this risk did not deter Moo Moo's determination to slay the red-bellied green snake. After approximately 20 minutes, Moo Moo arrived at the northern island. Upon landing, he was immediately greeted by the humid climate of a tropical rainforest. The air was thick and warm, with dense vegetation surrounding him. After taking a few steps, he found himself engulfed by underbrush, with no sign of the red-bellied green snake. Pushing through the foliage, Moo Moo ventured deeper into the tropical rainforest. As he approached the heart of the island, a warning appeared. Caution, a red-bellied green snake that has just fed is located 5 meters ahead. It is currently immobile, but be wary of the venom it may spray. 5 meters away, Mui furrowed his brow, straining his eyes for quite some time without locating the snake. Upon moving a little closer and blinking carefully, he discerned a green snake of approximately 5 meters lying on the grass. The snake's vibrant green hue closely matched the surrounding vegetation, rendering it difficult to spot. Its belly, blending seamlessly with the soil, added to the challenge. If it weren't for its distended abdomen resembling a large bulge, it would have been nearly impossible to find. Generally, the brighter the color of a snake, the more venomous it tends to be. Moo Moo maintained a safe distance from the CHFQNESH, gently waving his bronze sword, while the snake glared back at him, its eyes wide with vigilance. However, there was a hint of resignation in its gaze. It seemed that a massive mouse had significantly inflated the snake's belly, rendering it immobile and pitiable as it lay on the ground. The snake hissed, its tongue flicking out as if to warn Moo Moo not to approach, suggesting that it would engage in battle only after digesting the troublesome mouse. Unfortunately, Moo Moo was not inclined to comply with its wishes, continuously circling it in search of the optimal angle for attack. The snake's tongue continued to flicker, issuing a warning. Moo Moo hesitated, realizing that if he charged now, he could certainly slay the CHFQNESH, but should it lash out with venom, the consequences could be dire. He needed to devise a strategy to deceive it before making a move. Chapter 38. Exceptional Durian, Joyful Fatty Beverage. Only swift creatures could evade skills. Glancing at his companion, KDGU, Moo Moo inquired, KD, is your injury healed? Can you move now? Wong Wong. KDGU confidently raised its head, fixated on the front. It appeared to be fine. Moo Moo outlined a tactic. KD, this venomous snake can spray poison, which is highly dangerous. I will circle to its side while you attack from the front, then unleash your ultimate move to intimidate it. When it sprays, you retreat, and I shall take the opportunity to slay it. KDGU nodded in understanding. As Moo Moo and KDGU split to either side, the CHFQNESH began to panic, caught between the two. Wong Wong Wong. KDGU roared, drawing the snake's attention. Now, Moo Moo commanded after positioning himself. Woo. KDGU emitted a powerful sound wave as it used its skill to intimidate. The CHFQNESH shuddered violently, only reacting after a few seconds, its eyes glinting with menace as it opened its massive mouth, spewing forth a greenish liquid. KDGU had anticipated this, swiftly turning and darting aside to evade the attack. At that moment, Moo Moo charged from behind, aiming his sword at the snake's vital spot and cleaving it in two. System notification, Soul 2. Astonishingly, 2 souls were acquired. Could it be that the enormous mouse within its stomach also counted towards his tally? Disassembling the corpse. System notification, CHFQNESH Meat 3. System notification, CHFQNESH Blood 500. System notification, CHFQNESH Gallbladder 1. System notification, CHFQNESH Bones 1. System notification, Eroded Giant Mouse by Gastric Fluid 1. Moo Moo briefly assessed the item's usefulness. The snake meat was tough and sour, edible, but lacking in nutritional value. With a hunger satisfaction rating of merely 2 stars and an overall score of 21, the snake blood was toxic, safe to consume in small amounts. But large quantities would lead to neurological disturbances. The gallbladder was poisonous and bitter, unsuitable for direct consumption, but could serve as a medicinal ingredient. The bones had little practical use, while the skin could be fashioned into bags or garments. As for the eroded giant mouse, it was technically edible, but far too repulsive. Moo Moo would never dream of consuming even uncorrupted mouse meat. KDGU, however, showed no disdain. But Moo Moo was reluctant to feed his pet such a thing. Initially, he intended to discard the mouse carcass, but then considered that its meat could be used as bait to trap other creatures, thus he retained it. Given the tropical rainforest climate, despite the island's modest size, it boasted a plethora of flora. As Moo Moo wandered, searching for valuable items, he parted a few branches and stumbled upon a large tree adorned with numerous durians. The fragrant aroma wafted through the air, a luxurious fruit often beyond his means. Approaching the tree, he harvested a total of 12 durians. Cat Mountain King Durian, a top-tier durian variety, hailed as the king of durians, with a sweet aftertaste, rich durian flavor, and creamy undertones. Its flesh is ginger yellow, exhibiting a rich, smooth texture with layers of complexity. The pure sweet flavor of the Cat Mountain King is not simply exquisite. The blend of sweetness and slight bitterness is its hallmark. The Cat Mountain King has a low yield, classifying it as an exceptionally rare variety, with a taste and texture far surpassing that of the Jinzhong Pillow durian. Delicious fruit, edible, and highly nutritious. To have acquired the esteemed Cat Mountain King durian was a stroke of luck. Moo was aware that this fruit originated from Malaysia and was restricted from export, making it one of the finest durians available globally. Discovering 12 of them was sheer fortune. Eagerly, he sliced one in half to savor the flesh. While the system could have directly disassembled it, Moo felt that doing so would deprive him of the joy of indulging in the durian. The sweet aroma filled his mouth, the flesh rich with juice and density. To outsiders, it might have an unpleasant odor, but to Moo, it was exquisitely sweet. Eating durian was an addictive experience. After finishing half, he immediately clutched the other half and dug in. KDGU watched silently, and noticing its gaze, Moo offered a piece of fruit to the dog. Here you go. KDGU cautiously sniffed the piece, immediately producing a retching sound. Ugh. A mouthful of sour liquid escaped as KDGU regarded Moo with a puzzled expression. Was his master truly indulging in something so foul? With a roll of its eyes, it expressed disdain. Hey, it's delicious, I assure you. Don't look at me like that. If you don't believe me, try it. Moo offered another piece, but KDGU quickly scampered away. Alas, it wasn't Moo's fault. It was simply that this dog failed to appreciate true enjoyment. After relishing the durian, Moo cleaned his hands and took out a hoe to chop down the tree. He also felled a nearby small tree. System notification, with 2. System notification, Cat Mountain King Durian, Sapling 1. Cat Mountain King Durian sapling cannot be planted directly. It requires specific conditions for cultivation. Once matured, it can yield delicious durians. On the grass, Moo noticed a type of yellow flower, long and slender, some even twisting and spiraling in growth, resembling a certain undesirable thing at first glance. A prompt indicated that they could be harvested. Upon approaching, 2 descriptions appeared, one blue and one gold. Yellow snake flower, a toxic plant, typically indicating the presence of snakes nearby, so exercise caution. The flowers of this plant contain numerous toxins, serving as a fundamental material for crafting poisons. Toxic small flower. Do not be deceived by its beautiful appearance. If mistakenly ingested, you will surely regret it. With the snake dealt with, Moo had no cause for concern. He crouched down to uproot all 20 flowers. Continuing onward, he discovered a small patch of pineapples, uncovering 8 of them. The fruits were plentiful. This island, though not vast, yielded an abundance of resources. Moo resolved to clear all the trees from the island, taking everything he could carry, and eventually stumbled upon a wooden treasure chest hidden in the grass. The prompt indicated no danger, so he opened the chest. System notification, bread 2. Ham sausage, fish flavor, 5, cola 5, milk 5, potato chips 10. A plethora of sustenance was discovered, notably including cola and potato chips, the quintessential indulgence for alleviating loneliness. Moo examined the cola, which was contained in a standard plastic bottle devoid of any brand markings, and the potato chips similarly lacked identification. The milk came in a pack of 300, exuding an aura of ordinariness, not being Tailun Su or Jindian, and notably devoid of added calcium. Chapter 39, Natural, Bathwater in High Demand. Despite the absence of manufacturing diagrams or emblems, the small island boasted an abundance of food, rendering the expedition worthwhile. Moo gathered an additional 30 units of wood and 15 stones before departing the island. To the west lies an island with a hot spring, where the water temperature reaches a comforting 43 degrees. Within its embrace, one can luxuriate in a bath and revel in the gifts of nature. Indeed, Moo made his way towards the western island with the intention of indulging in a restorative hot spring, seeking respite from the fatigue of island life. After several days without bathing, Moo felt a sense of discomfort, his garments sullied and in dire need of cleansing. Thus, he wasted no time in pursuing this bathing opportunity. As a dashing young man of the new era, how could he neglect his appearance? Upon arriving at the island, Moo was taken aback. True to the hint, there existed but a single hot spring. However, beside it stood a large blue stone, over half a meter tall, inscribed with the words WQN in bold red characters. Beneath these words was a smaller line, akin to an annotation, stating, "This is a hot spring." What was that arrow pointing towards? Moo speculated that perhaps was the name of the island itself. The entire island covered approximately 15 square meters, with the hot spring occupying the vast majority of the space, at least 10 square meters, leaving only the large bluestone and a delicate beach. Beyond this, there was naught. The hot spring exuded a gentle steam, its clarity revealing Moo Moo's reflection as he leaned in. Restorative hot spring, a place for bathing and alleviating physical and mental fatigue. The effects vary depending on the type of hot spring. Soaking in the spring may improve one's constitution, but it also carries the risk of bacterial infection or other dangers. This hot spring water contains trace elements essential to the human body, aiding in detoxification, enhancing physical condition, and refining the skin, thereby augmenting strength and muscle. No danger is present. This hot spring water is classified as acidic sulfur spring water, containing metallic elements unsuitable for drinking. Excessive consumption may disrupt the body's acid-base balance, leading to neurological disturbances, dizziness, and hypoxia. There were 2 golden hints regarding the hot spring. The water was solely for bathing, not for drinking. However, a small amount should pose no issue. For someone like Moo Moo, who had no shortage of water, the idea of drinking hot spring water was not even a consideration. Others, however, might not share the same sentiment. The notion that danger lurked within the spring piqued Moo Moo's curiosity, yet after some contemplation, he found solace in the realization that this island world diverged from reality. Anything could inhabit its waters. Undeterred, Moo Moo stripped off his clothing and cast it onto the beach before plunging into the water. The moment he entered, he felt enveloped by an extraordinary force. Warm currents seeping through his pores, nourishing his body and spirit, a sensation beyond description. How refreshing! Moo Moo waved at Ka-Ti, beckoning, "Come join me." With a slight hesitation, Ka-Ti leapt into the water. Initially struggling, the dog soon paddled effortlessly, showcasing a perfect doggy paddle. Indeed, dogs are born swimmers. The water was not deep, reaching only to Moo Moo's chest at its deepest point. He settled on the edge of the spring, with just his head above water, experiencing unprecedented relaxation as drowsiness overtook him, and he slipped into slumber. After approximately an hour, Moo Moo awoke, beads of perspiration dotting his forehead. Ah, how delightful! He felt his skin softened from the soak, prompting him to scrub away the grime layer by layer, clouding the once clear water. After cleansing himself, Moo Moo made his way to the beach to retrieve soap and began washing his body. Once thoroughly lathered, he jumped back into the water to rinse off. Observing Ka-Ti's leisurely demeanor in the water, he affectionately pulled the dog closer and ensured it received a thorough wash as well. After their bath, Moo Moo placed his clothes into the water for a cleansing rinse, draping them over the large bluestone to dry. As midday approached, the bluestone became quite hot under the sun, and the air grew increasingly warm. After approximately half an hour, the clothes were dry. Dressed once more, Moo Moo realized he felt invigorated rather than weakened from the bath. His limbs felt robust, his belly noticeably flatter, and his muscles had grown firmer. Indeed, could this be the legendary rejuvenation of spirit and body? What a worthy soak! A smile graced Moo Moo's lips. Just as he prepared to leave, he discovered that the hot spring water could be collected, and thus, he gathered all of it before excavating the nearby bluestone. System notification: polluted hot spring water, 5 cubic meters. System notification: premium bluestone, 1. The volume of water in the spring far exceeded this, yet after collection, only 5 cubic meters remained, indicating that the collected amount did not align perfectly with the actual volume. Moo Moo opened the system panel to examine the hot spring water. Polluted hot spring water, secondhand hot spring water, previously contaminated, with minimal pollution. It serves no purpose and is not suitable for drinking. Any consumption is at one's own risk. It appeared that the invigorating effects of the hot spring water had dissipated post-collection, or perhaps it was the act of contamination that rendered it ineffective. Since it bore no benefit, selling it seemed prudent. Although it was second-hand bathwater, the current market for water was exceedingly tight and thus likely to be in demand. Moo Moo decomposed the hot spring water and listed it on the trading channel. Seller: Moo Moo 18076. Item for trade: 0, 5 cubic meters, 500, second-hand bathwater. Demand: 30 units of wood. Alternative: 15 iron blocks. Stock: 10. Seller's message: recently bathed second-hand hot spring water, still at 43 degrees, not for drinking, but excellent for bathing or laundry. Interested parties should act quickly. Boom. The moment the bathwater was listed, the chat channel erupted with excitement. Wow, did the big shot find a hot spring? How extravagant. Bathing in a hot spring is such a luxury. It seems the hot spring water itself isn't recommended for drinking. I think it's drinkable. I'll take a chance. It's 500, a good deal, surely it won't kill me. Their enthusiasm was contagious, and Moo Moo, astonished by the overwhelming interest in his bathwater, watched as it was snatched up almost instantaneously. Even as others discussed whether to drink it or use it for bathing or laundry, the current trading market was indeed starved for quality resources. Chapter 40. The Carnivorous Flower Demon. Should a hero save the beauty? While the quality may be lacking, the abundance was appealing. Some traded wood, others stones, showing no remorse. Some even began drinking the bathwater they had acquired, boasting in the public chat about their newfound water and its delightful flavor. The prevailing sentiment among players seemed to echo, the big shot's bathwater is truly fragrant. The majority, however, regarded such actions with disdain. A few envious onlookers, after a while, messaged players who had experienced the bathwater, inquiring if they were willing to sell their second-hand bathwater, yet no one responded, leaving the reason shrouded in mystery. Mumu, however, ventured forth to explore the island, wholly indifferent to the judgments of others regarding his bathwater. The warnings were clear, it was not for drinking. What others chose to do with it was of no concern to him. On the 18th island, Mumu was diligently excavating 3 fragrant rice saplings. Fragrant rice sapling cannot be planted directly, requires specific conditions for cultivation, and upon maturing, can yield delicious fragrant rice. Food is an essential commodity for survival. Relying solely on hunting for meat would lead to nutritional imbalance, making the cultivation of grains imperative. Mumu was confident that this crop, once grown, would fetch a handsome price. Although the saplings could not be planted just yet, he decided to keep them for future use. In addition to the saplings, there was a copper treasure chest on the island. Upon opening it, he obtained 2 items. An activated strength bracer, an ancient protective gear left behind by hunters. When worn, it enhances strength, but due to its age, it has become ineffective and requires activation for use. Activation requirements: 1 strength emblem, 1 soul. Damaged agility bracer, another ancient protective gear from hunters, now damaged due to its age. After repair, it can be worn to enhance speed. Repair requirements: 1 speed emblem, 1 soul, 1 silver, 2 green crystals. Though the materials to repair the agility bracer were lacking, the strength bracer could be activated. Considering the perilous nature of survival on this deserted island, Mumu promptly chose to activate the strength bracer to bolster his own strength. System notification: 1 strength emblem, 1 soul. System notification: ordinary strength bracer can be upgraded, has been activated. The ordinary strength bracer can be upgraded twice, with the first upgrade requiring 1 soul, 1 strength emblem, and 1 red crystal. Lacking the necessary materials, Mumu took out the activated strength bracer. Strength bracer, an ancient protective gear left behind by hunters, grants a strength of 50 when worn. The bracer was broad and highly elastic, adorned with stripes of red, yellow, and black, exuding a vintage dark aesthetic that emanated a strong sense of mystery. As Mumu donned the bracer on his left arm, a surge of enigmatic power coursed through his entire being. After putting it on, he felt no discomfort at his wrist, nor the oppressive warmth typically associated with ordinary bracers. It seemed as though this bracer had melded seamlessly with him. Indeed, the absence of a cumbersome sensation was quite comforting. Initially, Mumu had worried that wearing equipment would increase his physical burden and hinder his movements, but it seemed he had been overly cautious. On the preceding island, Mumu encountered some complications. Another player has landed on the small island to the southwest, but before they could explore, they were ensnared by the vines of a man-eating flower demon and taken captive. The flower demon is currently not hungry. It intends to savor this meal later. If you are careful, you may be able to rescue the captive and slay the flower demon, thereby performing a heroic act that could significantly win the favor of the damsel in distress. Should Mumu attempt to rescue? He pondered, noting that the captive appeared to be female. The decision to save her would depend on whether she was worth the effort. If it could forge a friendship and expand his network, it would indeed be a worthwhile choice. However, if she turned out to be untrustworthy or had ulterior motives, it could lead to unnecessary emotional investment. Stories akin to that of the farmer and the snake were not uncommon in this island realm, where some players had met tragic ends after attempting to rescue others or placing undue trust in strangers, leaving behind bitter farewells in the channels. While some expressed outrage or sympathy, most merely shrugged their shoulders, and over time, such incidents became a matter of course. Nevertheless, the small island to the southwest harbored resources, marking it as the only worthwhile destination. Perhaps it would be prudent to wait until the flower demon dealt with the player before proceeding? Mumu contemplated. This would ensure his safety while avoiding the stigma of neglecting someone in peril, allowing him to loot the spoils. After much deliberation, he ultimately abandoned this plan. Uncertainty about when the flower demon would next feed could lead to wasted time. If unforeseen events transpired in the meantime, it might prove detrimental to him. It would be wiser to assess the situation first and then decide whether to rescue or not, thus retaining the initiative. He sought strategies. Opening the compendium, he searched for information on creatures, locating the vine man-eating flower demon, and indeed, it was there. Vine man-eating flower demon, a terrestrial root-based organism. It resembles a flower, but is, in truth, a highly intelligent creature. It possesses roots akin to plants, growing in soil to absorb nutrients and moisture, and can also move and traverse slowly through the earth. Its head boasts an enormous man-eating flower that masquerades as a harmless, colorful bloom. revealing its vicious fangs only when it feeds. Its nerves can attach to jungle vines, evolving them into an integral part of its body, thus exerting control over them. This creature has a penchant for gathering food, using its controlled vines to ensnare various prey, digesting the bounty only when its roots can no longer absorb sufficient nutrients. Ability: Vine Control. Weakness: Fear of Fire. Danger Level: 38. It appeared that the vine man-eating flower demon had recently feasted well, hence its lack of urgency in consuming the captive, granting her a fortunate reprieve. Yet, this creature's appearance was undeniably repulsive and grotesque. It bore similarities to the man-eating flower from the game Plants vs. Zombies, but this creature was dark green with a slightly crimson hue, its mouth dripping with saliva, sending shivers down one's spine. Such plant-like beasts warranted scrutiny regarding their abilities. Vine Control transforms vines into its appendages, allowing it to manipulate them for movement, attack, or binding targets. Control Range: 5 meters. Each use lasts 5 minutes, with a cooldown of 30 minutes. Caution was imperative. Moo mused. The apparent simplicity of the vine man-eating flower demon's skill belied its significant threat. If the island was rife with vines or woodland, the demon could easily launch a surprise attack under the cover of its natural surroundings. It feared fire? If the island was densely forested, perhaps burning it would be a viable strategy. With a plan in mind, Moo rowed his boat to the small island in the southwest. The terrain matched his expectations. Towering trees, at least 20 meters high, greeted him. The island was overrun with weeds and various flying insects, with unknown vines creeping up trees and across the ground, posing a risk of entrapment. It was indeed a challenging environment, a naturally concealed locale. Without guidance, navigating it would be nearly impossible. Should the vine man-eating flower demon suddenly emerge and ensnare his limbs with vines, he would find himself in a precarious situation. Preparation was essential, Moo thought. Anticipating danger ensured readiness. He retrieved 2 pieces of wood, crafting them into torches, igniting them with flint, before venturing deeper into the jungle. Katie, stay close to me and keep an eye on your surroundings. Alert me immediately if you sense danger or observe any moving branches. Woof. Katie, the dog, possessed superior hearing, smell, and vision, enabling it to detect threats far better than Moo. He waved the torch gently, meticulously scanning his surroundings. After maneuvering around several sturdy trees, he was startled to find 3 enormous humanoid figures suspended before him. They were fellow survivors. 3 individuals. Moo's heart raced. This indicated that the vine man-eating flower demon was lurking nearby. Chapter 41. A mere trivial skill, let me sever it. The 3 individuals were ensnared tightly by the vines, hanging helplessly from the trees. Their mouths were tightly sealed, leaving only their eyes and noses exposed in a scant space, struggling to breathe. Zhang Qingqing hung upside down from a tree. Beside her was her boyfriend Yin Wei, and on the other side was the woman she despised, Wu Peipei. The mere thought of this woman ignited jealousy and fury within her. To be precise, Yin Wei had only become her boyfriend the previous day. They met on an island and immediately engaged in a series of indescribable events, swiftly establishing a romantic relationship. In this terrifying world, she had no choice but to rely on a man's embrace for survival. Prior to this, her boyfriend had been Lu Jun, a small and frail boy. The very next day, they coincidentally encountered each other. To obtain food and water from him, Zhang Qingqing sacrificed her beauty and decided to accompany him. Although Lu Jun was lacking in virtue, having someone to care for her and share his resources made her life considerably easier. After exploring several small islands, they encountered Yin Wei. Yin Wei was an athletic student. Though not particularly pleasing to the eye, he was tall and strong, easily overpowering Lu Jun and seizing his supplies. In that moment, Zhang Qingqing felt she had found a safe haven, eagerly throwing herself into Yin Wei's arms and naturally becoming his woman. Their passions ignited, leading to countless exhilarating moments together. Zhang Qingqing believed she had finally found a reliable support. However, all of this was shattered by another woman. This morning, they unexpectedly encountered another female player, Wu Peipei. This woman was 100 times more beautiful, and standing before her, Zhang Qingqing felt like a mere bumpkin. Wu Peipei possessed enchanting eyes that captivated Yin Wei, who was so entranced that he even insisted on sharing his food with her, threatening Zhang Qingqing with violence if she did not comply. Zhang Qingqing could only acquiesce, cursing the woman inwardly. That wretched creature. Just moments ago, when she suggested heading east, Wu Peipei insisted on going west, and Yin Wei complied without question, leading them to this terrifying island. Once they entered the jungle, they discovered numerous mushrooms and a treasure chest, which surely contained many valuable items. Zhang Qingqing excitedly rushed over, but before she could gather any, she felt a tightness around her feet as something ensnared her, lifting her into the air. In her cries of alarm, both Yin Wei and Wu Peipei were similarly seized by an inexplicable force. Yanwei immediately retaliated, swinging his weapon in an attempt to remain calm and combat the beast. However, after several strikes, he realized he could not sever the sturdy vines. Within half a minute, another vine ensnared his weapon, causing it to fall away. The three of them were hoisted headfirst into the trees. They soon beheld a monstrous maw rising from the underbrush, approaching them ominously. Not only Zhang Qingqing, but even Yanwei was paralyzed with fear. A foul liquid dripped from above their heads. The creature, drooling, leaned in to sniff, then disdainfully spat, collapsing to the ground. It chose not to consume them, perhaps waiting for a more opportune moment. It was over. They were destined to perish here. If not for that little vixen Wu Pei, they would not have met such a dire fate and would not be trapped. All of this was that unfortunate woman's fault. The three could not speak. Their voices muffled, resorting to the chat channels to seek help within the world and regional scope. Unfortunately, no one paid them any heed. As such pleas for assistance were far too common. Who knew which island they were on? Even if someone did, it was uncertain whether they would become cannon fodder by venturing forth. Most simply expressed sympathy, while others feigned benevolence, asking questions before declaring their helplessness and wishing them luck. Despair enveloped the trio. Just then, a familiar figure came into view, striding confidently towards them. It was Moo. They recognized Moo's avatar. As a prominent figure within the regional hierarchy, Moo was widely known. Zhang Qingqing had even attempted to message Moo privately, but received no response. Had it been anyone else, they would have assumed it was a harbinger of doom. However, Moo's arrival rekindled their hope for survival. If even Moo could not rescue them, their lives would truly end today. Yet, Moo seemed oblivious to the lurking danger. Their mouths were bound tightly by the strong vines, especially for Zhang Qingqing, who had screamed when first captured, leaving a vine lodged within her mouth. Unable to speak, she could only emit muffled sounds, while Yanwei and Wu Pei struggled to attract Moo's attention. Their eyes darted towards the hidden creature. Tears streamed down Zhang Qingqing's face as she desperately shook her head, trying to signal Moo. Moo reached the base of the tree, gazing at the trio with pity. A hint of disdain flickered at the corner of Moo's mouth as he thought. Three people unable to contend with a single carnivorous vine monster. What a pitiful sight. In her panic, Zhang Qingqing feared that Moo might inadvertently fall victim as well. Be quiet. Moo scolded impatiently. If you wish to survive, remain silent. I'll lower you down shortly. Hearing Moo's words, the three immediately fell silent, gazing tearfully at the vines. Be careful. Don't end up like us, was the unspoken sentiment among them, their hearts heavy with despair. Suddenly, a light bark from a dog echoed, and Moo also heard the rustling nearby. It was coming. With a swift motion, Moo lifted his right foot, and a vine lashed out, attempting to ensnare him. The vine tugged with force, yet Moo remained steadfast. Break it, he commanded, swinging his bronze sword. Severing part of the green vine, he felt a surge of confidence. With renewed strength, he swung again, and the carnivorous vine ceased its ambush, launching a full frontal assault as 4 or 5 thicker vines ensnared him simultaneously. A mere parlor trick, Moo declared, wielding his sword to slice through the green vines effortlessly. The creature howled in agony as the once flat green moss on the ground inflated like a balloon, transforming into a gaping maw. Chapter 42. Set fire to burn everything away. Have you finally reached your limit? Moo faced the grotesque creature without a trace of fear. The carnivorous vine monster opened its mouth and lunged at Moo. With a swift strike, Moo pierced its mouth. A thick, dark green ichor oozed from the wound, its appearance utterly repulsive. The creature shook its head, seemingly unfazed, continuing its assault. Retreat. Ordinary attacks are ineffective against it, Moo thought, astonished. This creature was unlike others. Its numerous sympathetic nerves allowed it to be controlled independently. Much like a plant, even if several branches were severed, it could still survive. While Moo's strike had pierced its mouth, it was akin to merely scratching the bark of a tree. The central nerve cells resided in the roots, transmitting commands. As long as the roots remained intact, the carnivorous vine monster would endure. Moo frowned slightly. On this island, an abundance of trees flourishes, possibly accompanied by a myriad of edible fruits or medicinal herbs. Initially intending to preserve some resources, it now appears that such a plan is futile. One must eradicate the roots of the problem. Moo stepped back and ignited the weeds at his feet with the torch he held, provoking the carnivorous flower demon into a frenzy, its massive head lunging towards Moo. Die? At the very moment it opened its maw, Moo hurled the torch inside. The creature, caught off guard, snapped its jaws in confusion, only to be met with a torrent of thick smoke erupting from its mouth. As it opened its jaws once more, flames engulfed its insides, rapidly spreading along its head and igniting the surrounding vines. The carnivorous flower demon writhed in agony, thrashing its tendrils like whips, setting nearby flora ablaze, and the inferno intensified. Observing such a ferocious forest fire, Woo Woo and others struggled in the trees, yet Moo Moo remained indifferent to their plight. It was over. The three despaired, realizing that while the monster might perish, their own escape seemed impossible, and they were likely to meet their end in the flames. Katie, evade the fire. Moo Moo calmly led Katie Dog close to the trio. Katie Dog let out a long howl, activating its fire-attracting skill. In an instant, the raging flames receded, creating a safe expanse around Moo Moo. The entire area resembled a sanctuary, untouched by the inferno. The three were astonished, bewildered by the turn of events, and some even believed it to be divine providence. After a while, the island, save for the ground beneath Moo Moo's feet, lay charred. The carnivorous flower beast reduced to ashes. What a sin! Moo Moo lamented, gazing at the scorched forest nearby. The carnivorous flower had left nothing behind. No flesh, no bones, no fur. Observing the three still suspended in the trees, Moo Moo took his time to release them, instead opting to scour the island with his hoe. I refuse to believe there are no resources left. At the very least, the patch of ground beneath him must still hold something. Lan Hua Chao Gu, an edible fungus rich in nutritional value, excellent for soups, and enhances immunity against viruses. Oh, a harmless little mushroom, safe for consumption. You won't suffer any poisoning. Moo Moo harvested a total of 20 mushrooms. Moving forward a little, he discovered a silver treasure chest, devoid of any danger. Upon opening it, he found a fine iron pot, a set of ordinary cooking utensils, and a recipe book. The splendid iron pot appeared no different from household cookware, while the recipe book piqued Moo Moo's interest. Upon opening the book, he found numerous images and texts, along with some complex symbols. The content was rather obscure, leaving Moo Moo in a state of confusion. Basic recipe, a comprehensive nutritional guide, your perfect home companion. This book records cooking methods for over 100 cuisines and hundreds of dishes, providing precise ingredient ratios to create delectable meals, allowing you to experience unexpected benefits while indulging in culinary delights. With this recipe book, you can easily become a master chef. System notification, basic recipe available for study. Would you like to learn it? The recipe book was indeed a valuable asset. After all, a person is as good as their meals. Moo Moo chose to learn it. Although he had gathered quite a bit of food, he realized that the island's provisions differed vastly from his previous life, leaving him clueless about cooking. He could only resort to the simplest methods of roasting, boiling, or consuming them raw. While it's often said that high-quality ingredients require minimal cooking, Moo Moo was uncertain if his techniques were correct. A beam of light enveloped him, and the recipe book vanished from his hands. A new button labeled Cooking appeared on the system panel. Upon opening the cooking section, an impressive array of pages unfolded. The panel displayed numerous grids, showcasing recipes for over 100 dishes. Each dish featured an image, its name, and a brief description. The main image depicted the final presentation of the dish, while the name lay beneath it, accompanied by a short introduction. The brief descriptions contained only a handful of words, with the rest obscured. To view detailed content, selecting the main image would lead to a dedicated page with complete cooking methods, ingredients, and beneficial properties. Many dishes were inaccessible to Moo Moo due to insufficient materials. The recipes were categorized into two states, lit and gray. Dishes that could be prepared were illuminated, while those that could not were grayed out. Currently, Moo Moo found himself with limited culinary options. He could also select ingredients and see which dishes could be made. Indeed, this was a remarkable tool. Not only did Moo Moo appreciate the delicious meals that this recipe book could yield, but he was also intrigued by the potential effects of the dishes. Many ingredients, when combined and cooked, could produce extraordinary results. Once he finished studying the recipes, Moo Moo resumed his scavenging across the island. The trees, now charred, were marked for harvesting. He collected all he could, acquiring a total of 80 bundles of charcoal. Other areas yielded a few more resources, which Moo Moo meticulously gathered until nothing remained. The three individuals, suspended in the trees, felt dizzy, with Zhang Qingqing making peculiar sounds to attract Moo Moo's attention. However, he ignored them, continuing his quest for supplies. No one would deter him from his mission. Only after confirming that the island's resources were utterly depleted did he approach the trio. Chapter 43. I simply admire the great ones. Stop calling out. You are safe for the time being. I am contemplating whether to save you, Moo Moo stated nonchalantly before the three. After the fierce battle with the carnivorous flower demon, he was parched and pulled out a bottle of cola, gulping it down eagerly. The three gazed at him with envy. Their eyes turned green at the sight of cola. How extravagant. After finishing the drink and letting out a satisfied burp, Moo Moo coldly regarded the three, weighing the options of either slaying them for their treasures or rescuing them. While it would be easy to take their lives, they were 3 in number. If they recognized him and alerted others in the regional channel, branding him a thief, it could tarnish his reputation. Though he was currently powerful, becoming a target would not bode well for him. Moo was uncertain whether alliances or collaborations would be necessary in the later stages of this game world. It could be troublesome if he were besieged. At this point, he preferred to cultivate friendships. Damaging his reputation would not serve him well. Since the three posed no threat, and he had ample provisions, there was no need to eliminate them. He decided to gauge their intentions. If they did not recognize him, everything would be manageable. After some contemplation, Moo retrieved a Swiss Army knife from the toolbox he found on the wrecked ship and carefully cut the vines binding the three's mouths. Also removing the object from Zhang Qingqing's mouth, which was drenched in saliva. Breathing heavily, the trio gasped for air, immediately showering Moo with gratitude and pleas for release. "Thank you, Great One, for saving us. Please, let us down. Moo, you are like a reborn parent to us." Indeed, his distinctive features were immediately recognized by the three players, and considering his prowess, it was unlikely that anyone else could save them. Weighing the options, it was undoubtedly Moo who would come to their aid. The three promptly began to flatter him. "Be quiet," feeling somewhat impatient, interrupted their insincere flattery. The compliments had become excessive. He had no fondness for sycophants. Since they had been recognized, he was willing to lend a hand, but he would not do so without a price. He produced a loaf of bread, tore open the packaging, and took a bite. Speaking as he ate, "If you wish for me to let you down, I have conditions." Conditions? Yanwei was taken aback. What could they possibly be? Surely, the esteemed one does not desire these two women. After all, he had only just acquired them. He had yet to ascend to the throne. And already his harem was at risk of dissolution. Ignoring the three of them, Moo continued. "Do you possess any valuable items such as manufacturing blueprints, crystals, souls, or emblems? I would like to make an exchange." Relieved that the demand was not for women, Yanwei sighed, accepting that he could manage the request as long as it did not involve the fairer sex. However, his expression turned awkward as he replied, "Esteemed one, what do we, mere mortals, have to compare with you? We struggle even to find food." "None." Moo gazed at him with skepticism. Days had passed without a single emblem found. He was unconvinced. Indeed, Zhang Qingqing, her eyes glistening with tears, looked at Moo and said, "But I have other treasures, esteemed one. Would you be interested?" "Other treasures?" Moo's interest piqued. If Zhang Qingqing had discovered something special, he might consider an exchange. "What do you possess?" he inquired, stepping closer. "Me?" Zhang Qingqing gazed longingly at Moo, licking her lips and gently biting them. "I am the treasure. Do you fancy me, esteemed one? Are you mocking me?" Moo's eyes turned cold, and the bronze sword pressed against her chest. "Is your mind unhinged? Speak if you wish for an end." Such a person was beneath Moo's notice, short, dark, and stout. Yet here she was, flaunting herself before him. "I was wrong. Please spare me, Moo." Zhang Qingqing began to weep. "I merely admire you from afar. Please accept me. I am worth more than you realize. I can do many things, you understand." Zhang Qingqing was not foolish. She recognized that Moo was a world apart from Yanwei. Not only was Moo handsome and powerful, but he also possessed numerous resources. Associating with him meant a life free of worries. Before Moo could respond, a discordant voice interrupted. "Bah, shameless. You have a boyfriend, and yet you seduce the esteemed one." Wu Pei shouted, and as Moo prepared to follow her lead, she continued, "What are you even worth? I am the esteemed one's treasure. You wretched harlot, always stealing others' boyfriends. How dare you speak to me?" Zhang Qingqing retorted. "Did you not profess your love for Yanwei this morning? Did you not claim him as yours? Well, he is yours now. I have broken up with him and am single. Why should I not pursue? I am Mu Ji's woman. With your looks, not even a glance from the esteemed one would fall upon you. Just take a look at yourself, a walking gas canister. Does Mu even see you? Mu, look at me. I am full of treasures. Let me down, and I will show you." Wu Pei was indeed more attractive than Zhang Qingqing, possessing a better figure and a pleasing countenance, placing her in the upper echelon among the survivors. Zhang Qingqing, struck where it hurt, lost her temper completely. "Bah, shameless. What do you have to be proud of? You're as thin as a monkey, lacking any substance. Even without your clothes, no one would look. You are the one without shame. Mu is mine. You have a boyfriend and still try to seduce him." The two women exchanged barbs, causing Yanwei's expression to darken. Just that morning, they had been obedient to him, even displaying jealousy, yet now they had turned their affections toward Moo, leaving him feeling like discarded refuse. Moo furrowed his brow in annoyance. These two women were indeed peculiar. Only a fool would venture into danger with them. Had he known they were of such character, he would have preferred to remain hidden and eliminate them for a bounty. Yet, the situation had escalated to this point, leaving him with little choice but to conceal his feelings. "If I hear you two bickering again, do not expect to come down," Moo said coldly. This warning proved effective, as both Zhang Qingqing and Wu Pei immediately fell silent. The world around them grew quiet once more, and Moo continued. You have 3 minutes to present me with an emblem or a soul or any manufacturing blueprint. I shall release you. Otherwise, you may remain suspended in the tree. Pray, perhaps you will encounter another survivor before you perish from hunger. Speak not of the trivial, lest I grow impatient. The 3 of them had no emblems. It was absurd. Mumu would not believe them even if they claimed otherwise. Just then, Wu Pei, in a rush, exclaimed, "Wait. I have something. Mugu. I possess an emblem and a soul. Will you let me down?" "Very well." Mumu approached without hesitation, severing the vines that held her. He was pressed for time and had no intention of engaging in further conversation. Wu Pei cautiously presented a metallic token and a soul to Mumu. "Mugu, is this acceptable?" She leaned forward, tugging at her neckline, but Mumu didn't spare her a glance. This seemingly delicate girl possessed a soul. Mumu's regard for her increased slightly. Upon inspecting the items, he found 1 soul and a speed emblem, the latter adorned with a lightning-like symbol. "Excellent." Mumu stowed the items in his backpack and addressed Wu Pei. "I mentioned I would trade with you, so I cannot accept without offering something in return. Based on current market value, an emblem is worth approximately 500 units of water or 2 pieces of meat. You may choose your preference." "What?" Wu Pei thought she had misheard. "Mugu can provide me with food?" "Indeed. I am a man of my word, and since we agreed on a trade, fairness is paramount." The market had begun to stabilize, and compared to earlier, the scarcity of water had diminished. An emblem could now fetch around 700 units of water, with the speed emblem being even rarer and thus worth more. However, Mumu had just saved their lives, so he felt it reasonable for the other party to incur a slight loss. He considered the remainder a form of compensation. Hearing Mumu's words, Wu Pei's face lit up with joy as she cautiously inquired, "Can I request both water and food?" "Yes, for the speed emblem. I will give you 200 units of water and 1 piece of meat. You still have 1 soul, and I will add a loaf of bread." Mumu used the system's chat feature to send Wu Pei a package containing 200 units of water, 1 piece of spotted salamander meat, and 1 loaf of bread. "Thank you, Mugu." Wu Pei's eyes sparkled with gratitude. She had expected to be extorted, yet Mumu not only saved her, but also provided her with food and water. Reflecting on the exchange, she realized she had not only avoided loss, but had even gained slightly. Her fondness for Mumu surged, and she inundated the regional chat with messages of thanks. "We were just trapped, and it was Mugu who saved us, exchanging resources for food and water. Thank you, Mugu. Wow, the esteemed one is incredible. Muda Lao is magnificent. Your presence is a blessing to our region. How fortunate we are to encounter the esteemed one. What does he look like? Is he as handsome as his profile picture?" Everyone in the group was showering him with compliments. Mumu noticed and let out a sigh inwardly, lamenting the burden of his undeserved reputation. From a certain perspective, Wu Pei was quite adept at handling matters. Not only did her words provide comfort, but they also helped elevate his standing within the channel, which was significant. It was essential for others to recognize that he had become a formidable figure through merit, not through acts of violence or theft. "Can the esteemed one let us down now?" Yen Wei ventured cautiously. "You have not traded with me." Mumu shook his head and gestured towards Wu Pei, stating that they could only be released if she agreed. "Pei, you know I love you," Yen Wei pleaded. Wu Pei, realizing that further entanglement with Mumu would yield no results, nodded in acquiescence. With a swift motion, Mumu wielded his bronze sword, severing the vines, causing Yen Wei to tumble down from the tree. At that moment, only Zhang Qingqing remained. A look of sheer terror flickered in her eyes, for she understood that this woman would never let her down. As anticipated, Wu Pei approached and coldly scolded, "You vile woman, remain suspended in the tree." Following her words, she delivered several resounding slaps, leaving red marks on Zhang Qingqing's face. "Help! Great one, save me!" Zhang Qingqing cried out in anguish, akin to a slaughtered pig. Noticing Mumu's indifference, she hastily added, "Great one, I possess valuable items. Let me trade with you. I beg you, let Mugu release me. Please. You have something?" Mumu inquired, his brow slightly furrowing. "I hope you speak the truth this time. If you dare deceive me again, you know the consequences." Drawing his sword, he waved it menacingly. "I truly do. I genuinely do." Zhang Qingqing hurriedly replied, "I have a crafting blueprint. Can I trade it with you?" "What blueprint?" Mumu's interest was piqued, yet it had to be a valuable one. If it were worthless, he would not entertain it. "It's the blueprint for a perfect gas mask." Zhang Qingqing quickly amended, "I have one blueprint I haven't learned yet." It appeared there was indeed something worthwhile. Without some coercion, they would not speak the truth. Mumu swung his sword, severing the remaining vines, and allowed Zhang Qingqing to descend from the tree. Of course, it was a transaction. Mumu was quite satisfied with this blueprint, as it would enable exploration of many toxic islands. After acquiring the blueprint, Mumu handed Zhang Qingqing 200 units of water and 1 piece of mottled salamander meat. The trade was complete. Yin Wei approached, a grin plastered across his face. Moo Moo, lacking the inclination for idle chatter, stated, "Now that I have saved you all, I have a request. Please, Great One, speak." Yin Wei nodded eagerly. Moo Moo continued, "I do not care where you go, but I will depart shortly. And the three of you must not follow me or choose the same route as I do, or I will eliminate you. Understood, we will not disturb you." Yin Wei quickly agreed. At that moment, Yin Wei inexplicably harbored a thought, observing Moo Moo, who was not as tall nor as muscular as himself. He pondered whether it would be feasible to eliminate him and seize his possessions. If successful, it would yield great rewards. A cunning glimmer flashed in Yin Wei's eyes. But he quickly suppressed the notion. Moo Moo had single-handedly defeated an entire carnivorous flower monster, indicating formidable strength. A reckless attack could lead to dire consequences. Even if he were to act, it would have to be through stealth. Yin Wei's face transformed into a mask of feigned respect. Moo Moo, detecting the insincerity in his expression, felt a wave of aversion. The smile was too contrived, leaving him uncomfortable. Furthermore, Moo Moo had keenly noticed Yin Wei's subtle, odd demeanor. This individual appeared far from virtuous, and the two peculiar women accompanying him only compounded his suspicions. Surely, he did not intend to ambush me, Moo Moo mused. Nevertheless, even if he did, Moo Moo was unafraid. Yin Wei's weapon was merely a simple short knife, while Moo Moo had become immune to standard attacks. If he were to strike, it would provide a valid reason to eliminate him and procure ample resources. Of course, if Yin Wei bore no ill intentions, it would simply indicate that Moo Moo was overly sensitive or misjudged character, and there would be no need for further discussion. Disregarding the three individuals, Moo Moo surveyed the surrounding seas, seeking a premium route. "Great One, may I accompany you?" Zhang Qingqing ventured closer, her attire disheveled, her physical attributes starkly contrasting with Wu Peipei's. "Exploring these vast seas alone must be lonely. I can help alleviate your solitude." "Not necessary," Moo Moo replied curtly. "I prefer small animals. I already have a dog." "I can be your dog," she exclaimed, suddenly dropping to the ground and imitating a barking dog. "Woof woof. Great One, do I resemble a dog? Please accept me. I will do whatever you ask and bite anyone you wish. Woof woof. I command you to leave and never appear before me again." Moo Moo barely restrained the impulse to kick her. Associating with such a person was a sheer waste of time. As he contemplated the course ahead, he noted various options. Heading southeast would lead to tools used by renowned actresses from island nations. The northwest route featured a small tornado that would cost a third of his supplies, but lead to a tropical island abundant in fruit. The western isle held popular music records, though he lacked the means to play them. The northern isle contained murky freshwater ponds suitable for drinking, albeit with the risk of gastrointestinal distress due to bacteria. The eastern island harbored an iron treasure chest and a foolish bull-headed dog, which had recently perished from overeating. A dog that ate itself to death? Moo Moo chuckled. What a fortunate occurrence, saving him much effort. He resolved to journey to the eastern island and examine the bull-headed dog's information. Bull-headed dog, an omnivorous mammal. It enjoys gnawing on bones and hard objects like tree trunks. It possesses a highly agile tongue and sharp teeth, capable of easily tearing through resilient materials. It runs swiftly and possesses strong attack power. It harbors great hostility toward humans, sporting horns akin to a bull, capable of launching other creatures airborne with a single charge. It is massive, prefers head-on assaults, and has an aversion to the color red, which triggers a berserk state. It has a tenacious vitality, surviving multiple attacks or penetrations without succumbing. Ability, indomitable. Vulnerability, low intelligence. Danger level, 40. It appeared this bull-headed dog was an offensive tank, prone to reckless charges, albeit rather foolish. The ability intrigued Moo Moo, prompting him to delve deeper. Indomitable. When struck by weapons such as knives or clubs to vital areas, it does not die immediately and accumulates a damage coefficient. The higher the damage coefficient, the stronger the bull-headed dog becomes, after accumulating damage coefficients up to 10 times. A random death condition is triggered. The random death occurs between 10 and 20 instances of damage. Impressive. A warrior who grows stronger with each battle. If luck were on his side, it would take hitting vital points 20 times before it perished, resulting in formidable accumulated attack power. What a pity to have died from gluttony. Otherwise, it would have posed a significant challenge. Moo Moo nearly burst into laughter. As he prepared to embark, he cast one last glance at the three players standing idly, internally warning them not to harbor any nefarious thoughts, lest they face dire consequences. With that, Moo Moo released the ship, channeling all his strength into his legs. Just as he was about to step onto the wooden vessel, a sudden clang echoed from behind, as if something had struck his spine. "Ah, so you couldn't resist, could you?" Moo Moo turned to face Yin Wei, who was trembling with a knife in hand. "What are you doing?" "And nothing at all," Yin Wei stammered. "Great One, Would you believe me if I said my knife slipped accidentally? Yin Wei's eyes were filled with panic. I just couldn't hold on to the knife and did not mean to offend. Please, esteemed one, do not be angry. Angry? The murderous intent in Mu Mu's eyes intensified. He had benevolently rescued these three individuals, yet Yin Wei dared to launch a sneak attack from behind. In fact, by rights, Yin Wei should be hanging from a tree now, as both Zhang Qingqing and Wu Peipei had exchanged supplies with him, while Yin Wei had contributed nothing. He was merely a leech seeking favor, and still was not satisfied. You are doomed. Mu Mu drew forth his bronze sword. Esteemed one, please spare me. Upon seeing the gleaming weapon in Mu Mu's hand, Yin Wei was so frightened that he fell to his knees, trembling all over. Please believe me. I truly harbor no ill intent. Why should I believe you? Mu Mu sneered. Because I am indeed an upstanding citizen. Suddenly, a glint of ferocity flashed in Yin Wei's eyes, and he raised the short knife again, aiming it at Mu Mu's body. I will kill you, Yin Wei shouted. I am an athlete. Why should I fear you, a weakling? Bang! The blade struck Mu Mu's thigh, and although the sneak attack succeeded, Mu Mu remained unscathed. How? How could this be? Yin Wei was dumbfounded. The first ambush had failed, and he thought perhaps he had struck the wrong spot or lacked the necessary force. But this time he had exerted all his strength, determined to succeed. He felt he was faster than Mu Mu and began to secretly rejoice, fantasizing about the triumph of a successful ambush. Yet the truth was that Mu Mu was entirely unharmed. A strong sense of crisis enveloped Yin Wei. He finally comprehended the terror of the esteemed figure before him. Overestimating oneself, it is merely a broken knife. I told you, this thing is useless against me. Mu Mu did not evade. He simply could not be bothered to move, kicking Yin Wei away. Mu Mu was not afraid of Yin Wei's ambush. Previously, he had sensed that Yin Wei was a shifty character not to be trusted. However, as long as the other party did not take action against him or reveal malice, Mu Mu had no intention of harming him. Yet, once he made a move, the situation would change, and he was destined for a grim fate. When slaying the man-eating flower demon, Mu Mu had noticed Yin Wei's knife lying on the ground. It was merely the most rudimentary short knife available in the system. Having consumed the shield kiss ancient crocodile skin, drunk the blood of the unicorn walrus, and soaked in hot springs, Mu Mu's strength had been significantly enhanced with equipment bonuses that ordinary players could not hope to contend with. He had long since become immune to the attacks of basic weapons. A knife that could not even cut through vines dared to inflict harm upon him. The opponent must be dreaming. To challenge Mu Mu now, one would at least need a weapon of superior quality. Betraying kindness, I had intended to spare you. Yet you have sought your own demise. Mu Mu's booming voice echoed from above, striking fear into Yin Wei's heart. Esteemed one, please spare me. I shall never provoke you again. I beg for mercy. Yin Wei, aware of the imminent disaster, knelt on the ground, repeatedly bowing his head to Mu Mu. Spare the lies for the king of hell, die? Mu Mu swung his sword, piercing Yin Wei's chest. Blood sprayed from his mouth and chest, and in an instant, he breathed his last. Zhang Qingqing and Wu Peipei stood in shock, having rarely seen such a scene, their bodies trembling in fear. They had thought they had narrowly escaped the jaws of the man-eating flower demon, only to find Yin Wei courting death. Now their hard-won reliance was gone. Mu Mu removed the ring from Yin Wei's hand and looked at the two who stood in a daze. What are you standing there for? Hurry and leave. Yes, we will leave. The two hurriedly replied. Zhang Qingqing and Wu Peipei were particularly afraid that Mu Mu, in a fit of rage, would kill them as well. When the city gate catches fire, the fish in the moat suffer. However, Mu Mu ultimately did not act against them. They stood by the sea, uncertain of which direction to take, feeling utterly helpless. Mu Mu packed his belongings and turned to the two, stating, I shall head east. You may choose any other direction. If you truly do not know where to go, I suggest you explore the small island to the southeast, as there may be things you would enjoy. Yes. Thank you, esteemed one. The island to the southeast was known for tools used by film stars from the island nation, which both of them would undoubtedly find appealing. Especially Zhang Qingqing. Mu Mu did not rush to absorb Yin Wei's ring. He intended to rid himself of these burdens before proceeding to the next island. After boarding the vessel, Mu Mu reiterated, furthermore, do not even think about following me. If I encounter you two on the eastern island, you will surely perish. With that, Mu Mu did not concern himself with their expressions and set sail toward the east. The eastern island was the last one available for exploration today, covered in lush green grass and dotted with scattered trees. Many of the trees had lost their bark at the base, noticeably smaller than above, top-heavy. As Mu Mu approached, he could see numerous pockmarked bite marks, as if they had been gnawed by dogs. Such destructive power. Not to mention the grass was largely consumed. Many trees lay toppled, in a state of decay. Behind a large tree, Mu Mu discovered the overstuffed bull-headed dog. Its belly was swollen, resembling that of a pregnant creature. With black skin covering a body larger than a dog, but smaller than a cow. It bore 2 horns, a countenance akin to both cow and dog, with paws instead of hooves, revealing 2 rows of fangs when its mouth was pried open, clearly a canine. To eat oneself to death is truly foolish. A line of information appeared before Moo Moo. The bull-headed dog. This creature has died due to overeating plant fibers and has inflated to death an hour ago. A non-threatening deceased creature. Its flesh is very fresh and edible due to having just died. Moo Moo used his sword to slice open the belly of the bull-headed dog, and a torrent of woody debris poured forth. System prompt. Bull-headed dog 1. System prompt. The bull-headed dog can be decomposed. Do you wish to decompose it? Decompose. System prompt. Bull-headed dog blood 1000. System prompt. Bull-headed dog horns 2. System prompt. Bull-headed dog meat 5. System prompt. Bull-headed dog bones 4. System prompt. Bull-headed dog skin 4. No soul. Moo Moo felt a tinge of disappointment. It seemed that one does not receive souls from creatures not personally slain. First, let's examine the blood and meat for their uses. As Moo Moo was particularly interested in food. Chapter 46. The wooden boat transforms into a fishing vessel, adding new functions. Opening the system panel. Bull-headed dog blood, a miraculous liquid that, when consumed, can unleash latent potential. It enhances combat abilities during a state of rage or upon taking damage, with the effect proportional to the amount consumed. Bull-headed dog meat, a delectable meat that, when consumed, can increase stamina and reduce pain from injuries. Currently rated 3 stars for hunger satisfaction, with an overall score of 72. Both blood and meat are excellent resources. Moo Moo did not intend to sell them. Next, he examined the bones and skin. The bones held no special use, but the skin could be crafted into leather goods. The bull-headed dog horns also served as a medicinal ingredient, though their exact uses remained unknown for now. Moo Moo extracted the bull-headed dog blood, pinched his nose, and drank it all at once. After all, he was somewhat thirsty. First, he would boost his attributes with the blood, as he currently had plenty of water and did not need to conserve. It felt fiery upon entering, stinging his throat, akin to drinking chili oil. Once in his stomach, a strong burning sensation surged, causing his muscles to contract immediately. After a moment, the burning subsided, replaced by a feeling of vitality surging through his brain. At this moment, Moo Moo experienced an overwhelming urge. Had a Shabai stood before him, provoking him, he would have undoubtedly unleashed a fierce beating upon him. The island was abundant with timber and stones, yet the rune base and vessels could no longer accommodate them, their capacity having turned a deep crimson, indicating insufficient space. It appeared that an upgrade of the rune base was imperative. Moo Moo retrieved Yin Wei's survival bracelet, opting for immediate refinement. A faint sound and vibration emanated from the bracelet, and an additional pattern emerged upon its surface. System notification, bracelet refinement successful, current level, 2. System notification, wood, 30. System notification, stone, 20. System notification, iron blocks, 10. System notification, copper blocks, 10. System notification, sand, 50. System notification, bread, 2. System notification, milk, 2. System notification, mineral water, 300. System notification, fresh lamb, 2. System notification, passion fruit, 3. System notification, water emblem, 1. System notification, light emblem, 1. System notification, earth emblem, 2. System notification, soul, 1. System notification, passion fruit seeds, 5. System notification, glowing grass seeds, 3. To his astonishment, this individual possessed 4 emblems while lamenting his plight. He deserved a reprimand. Moo Moo cursed vehemently, considering Yin Wei's cunning. The 2 women believed they had aligned themselves with a wealthy companion, but they would soon realize that Yin Wei merely regarded them as playthings and tools for exploitation. As Moo Moo touched the bracelet, 2 rune bases and 2 vessels materialized. Yin Wei's base was a stone house, and his vessels were somewhat larger, evidently upgraded. There was certainly a wealth of good items. Absorb everything, Moo Moo silently commanded. System notification, rune base absorption failed, current level absorption limit reached. System notification, rune vessel absorption failed, current level absorption limit reached. Unable to absorb? Moo Moo frowned slightly and opened the system explanation for clarification. The absorption limit for ordinary rune bases and vessels is 2. To absorb more, please upgrade the base and vessels. Moo Moo understood that he had previously absorbed Uncle Lu's and Xiao Zhang's bases, thus rendering further absorption impossible. An upgrade to his base was required first, after which he could absorb 5 more. Moo Moo took out the construction hammer and examined the upgrade conditions. Rune base, expansion materials, sand, 80, wood, 60, stone, 30, iron blocks, 15, earth emblem, 1, light emblem, 1, water emblem, 1, soul, 3. Rune vessel. Upgrade materials. Ship wood. 10. Wood. 5. Water emblem. 1. Wind emblem. 1. Iron blocks. 10. Copper blocks. 5. Soul. 2. Conditions met. He was ready to upgrade and expand. All expansion materials were added. System notification. Sand. 80. Wood. 60. Stone. 30. Iron blocks. 15. Earth emblem. 1. Light emblem. 1. Water emblem. 1. Soul. 3. Moo raised the construction hammer and began to strike the rune base. Numerous wooden frames and dust appeared around it, and after a while, they vanished, transforming the rune base into a 2-story building. System notification. Excellent rune base upgrade completed. Remarkable, it had become a villa. Moo gazed excitedly at the expanded base, yet he refrained from rushing inside to inspect it, instead opting to proceed with upgrading the vessel. System notification. Ship wood. 10. Wood. 5. Water emblem. 1. Wind emblem. 1. Iron blocks. 10. Copper blocks. 5. Soul. 2. Moo once again wielded the construction hammer on the vessel. System notification. Vessel upgraded to a small fishing boat. A fishing boat. Did it possess any new functions? Moo opened the system panel for the rune vessel, discovering a plethora of new improvement options. Hand paddled or upgrade to electric propulsion system. Marine engine. 1. Rudder. 1. Iron. 4. Copper. 1. Assisted sail. Wood. 5. Canvas. 3. Small fishing net. Nylon rope. 10. Hemp rope. 10. Vessel stabilizer. Iron blocks. 5. Copper blocks. 5. Uncertain of the benefits of the improvements, Moo clicked on the functions for further examination. Electric propulsion system. Converts vessel navigation to electric mode, increasing speed and efficiency, capable of autopilot. Small fishing net. Allows for random fishing during navigation, with a maximum catch limit of 30 small fish. Assisted sail. In favorable wind conditions, increases sailing speed. Beware of hurricanes, as they pose risks. Vessel stabilizer. Enables the vessel to evade small storms. The addition of fishing capabilities was indeed favorable, allowing for the retrieval of fish while at sea, thus optimizing time. However, he presently lacked the nylon rope. The ability to evade small storms was also exceedingly practical, preventing losses of resources due to inclement weather. Moo first opted to add the vessel stabilizer, ultimately focusing on the electric propulsion system. Was a marine engine and rudder required? He recalled having found one aboard that dilapidated ship, though it seemed the engine was inoperative and the rudder was damaged. A repair might restore its functionality. Moo accessed the system space and retrieved the engine. Scrap marine engine. Can be used after repair. Repair materials. Iron blocks. 10. Copper blocks. 10. Silver blocks. 2. Wires. 10. Soul. 1. Repairing the engine requires a toolbox. Fortunately, no rare materials were needed, and he had found a toolbox on that derelict ship, making repair possible. Chapter 47. Synthesizing fertilizer, planting a farm. Moo retrieved the toolbox, selected the materials, and began the engine repair. System notification. Iron blocks. 10. Copper blocks. 10. Silver blocks. 2. Wires. 10. Soul. 1. The repair process was remarkably straightforward, with illuminated prompts indicating which screws to disassemble, allowing Moo to follow the procedure seamlessly. Once the screws were removed, the repair materials were automatically added. After a few symbolic manipulations, the engine was repaired in under 10 minutes. Moo then took out the dilapidated rudder. The worn rudder could still be utilized, albeit with certain risks. Unexpected incidents might occur during navigation. Repairing it would ensure safe travel. The repair required 5 wood, 2 iron, and 2 copper. With ample resources at his disposal, Moo was not inclined to skimp on these repair materials and chose to proceed. The repair process was akin to that of the engine and took less than 3 minutes in total. Once completed, Moo decided to integrate the electric propulsion system into the fishing boat. A golden light illuminated the fishing boat, which swayed slightly, and a new rudder appeared in the cockpit, while the previous oars vanished. With sailing not possible today, he could not test it. Thus, Moo boarded the fishing boat for a brief inspection. The cockpit was spacious, significantly more impressive than the former rickety wooden boat, with enough room in the back to accommodate an entire bed, allowing for rest during long voyages. The hold also offered ample space for storage. Excellent. He needed to gather nylon rope promptly, as he could catch a few fish to enjoy during future outings. Descending from the vessel, Moo opted to absorb the base and the smaller vessel. The rune base and small fishing boat swiftly expanded, growing in size. Approaching the rune base, Moo noted that an attic had been added atop the base, featuring a hint of European architectural style, providing a vantage point for distant observation, serving as a small lookout. The yard in front of the villa had also doubled in size from its original 20 square meters to 40 square meters. now encircling the ruined base on 3 sides. Upon entering the courtyard, an option to cultivate the land above appeared. The cultivable land can be transformed into an island farm, where one can sow seeds, saplings, and vegetables, yielding the necessary resources. By appropriately adding fertilizer, the maturation of the plants can be expedited. With a simple dig, Moo wielded his hoe and began to excavate the soil. In a matter of moments, the sandy beach morphed into fertile ground, revealing 6 neatly arranged plots of land before him. At this stage, the first 6 plots could be cultivated free of charge, while unlocking the next plot would require 1 TZHWNZH and 1 unit of sand. The 6 plots, resembling uniform tofu blocks in size and color, each measured approximately 80 centimeters in width. Above the plots, a shimmering seed icon indicated the possibility of sowing. With the current 6 plots sufficient for his needs and lacking the necessary TZHWNZH, Moo opted to continue exploring the island for other resources rather than hastily unlocking additional land. Gathering resources before planting seemed a prudent approach. Most of the hardwood on the island had been ravaged by the bull terriers, leaving little to salvage. Moo managed to collect only 5 units, alongside a handful of stones, copper pieces, and sand. After gathering resources, Moo approached an iron chest, curious about the treasures it might hold. A prompt indicated there was no danger as he opened the chest. The system notified him of the following contents. 1. TZHB Oxy Ing. 1. J Ingli Ingda F Eli Ozich Zot. 7. LNS Shu J Ing. 1. Guing ZHWNZH Ing. And 1. WNM Ida Li Nu NK IZHZOT. Along with 5. J Ingli Ingda SH Uli Ing Zich NGZ. Fortune smiled upon Moo as he had acquired 2 manufacturing blueprints, crystals, a badge, and seeds. He felt his luck was extraordinary, having discovered rare resources. Accumulating a few more blue crystals would enable him to upgrade his water collector, alleviating his concerns about water supply. Curious about the purpose of the J Ingli Ingda SH Uli Ing Zich NGZ, Moo examined the details. The seeds served as universal animal feed in the island world, capable of growing into fodder that both pets and wild animals could consume, promoting their healthy growth. While this was intended for animals, Moo suspected that his beloved dog might prefer gnawing on bones. He chose to delay planting, instead opting to study the blueprints and dismantle the iron chest. The WNM Ida Li Nu NK IZH ZOT detailed the crafting of sturdy armor from chain links, enhancing defensive capabilities and providing protection from 1 instance of a combo attack per turn. The J Ingli Ingda F Eli OHZOT outlined the creation of fertilizer from blood, meat, and pasture grass, which would have the maturation time of plants when utilized. At present, Moo saw no immediate need to create the chain armor. Instead, he focused on the fertilizer crafting method, as he had several plots of land ready for use. He opened the synthesis formula for the J Ingli Ingda F Elio. The ingredients required included 1 unit of any meat, 100 units of any blood, 1 unit of HIDMCO, and 1 unit of SHWICO. With all components on hand, he proceeded to manufacture the fertilizer. As the snake meat and blood were not particularly appetizing, Moo decided to use them for fertilizer, reserving more beneficial blood for consumption. After selecting the materials, he clicked to synthesize. The system confirmed the successful creation of 5 units of J Ingli Ingda F Elio. Moo fashioned a wooden bucket to store the fertilizer, which appeared quite unappealing, resembling vomit and emitting a foul odor. Thankfully, the smell was not overpowering, becoming barely detectable beyond 2 meters. Regardless, Moo had no intention of placing this concoction indoors. He found a corner in the courtyard to dispose of it. Each unit of fertilizer could only be applied to 1 plot of land and had a validity of 7 days. He synthesized a small iron shovel and decided to apply fertilizer to 2 plots as a test while allowing the others to grow naturally. After fertilizing, he commenced planting, starting with 2 saplings of Xiing MSH on the treated land, as rice was an essential staple. Following the planting, a new functionality appeared on the system panel, HIDON-NGCHing. Upon selecting this option, a page displayed the planted crops, estimated maturation times, and anticipated yields. The results were subject to variation, with actual yields taking precedence. The Xiing MSH had a maturation time of 72 hours due to the fertilizer. Without it, this duration would have doubled. Having successfully planted the Xiing MSH, Moo proceeded to sow 1 Li NSH, 1 HIDMCO seed, 1 LNGSHLNGNM seed, and 1 BIXING seed, filling all 6 plots. After completing his agricultural endeavors, Moo exhaled deeply. The planting process was not cumbersome, Simply inserting saplings into the soil and scattering seeds over the land sufficed. The island farm's functionality also provided the health status of each crop and whether watering was necessary. Moo Moo retrieved his water collector, added wood to continue producing water, and dug a pit in the courtyard to plant the bitin. Daily resource collection was essential. This time, Moo Moo planned to cultivate a batch of scallops. The oysters raised yesterday were delectable. He wondered what effect the scallops would yield. He tossed one reserved scallop into the bitin. With today's sailing expeditions exhausted, it was time for a meal. What should he eat? The bull terrier meat seemed promising. Moo Moo called for his dog, Castaway. Castaway, how about we have dog meat tonight? The bull terrier barked fiercely several times, casting a disdainful glance at Moo Moo, as if regarding him as a fool, and issued a warning. If you dare to eat me, I will bite you. Sensing Castaway's ominous gaze, Moo Moo cleared his throat and clarified, Ahem, I meant dog meat. Not your meat. Well, never mind, I'll stick to crocodile. He set up a barbecue and began roasting crocodile meat and skin. Eating well is beneficial. With plenty of bones left, Moo Moo tossed two to Castaway, who gnawed on them with delight. He fetched a stone bowl, filled it with water, and offered it to Castaway, then opened the trading channel. He still needed to exchange some items. Currently, Moo Moo had an abundance of stones and wood, so he focused on blueprints or crystals and badges, seeking rare resources or materials for crafting superior items. As he opened the trading platform, he noticed a listing for a perfect smart toilet blueprint. The seller, Nanbao Gang, sought 500 units of water, 3 units of any meat, and 1 loaf of bread for the blueprint. The inventory showed only 1. The seller's note read, I have no use for this. Does anyone want it for their convenience? Nanbao Gang was quite bold in his pricing. Asking 500 units of water and that much meat for a single blueprint was steep. It seemed he was looking to exploit a fool. After some thought, Moo Moo decided that although the price was high, it fell within his acceptable range. Given the perfection of the blueprint, thus he resolved to play the part of the fool. He accessed the system panel and selected various food items to send in trade. The system confirmed the transaction. 2 units of Hu Bin Yuyinru, 1 unit of Yingyincchiling 500 units of water, and 1 loaf of bread. The transaction for the perfect smart toilet blueprint was successful. The seller's automated message expressed gratitude. Thank you, great one. You are like my benefactor. Since Moo Moo, as a benefactor, commanded absolute resources, he felt no need for gratitude or to plead with others to buy his items. Thus he had not sent a response message. A blueprint materialized in Moo Moo's hand. Upon opening, one finds an illustration of a toilet adorned with numerous mathematical symbols. This contraption proves to be quite practical. Previously, when Moo Moo needed to relieve himself, he could only seek a secluded spot on the beach, enduring the curious gazes of Katy dogs. The discomfort of wind and sun upon his exposed skin was all too real. Moreover, encountering other players, such as Xiao Xiazi, during such vulnerable moments could lead to perilous situations. It is said that the legendary assassin Xia Qi, once a master of the blood droplet sect, met his untimely demise while attending to his needs, ambushed by Xiao Xiazi. Now, however, the toilet elegantly resolves all these issues. Remarkably, it is an intelligent toilet, the specifics of which remain a mystery to Moo Moo. At this moment, Moo Moo experiences a twinge of abdominal discomfort and hastily opts to learn. Eager to experience the benefits of this toilet. Perfect intelligent toilet. Wood 2, Stone 5, Daqing Shi 1, Iron Block 3, Copper Block 2, Water Emblem 1, Fire Emblem 1, Soul 1. Damn it, even a toilet requires emblems? Moo Moo muttered an expletive, lamenting his lack of a water emblem. He quickly hurried to the trading market in search of one. Seller, Moo Moo 18076. Trade item, 1 Maoshan Wong durian, 1 coconut, 200 water. Requirement, 1 water emblem. Stock, 3. Seller's message, urgently needed. Generous trading items. Interested parties please act swiftly or risk missing out. Will be taken down in 30 minutes. Initially, Moo Moo had no intention of parting with the durian, but fearing he might not procure a water emblem in time, he raised the asking price significantly. His urgency was palpable. There was no time to waste when nature calls. He also sought to acquire an additional 2 water emblems for future needs. Within mere minutes of listing, his trade items were snatched up. Look, the boss has durians. Maoshan Wong durians, the pinnacle of durian varieties. So tempting. I want to eat one. Whoever got it, would you sell it to me? Enthusiasts of durian were left in tears on the deserted island. What kind of life does this boss lead? I cannot fathom. Durian is so foul-smelling. What could possibly be good about it? Oh, you speak out of jealousy for not being able to taste it. The chat channel buzzed with chatter, yet Moo Moo paid little heed. Focusing intently on synthesizing the intelligent toilet, he had the Daqing Shi, having discovered a piece on Hot Spring Island, although it was rather large. Thus, Moo Moo decided to slice it in half, using 1 portion for the toilet. System prompt: Wood 2, Stone 5, Daching Sure 1, Iron Block 3, Copper Block 2. Water Emblem 1, Fire Emblem 1, Soul 1. System prompt: Perfect intelligent toilet successfully manufactured. He rushed to the restroom, seeking a comfortable spot for placement. A golden glow emanated, and a toilet materialized before him. This toilet was distinct from the conventional ones, showcasing a deep gray hue, exuding a sense of weightiness and historical gravitas, while simultaneously reflecting a modern, avant-garde design. The surface was crafted from premium stone, exuding a luxurious texture, akin to an exquisite piece of art that melds tradition with contemporary technological sophistication. Eagerly, Mumu took a seat. Ah, what bliss! The warmth of the smooth stone enveloped him, sending a gentle heat radiating through his thighs, akin to resting upon the floor of a hot spring or sauna. The stone's temperature was calibrated by the system to the optimal warmth for the human body, adjustable to personal preference. In this moment, it felt as if he were not merely relieving himself, but indulging in a luxurious massage. The experience was exquisite, perhaps enhanced by the Fire Emblem's warmth. Not a hint of unpleasant odor lingered in this toilet. The stench of waste was entirely absent. Mumu was momentarily overcome with the desire to drift into slumber. Chapter 49. Synthesizing the gas mask and practicing flight. After attending to his personal matters, Mumu cleansed himself and opted to flush. The waste was automatically washed away with seawater, conserving precious resources. The intelligent toilet boasted numerous features. Upon reviewing the system, he quietly uttered, "Activate cleansing function." A stream of warm water jetted forth, refreshing his private areas with unparalleled comfort. Mumu's expression reflected sheer ecstasy. It felt less like cleansing and more akin to a soothing massage. Subsequently, the toilet initiated the automatic drying mode, gently blowing air to dry him. Rising from his seat, Mumu realized he had developed an unexpected fondness for this activity. It transcended mere necessity. Truly, it was an experience beyond words. This toilet was worth every effort. Emerging from the 2-story building, Mumu found Katy dogs frolicking joyfully in the yard, entertaining themselves. With ample time remaining before rest, Mumu contemplated synthesizing a rocket backpack and a gas mask for future emergencies. After all, he had often encountered toxic islands, which he previously dared not explore. Furthermore, the flying device would serve as a valuable combat aid. Yet, he had yet to learn the crafting blueprint for the gas mask. Thus, he chose to study it. Perfect gas mask. Wood Emblem 1, Water Emblem 1, Fire Emblem 1, Iron 2, Copper 1, Fresh Grass 20, Plastic 5, Glass 1, Soul 1. A considerable amount of materials was required. Just the emblems alone demanded 3, alongside unfamiliar items such as fresh grass and plastic. Mumu then opened the crafting formula for the rocket backpack. Rocket backpack, Copper Block 15, Iron Block 15, Silver Block 5, Wind Emblem 2, Fire Emblem 1. Comparing the requirements, it became evident that he primarily lacked emblems. To create these 2 items, he would need to gather an additional 2 wind emblems and 2 fire emblems. Uncertain if the trading market would accommodate this need, Mumu selected several product sets for listing. Seller: Mumu 18076. Trade item: 1 coconut for 100 water. Requirement: 1 wind emblem. Stock: 2. Seller's message: if you possess perfect level crafting blueprints, feel free to contact me for trade. Seller: Mumu 18076. Trade item: 1 milk. 500 water. Requirement: 1 fire emblem. Stock: 2. Seller's message: if you possess perfect level crafting blueprints, feel free to contact me for trade. Seller: Mumu 18076. Trade item: 50 water. Requirement: 1 fresh grass. Stock: 20. Trading rules: limit of 5 purchases per person. Seller: Mumu 18076. Trade item: 1 pineapple. Requirement: 1 plastic. 1 glass. Stock: 5. Trading rules: limit of 1 purchase per person. Upon completing the listings, Mumu entered the chat page to check the activity. The number of members in the regional channel had surged to 680. Clearly, many players had met their demise in recent days. It was imperative to treat the game with seriousness, lest one truly perish. The dwindling member count exerted immense pressure on those still alive. Items listed, including the pineapple and water, were swiftly claimed. It appeared many players possessed ample supplies of grass and plastic. The trade for emblems was somewhat slower, as Mumu had opted for a straightforward exchange rather than inflated pricing. The game had progressed over several days, with more players discovering crafting blueprints and recognizing the significance of emblems. Consequently, many began hoarding them, leading to a rise in their market value. Unless in dire need of water and food or presented with advantageous trading opportunities, most players were reluctant to part with their emblems. After waiting an hour, a set of emblem trades was finally completed. However, Moo remained unperturbed. The hour was late, and he trusted that many players had nearly exhausted their sailing attempts. Those lacking water sources would naturally seek to trade. During this period, one can continue to exercise, whether physically or through the use of equipment. Moo took out 2 shield-kissed ancient crocodile claws and placed them in his mouth to replenish his essence. He sliced a piece of the unicorn sea elephant meat and drank its blood, then began to practice. Due to significant improvements in Moo's physical condition, the results of his training were now more efficient than ever. The definition of his chest muscles became sharp, and his 8-pack abs gradually emerged. After an hour of exercise, Moo sat down to rest and opened the trading channel, discovering that all items had been successfully traded. He could now synthesize a flying device and a gas mask. Opening the forging page, he chose to synthesize. System prompt: 15 copper blocks, 15 iron blocks, 5 silver blocks, 2 wind emblems, 1 fire emblem. System prompt: rocket backpack flying device manufactured successfully. System prompt: 1 wood emblem, 1 water emblem, 1 fire emblem, 2 iron, 1 copper, 20 fresh grass, 5 plastic. 1 glass, 1 soul. System prompt: perfect gas mask manufactured successfully. Before Moo appeared a blue flying device and a deep gray mask. The device resembled a backpack. Although it consumed many materials, it was not heavy. The gas mask was somewhat akin to those masks used in biochemical weapons, featuring filters for the nose and mouth, with 2 transparent glass windows for the eyes. Moo examined the item descriptions. Rocket backpack flying device, worn on the back. Simply switch it on to fly, controlled by one's thoughts, with an operational lever for assistance. Each charge of 1 soul allows for 30 minutes of flight. Perfect gas mask, capable of filtering most of the toxic gases encountered on the island, ensuring safe breathing. The gas mask can self-degrade toxins without needing a charge. Important note: the gas mask can be used continuously for a maximum of 15 minutes. After usage, please expose it to sunlight to degrade toxins. It can be reused after 24 hours. The gas mask could only be used for 15 minutes, and if faced with a heavily toxic island, Moo could not venture in, lest he risk his life. He decided to first test the rocket backpack flying device to familiarize himself with its operation, preventing himself from becoming a target in combat. Adding 1 soul, Moo strapped the rocket backpack onto his shoulder, activated the switch, and soared into the sky. To his excitement, the flying device was quite fast. He felt it could rival the speed of a fire-tailed giant eagle and could be controlled by thought. If the speed felt slow, he could activate the sprint mode to double his speed, though this mode could only last for a maximum of 10 seconds at a time, followed by a 1-minute cooldown, and using sprint mode would shorten the overall flight time. Moo joyfully soared above the island, gradually finding his rhythm. The Katy dog chased below, running and jumping. "Do you want to fly?" Moo inquired, looking down. "Woof woof." The Katy dog barked happily. Moo landed to pick up the Katy dog and took to the skies again. "Come, let you experience the feeling of flying." He alternated between accelerating and decelerating, occasionally testing the sprint mode, both he and the dog reveling in their play. After a brief flight, Moo ventured beyond the land of the island and into the ocean. He hesitated to fly too far over the sea, as just a short distance would envelop him in white mist, obscuring his vision. This made it easy to lose his way, and if he were to become lost over the ocean, it could spell disaster. A few times, he nearly lost his direction, but thankfully the Katy dog's keen nose guided him back safely. After around 20 minutes of flight, Moo slowly descended before the ruined base, gently placing the Katy dog down. "This device is remarkable," Moo mused. When paired with the hunting bow, it could yield excellent results. When faced with formidable beasts, I could simply take to the skies and deal with them from above. Having trained sufficiently, the hour was late, and Moo unfolded his sleeping bag, lying down within the ruined base, holding the Katy dog close as he drifted off to sleep. Ever since they had shared a warm bed, the Katy dog had grown fond of this arrangement, which posed a dilemma for Moo. The sleeping bag was too small, making it difficult for the two to turn and move. It was time to craft a proper doghouse. He would set it up in the yard once he found the crafting blueprint. Upon waking the next morning, the first task was to gather water and inspect the clam beds. Over 20 clams had grown, a few more than the oysters. Moo harvested the clams, obtaining exquisite wild clams that could still be improved in quality. He reserved 1 for breeding and consumed the rest raw with horseradish. Then drank 100 units of unicorn sea island blood, ate a piece of crocodile meat, and fed the Katy dog a bone before washing his face, brushing his teeth, and preparing to depart. The southern island is overrun with mice, creatures with low combat power that are also edible. If you do not mind, you might consider catching a few. The eastern island is resource poor, with only a small amount of fresh water, and is riddled with traps and mechanisms that require caution. The northern island is an active volcano, teeming with molten lava. Yet there are two silver treasure chests upon the rocky walls of the crater. The southwestern island has been explored, recently vacated by the famous actress Yang Mu, leaving it devoid of resources, save for a small amount of unprocessed liquid and a torn stocking. The northwestern island is home to a chorus of singing seagulls, aside from the northern island. The other islands presented little danger, yet Mu had no interest in the mouse meat, and the other islands lacked the resources he sought. The northern island held two silver treasure chests. Mu felt a compelling urge to head north. However, the lava represented peril, and succumbing to it would lead to certain death. Mu pondered that with the flying device, if he could circle around while carrying it, perhaps he could reach the treasure chests. Even if he could not obtain them due to objective conditions, he would have completed his exploration and could leave the island. It was worth a try. Yet, with the Katy dog by his side, carrying it might prove inconvenient. Mu crafted one hemp rope from dragon tongue agave, strapped on the flying device, and secured the Katy dog in his embrace. After ensuring everything was secure and would not fall, he stowed the rune base and set off toward the northern island. He must not allow his beloved pet to become roasted dog meat. Upon reaching the northern island, Mu infused the flying device with one soul and took to the skies. Before him, a mere meter away lay the sandy beach, while everywhere else was engulfed in rolling red lava. A wave of heat surged through the air, though it remained within an acceptable range. Mu cautiously flew forward, avoiding the possibility of sudden lava flows and attempting to navigate through the cooler black zones. After several minutes, he arrived at the volcano's crater. The diameter of the crater was vast, approximately between 50 to 100 meters. One side of the volcano had a gap, from which the scorching lava flowed slowly, while the other side was elevated, adorned with rocky formations. A significant amount of heat radiated from the crater. Mu surveyed the area from above, discovering a flat stone within the towering side of the volcanic crater, upon which glimmered two bright objects. Surely, those must be the silver treasure chests. With a quickened heartbeat, Mu descended towards the objects. Upon landing on the steps, he felt as if his entire body was being scorched, akin to a sauna, with beads of sweat continuously forming on his forehead, while Cadigo also panted from the heat. Indeed, they were two silver treasure chests. Without taking the time to open them, Mu swiftly stowed both chests into his backpack, planning to examine them thoroughly once he had vacated this cursed place. System notification: unopened silver treasure chests X2. After securing the treasure chests, Mu took to the skies once more. Was it certain that there were no additional resources to gather in this area? A sense of reluctance washed over him. He retrieved his pickaxe, as the spot where he had landed indicated it was suitable for excavation. Mu swung the pickaxe down. System notification: volcanic rock X1. System notification: volcanic rock X1. System notification: volcanic rock X1. Around him, there were other collection points, and he managed to extract a total of 30 pieces of volcanic rock. With nothing left to unearth in the crater, Mu hastily departed from this perilous location, directing himself toward his small fishing boat. Along the way, he unexpectedly discovered several spots of lava that could also be collected from. Without hesitation, he swung his pickaxe again. System notification: mysterious lava X1. System notification: mysterious lava X1. System notification: mysterious lava X1. In total, he gathered 12 pieces, uncertain of their purpose but feeling compelled to take them nonetheless. After completing his excavation, Mu arrived at his fishing boat. This expedition had consumed 50 minutes, during which he had even recharged his flying device once. He set Cadigo down and steered the boat southwest, as the notification indicated that there was a harmless cow in that direction. Chapter 51: Capturing the Cow and Establishing a Pasture. Mu continuously shook his clothes, drenched in sweat. The volcanic crater was unbearably hot, and cradling such a creature in his arms felt like carrying a portable furnace. Cadigo's fur was also soaked in sweat and began to mat. Mu tossed the hemp rope onto the boat and took out some water to drink, maintaining his body's acid-base balance. Then poured some into a bowl for Cadigo. The dog eagerly lapped at the bowl, displaying remarkable agility. An audacious idea suddenly struck Mu. Would shaving Cadigo's fur make it feel cooler and perhaps even happier? It would also spare them both the trouble of shedding in the bedding. This matter could be addressed later. The southwestern island was crescent-shaped, resembling an inverted ladle, covered in lush green grass, and astonishingly, a stone tablet appeared at the shore, inscribed with the words Wang Jia Dao, a landmark. Mu approached the tablet, which bore a resemblance to the hot spring he had encountered previously. He pried the tablet from the ground and tossed it into the boat's hold. In the distance, a leisurely cow ambled about. Its black spots on white skin appeared rather endearing. The cow resembled those he had seen before, albeit larger in size. As it grazed, Mu approached, but it instinctively moved aside as if startled. Island cow, a harmless creature with a gentle disposition. It does not attack humans nor approaches them. If frightened, it will flee. This animal can produce milk, which is highly nutritious. A gentle giant of a cow, you may choose to slaughter it for its delectable meat, or tame it to obtain its rich milk. However, it is crucial that you capture it alive before taming. Capture it alive? Indeed, once dead, it could no longer produce milk. Now, Moo faced a choice, to kill for meat or to tame. However, he preferred not to pursue the former, as his current meat supply was ample, while milk was a rare commodity. Taming it seemed far more prudent. He retrieved the hemp rope. Moo dashed towards the cow. Yet he overestimated his abilities. He was no cowboy and could not lasso the cow. Furthermore, the cow was far too swift. Whenever he neared, it nimbly evaded his grasp. He reluctantly called upon Castaway for assistance, but they encountered the same dilemma. Although Castaway could outrun the cow, it could only hurt it without causing harm, and every time it cornered the cow towards Moo, the animal would evade capture. The cow was now growing increasingly impatient. This approach was futile. He had to abandon it immediately. Enhancing the cow's affinity would aid in taming, but continuing this way would only aggravate the creature and complicate the taming process. Was there another method? An idea sparked in Moo's mind. Traps. The sophisticated trapping mechanism had two functions: excavation and trap placement. The traps were designed for hunting animals. If he could dig a trap without using the hunting mechanism, he could easily capture the cow. With this thought, Moo promptly began excavating a trap. Given the cow's size, he decided on a 3-meter length and a depth of 2 meters, ensuring it wasn't too high to avoid injuring the cow. He covered it with soil and bait. System notification: animal trap completed. Moo distanced himself and settled down, feeling quite pleased. After 10 minutes, the cow had yet to fall for the bait. Moo's expression darkened as he realized a critical issue. The area was abundant with grass, so the cow had no reason to approach the trap. It could graze anywhere. Why would it venture into the trap? He needed to clear the grass away. Moo seized the pickaxe and began digging. System notification: high D pasture grass X1. System notification: high D pasture grass X1. System notification: high D pasture grass X1. System notification: high D pasture grass seed X1. System notification: high D pasture grass seed X1. A substantial amount of pasture grass was excavated into Moo's boat hold. The digging was effortless, but the extensive area proved to be time-consuming. After a while, Moo finally cleared the island, leaving only the trap area with a small amount of food remaining. He concealed himself nearby as the cow ambled around and slowly made its way towards the trap. Plop. System notification: successfully captured 1 island cow. Moo opened the crafting panel and located the cow tying device. Cow tying device, designed to tame captured live animals, with a taming probability of 50. He examined the synthesis requirements. Cow tying device: hemp rope X1, any animal hide, durable, X2, copper X1, iron X1. He had animal hide and could use the narwhal's hide, which was sufficiently sturdy, and the other materials were also available for synthesis. System notification: hemp rope X1, narwhal hide X2, copper X1, iron X1. System notification: cow tying device created successfully. With only a 50 chance of success, Moo pondered the potential consequences of failure. However, the cow was not a dangerous animal and should be relatively easy to tame. He took out the cow tying device and aimed it at the cow's neck, tossing it, where it automatically ensnared the creature. System notification: cow successfully tamed. This must be a successful taming. Moo tugged gently on the rope, and the cow vanished from the pit, reappearing beside him. He stroked its head. It was gentle and obedient, appearing exceedingly docile. Moo, tamed cow, produces a certain quantity of milk daily. If not milked on the first day, the milk can accumulate until the second day, with a maximum accumulation of 5 days. The system panel opened, and a new option, HID-OMCHing, appeared among the functional buttons on the right side. HID-OMCHing. Please select a planning location for the island ranch in the RNWNJD. Opening the RNWNJD, touched the wristband, and the base materialized. As entered the courtyard, numerous vacant areas illuminated, indicating the possibility of adding a ranch. After surveying the area, concluded that the front yard would not suffice, as space must be reserved for farming development. Upon entering the courtyard, a disarray of animals greeted him, creating a rather chaotic scene. The side area, however, presented a commendable option, as the base could provide shade, offering the cows a cool refuge. Although the side space was limited, it was adequate for a few dairy cows. After making a decision, chose to add the ranch. The land became level, and a trough, a simple shelter, and a wooden stake materialized at the side. Simultaneously, the system automatically deducted wood and stone. Chapter 52, Learning Offensive Techniques, Absorbing Scrolls. Led the cow into the mini-farm, tied the rope to a wooden stake, and added some fodder to the trough. Changes appeared on the system panel. My ranch, addition successful. Current livestock, 1 tamed cow. Livestock status, healthy. Feed, sufficient. Estimated for 12 more hours. Selected the tamed cow to view detailed information. Tamed cow, current milk production 100 per day. Remaining milk 0. Improving feed quality can help increase milk production. Such a large cow producing 100 units of milk daily? This defies logic. Upon reflection, it became clear that this phenomenon could not be explained scientifically. If this cow could yield 50 to 60 pounds of milk daily, would surely become wealthy, leaving other players in despair. What would happen when the RNWNJD was retracted? Touched the wristband, and a golden light flashed. The cow and the base vanished simultaneously. Upon touching it again, they reappeared together. Storing the cow within the base was quite convenient, sparing the need to carry it around like KD. There was a distinct difference between pets and livestock. Decided to put aside his concerns. Having settled the cow, he retrieved 2 silver treasure chests found at the volcano. Opening the chests, he obtained 6 silver. System notification, perfect surfing bathtub, blueprint 1. System notification, perfect cooking pot, blueprint 1. System notification, perfect heating furnace, blueprint 1. System notification, primary agility, scroll 1. System notification, primary offensive technique, book 1. System notification, perfect pet ball 1. System notification, fire emblem 2. System notification, water emblem 2. System notification, agility emblem 1. Quite a collection. 3 blueprints and 5 emblems. What is the purpose of the pet ball? For training dogs? Promptly chose to investigate. Pet ball, used for storing pets. Can house your companions without the need for food or water. Friendly reminder, for your pet's physical and mental well-being, please do not store pets for extended periods. It seems he had overthought it. This was not a toy for KD, but rather a portable doghouse intended for KD's use. Wondered if KD would appreciate it. The description suggested otherwise. Pets could not be stored in the RNWNJD. But this pet ball could. If could store KD in the pet ball and then place it in the RNWNJD, would that not resolve the issue perfectly? With this thought, concentrated, retrieved the pet ball. A palm-sized, spherical object appeared in MM's hand, half red and half white with a round button in the center. Aiming the pet ball at KD, he pressed the round button. Whoosh! A golden light flashed, and KD vanished. Pet ball collect. The pet ball disappeared from his hand, entering the RNWNJD. Convenient storage indeed. In future encounters with volcanoes, he would no longer have to carry KD. Retrieving the pet ball, pressing the button, he released KD once more. Woof! KD barked, tilting her head at looking bewildered. Clearly, the little one had yet to grasp what had transpired and seemed somewhat displeased, indicating that the pet ball was not a comfortable dwelling. Had no intention of making KD live in there. It was merely an experiment. He feared that KD might feel stifled inside, leading to unstable emotions. Did not immediately study the blueprints, as the 3 items appeared to hold little utility at the moment. He could not cook rice and had nothing requiring heating. As for the bathtub, it would undoubtedly necessitate a significant amount of water, which was currently unfeasible. His primary focus was to explore the utility of the primary agility scroll and the primary offensive technique book. Primary agility scroll, upon absorption, it can condense an agility emblem within any living being, greatly enhancing their reaction speed and agility. Primary offensive technique book, basic offensive techniques. Upon learning, one can master the usage of various implements and fundamental combat skills. No materials needed. Learning offensive techniques. It seems he was not entirely devoid of skills after all. Took out the primary offensive technique book, finding it incomprehensible, filled with illustrations of numerous men and women, alongside countless postures, acupoints, dimensions, and formulas. This was not meant for casual reading. Chose to learn through the game panel. System notification, primary offensive technique learned. The book turned to ash and flowed into MM's chest, a surge of enlightenment spreading throughout his limbs. Suddenly felt he had acquired some knowledge. He drew his bronze sword and began to wield it, feeling significantly more adept than before, moving with ease as a phantom adversary emerged before him. Thrust at various points on the imagined opponent, striking true. Excellent. Nodded. If he could find a more advanced offensive technique book, he might become a martial arts master. Opening the primary agility scroll, he observed a series of bizarre symbols reminiscent of the corpse restraining charms from films. Pondered, absorbed the primary agility scroll. Target, me. The scroll ignited rapidly, turning to ash, adhering to MM's body, transforming into a golden emblem that melded into his skin, vanishing without a trace. He felt his body had become significantly more agile. MM addressed KD, "Woof. Let us play a game, a bullfight. If I am the bullfighter, you shall be the bull. Step back 10 meters, then charge at me. Woof woof." KD retreated a few steps, crouching in preparation. "Come on." MM beckoned. With a swift motion, KD lunged forward with remarkable speed. MM concentrated, his expression tense. As KD approached, he found he could clearly discern her movements, slightly shifting his body to evade. Again, the second round commenced. KD accelerated and leaped. MM leaned back, skillfully avoiding KD's charge once more. "KD, your speed seems a bit slow today." MM wagged his finger. "You roar." KD let out a powerful howl, as if to inform MM, "I have yet to exert my full strength." KD raised her proud head, readying herself for a renewed charge. Suddenly, she surged forward. This time, her speed was double that of before. Bang! MM barely managed to evade halfway, only to be tackled to the ground by KD, who rolled over triumphantly. Cough, cough, cough. MM stood up, brushing off the dust, while KD happily wagged her tail. Quite satisfactory. Although he failed to evade the final charge, MM was content. After all, dogs were much faster than humans. Having merely absorbed a basic agile scroll, one can rival the formidable KDGU. If I manage to absorb several more, or perhaps discover a superior variant, evading the assaults of numerous island beasts will become a trivial endeavor. Chapter 53. My great sword is already eager for action. MM replenished his energy with 2 pouches of milk, indulging in bread accompanied by 2 slices of unicorn walrus meat, and generously shared a pouch of milk with KDGU. Now that a dairy cow is at hand, there is no need to conserve this resource. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, MM prepared to venture eastward, for there lay a small mine. While other directions appeared secure, they lacked the essential resources he sought. Suddenly, as MM was about to release his wooden boat, he heard a splash of water and saw a figure emerging from the mist. She wore a simple grass skirt, and her upper body was barely concealed by a narrow strip of green grass fabric, revealing her curves in a tantalizing manner. Complemented by her sun-kissed skin, exuding a wild African beauty. It was a woman. To be candid, she was indeed alluring, a striking beauty with an unconventional charm, comparable to an enhanced version of JKJ New York. The woman possessed an enviable figure, curvaceous with a slender waist and long legs, a true masterpiece of femininity. She bore a bow and quiver on her back, though her weapon appeared rudimentary and crude, clearly inferior to MM's finely crafted hunting bow. With each step she took, her attire shifted, barely clinging to her form, giving the impression of imminent disarray. Upon reaching him, her initial look of confusion transformed into delight. "You? MM, you recognize me?" MM nodded. "Who in the area wouldn't know the local authority?" The woman leaped with excitement. "I can't believe I encountered you here. What a stroke of fate." "Oh," MM shook his head. "I'm afraid you might be disappointed. Meeting me is not a fortunate event. You arrived too late. The resources on this island have been entirely depleted. If you don't mind, you could venture to the next island. I can guide you on your way." "No resources left?" The beauty shrugged, seemingly unperturbed. "What a pity, but encountering a local authority is indeed a joyous occasion. A trifling lack of resources means little. Esteemed one, shall we converse?" The beauty inched closer, her demeanor coy, while MM felt he had glimpsed more than he ought to have. "Apologies, but I'm pressed for time." MM turned away. "I cannot afford to indulge in idle chatter. You may contact me privately, and I shall respond upon seeing your message." There was truly little to discuss. MM was eager to mine. "Please, don't be so aloof." The beauty swayed, as a delicate woman. "Alone on this desolate island with you, must you rush off to gather resources? Are the wildflowers outside so fragrant? Whether they are fragrant or not remains uncertain, but delays may lead to scarcity, as you have now discovered. Yet I have not left empty-handed. I have encountered a local authority." She retorted. "What should my next step be, esteemed one?" MM surveyed the surroundings and contemplated. "Head south. There are some feminine hygiene products there, which might suit you." "How do you know what lies to the south?" she inquired. "I just happened to come from that direction, and even found a partial nautical map." MM concocted a fib. He could hardly disclose the truth of his insights. "Oh," she ceased her inquiries, gazing at him with longing. "And you, esteemed one? What course do you intend to take?" "I shall proceed east," MM replied promptly. "Our paths do not align." Disappointment flickered across the beauty's face as she implored. "Esteemed one, shall we not embark on an adventure together? I am quite capable." "Together?" MM frowned. "But we are not well acquainted. I do not even know your name." Her countenance brightened, believing he might acquiesce. "I am HDK." "HDK? A fine name." MM shook his head. "We need not form a partnership. We truly need not." HDK was taken aback. MM affirmed, "What I mean is, we certainly do not need to team up. Esteemed one, I assure you I will not be a burden. I am indeed formidable." You may test my prowess. We certainly do not. MM rejected firmly. I shall traverse my own path, and you yours. Let us part ways here. With that, he turned towards his fishing vessel. Wishing to end the conversation, esteemed one, HDK pursued him unwillingly. Even if you must depart, should we not accomplish something together before parting? Accomplish something? What a splendid idea. MM turned back, gravely stating, DK, do you know what it means to seize a windfall? A windfall? HDK's eyes sparkled with excitement and anticipation. Do you mean? MM smirked sinisterly. It means I could eliminate you and claim your bounty. Esteemed one. You jest. HDK froze, her expression more sorrowful than a cry. Do I appear to be jesting? MM smiled wickedly. You have 3 seconds to gracefully exit my sight, or bear the consequences. Should I discover you following me? MM brandished his weapon. My great sword is already eager for action. With that, he turned and boarded his ship. HDK collapsed in despair, realizing her beauty ploy had failed. The 23rd island was cloaked in darkness. The island was rather small, resembling a modest mound of earth. With a single swing of his pickaxe, a metallic clang resonated. System notification, copper or 1. System notification, copper or 1. System notification, copper or 1. The island was rich in copper. MM gathered a total of 50 units. A commendable haul. After exhausting the copper mine, the island transformed into a flat expanse. MM lifted his gaze, seeking the next target. In the southwestern island. Several academic papers titled Will the East Be Hot? Did CNGJing observe the void? And NNHI ordinary individuals not debuting? Oh wait. 2 colossal golden monkeys were spotted on the northwestern island, consuming peaches. They were formidable adversaries, possessing high intelligence. The southeastern island housed a beast egg, though it was rife with toxic gas, necessitating protective measures during exploration. Heading northeast would be a futile endeavor. The southern island offered several bottles of energy drinks and calcium milk. The northern island contained a one life-sized inflatable silicone doll. Remarkably, aside from the northwestern island, there appeared to be little danger. However, MM was particularly intrigued by the southeastern direction due to the presence of the egg. Might a new companion emerge? After some contemplation, MM resolved to investigate the southeastern island, hoping to secure a delightful pet. Ensuring KDG you would not be alone. Chapter 54. Entering the marsh, I shall acquire another egg. The southeastern island, as the mist dissipated, revealed a marshland. The atmosphere was shrouded in a dull gray hue, with cold, damp air swirling about, and dense grasses towering at a height of 1 meter. MM had donned a gas mask, retracting KDGU into its pet sphere before entering. The gas mask was suitable for both human and beast, meaning that should MM possess ample resources, he could craft one for KDGU as well, allowing it to accompany him on adventures. Yet, at this juncture, it was unnecessary, for the island harbored no perilous creatures, rendering the resources superfluous. The small island was desolate, likely due to the toxic gases that even insects shunned. No creatures dared to inhabit such an inhospitable environment. Ahead lies a mire, a blend of mud and water. Fear not, it poses no danger. And the water is shallow enough for you to enter boldly. The marsh was indeed muddy yet shallow, barely reaching his calves, reassured by the absence of danger alerts. MM pressed forward with confidence. The path was uneven, at times muddy and at other times watery, making it somewhat laborious to traverse. After a while, I finally arrived at the center of the island, where the terrain gradually ascended and the soil became firm. There, a patch of land revealed itself, upon which rested a beast egg. The silvery shell shimmered with an enchanting luster. Intricate patterns adorned the shell, indistinguishable from the one that had previously hatched into AKDGU. I approached the egg. A message from the system indicated that it was a magical beast egg, devoid of any danger. This egg was a treasure, nurturing a delightful little life within, capable of alleviating your loneliness. If treated well, it could bring immense joy to your journey. Without hesitation, I embraced the egg and tossed it into the rune base, then retrieved my hoe. There was no rush to incubate the egg. Who could say whether the pet that hatched would be immune to toxins? If it succumbed to poisonous gas, all would be in vain. The hoe was intended for weeding, and I felt that the weeds here could be gathered. After all, anything that could thrive in toxic gas must possess remarkable qualities. With the hoe raised, I aimed at the marshy ground and began to dig. The system alerted me to the discovery of toxic grass. Indeed, I unearthed dozens of toxic grasses. This grass contained potent toxins and was inedible. It thrived in marshes filled with poisonous gas, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, becoming exceedingly toxic. Ingesting it could lead to shock or death. Generally, it served as excellent material for crafting poisons. The system warned against attempting to consume it. I was not foolish enough to consider eating plants from a toxic island. I dug further into the marsh and was alerted to toxic soil. The soil was indeed a fine substance, yet it had been contaminated, rendering it useless. Retaining it would only squander space. Cultivating it could yield toxic plants. To conserve space, I discarded half of the contaminated soil, retaining only a small portion. The time for my gas mask was waning, so I refrained from gathering more toxic grass and returned to my fishing boat. There was one last opportunity for sailing today, and I had to choose wisely. The southern island boasted 2 treasure chests. The wooden chest was easily accessible atop a hill, while the silver chest was ensconced within a cave guarded by a colossal mother spider. A mother spider? Was it formidable? I steered the boat away from the island and activated autopilot, then opened my compendium to examine it. I recalled having seen such a creature before. The mother spider was a massive arthropod, measuring 2 meters in length, excluding its legs, and exhibited remarkable speed, particularly within its web. It was omnivorous, preying on any creature it found appealing. Its fangs were venomous, capable of paralyzing nerves with a single bite. It could spin silk or lay traps. The silk could ensnare a target, while the web could capture creatures over a wide area, adhering them with a special sticky substance. The mother spider could expel green venom, quickly hatching small spiders on the target's surface. Its abilities included web spinning and hatching. However, it was vulnerable to fire, as its webs could easily be ignited. It thrived in dark, damp environments, with a danger level of 65. A 2-meter-long spider sent shivers down my spine. When it stood, it would likely tower over me, moving at an alarming pace. Its speed within the web was even greater. Alarmed, I quickly checked its abilities. The web-spinning ability allowed it to release a massive web to capture creatures or intercept fleeing animals, rendering any creature that touched it immobile. While enhancing its own speed by 200, the web was highly resilient, impervious to weaponry. The hatching ability enabled it to spit a corrosive liquid at a target, subsequently spawning 3 small spiders on their surface. These progeny could further bite and reproduce, perpetuating an endless lineage. Undeniably, the mother spider possessed formidable powers. Nevertheless, I felt compelled to attempt the challenge. The allure of the silver chest was too great. The prompt hinted that caution was necessary, implying that the mother spider was not invincible. Should I fail, the system would surely advise retreat. I needed to be cunning. The wooden chest atop the hill was a viable fallback. If all else failed, I could secure it and withdraw, avoiding the cave altogether. Upon reaching the 25th island, I arrived within 5 minutes. At the entrance stood a 20-meter-high hill and a cave entrance large enough for a person to pass through. The island was modest, comprised solely of a hill and a cave. As I set foot on the shore, 3 wooden boats were docked nearby, and 3 youths disembarked. The leader paused upon seeing me, and one of his companions leaned in to say, "Hey, someone is here." At that moment, I still wore my gas mask, silently observing the trio without uttering a word. They were clad in flip-flops, tattered pants, and brightly patterned shirts, their attire exuding a disheveled air. The individual on the left sported a yellow mohawk reminiscent of a decade-old fashion trend. The middle figure had a rooster comb hairstyle, with bald sides and a narrow strip of green hair standing erect in the center. The one on the right, with a red nest-like hairstyle, was distinctly male but had locks cascading to his chest. Those who don masks must surely possess some significance. "You dare encroach upon our territory?" The trio swayed toward me. I felt a sense of exasperation and inquired, "Who are you?" "We are the 3 young lords of the island," the rooster comb proclaimed with bravado. 3 young lords of the island? If I weren't wearing a gas mask, I would have spat in disdain. They were merely 3 disheveled youths. The yellow mohawk jiggled his leg and smugly declared, "Listen, it's first come, first served. If you know what's good for you, scram." I scoffed. Clearly, I had arrived first. Even if I had been a moment late, I would still seize what was rightfully mine. Strength dictated the rules. I had no intention of engaging with these 3. My objective was to reach the hilltop for the treasure chest. If they wished to venture into the cave and meet their demise, I would not object. Wait. The one with the red nest hairstyle presumed I intended to leave and blocked my path. "You can't just walk away without compensating us for the trouble." "Compensate for what?" I furrowed my brow. "You frightened my brother and obstructed my view. Hand over your valuables." The rooster comb stepped forward, encircling me with his companions, forming a menacing triangle. He brandished a sword, gesturing toward the cave entrance. "Now, go inside that cave and see if there are any dangers. Set an example for us. If you find anything valuable, bring it to me, and I'll spare your life." The rooster comb was astute. He believed that with their combined strength, they could subdue me effortlessly. They refrained from attacking, fearing the cave might harbor dangers, and sought to send me in as a scout while stripping me of my resources. However, their plans were overly ambitious. They underestimated the authority of a formidable figure. S. tone was somewhat frigid as he cautioned, "This place is perilous. I advise you to venture to the western island, where you might stand a chance of survival. On that island lies a wooden treasure chest. which offers the most superior route aside from the Northwestern Passage. Currently, Moo Moo possesses ample resources and harbors no intention of seeking wealth through malevolent means. This warning is merely a gesture of benevolence. The three individuals were taken aback by Moo Moo's words. The one with the chicken coop hairstyle turned and remarked, "Brother, I find this brat exceedingly irksome. Why the pretense with that mask? How I wish to slap it off his face." He then barked, "Brat, surrender all your valuables, including that mask, for my brother to play with, or I shall not be so courteous." He waved his iron sword menacingly, and the other two drew their weapons in unison. Seeing that persuasion was futile, Moo Moo resignedly shook his head. "Are you certain you want me to remove it? Stop talking nonsense and take it off." The iron sword was thrust towards Moo Moo's nose. Moo Moo refrained from disclosing that the last person who dared speak to him in such a manner had met his demise. "Very well, I shall remove it." Moo Moo extended his hand, removing the gas mask and tossing it before the chicken coop-haired man. "Do you recognize me now? I offer it to you. Do you dare accept?" At that moment, the trio was utterly bewildered. "Big boss." The expression on the chicken coop-haired man transformed dramatically. He stared at the mask on the ground, feeling exceedingly awkward. Picking it up was not an option, nor was leaving it there. It was the green-haired chicken coop who first regained composure, hastily discarding his sword and adopting a tone of utmost respect. "Big boss, what a surprise to encounter you here. Oh dear. The flood has swept through the Dragon King Temple. One family does not recognize another." The chicken coop-haired man also grasped the situation, swiftly retrieving the gas mask from the ground and presenting it to Moo Moo with utmost reverence. "Big boss, this is your mask, right? You look quite formidable wearing it. Why remove it? I knew it. Someone who can wear a mask must be extraordinary. It suits you perfectly." Their demeanor underwent a complete transformation. "Oh, is that so?" Moo Moo scoffed coldly. "Do not attempt to curry favor. Who among us is kin? Just moments ago, someone expressed disdain for me and even desired to strike me." "Who is it? Who said that?" the chicken coop-haired man exclaimed, glancing around. He sought the support of his companions, only to find the green-haired chicken coop and the yellow-haired explosive head silently observing him. "Hey, why are you looking at me? Did I say that?" "No, you must have misheard." The other two fervently shook their heads. At that moment, they were acutely aware of the simmering fury evident in Moo Moo's gaze, rendering them mute and unwilling to speak further. "You are playing with fire," Moo Moo thundered, causing the chicken coop-haired man to tremble in fear. In an instant, a resounding slap echoed as Moo Moo sent the chicken coop-haired man reeling. The other two stood frozen in shock. Perhaps this was the might of a true leader. Just moments ago, they had brazenly demanded resources, essentially courting death. Blood trickled from the corner of the chicken coop-haired man's mouth, a tooth knocked loose. Moo Moo rubbed his palm, questioning whether he had struck too hard. He turned toward the other two, who were trembling in fear. "Who was it that told me to leave just now?" The green-haired chicken coop silently pointed at the explosive head. "Brother, your yellow-haired companion appears on the verge of tears. Crouch down and cover your head," Moo Moo ordered. The yellow-haired man obediently complied. Moo Moo delivered a powerful kick, sending the yellow-haired man flying, truly rolling to the side of the chicken coop-haired man. "Now, it is your turn," Moo Moo declared, brandishing his bronze sword at the green-haired chicken coop. "Brother, spare me," the green-haired chicken coop pleaded, collapsing to the ground in despair. As the saying goes, those who recognize the times are wise. Although the three initially sought to harm him, they had underestimated his identity, perceiving him as an easy target. Upon realizing his standing, they displayed an attitude of deep respect, yielding to his authority, which left Moo Moo feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Thus, the dilemma arose. Should he eliminate them? However, it was inconceivable to allow them to escape so easily. Mercy was out of the question. These three ruffians appeared to have bullied others frequently. To slay them would be a kindness. Yet slowly tormenting them would be far more gratifying. They ought to experience the anguish of being oppressed and humiliated. Moo Moo surveyed the surrounding islands, a wicked idea taking root in his mind. "You crawl over here," he commanded the green-haired man. Yes, I will crawl." The chicken coop-haired man complied, rolling on the ground towards his two companions. Moo Moo approached the trio and coldly stated, "You have two paths before you. First, surrender all your resources, and I will allow you to depart. Second, I shall slay all three of you, claiming your possessions and wristbands. You have 3 minutes to decide." Upon hearing Moo Moo's words, the three were left dumbfounded. Surrendering all their resources meant certain death. As for their survival, it was of no concern to Moo Moo. Sparing their lives was already a significant act of mercy. They had no reason to be ungrateful. However, their subsequent journey would undoubtedly be arduous. The leader, the green-haired chicken coop, knelt and lamented, "Big boss, spare us. If we relinquish everything, how shall we survive? It would be better for you to kill us." "Very well. I shall grant your wish and slay all three of you," Moo Moo replied, drawing his sword. Such a peculiar request was not beyond fulfillment. It would save time, no need for further discourse, and he could forge the wristbands, resolving the matter entirely. Wait, that is not what I meant. The green-haired man, seeing Moo draw his sword, hurriedly clarified, what I meant was, could you leave us half? We need to eat. When you demanded resources from me, did you consider my plight? You wanted me to risk my life for you? Moo regarded the three with amused detachment. You have 30 seconds to deliberate. Should you fail to respond, it shall be as swift as this sword. With a sudden swing, Moo cleaved the chicken coop-haired man's sword in two. The implication was unmistakable. Should these three dare to harbor any ill intentions, Moo would not hesitate to execute them. The three stood in stunned disbelief. To sever a sword with a single strike, this was the power of a true leader. Just moments ago, they had plotted to rob him. But now they felt they were courting disaster. In essence, these three nonconformists were merely bullies preying on the weak. In the face of absolute strength, they were utterly defenseless. Time's up, Moo inquired. What is your decision? Of course, they could choose the alternative path of rebellion, only to be dispatched by him, resulting in the same outcome as the second choice. Regardless of their decision, he would remain indifferent. What nonsense! You, a thief, care about nothing. The green-haired man silently cursed. But ultimately, he dared not voice his thoughts. We have no room for negotiation, he finally admitted, bowing his head. We will surrender our resources. Please spare us, big boss. Yes, please, spare us, big boss. The other two scrambled to bow. Preserving the Green Mountains means we need not worry about firewood. Survival is paramount. Excellent. Moo nodded in satisfaction. Bring forth your ruined bases and vessels. I shall inspect them one by one. Are you trying to kill me with this nonsense? The green-haired chicken coop cursed inwardly. He had initially thought to give Moo a few items to placate him. Yet he never expected that Moo would demand a thorough inspection. Despite their reluctance, they complied, recognizing that strength dictated all. And they obediently revealed their ruined bases and vessels. They had not considered rebellion out of ignorance. Rather, they were acutely aware of their own limitations. This realization was commendable, as the desire to survive necessitated a certain degree of humility before the powerful. Although they were 31 in number, they understood that their chances of success were virtually non-existent. Observing the unflinching demeanor of Moo, they dared not make a move. Furthermore, they had recently heard rumors in the regional channel regarding players who had dared to confront the powerful, all of whom met with dire fates. It was prudent to avoid provoking those in authority. Moo entered the ruined base of the three individuals and extracted all its contents, absorbing them into his own ruined base. He then proceeded to the ship to retrieve supplies, stowing them in his backpack. It seemed that the three on the island were not faring particularly well. Although the total resources were considerable, when divided among three, it amounted to little. Their ruined base was a dilapidated stone structure, and their vessel was a low-tier wooden boat, indicating a severe lack of means for upgrading. With limited resources available on the island, it was hardly surprising that they struggled to thrive. Nevertheless, forming teams had become a trend, as many players had begun to encounter one another and join forces, for it was exceedingly difficult to defeat the formidable creatures of the island alone. Few could enjoy all the resources as Moo did, based on the intelligence he had gathered. Two individuals were likely also solitary players. One was Bei Er Guli Si, and the other was Tang Mei Ting. The earlier encounter with Hu Deku should also be counted, though her approach to solitude seemed distinct from the others. After scavenging all the resources, Moo nodded in satisfaction, as it equated to approximately 2 or 3 silver treasure chests worth of supplies. He addressed them, stating, I am not heartless. I will not exterminate you entirely. Therefore, I have not completely emptied your resources, but have left you a portion. Really? Thank you, esteemed one. Thank you. The green-haired one exclaimed, leading the others in a bow of gratitude. Do not thank me, Moo replied, waving his finger. After all, I have no use for dirt or such. I have also left you the hoe. You can take it to other islands to gather resources. Moo spoke the truth. The three had dug far too much earth, which would only occupy space in his own base. So it was more pragmatic to leave it for them as a gesture of goodwill. Upon hearing Moo's words, the green-haired one was momentarily at a loss for words, uncertain whether to express gratitude or disbelief. Moo was clearly making them endure hardship. The three had lost all value in Moo's eyes. Observing their bewildered expressions, he commanded, what are you dawdling for? Get going. Though they had offended him, their acknowledgement of fault was sincere, and their transgressions did not warrant death. Yes. We shall depart at once. The three nonconformists hurried to their ship. Wait, Moo called out. Esteemed one, do you have further orders? The green-haired one turned back, his smile resembling a grimace more than a grin. Head to the island to the west. Moo drew out his hunting bow, adding, should I catch you taking any other route, I shall shoot you down. The western island contains wooden treasure chests filled with food. However, it is also home to 3 foul-smelling bears that do not kill, but enjoy capturing and tormenting male beings, particularly human or primate males. They derive immense pleasure from the act of tormenting. Moo Moo discreetly checked the information on the foul-smelling bears. They are hermaphroditic creatures, robust like bears, that do not kill but ensnare males for their amusement. They emit a repugnant odor and lack legs, possessing only 4 arms with elongated fingers. The danger level is rated at 38, and the 3 nonconformists, now stripped of their gear, would stand no chance. He hoped they could spend a blissful time on the western island, where food was abundant, ensuring they would not starve. Perfect. 3 foul-smelling bears, 1 for each of them. Another significant reason for sending them west was Moo Moo's apprehension that they might choose the northwest route, which was rich in resources that he intended to claim for himself. If these 3 ruffians were to seize it first, it would be quite unfortunate. The trio was unaware of Moo Moo's reasoning for directing them to the western island. But they dared not question him further, complying without hesitation. They observed that the hunting bow in Moo Moo's hand was not merely for show. It likely possessed considerable power. Without further delay, they hastily boarded their ship and rowed westward. Moo Moo watched them depart according to his orders, disappearing into the mist, before contentedly stowing his hunting bow. After all, they could not alter their course midway, making it impossible for them to venture elsewhere. Good luck, Moo Moo said with a mischievous smile. Opening the resource list, Moo Moo settled down to tally his gains. This time, he had struck it rich. On the western island, the 3 nonconformists scrambled off their vessel, frequently glancing back in fear that Moo Moo might change his mind and pursue them. The green-haired one, with a rooster comb hairstyle, cursed vehemently, "Damn it. I told you both not to be so arrogant while robbing. What if we encountered someone formidable? You didn't listen, and now look where we are. Boss, we can't be blamed for this. Wasn't this your idea?" protested the yellow-haired one, feeling aggrieved. "Nonsense," the rooster comb head retorted furiously. "Weren't you 2 the ones instigating? And you?" He pointed at the red-haired one. "You spoke to the esteemed one so rudely, so arrogantly. Weren't you just asking for trouble?" "Boss, I didn't know he was the esteemed one. I thought he was just an ordinary person." "You blind fool," the green-haired one scolded. "Next time you see other players, make sure to ascertain their identities before attempting to rob them. At least we survived, boss. Shouldn't we consider what we will eat tonight? I'm starving." As the 3 exchanged blame and complaints, they felt fortunate to be alive. They ventured toward the center of the island, hoping to discover something of value. Suddenly, from the underbrush, a wooden treasure chest caught their eye. The yellow-haired one brightened, rushing over to exclaim, "Boss, there's a treasure chest. Good stuff. Move aside. Let me handle it." The green-haired one, having also noticed the chest, sprinted forward and opened it. A heap of bread and milk revealed itself. "Wow, food. All this bread. We won't have to worry about meals for days. Thanks to the esteemed Moo for pointing us in the right direction. Boss, could this be a case of serendipity amidst misfortune?" The 3 discussed excitedly as they ravenously devoured the food from the wooden treasure chest. Just as they took their first bites, a tail suddenly descended from above, ensnaring the green-haired one and lifting him off the ground. "Big brother. Boss." His 2 companions screamed as they watched their leader ascend into the trees. Wailing with bread still stuffed in his mouth, the green-haired one found himself dangling from a tree, face to face with an incredibly ugly creature drooling with a foul stench. It gripped him tightly with its 2 hands. "What do you want?" the green-haired one cried out in terror. "Don't come any closer. I promise I'm not tasty." The foul-smelling bear bore a lewd grin, its mouth dripping with saliva as it excitedly extended its 4 long fingers to toy with the green-haired one. "Ah no, it hurts. Mama, I was wrong. I promise to be a good person in the future." The green-haired one screamed in agony, his cries echoing through the forest. Subsequently, the foul-smelling bear seized him and dashed toward a cave. "Help me. Save me." The green-haired one's cries faded into the woods. The remaining 2 nonconformists were left dumbfounded, horrified by the scene. They had not directly experienced the horror, yet they could feel the anguish their leader was enduring. "Cough, cough. Where do you think they are going?" one asked. Perhaps it is time to delve deeper into the profound philosophical inquiries. The 2 individuals instinctively tensed. Fortunately, the monstrous creature had not set its sights on them. Indeed, the thought alone is terrifying. Our leader may be lost to us. We must hasten our departure. This place is not suitable for lingering. We feel remorse for our elder brother, yet we find ourselves powerless. You are right. It is not that we do not wish to rescue him, but we currently possess nothing that could aid in such a quest. The provisions we have will sustain us for quite some time. The 2 swiftly placed the milk and bread into their base, ready to flee. Just then, 2 more stinky bears suddenly burst forth from the thicket ahead. "Oh no!" they both exclaimed in unison, exchanging a glance before sprinting away. However, the stinky bears, agile as monkeys, swiftly closed the distance, tackling the 2 to the ground. "Oh my, please spare me, it hurts." The forest echoed with their anguished cries. Chapter 57. Shooting Spiders, Burning the Cave. Moo conducted a brief inventory and discovered the following resources among the 3 individuals: 10 units of wood, 5 iron blocks, 11 copper blocks, 1 silver block, and 8 stones, 1 water emblem, 1 fire emblem, 1 earth emblem, 1 wind emblem, 1 wood emblem, 1 light emblem, 1 shape emblem, and 2 souls, 5 cream breads, 10 spicy strips, 3 fresh beef, 5 fresh lamb, 2 quality pork belly, 3 milk, and 1,000 water, 2 bottles of shampoo, 1 bottle of body wash, 1 jar of Thai Bao honey cream, 1 excellent beauty set, 1 perfect haircutting tool, 1 perfect perm heater, and 1 standing makeup mirror, 1 pair of ordinary men's bamboo slippers, size 44, and 1 pair of ordinary women's bamboo slippers, size 38, 20 units of red herb, 20 units of green herb, 20 units of yellow herb, 1 cookie tree seed, and 1 vitality tree seed. The bounty from these 3 was remarkable, akin to a mobile resource depot or a walking ATM. The presence of such a multitude of emblems among them suggested that they had not acquired them through legitimate means. It was highly likely that they had extorted them from other players or directly seized them through violence. They had yet to acquire planting techniques, hence the seeds remained unplanted. The cookie tree seed, when cultivated, could yield cookies, while the purpose of the vitality tree seed remained unclear. The system provided no relevant information, indicating it could not be planted. For now, it would be kept aside. As for the other items, it seemed as if these 3 had looted a barber shop. The tools were quite complete, perfect for taming their disheveled hairstyles. The descriptions of the red, green, and yellow herbs indicated they could be used to extract pigments. But without the necessary skills, they were of little use. The scrolls may have been learned by one of them, rendering them irretrievable, as even killing would not yield their loss. Encountering the shape emblem for the first time, Moo was curious about its effects. Closing the system interface, he made his way toward the mountain summit. He did not rush to incubate the beast egg, as there was a spider within the cave. It was prudent to eliminate the threat before proceeding with the hatching. At the mountain peak, he discovered only a wooden treasure chest, devoid of other resources. Moo approached the chest. Wooden treasure chest, the lowest tier of treasure chests found on the island, typically containing small surprises, though some dangers may lurk within. This wooden treasure chest contains some everyday tools and poses no danger. Upon opening the wooden treasure chest, the system prompted, System notification, Wooden treasure, chest 1. System notification, intermediate flint 1. System notification, 1,000 medical alcohol 1. System notification, 10 meters of gauze roll 1. System notification, excellent laxative 1. System notification, antidiarrheal seal 1. A piece of flint and a collection of medical supplies. System notification, the wooden treasure chest can be decomposed into 5 wood units. Do you wish to decompose it? Moo opted to decompose the chest and examine the products. The uses of the medical alcohol and gauze were quite evident, while the laxative was described as follows. Excellent laxative, capable of inducing diarrhea in any small to medium-sized creature within a short time frame, usable 10 times. Any creature, including humans, would be affected, though it would prove ineffective on larger animals, whose robust digestive systems required a more potent agent. Turning his attention to the next item, he read, Antidiarrheal seal, rapidly cures diarrhea in any creature, usable 10 times. These 2 products functioned as both weapon and shield. An idea struck Moo. Pondering the effects of consuming the excellent laxative alongside the antidiarrheal seal, using one's own spear against one's own shield. It sounded rather exhilarating. Those without food might consider it as a means to stave off hunger, yet Moo had no desire to experiment with their mixed effects. He then inspected the flint. Intermediate flint, a commonly used fire-starting tool on the island, ignites quickly, usable 10 times. Excellent. The treasures from the wooden chest had exceeded Moo's expectations. Next came the thrilling challenge of the cave, defeating the spider. Yet, the mother spider was a formidable foe. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Moo needed to devise a plan to eliminate the spider before nightfall. Otherwise, should it emerge after dark, he would be in dire straits. The illustrated guide indicated that spiders feared fire. Why not set the spider ablaze? Moo approached the cave entrance, seeking a concealed vantage point to observe. He dared not draw too close, fearing that a silk strand might suddenly ensnare him and drag him into the depths of the cave, where he would surely become a meal for the spider. However, the cave's interior was shrouded in darkness, leaving him unable to discern anything. Adjusting his crystal lamp to focus the beam, he peered inside but could see little. The mother spider's lair was deep, and Moo could not reach its depths. He could only illuminate the area, vaguely noting that the cave was festooned with dense webs, crisscrossing in every direction, making it impossible to spot the spider, let alone any of its offspring. Shooting or ambushing was out of the question. Fire was the only viable solution. After a moment's contemplation, Moo retrieved his hunting bow. He took an arrow, tore a strip of gauze, wrapped it around the arrowhead, and saturated it with medical alcohol, crafting a makeshift fire arrow. Following the same process, he prepared a total of 20 arrows. This should suffice, Moo mused to himself. He ignited the alcohol-soaked gauze with the flint, and with a whoosh, flames erupted from the arrowhead. Armed with his hunting bow, he approached the cave entrance and aimed carefully before releasing the arrow. Whoosh! The fire arrow soared forth. The gauze-wrapped arrow differed from his usual arrows in both force and trajectory, thus altering his aim considerably. Fortunately, the cave entrance was expansive, and although his shot was slightly off, it still found its way inside. A small flame flickered to life on the ground before fading away. Did it fail to ignite anything combustible? Moo furrowed his brow. The arrows fell to the ground, and it appeared there was nothing around the flames. Determined, Moo edged closer to the cave entrance and swiftly loosed several more arrows, but they too failed to create any significant sparks. This approach would not suffice. While sparks could ignite one another, the alcohol would soon run out. Moo took a piece of wood, decomposed it into smaller fragments, and affixed them to the fire arrows. If the thin arrows were ineffective, he would resort to something sturdier. Whoosh! A thick arrow pierced the cave, landing squarely in the spider's web, instantly igniting into a roaring blaze. Success! Moo felt a surge of triumph. Although the wood burned less fiercely than the alcohol, its flames were more enduring. He ignited several more fire arrows, launching them into the cave from different angles. In an instant, thick smoke billowed forth, and the cave transformed into a fiery inferno. The webs ignited in sheets, and from within the cave came the sounds of chittering, accompanied by a rustling from above. Clearly, the mother spider was unable to withstand the onslaught. Moo adjusted his hunting bow to a spread mode and unleashed a barrage of arrows into the fray. The ferocity of Moo's flames was overwhelming, rendering the cave unable to withstand the onslaught. Chapter 58: 5 Emblems and the Blueprints for a Frying Pan. The cries of the nurturing spider echoed painfully within the cavern. Its web had woven a dense tapestry throughout the cave, but now the flames mercilessly consumed it. Leaping from one strand to another, the nurturing spider scuttled between the webs, only to soon realize it was encircled by fire, with nearly no escape route left. Thick smoke billowed at the cave's entrance, where Moo peered inside, noticing many untouched areas. Perhaps the cave's depth extended below sea level, prompting the nurturing spider to flee deeper. It was time to stoke the flames further, Moo contemplated. At this moment, shooting arrows was no longer effective due to the obscured visibility within. He released the Kati dog, equipped a small stick with alcohol-soaked cloth at one end, and placed it in the dog's mouth. Kati, hold it. Go inside, avoid engaging the large spider, and use this stick to ignite its web. Once it's ablaze, make your escape and avoid being ensnared by the webs. Be cautious and ignite every flammable spot before returning. The Kati dog nodded, comprehending the task, and darted into the cave. Like a moving source of fire, the stick ignited the webs, swiftly sealing off the nurturing spider's escape routes, enveloping it in flames. The Kati dog possessed fire-resistant properties, rendering it impervious to the flames. The nurturing spider emitted pain sounds, agitated by the heat, and in its fury, it attempted to shoot silk at the Kati dog. However, the silk was quickly incinerated mid-air, the force diminishing significantly, allowing the Kati dog to evade with agility. Some strands of silk ignited in the air, flames racing towards the nurturing spider. The cave was devoid of any intact webs as the Kati dog completed its mission and emerged unscathed. The cave had transformed into a natural furnace, and Moo occasionally tossed in wood to stoke the fire further. After about an hour, Moo marveled at the durability of the flames. As night fell, a warm glow emanated from the cave, reminiscent of treasure-laden openings in animated films, gleaming with golden light. Minutes later, the flames subsided, leaving the cavern completely scorched. Armed with a crystal lamp, Moo ventured inside, discovering the cave's ceiling and floor shrouded in darkness, marked by numerous burn scars. It seemed that some plants within had also been ignited. Although a pity, Moo felt no regret, for without the fire, this creature would have been nearly impossible to defeat. Delving deeper into the cave, he stumbled upon the carcass of the nurturing spider. Its legs had been completely incinerated, and its body shrunk to a mere desiccated fragment. System prompt, Soul 2. System prompt, Charred Spider 1. The charred spider was eligible for disassembly, and Moo opted for that. System prompt, Charred Nurturing Spider Meat 1. System prompt, Nurturing Spider Blood 200. System prompt, Nurturing Spider Fangs 2. After being burned, little blood remained within the spider's body, and Moo examined its properties. Charred Nurturing Spider Meat. A spider cooked by intense flames, crispy on the outside and tender within. The meat contains a green spider essence, Rest assured, the fire has neutralized its toxicity, making it safe for consumption. Current hunger satisfaction rating, 3 stars. Overall score, 31. Upon reading about the green essence, Moo felt a shiver run down his spine. Crispy on the outside and tender within was bearable. But the thought of it bursting with essence was off-putting, likely akin to deep-fried ice cream. This was certainly not appetizing, and Moo planned to sell it at the trading market. Nurturing spider blood, drinkable spider blood, relatively non-toxic, but seems unclean. Consuming it may result in an upset stomach. Nurturing spider fangs, a special material that can be embedded in weapons, granting a chance to paralyze the opponent upon attack. While the blood had little utility, the fangs were indeed valuable. Moo continued deeper into the cave, discovering a silver treasure chest. The chest was coated in ashes from the fire, yet remained undamaged. Silver treasure chest, currently a bit warm. It is advised to open it later. Moo was not in haste, waiting until the chest was safe to open. System prompt, silver treasure chest 1. System prompt, emblem of the mud horse 1. System prompt, emblem of the sharp blade 1. System prompt, emblem of speed 1. System prompt, emblem of taste 1. System prompt, emblem of defense 1. System prompt, blueprint for a perfect multifunctional frying pan 1. 5 emblems and 1 blueprint. This expedition yielded considerable rewards, though the multifunctional pan appeared somewhat. The emblem of the mud horse and the emblem of taste were also uncertain in their utility. Moo examined the blueprint. The sketch of the functional pot resembled a thick pancake with a stick inserted. There was a sense of déjà vu. Upon closer inspection, Moo realized it was simply a frying pan. Where was the multifunctionality? Nevertheless, possessing a pan would at least facilitate cooking. Blueprint for a perfect multifunctional frying pan. Indestructible and durable. With this you can effortlessly create delicious dishes, use it for self-defense, or even as a weapon, an excellent household companion. Moo chose to learn. Crafting the perfect multifunctional frying pan required 1 emblem of earth, 1 emblem of taste, for iron blocks, 3 stones, 1 copper block, and 1 piece of wood. With the materials at hand, Moo opted to manufacture it. System prompt, perfect multifunctional frying pan successfully crafted. A graphite-colored frying pan materialized in Moo's hands. Its handle was wooden, and the surface was smooth, resembling a blend of iron and stone. It felt somewhat heavy, yet manageable to hold. This might be due to his current enhanced strength or the system's mechanics. After all, Moo observed that in this realm, crafting, retrieving items, and decorating required little effort. However, this multifunctional frying pan could not be used independently and required a heating source. Moo temporarily stored the frying pan in his survival base. Though hunger gnawed at him, he had a more pressing task at hand: hatching the beast egg. Chapter 59, The Dim-Witted Divine Beast. Moo stepped outside the cave, seeking a flat area, unfastened his shirt, and cradled the beast egg against his chest. The cool breeze of the evening on the island sent a shiver through him. A warm sensation radiated from the eggshell, which shimmered with golden patterns. Suddenly, with a crackling sound, the shell fractured along its designs, and a pink creature, resembling a hippopotamus or a brown bear, emerged. System prompt, congratulations. You have successfully hatched the pet Dull Beast. Dull Beast, a sluggish, lazy, self-centered pet that leads a life of idleness by the seaside or riverbank. Although it occasionally displays a sharp gaze, it quickly reverts to a dazed expression, likely due to its brain being stimulated by the galley cardamom components accumulating within, leading to fleeting brilliant ideas that it forgets just as swiftly. It always lies vacantly by the water's edge, its tail submerged, pondering its own existence. When bitten by a big-tongued clam, it evolves. This is the definition provided by Moo for a dim-witted yet endearing small hippopotamus. However, why does it appear so foolish? Furthermore, it does not exhibit the same affectionate demeanor as a Katy dog. This stark contrast became evident the moment it hatched, as the dazed beast displayed no sense of self-awareness. It disregarded Moo and ambled leisurely along the beach towards the sea, promptly submerging its tail in the water. "What on earth are you doing?" Moo exclaimed, caught between laughter and tears. Meanwhile, Katy dog tilted its head in confusion, filled with questions. "Dazed beast, as your master, and with a future comrade by your side, could you perhaps engage with us before you resume your tail antics?" Moo said with resignation. The dazed beast lazily yawned, casting a glance at the two and offering no response. In fact, its gaze towards Moo and Katy dog seemed to convey a sense of superiority. "All right, you win," Moo muttered, opening the pet panel to assess the attributes of this dazed beast, hoping to devise a strategy for handling it. Dazed beast. Name: unnamed. Type: water. Egg group: ocean. Initial affection: 35. Status: healthy. Evolution condition: bitten on the tail by a big-tongued clam. Skills: psyche, petrification, iron head. Water gun. Special skill. Fishing with its tail. Special trait. Extremely forgetful, it possesses a considerable array of skills, seemingly more powerful than Katie Dog, though it remains uncertain whether they can be effectively utilized. Mumu clicked on the skills for further inspection. Psyche. Emits sound waves to disrupt the target's movement speed or trajectory. Applicable to living beings, humans, or inanimate objects, with a 10 activation probability. Petrification. Releases a powerful brainwave to interfere with the target's thoughts, immobilizing them for 10 seconds with a 5 activation probability. Water gun. Stores seawater within its body and sprays it towards the target. Iron head. Delivers a fierce blow with its head or claws. The dazed beast's bones and skin are exceptionally tough, capable of resisting the majority of physical attacks. Indeed, the creature is formidable. Both petrification and psyche could be deemed extraordinary skills, yet they depend on activation probability. In other words, their efficacy hinges upon the dazed beast's mood, which is beyond one's control. Such a reliance on luck renders them less significant in most practical scenarios, as Mumu would refrain from employing a gamble-like strategy unless absolutely necessary. Nevertheless, there may be occasions where it could serve as a surprise asset. What about the special skill? Mumu continued to explore. Fishing with its tail. The dazed beast uses its tail to fish according to its mood. Typically, the fish caught are solely for its consumption and not shared with others. Extremely forgetful. Its cognitive processes are quite simple, often resulting in the forgetfulness of both significant and trivial matters, including its own identity. It appears that this species offers little utility beyond its charm. Yet, infuriatingly, it does not engage even when attempting to be cute. The iron head skill seems decent. Perhaps it could be utilized as a living shield. Mumu contemplated a name for the dazed beast, observing its vacant expression. Henceforth, it shall be called Dazed. Dazed lazily glanced at Mumu, offering no reply, exuding an air of indifference, as if saying, "Call me whatever you wish." Mumu approached and gently stroked the dazed beast's skin, hoping to foster a connection. However, the dazed beast lay on the ground, unresponsive to the affection, neither resisting nor reciprocating, embodying a carefree spirit. Oh, what a divine being! Mumu marveled, pondering that perhaps such creatures belong within a pockball. Yet, for the sake of the creature's mental and physical well-being, Mumu temporarily abandoned this notion, recognizing the need to cultivate a bond with it. Mumu turned the dazed beast over, discovering it was male. No thoughts emerged. Upon releasing it, the dazed beast promptly flipped back over, resubmerging its tail in the water. There was little Mumu could do. As his stomach growled, he resolved to prepare a meal and test the capabilities of his multifunctional pot. Mumu activated the rune base, announcing, "Dazed, we are going to cook. Would you like to join us for a meal?" Dazed shook its head, continuing to lounge on the ground, too lethargic even to eat. What level of laziness must one reach to be disinterested in food? Meanwhile, Katie Dog exhibited excitement and anticipation. Mumu disregarded Dazed and entered the base. The multifunctional pot was ready, yet it required a heat stove. Mumu retrieved the blueprint for the perfect heat stove and chose to learn it. Perfect heat stove blueprint. The stove's surface generates high temperatures to heat any vessel, with a heating range of 0 to 800 degrees. Adding 2 woods allows it to operate for 1 hour. Adding 1 soul extends operation to 8 hours. Perfect heat stove requires a stove, first 2063 stones, 530 sands, 4171 woods, 1045 iron, 560 copper, 17 silver blocks, 13 fire runes, 11 earth runes. The materials were sufficient, yet the manufacturing page was grayed out. Mumu opened the construction function to discover that creating the heat stove necessitated first crafting a stove. The heat stove is essentially an upgraded version of the stove, which can be constructed using the rune base's inherent building function. "Let us craft a stove," Mumu murmured. System prompt: 5 clay, 10 sand, 3 stones. System prompt: stove construction successful. Mumu designated the kitchen as the location for placing the stove, and a simple stove made of mud materialized within the rune base, resembling the old-style stoves used for communal cooking in his village. It was functional but appeared rather rudimentary. Concurrently, the option for constructing the perfect heat stove illuminated on the manufacturing page. The perfect heat stove was now available for creation. Mumu selected to forge the perfect heat stove. Golden light enveloped the stove's surroundings, and a half-human-sized stone furnace emerged beside the kitchen window, replacing the old stove. The furnace exuded a distinctly vintage charm, adorned with unevenly stacked stones. Its door was iron, allowing for the addition of wood from within or directly via the system page. The top of the furnace featured a smooth, flat square surface, radiating several circles from the center. A small wooden lever with markings was present at the front to regulate temperature. Chapter 60. The aroma of succulents, recipes to delight the palate. The furnace exuded a pleasing ambience, reminiscent of the rustic charm of communal meals, yet with a more refined design. Mumu added 2 woods, adjusted the lever, and activated the switch, producing steam almost immediately. The results were promising. The temperature rose rapidly and operation was convenient. Mumu accessed the system panel to browse recipes, searching for delectable dishes he could prepare. Currently, the options were limited due to a lack of vegetables, leading Mumu to favor meat-based dishes. He filtered the ingredients and opted for a dry-fried dish, dry-fried tualong. Although labeled as tualong, it was essentially dry-fried crocodile meat. The preparation method appeared before him. Dry-fried tualong. Simple version: 500g shield-kissed ancient crocodile meat, 100g shield-kissed ancient crocodile skin, 250g high-quality pork belly, 15g salt, 20g flavor enhancer, 10g sugar, 10g chili powder, 10g cumin powder. Combine all ingredients in a frying pan and cook at 350 degrees for 5 minutes before serving. The menu's preparation method was categorized into 4 levels: simple, intermediate, complex, and godly. The simplified version is applicable during the early stages of survival in a maritime game, when resources are scarce and food is insufficient. It may lack in aesthetics, aroma, and flavor, resulting in a coarse texture. The intermediate and complex versions are suited for the mid to late stages, when a certain amount of ingredients has been accumulated and production capabilities are sufficiently developed to create more delectable dishes. The gourmet version is intended for the later stages, when materials are abundant and diverse, allowing for the creation of various exquisite delicacies at will. Given the current conditions, Mumu can only utilize the simple recipe. Due to the absence of oil, he substitutes it with pork belly for flavor enhancement. The method of dry frying inherently requires minimal oil, thus perfectly exposing the aroma of the crocodile. Following the instructions, Mumu promptly disassembles the ingredients, places them into the pot, ignites the fire, and casually stirs for a few moments. After 5 minutes, the dry-fried toad is complete. A rich fragrance wafts through the air, and Mumu cannot help but take a bite. My goodness, this is incredibly delicious. Is this truly made with the simple ingredients? How delightful must the gourmet version be? Mumu feels as though every taste bud in his mouth is ignited, with a medley of fresh, fragrant, salty, and sweet flavors stimulating his palate. He merely tossed the ingredients together and did not add excessive seasoning. How could something so delectable result from such simplicity? Perhaps the enchantment of the taste buds is at play. Mumu muses. He cannot afford to ponder further and immediately resumes devouring the dish. This flavor surpasses his own barbecue by leaps and bounds. The canine companion, Cadigo, is drawn to the aroma, circling around Mumu, leaping for food, and barking excitedly. You want to eat that badly? Mumu, no longer tempted, tosses a few slices of meat to Cadigo. Just as these two are indulging in their feast, a large pink figure squeezes through the doorway, opens its mouth, and emits a peculiar sound, raising its paw to gesture towards its mouth. This creature must have followed the scent. Mumu scratches his head. Dai, weren't you not eating? I haven't prepared food for you. However, Dai Beast seems oblivious to Mumu's words, continuing to block the entrance, persistently gesturing with its paw, as if to say, if you don't give me food, I won't leave. Sigh, what can I do with you? As the pet I hatched, I must satisfy it even with tears in my eyes. Mumu turns around and prepares 3 more portions. Dai Beast has quite the appetite. 1 portion is hardly sufficient. Naturally, both Mumu and Kadi are still hungry. The 3 of them gather in the kitchen, feasting heartily, during which Mumu also boils 3 crabs. Burp. Mumu, satisfied, lets out a contented burp, feeling utterly fulfilled, basking in happiness. Meanwhile, Dai Beast pats its belly and strolls towards the door. Hey, big guy, you're leaving just like that? Mumu queries, perplexed. After preparing such a delightful meal, you can't even say thank you? At least Kadigo is here, kneeling and licking beside me. Dai Beast turns its head, gazing at Mumu with a look of bewilderment. In its eyes, Mumu seems to grasp something profound. After all, it is his own hatchling, and a strong resonance has formed between them. Who am I? Where am I? What have I done? Why am I here? Oh, never mind. I'm going to dip my tail in the water. This creature has likely forgotten that it just enjoyed a meal here. Truly forgetful. Oh well. As long as it is happy, why should I hold a grudge against a pet? Mumu retrieves the pet ball and places Dai Beast inside. Tonight, it will sleep in there. The outside is not safe. Yes, I am truly generous. Mumu tidies up and continues with his daily preparations, collecting water and planting shellfish fields. Entering his farm, he notices the fragrant rice plants flourishing significantly, with many green grains already sprouting on the branches. However, they are not yet ripe and cannot be consumed. In a couple of days, fragrant rice will be ready for harvest. Mumu returns indoors, lies down in his sleeping bag, and opens the system panel to check his information. He enters the chat channel. After a day, the population in the regional channel has decreased again. as many players have encountered one another and are exchanging information in the chat. Some coexist peacefully, some form teams to advance, while others have been plundered for resources and dealt with. At this moment, many participants in the chat group call for an end to internal strife. Brothers, from now on, when we see our own, let us all raise our hands and hold our weapons above our heads, shall we? We should strive for peace.
We must unite against the treacherous island creatures and avoid infighting and mutual plunder. Okay? Agreed. Unity is the key to survival in this world. Some propose.
A small portion responds, while more choose silence. Mumu can only say that their thoughts are rather naive. Throughout history, societies have always respected the strong. Survival of the fittest is a fundamental law of nature. It is only the weak who seek every means to call for peace, while the strong consistently contemplate how to seize others' assets. Currently, based on the chat situation, most survivors have explored fewer than 10 islands, with a few having ventured beyond 10, while he has astonishingly reached the 25th island, far ahead of the pack. Moreover, among these players, the majority have formed pairs to tackle the risks of the islands together. Mumu exits the chat channel and enters the trading channel to see if any valuable items have been released. He browses incessantly until a particular message captures his attention. Seller, Bay Air Gully C18281. Trade items, perfect doghouse blueprint, perfect pet bathing room blueprint. Requirements, 2,000 of any meat, 500 water. Trading rules, if water resources are insufficient, an equivalent amount of beast blood may be substituted. Stock, 1. Seller's note, give your beloved pet a warm home. Come and claim it, big shots. Have I found an old acquaintance? Chapter 61, digging for soil, building a doghouse. 2 blueprints require so much meat and water? Mumu shakes his head. Bay Air Gully C's appetite has grown increasingly demanding. Is that reasonable? Moreover, he is selling items that are essentially of little use. Although these are 2 perfect blueprints, they are not intended for human use. If they were 2 perfect weapon blueprints, it could be worth it. Even items for the base could fetch a good price, but these are for dogs? Given the current economic conditions, how many people can afford to keep a dog? And to customize a pet bathing room for a dog is simply extravagant. There are likely very few people in the world with such means. These 2 items have lingered on the trading platform for quite some time, with no inquiries whatsoever. To outsiders, it must seem that only a fool would exchange food for these. However, Mumu is different. He happens to need them. He no longer intends to snuggle with Kadigo in bed. It is unhygienic, unsafe, and unclean. Without safety measures, it is quite cramped. It is time to find it a new abode. Mumu certainly does not mind trading these resources for something useful to him. Fortunately, Bay Air Gully C's trading requirements do not specify the type of meat, providing him with considerable flexibility. Any meat will do. Mumu focuses his gaze on the charred breeding spider. A single spider contains approximately 1,800 meat, and with a little low-grade meat, he can easily gather the required 2,000. As for the water, 200 spider blood plus 300 water will also suffice for 500. While consuming spider blood may cause a stomach upset, it is not undrinkable. A small amount should be fine. Thus, he can acquire the products he needs at a minimal cost. Mumu would never consider consuming spiders. The mere thought sends shivers down his spine. He accessed the trading channel, meticulously prepared the items, selected the trade option under Bayerjalizi's goods, and offered spider meat along with a modest amount of hellhound meat, supplemented by spider blood and water. The system promptly notified him. Successful trade. Perfect doghouse blueprint and perfect pet bath blueprint. 2 crafting blueprints manifested in Mumu's hands. He opted to study the doghouse blueprint first, prioritizing the understanding of its construction method, while the pet bath could wait. The blueprint revealed the following requirements. Perfect doghouse. Wood 16510, stone 4310, sand 2520, fire emblem 21, water emblem 41, light emblem 21, earth emblem 01. Mumu exclaimed in disbelief at the exorbitant demand for 4 types of emblems just for a doghouse. Was he to be treated as a wealthy tycoon? He attempted to craft it, only to discover the absence of an earth emblem. Thus, he resolved to procure one from the trading market before proceeding. The seller's note read, Mumu 18076. Trade item, 800 water. Requirement, 1 earth emblem. Stock, 5. Seller's message. Last wave of benefits today, first come, first served. With a surplus of water resources, Mumu intended to exchange several, keeping some in reserve. However, uncertainty lingered regarding the feasibility of obtaining so many, as emblems were scarce. Especially the earth emblem. As market prices surged, Mumu raised his offer to 800 water. The trading notice sparked a flurry of discussion in the regional channel. Mumu's possession of water was no longer a novelty. What intrigued everyone was the sheer volume he possessed. At 800 water for 1 emblem, with 5 in stock, it implied that Mumu held at least 4,000 units of water. After reserving some for personal consumption, it seemed he was on the cusp of something extraordinary. Look, Mumu is selling water again. Curious murmurs filled the channel, with users lamenting their inability to afford even an emblem. Queries flooded in regarding how to acquire an Earth emblem. Perhaps if you consume more Earth, you might find one. Someone jested. Mumu's demand for 5 emblems, totaling 4,000 water, left onlookers parched and yearning. As the chatter intensified, numerous private messages inundated him. Yet, Mumu remained unfazed, focused solely on acquiring the Earth emblem without engaging in haggling. Those capable of trading would naturally proceed, while he disregarded others. With sand resources dwindling, Mumu realized he had concentrated on excavating other materials, neglecting sand. The abundance of sand around had led him to overlook its collection. I must go sand digging, he mused, hoisting his pickaxe and exiting the ruined base. The island boasted mountains and caves, rich in sand resources. Katy Dog, ever restless, trailed closely behind him. With determination, he swung his pickaxe. The system announced, Sand 1. Sand 1. Sand 1. Following the foothills, Mumu swiftly gathered 100 units of sand, astonishingly discovering he had excavated a third of the mountain's peak. Can I really dig into the mountain? He pondered, moving to the opposite side to commence digging from the summit. The system continued to report, Sand 1. Stone 1. He unearthed not only sand, but also stone. Mumu carefully adjusted his position, digging relentlessly while remaining vigilant to avoid a misstep that could lead him tumbling into the cavern. Gradually, a small opening appeared at the mountain's peak, which expanded into a substantial pit under his diligent excavation. The cave was now fully exposed to the moonlight. Due to Mumu's excessive extraction, the cavern could hardly be deemed a cave anymore. Perhaps it should be referred to as a basin. The cold, damp air billowed forth, permeating the entire island. A shiver ran down Mumu's spine. After some time, the small mountain lay hollowed out before him, revealing a vast chasm. Indeed, this cave resided below sea level. No wonder the environment was so moist where the mother spider dwelled. Her lair was profoundly deep. Mumu collected a total of 350 units of sand and 100 units of stone. This should suffice for the time being. Any more, and it would likely exceed the capacity of both the ship and the base. Upon accessing the trading platform, Mumu noted that 2 Earth emblems had already been traded, leaving 3 still available. The doghouse was now ready for construction. Chapter 62. Unexpected Gains, Enjoying Fresh Milk. He opened the crafting page and selected the doghouse. Craft doghouse. The system confirmed, wood 10, stone 10, sand 20, fire emblem 1, water emblem 1, light emblem 1, earth emblem 1. Construction of the perfect doghouse successful. An option appeared before Mumu, prompting him to choose a location for the doghouse. He could place it in the living room or the yard. Without hesitation, he chose the entrance of the yard. The living room was out of the question. Fur and odors would be unavoidable. Mumu desired to relish his solitary moments without being disturbed by a dog. Keeping it indoors would utterly defeat the purpose of the doghouse. Who knew if it might bother him at night or disturb his morning routine? The dog should guard the home. Placing it in the yard maximized benefits while alleviating many of his concerns. Should he encounter a player or creature attempting a nighttime ambush, Katy Dog could provide protection. A square, peaked doghouse materialized at the entrance of the yard. Upon seeing it, Mumu felt a sense of luxury. The doghouse was spacious, featuring solid wood flooring, a height of 1.8 meters, and a well-structured design. A small loft was added to a third of the left side of the hall, accessible by a nearby staircase, allowing Katy Dog to leap up from the side. Both levels boasted windows, offering a more expansive view from the upper floor. The hall on the first floor contained a toy resembling a small windmill and wooden balls for play. In the right corner was a restroom, complete with a feeding bowl. The restroom featured automatic cleaning and disinfection capabilities, ensuring waste was disposed of outside the base, keeping the doghouse safe, hygienic, and odor-free. Exquisite, elegant, and upscale, Mumu exclaimed as he crawled inside to inspect the interior. Even a dog now resided in such splendid accommodations. There was ample space for 2 adults to lie down comfortably. He could distinctly feel the warmth and comfort within, with fresh air circulating as the climate appeared to adjust automatically to external weather changes. The emblems had indeed worked their magic, consuming his 4 runes for a worthy cause. The room also boasted excellent lighting, even at night. The moonlight and starlight streamed through the roof, showcasing the effect of the light emblem. Mumu was certain that, given these conditions, some players would willingly treat it as their rune base. Lying comfortably on the solid wood floor, he noticed a blue caption materializing before him. Perfect doghouse, a paradise for beloved pets, a sanctuary for rest, the premier choice for confinement. In this serene environment, characterized by a comfortable temperature and optimal humidity conducive to the growth of canines, the atmosphere alleviates restlessness and undesirable behaviors such as food guarding and temper tantrums. while simultaneously enhancing loyalty to their owners. Additionally, an array of small toys is available to stimulate your beloved dog's intellect. Residence instructions. Other creatures, aside from canine species, are permitted to reside here. Each canine occupant contributes to the enhancement of their attributes for every night spent. The prospect of improving capabilities is indeed a delightful surprise, and Moo Moo finds satisfaction in this arrangement. After all, the KDGU serves as a combat unit for Moo Moo, and the stronger it becomes, the more advantageous it is in confronting the island's creatures. Thus, the investment of meat and resources in constructing this abode seems far from wasteful. KD, you shall stay here tonight. Do not crowd me, Moo Moo commanded. The KDGU barked in displeasure, its excitement evident, clearly feeling abandoned and expressing its dissatisfaction with a series of barks. However, protestations were futile. Tonight it must remain here, and in the future, it shall reside here permanently. Moo Moo was resolute, for this dwelling, crafted at great expense, could not become mere decoration. After emerging from the doghouse, Moo Moo disregarded the KDGU's feelings and returned to his two-story cottage, closing the door behind him to retire for the night. The night passed uneventfully. Upon awakening the next morning, Moo Moo felt a sense of joy and rejuvenation. This slumber was unparalleled in comfort, free from disturbances, particularly from other dogs. Stretching lazily, he ventured into the courtyard where the KDGU was still peacefully slumbering in its residence. Evidently, it had settled in well, as Moo Moo had faintly heard barking during the earlier hours, but the KDGU had adapted to its new surroundings. Ignoring the KDGU for the moment, Moo Moo retrieved seafood from his garden, preparing it for a meal. Previously reliant on raw fare due to the absence of a heating source, the improved conditions afforded him the opportunity to enjoy a more palatable diet. After washing his face, brushing his teeth, and tidying up, he opened the trading channel to discover that transactions had been completed, acquiring 3 additional Earth emblems. Today he anticipated enjoying fresh milk. Approaching the cow, Moo Moo gently stroked its heavy udder, sensing the promise of liquid within. Positioning a container beneath, he applied pressure. System notification, 100 fresh milk 1. Fresh milk, nutrient-rich milk produced by island cattle, promoting growth and development, replenishing calcium, and enhancing bone strength. It is naturally sterile and requires no disinfection. It can be consumed directly. For those who prefer warm beverages, heat to below 70 degrees Celsius to avoid damaging the protein and compromising flavor and nutrition. This milk was distinctly superior to ordinary packaged varieties, possessing beneficial properties. Moo Moo raised the stone bowl and savored the milk in one gulp. Delightful. It was sweet, pure, and not overly rich, retaining warmth from the cow. No heating necessary. This was far superior to the products sold in supermarkets. The only drawback was its limited yield. A greater supply would be preferable. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, the KDGU awoke. Having been awake for some time but reluctant to leave its cozy nest, possibly due to stubbornness or sheer comfort. Perhaps it was a combination of both. The refusal to leave the nest while enjoying the coziness is a common tactic among certain Pokemon. Moo Moo tossed some bones to entice the KDGU out, and it eagerly scampered from its bed to gnaw on the treat. Moo Moo produced a Pokeball, releasing the hippopotamus contained within. Having spent the night in the sphere, it likely did not require feeding. He brought it out for some fresh air and a chance to experience the world beyond its confines. Moo Moo packed away the runic base, released the fishing boat, and brought both the KDGU and the DIDISHU aboard, just as a private message popped up on his screen. Chapter 63. Is a simple apology enough? By Urgeleezy 18281. Good morning, my dear Mr. Moo. May I inquire if you are awake? Moo Moo had configured his chat system to allow messages from players who had recently engaged in transactions or had traded more than 3 times, facilitating communication. An early morning greeting hinted at potential trade opportunities. Good morning. Are you still lounging in the base instead of embarking on your ventures? How may I assist you, dear Mr. Bay? Moo Moo replied, striving for a tone that would translate smoothly. By Urgeleezy 18281. My esteemed friend, the roasted spider you sold me yesterday was absolutely divine. One bite released a burst of green juice in my mouth, and I even drank the potentially troublesome spider blood. Do you not feel any pangs of conscience? Moo Moo shrugged. It was not his fault that the trade conditions were not set. Moo Moo 18076. My conscience is entirely clear. By Urgeleezy 18281. Moo Moo 18076. If you did not stipulate your trading conditions, that is no concern of mine. My transaction fully met your requirements. Is there anything else you wish to discuss? By Urgeleezy 18281. While I appreciate that, the flavor of that spider was indeed quite unpleasant. Moo Moo 18076. Oh, my apologies. I assumed you could consume anything. By Urgeleezy 18281. Oh my. Is that all it takes? Moo188076. What more do you desire? Having something to eat is better than nothing. A bit of unpleasantness is hardly a crime. Given your doghouse and pet bathing area, I graciously offered to purchase them at a premium. Otherwise, who would buy from you? Constructing that doghouse cost me a plethora of emblems. Do you not feel any remorse? Buyer Jaleezy18281. So, is this then my fault? Moo18076. Indeed. Remember, next time you have something unpalatable, please set your conditions. Experiencing a stomach upset is trivial. I could let you go hungry for 3 days straight, and you would still be willing to eat anything on the ground. Buyer Jaleezy18281. Moo18076. How about this? The next time you have desirable trade items, privately message me, and I shall offer you some discounts as a loyal customer. Buyer Jaleezy18281. Thank you. Moo18076. You are most welcome. Buyer Jaleezy18281. Currently, I feel as if my entire appetite has vanished. Shouldn't a great one like you provide me with something appetizing to compensate? Ah, he seeks nourishment. Moo contemplated before responding. I have a gigantic rat that has been steeped in gastric acid. If Mr. Bay is interested, we may arrange a trade. Buyer Jaleezy18281. Are you certain that it is edible? You won't trick me again, will you? Moo18076. Trust me, it is delicious. I will also throw in a piece of roasted meat, albeit slightly burnt, but still consumable. I can offer it to you at a discounted rate of only 2 emblems. Buyer Jaleezy18281. Is it truly tasty? Moo18076. Just tell me if you want it. Half a minute later. System notification, gastrically acidified giant rat 1, burnt roasted meat 1. System notification, thunder emblems 2. Having concluded his conversation with Buyer Jaleezy, Moo set sail for the 26th island to the northwest. The fishing boat was spacious, allowing Moo and the KDGU to rest comfortably, while the DIDISHU opted to remain on the boat's edge, dipping its tail into the ocean. Did this creature harbor some misunderstanding regarding its tail? Moo approached it, greeting, DIDI, did you sleep well last night? How is the outside world? Is the air fresh? Do you have anything to share with me? The DIDISHU looked at Moo with a perplexed expression, opening its mouth and pointing. It was clearly indicating its hunger. Moo understood immediately. A piece of wolf meat was tossed aside, and the DIDISHU began to consume it with evident delight. Hey, I inquired. What else can you do apart from eating? Earnestly urged. Isn't there any practical value you can provide? Can you not showcase your worth? No sooner had the words left my mouth than the DIDISHU whipped its tail, and with a splash, it surprisingly pulled a fish from the sea. Incredible, fishing! Exclaimed with joy. It seems this creature possesses some utility after all. Its tail is indeed a miraculous tool, capable of luring such a large fish. This skill is truly remarkable. Although the DIDISHU lay prone, could distinctly sense a hint of aloof disdain in its gaze. Just as intended to approach and examine the type of fish, he witnessed the DIDISHU open its mouth and swallow the fish whole. Was left dumbfounded. Is that all you do? With such fishing prowess, couldn't you share some of your catch with us? Splash. Another fish was pulled from the sea and promptly devoured by the DIDISHU. Clearly, sharing is beyond its comprehension. Felt somewhat resigned. Yet, perhaps this was a blessing in disguise, saving the expense of feeding another creature. If it could sustain itself, that would be quite advantageous. The journey to the island was lengthy, taking an hour, and this was with the aid of a fishing boat. Had he been aboard a dilapidated vessel from the outset, would never have considered venturing here. Upon reaching the island, he encountered an iron treasure chest and 3 burrowing frogs. The burrowing frogs should pose little challenge. Was primarily focused on the iron chest. Given the current circumstances, he had yet to encounter higher-tier chests, and rare or unique resources could only be discovered through the luck of the iron chest. First opened the bestiary to examine the characteristics of the burrowing frog. Burrowing frog, a small amphibian, known for its quick movements, typically inhabiting sandy beaches and rarely submerging in water. It enjoys digging and burrowing, adeptly navigating through soil, often camouflaging itself with yellow sand to launch surprise attacks. Its mouth contains sharp teeth capable of tearing through tough skin and biting stones, while its tongue harbors potent venom that can incapacitate any creature it touches. Abilities: burrowing, camouflage, venom. Weakness: fragile body, low defense. Danger level: 41. Remarkably, this diminutive creature possesses a higher danger rating than many larger beasts. Pondered this revelation. He clicked on the skills to review them. Burrowing enables rapid descent into the ground or emergence from it, allowing for swift movement. Camouflage covers itself with sand, disguising as a sand mound, remaining hidden on the beach. Venom: the tongue ejects venom from the mouth, causing immediate weakness in any creature it contacts. The three skills can be utilized in conjunction. Although the burrowing frog's defense is weak, if it conceals itself on the beach and ambushes an opponent, it can inflict substantial damage. No wonder its danger level is so elevated. This creature is indeed an assassin. MM instructed the DIDISHU to remain by the shore while he led the KDGU towards the island. This divine beast moved sluggishly, rendering it unnecessary for this battle. Moreover, the DIDISHU seemed disinclined to follow MM onto the island, continuing its habitual antics. For what fun is there in exploring when it can simply dip its tail in water? Not long after venturing forth, MM saw numerous heaps of sand scattered across the island, each uniquely shaped by natural forces, with the burrowing frogs concealed among them. Chapter 64, The Search for Burrowing Frogs. MM walked along the beach with the KDGU. For an ordinary player, the burrowing frogs would undoubtedly pose a significant threat. However, MM had little to fear. He merely needed to remain vigilant. With the prompts provided, he could clearly discern the location of the burrowing frogs, easily avoiding ambushes to defeat them. As anticipated, upon reaching the island's center, a golden prompt appeared before him. At 3 o'clock, 5 meters away, there is a burrowing frog hidden within that sand mound. It is quite cunning and is poised to strike. MM silently drew his bronze sword. He refrained from rushing to attack the burrowing frog, for this creature is swift and adept at burrowing. Should he inadvertently scare it away, compelling it to dive underground, it would complicate matters. Luring the prey in would ensure a decisive victory. Unbeknownst to the burrowing frog, it was unaware that MM had already detected its presence, stealthily lurking on the beach and preparing to ambush. At 5 o'clock, 7 meters away, another burrowing frog is concealed within the sand mound. Be cautious of its sudden attack. There was yet another. According to the prompt, there should be 3. Yet only 2 had been discovered thus far. The KDGU evidently sensed something. Its ears perked up in alertness, emitting a low growl. KD, remain calm. Act as if nothing is amiss. We must tread carefully, MM advised. The KDGU understood, calming its agitated demeanor. It raised its proud head, walking beside MM as if nothing were wrong, although its keen sense of smell had already discerned the general locations of the 2 creatures. MM skillfully maneuvered around the 2 burrowing frogs, venturing deeper into the beach, where he spotted the iron treasure chest half buried in the sand. He focused intently on the chest and strode purposefully towards it. Meanwhile, behind him, soft rustling sounds began to emerge. The 2 burrowing frogs were on the move. Concealed beneath a layer of sand, they slowly advanced towards MM, their small eyes peering through the sand to observe the unfolding events. Just as MM casually glanced back, they abruptly halted in their tracks. A slight smile crept across MM's lips. The 2 burrowing frogs had approached. From the golden prompt, he could discern clearly that the 2 sand mounds 5 meters behind him housed the burrowing frogs he had just noted. MM turned away again, feigning ignorance. The rustling continued behind him, gradually drawing nearer, and the KDGU remained alert, its ears perked up in concentration. MM pretended to be about to open the treasure chest. At that moment, a sudden rush of movement occurred behind him. MM swiftly turned, swinging his sword with a wicked grin. You think you can ambush me? You are sorely mistaken. The burrowing frog was taken aback, realizing the imminent danger too late. It could only extend its tongue, which shot forth like an arrow towards MM's skin. Ribbit, a long, blood-red tongue, nearly a meter in length, rapidly extended from the frog's mouth and straightened out, seemingly growing longer. Such a lengthy and agile tongue? MM scoffed. You have met your misfortune in encountering me. Snap. He sidestepped to evade the burrowing frog's attack, the bronze sword swiftly cleaving through the air. Flash. The frog's tongue was severed in 2. Ribbit. The burrowing frog emitted a mournful cry, its vitality severely diminished, plummeting to the ground like a kite with its string cut. MM would not grant it an opportunity to escape. As its body still hung in the air, he lunged forward, plunging his sword through it. Ribbit. That was its final utterance in this world. System notification, Soul 1. The other burrowing frog leapt into the air, yet before it could launch its tongue, MM charged forward and cleaved its body in 2. System notification, Soul 1. With both unsightly frogs vanquished, only one remained. Though MM had yet to ascertain its location. For the moment, he set aside thoughts of that one and began to dissect the 2 he had defeated, acquiring 600 units of burrowing frog blood and 4 portions of burrowing frog meat. Were there no bones or skins? Mumu chose to examine the ingredients he had acquired. Dian Shu Hua blood, toxic frog blood, which loses its toxicity when cooked, making it safe to consume. However, its taste is unpleasant and devoid of nutrition, often resulting in diarrhea after consumption. Dian Shu Hua meat includes bones and skin with a sour and astringent flavor. It is non-toxic but unpalatable and lacks nutritional value. When braised with chili, it tastes better, yet may still cause diarrhea, making it barely edible. He found nothing of value on him, as the bones and skin were still attached to the meat, preventing separation. Regrettably, he had no chili to braise it. Observing its lack of nutrition and palatability, he decided to sell it. Moo resolved to wait for an opportunity to give the frog blood and meat to those in need, as he held no interest in reptiles or amphibians. With no immediate danger around, he approached the treasure chest. Iron treasure chest, a chest made of pure iron, containing items of unknown attributes. The contents of this chest are unknown, and there is no danger inside. However, beneath the chest lies a Dien de Chua, which, overly confident in its digging skills, has inadvertently trapped its head between the rocks and the chest, rendering it unable to escape. Be cautious of sudden attacks from the Dien de Chua when attempting to move the chest. He wondered why one was missing, only to discover it trapped beneath the chest. Moo found it amusing yet foolish. Who had given it such confidence? But how to open it? Moving the chest would release the Dien de Chua, which might flee or attack him, or even ambush him after escaping. None of these outcomes were desirable for Moo. Perhaps he should first clear the dirt, he pondered. After all, the Dien de Chua could not escape for the time being, so there was no need for excessive worry. He stowed away his bronze sword and took out his hoe, commencing to dig around the chest. His first task was to transform the chest into an island. Soon, a large pit surrounded the chest, leaving it and the sand beneath standing isolated in the center. Thus, the Dien de Chua could not flee in any direction. If it managed to escape, it would only be able to dig down into the sand. However, Moo would not grant it the opportunity to flee. He carefully sifted through the sand while searching for the Dien de Chua's position. Shortly after peeling away a layer of sand, he uncovered a portion of its rear, revealing the Dien de Chua trapped between the chest and the rocks. Realizing it was exposed, the Dien de Chua struggled to wriggle free, but alas, its head was stuck, preventing any escape. With a bit more effort, Moo unearthed most of its body and then aimed behind it, striking with the hoe. This creature was weak, so the hoe would surely suffice. A shrill cry echoed as the Dien de Chua met its demise. System notification, Soul 1. Chapter 65, Crafting Clothing and Constructing a Pet Bathhouse. With all three Dien de Chuas dealt with, Moo obtained some bones and meat. He had no intention of consuming them, whether frog or rat. He found the notion repugnant, especially since it was a rat frog. The thought alone sent shivers down his spine. Times had changed. Moo saw no reason to subject himself to such fare. He retrieved the iron treasure chest and opened it for inspection. System notification, Iron treasure chest 1. System notification, Basic strength scroll 1. System notification, Green crystals 3. System notification, Ordinary fabric, cotton 10. System notification, Polyester thread 30. System notification, Casual clothing crafting blueprint 1. Remarkably, he had acquired a considerable amount, including green crystals and a scroll. Upon examining the green crystals, they sparkled with a translucent brilliance and emitted a verdant glow, commonly utilized in the creation of agility-enhancing apparatuses. Green is typically associated with enhancing movement and reaction speeds. Coincidentally, Moo had a damaged agility bracer in his rune base that needed repair, and the green crystals would prove useful for this purpose. He decided to proceed with the repair. Opening the crafting page, he selected the repair option and chose the damaged agility bracer. System notification, Speed emblem 1, Soul 1. Silver 1, Green crystals 2. System notification, Basic agility bracer repair successful. A soft bracer appeared in Moo's hand. As he donned it on his right arm, he felt a significant increase in his agility. It was a valuable item, ensuring he would not be at a disadvantage in future battles. Moo then shifted his focus to the other items. There was also a crafting blueprint to learn. With the fabric and thread at hand, he might be able to create some new garments. The clothing he currently wore was quite worn out. Being able to craft new clothes would facilitate a change. He proceeded to learn the crafting blueprint. The blueprint in his hand vanished, and upon opening the crafting page, he discovered that casual clothing crafting was somewhat different from other products. After selecting casual clothing, he found subcategories available for selection. Not only could he choose the size and style of the garment, but also gender specifications. Moo had unlocked a total of 6 styles of casual tops, 3 for men and 3 for women. There were also 6 styles of casual pants, similarly divided by gender. Lacking any particular preferences, he dismissed the women's options for now and directly examined the men's styles. The clothing crafting page featured a virtual preview. Once the style was confirmed, the system suggested color combinations, which could also be altered based on personal taste, with the results automatically displayed. For instance, the first item, Island Opening Commemoration Edition 01 Men's Spring and Autumn Color Block Loose Casual Work Jacket. The default crafting requirements were 2 yellow fabrics, 1 unicorn walrus skin, and 1 polyester thread. Mumu could adjust the fabric color to green or substitute the unicorn walrus skin with bull terrier skin. If the same or similar colored animal hides were used, the appearance would not differ significantly, primarily affecting durability and warmth based on the attributes of the hides. After changing the materials, an effect display image would automatically generate, and a one-click try-on option was available. The virtual image and try-on effect would be showcased. Mumu felt he lacked any talent for clothing design. Perhaps it was preconceived notions at play, although the design was simplistic. He tried altering the colors, yet found them unappealing compared to the default aesthetics, so he opted to create them as per the system's recommendations. He decided to craft 2 sets of clothing and pants to start. System notification, yellow fabric, cotton, 4, unicorn walrus skin 2, polyester thread 2. System notification, blue fabric, cotton, 6, spotted salamander skin 1, polyester thread 2. Mumu selected the pants to be primarily fabric-based, requiring only half a piece of animal hide for each pair, perfectly utilizing 1 whole piece. The 2 sets of clothing appeared within the rune base. Island opening commemoration jacket, windproof and warm, naturally fitted, a great companion for outdoor adventures and home travels. Island opening commemoration pants, durable, lightweight, comfortable, stain-resistant, and slip-resistant. An excellent partner for island exploration. The clothing and pants were quite satisfactory. Their styles were modern, and their quality and texture surpassed the tattered outfit he currently wore. Mumu did not rush to change. It was not a matter of reluctance, but rather a desire to bathe first. He was too dirty at present, making it inappropriate to wear new clothes. However, there was no hot spring nearby, and he had no idea when he would be able to bathe again. Washing with seawater would not suffice, as the salt content was too high and would affect comfort when wearing clothes, while using the collected freshwater would be wasteful. It would be ideal if there were a bathhouse in the rune base. Mumu pondered that a shower would conserve water, but regrettably, he lacked the relevant crafting blueprint. Perhaps there was something he could use. Mumu's attention turned to the perfect pet bathhouse crafting blueprint he had exchanged from Bay Air Gulisi. This item was meant for pets, but he thought it should work for humans as well. As for whether this outcome can be realized, he needs to give it a try. After all, the size of the island pets is quite substantial. When he crouches down, he is nearly comparable to them. First, he must learn to craft the perfect pet bathing blueprint, as learning comes at no cost. After completing the study on the perfect pet bathing blueprint, Mumu muttered to himself. System notification. Successfully learned the perfect pet bathing blueprint. Mumu opened the crafting page to check. Perfect pet bathing room. Sand 3555. Wood 12520. Stone 13320. Iron block 3510. Copper block 555. Glass 44. Water emblem 31. Fire emblem 11. Light emblem 11. Wind emblem 11. Yet again, 4 types of emblems are required, along with glass. Is it truly this extravagant to construct a bathing room for pets? No wonder Byrgilus sold this item to him. It seems like a scheme. It appears that he has been too lenient. In the future, he might consider exchanging lower-grade food with him. Currently, all conditions are met, and he has just enough glass left, 4 pieces, perfect for crafting. He selected the pet bathing room and confirmed the crafting. System notification, sand 5, wood 20, stone 20. Iron block 10, copper block 5, glass 4, water emblem 1, fire emblem 1, light emblem 1, wind emblem 1. System notification, perfect pet bathing room crafted successfully. System notification, please select the placement location for the pet bathing room. Similar to a doghouse, the pet bathing room can be placed indoors or outdoors. After some contemplation, Mumu decided to construct it indoors. After all, the indoor environment is superior, cleaner, and more convenient for bathing pets. His indoor space is quite ample, with several vacant rooms, whereas the outdoor area is limited and must accommodate the farm and pasture, making it unsuitable for excessive occupation. More importantly, this is for bathing. Moreover, he intends to use it temporarily. If other players were to see him bathing outdoors, utilizing a pet bathing room, well, even a big shot has their pride. Chapter 66, Luxurious Pet Care. Mumu placed the pet bathing room in the bathroom. With a clear separation of wet and dry areas, this location is indeed quite suitable. Furthermore, given the spaciousness of Mumu's mansion, it would be no issue to place 2 bathtubs in the bathroom. A structure resembling a sweat room appeared before him, standing as tall as a person. The main structure of the bathing room is wooden, divided into 2 compartments that connect to one another, with one side laid with stones. The surface features glass doors and windows, allowing ample light to filter through. Mumu stepped inside the bathing room, feeling a wave of warmth. The addition of emblematic effects is truly beneficial. Perfect pet bathing room, the premier choice for maintaining hygiene and caring for your beloved pet's health. The room includes various functions. After bathing, it can enhance the pet's health by 1 point. Adding 1 soul allows operation for 36 hours, with or without fresh water. The bathing room also possesses functionality that increases health, making it quite worthwhile. However, usage requires the addition of souls. Moo clicked to view the distinctions. The bathing room can incorporate fresh water, but any type of fresh water is acceptable, including but not limited to drinking water, spring water, rainwater, etc. It has a built-in purification function that meets bathing standards. Adding 1 soul allows for 6 hours of bathing. If fresh water is unavailable, seawater must be used. The purification function within the bathing room can eliminate salt and impurities from seawater, consuming considerable energy, and adding 1 soul provides 3 hours of bathing. Additionally, the bathing water is not potable. Consuming it may lead to diarrhea, and excessive consumption could result in poisoning. Now it makes sense. Moo nodded. He currently does not possess enough fresh water, so using seawater is indeed appropriate. A typical bath takes about 30 minutes, so this 1 soul would only allow for 5 or 6 baths. If he does not bathe frequently, it is still quite economical. Let us examine the functions first. Moo opened the function panel of the pet bathing room. Oh, there are quite a few functions available. They include automatic wash, manual wash, dry cleaning, disinfection, brightness, sauna, and drying. He understood the concepts of disinfection and drying. Brightness adjusts the light within the bathing room. Moo primarily wanted to investigate the differences between automatic and manual washing. Automatic wash scans the type of pet and performs an automatic cleaning based on the pet's characteristics, with no manual intervention required. The bathing room sprays water from all angles to ensure no area is left untouched. After cleaning, it automatically dries. The entire process takes about 20 to 50 minutes, varying according to the type of pet. If the pet cannot be exposed to water, dry cleaning is available. Employing sand and air. Manual wash allows the user to freely control the angle, direction, water flow, and duration, offering complete flexibility in the washing process. Additionally, one can freely add pet bathing liquids, fur care agents, and other products to enhance the bathing experience and promote pet health. The functionality is quite comprehensive. Moo nodded. This device appears to be usable by humans as well. Should he try washing a dog first? Since Moo currently lacks pet bathing supplies, simply being able to wash it is already a bonus. As for the aquatic pet, the die-dye beast, it can be disregarded. It constantly dives into the sea, rendering any washing futile and merely wasting water resources. He would discuss that later. Moo retrieved the last item from the iron treasure chest and then dismantled the iron chest. Beginner Strength Scroll. Upon absorption, it can condense a strength talisman within any living being, significantly enhancing its strength and resistance to impact. Absorbing the Beginner Strength Scroll. The target of absorption is himself. The strength scroll transformed into a gray mist and entered Moo's chest, making his abdominal muscles more pronounced, with 8 clearly visible abs. Moo walked into the yard and called for Katie Dog. Katie, it's bath time. Come see this newly acquired bathing marvel. Woof, woof. Upon reaching the door of the bathing room, Katie was taken aback, instinctively resisting and backing away, visibly tense, as if pleading with Moo. No, I don't want to use this thing. However, Moo did not indulge its whims, directly grasping the fur on Katie's neck and tossing it inside, shutting the door, and adding 1 soul to activate the automatic washing. After a brief pause of 3 seconds, powerful jets of water erupted from all sides within the bathing room, drenching Katie Dog. Katie's body jolted, followed by an outcry from within. Hey, is it really that exaggerated? Must it be so torturous? Moo scoffed outside the bathing room, thinking it was merely putting on a show. Through the glass window, Moo observed Katie Dog with its eyes tightly shut, brows furrowed, fur drooping as if it had transformed into a drenched dog. Its body trembled incessantly, seemingly resisting the instinct to bathe. After about 20 minutes, the washing phase concluded. Transitioning into drying, warm air surged in, causing Katie Dog to struggle once more. No pet enjoys being dried. This was to be expected. The sensation appeared far from pleasant. Yet, there was no alternative. After all, its fur is abundant. Humans can dry off, but cats and dogs cannot. Once the drying process was complete, Moo released Katie Dog. The entire bathing experience lasted 35 minutes. Well, it certainly looked much cleaner, with a hint of a milky fragrance. And the foul odor had vanished. Quite satisfactory. Katie Dog glanced at Moo, said nothing, and proudly walked away. Perhaps its emotions were rather complex at that moment. After comparing, Moo concluded that this device could also be utilized by himself, and he decided to use the manual wash option. The jets of the automatic wash were too intense and rather frightening. Moreover, he is not a pet and is uncertain what effect the option would yield after selection. Moo removed his clothing, took out the bathing liquid and shampoo, and entered the bathing room. The items he scavenged from the 3 non-mainstream sources proved to be quite useful. He opted for the manual wash, quietly recited a mantra as he activated the pet bathing panel, subsequently selecting the angle and temperature of the water flow. A warm cascade enveloped him, instilling an unparalleled sense of comfort. This is the essence of life. The water pressure here surpassed that of the public baths he frequented, and the ease of temperature adjustment eliminated the vexation of fluctuating heat. Moreover, the speed of the water flow was adjustable. If he wished to wash a specific area rapidly, he could increase the jet's intensity, providing a soothing massage. The sole drawback was the height. He had to bend down to enter, and once inside, he could only lie or sit. Fortunately, he was alone. Should anyone else witness his bathing actions, it would indeed be a sight of utter embarrassment. Upon completing his bath, Moo Moo crawled into the adjacent stone room, indulging first in a sauna and then in steam therapy. How delightful it was. Even pets could live with such refinement. He mused, lamenting that he had enjoyed it alone. After resting on the stone for a while until he was nearly dry, he emerged, dried himself with a towel, and donned a newly crafted outfit. Clean, tidy, and comfortable. Once adorned in the new attire, he instantly discarded the notion of wearing his original garments, which were not only soiled, but had also sustained several tears during his explorations. However, discarding them seemed wasteful, and disassembling them would yield only a meager amount of fabric. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to sell them. Surely, there were many in need of clothing. Chapter 67. Secondhand clothes for emblems. Is there a mermaid clan? He opened the trading channel. Seller, Moo Moo 18076. Item for trade, secondhand sportswear. Requirement, 1 any emblem. Stock, 1. Seller's note, male, size, minor damage does not affect wear. Special price, only this one set. To exchange a mere outfit for an emblem was indeed a nefarious act of a merchant. Yet, Moo Moo was unconcerned. The market dictates the price. In the early days of the game, a bottle of water could be traded for an emblem. Now, many players must have worn out clothing, perhaps even unwearable. Were they to go without? Or were those unable to upgrade their bases shivering in dilapidated huts at night? Acquiring an article of clothing was certainly beneficial. As soon as Moo Moo's clothing was listed, it became a hot topic in the chat channel. Wow, even the big shots are selling clothes now? Is he planning to run around naked? Are you foolish? Have you considered why he can sell clothes? Selling clothes equates to running naked? That only implies he is fit enough to go without outerwear, wearing only undergarments. Shut up, you two fools. He may very well have learned to craft clothing. What? The big shot can craft clothing? That's incredible. My pants were stolen by an island monkey the other day, and I haven't had anything to wear since. Brother, you should explain why only your pants were stolen. I sense a story here. Indeed. I also have monkeys here. Why weren't my pants stolen? I believe your focus should be on the big shot-ass clothing. 1 second-hand sportswear for an emblem seems rather steep. High price indeed, if you dislike it. You need not buy. That's not fair. I concur with the previous sentiment. The big shot has ample resources and should consider us weaker players by lowering the price. Exactly. Big shot. You are becoming increasingly unscrupulous. It's just a piece of clothing, albeit second-hand, and you demand an emblem. Moo Moo was well prepared for the complaints. Yet he remained unperturbed. Many believed that while they could manage without clothing, they could not go without food. Clothing, though not a necessity, was perceived at this moment as less valuable than water. However, in the hands of those who truly required it, its worth exceeded that of water. Indeed, although there was considerable grumbling in the chat channel, within 2 minutes, Moo Moo sportswear was snatched up. It was soon relisted in the trading channel, now seeking food. Trading secondhand sportswear for food and water, the highest bidder would prevail. Damn secondhand merchant. Moo Moo cursed vehemently. Despite his internal grumbling, it was no longer his concern. After all, he had acquired the emblem he desired, having just obtained a shadow emblem. The buyer likely had no idea of its use, thinking it more suitable to trade for food. The shadow emblem? Intriguing. This artifact was new to Moo Moo, appearing as a dark, amorphous mass. Although it felt metallic to the touch and bore rough engravings, its surface remained obscured. It seemed shrouded in a veil of darkness, yet when he reached out, the darkness dissipated. What a remarkable item. Moo Moo felt a surge of excitement, although its purpose was unknown. Trading a set of second-hand clothes for it was undoubtedly a favorable exchange. After bathing and selling his goods, Moo Moo felt invigorated. Several hours had passed since breakfast, and he began to feel hunger pangs. He took out a piece of crocodile meat and cooked it alongside instant noodles. This method was convenient. There was no need for lavish meals every day. He also fed his 2 pets a bit before setting off for the next island. Heading north will lead you to an ocean vortex that will take you to unknown waters and deplete half your supplies. The southwestern island is rich in flora, where you may discover useful items. The western island contains wooden treasure chests, but it is filled with excrement. Be wary of the odor. Though some claim the western air is refreshing, the eastern island is merely a rocky outcrop, but a mermaid resides there. Her singing is enchanting. Be cautious not to fall under her spell. She conceals a wealth of treasures in her bosom, and you may choose to slay her for the bounty or engage in trade. If you opt to slay her, she is likely to escape, and you must beware of the wrath of the merfolk. The northeastern island boasts a copper treasure chest and some fruits. Aside from the northern isle, the other locations presented minimal danger and even more resources. Mumu surveyed his surroundings. The southwestern direction promised valuable finds, albeit without treasure chests, while the north held a copper chest and fruits. What lies to the east? Mumu noted the mention of mermaids. Merfolk? Are they the half-human, half-fish creatures? He squinted, envisioning a mermaid in his mind. An image spontaneously emerged. Could it be like this? No, what was he thinking? Mumu scolded himself and shifted his perspective. Perhaps it should resemble this. Her eyes like green beans, her nose resembling garlic, sharp teeth, and undeniably adorable. He hoped the weather would not be too dark when he arrived, allowing him to see her clearly. Mumu was lost in his reverie. After some time, he opened his eyes, resolved to journey to the eastern island and test his luck. The hint suggested she possessed something valuable. Perhaps he could barter with the mermaid for rare resources. He also sought to resolve a long-held curiosity, the proper way to approach a mermaid. Would the bestiary contain information about merfolk? Upon opening the Marine Life Encyclopedia, Mumu discovered an entry for mermaids, but on the last page of the directory, there was no related information. He realized he possessed only a fragment of the tome, currently limited to low-level creatures. It seemed that mermaids had ascended into the realm of high-level marine beings, thus his existing knowledge was insufficient. This realization also hinted that he was on the verge of departing from low-level marine territories, progressing towards higher realms. Mumu gathered his belongings and embarked on his ship towards the east. The journey extended for quite some time. The weather grew increasingly gloomy, and a fierce wind whipped across the sea. Dark clouds gathered ominously overhead, blocking the sunlight. Before long, the sky became completely shrouded in darkness, as black as night. Accompanied by flashes of lightning and the booming of thunder, the atmosphere was chilling. The fishing boat began to sway violently, as the sea churned with tumultuous waves. A deluge of seawater crashed against the small vessel, some even breaching its sides. KDGU had long retreated to the cabin, and even the once carefree DID-issue, who had been fishing at the boat's edge, could no longer endure the tempest and sought refuge inside. The world had plunged into darkness, a realm of shadow and gloom. At that moment, MM's mood mirrored the bleakness of his surroundings. Something felt amiss. The prompt had not forewarned him of any storm or peril, prompting fears of an unforeseen calamity. Chapter 68. A Bargain with the Mermaid. The fishing boat lurched and careened, entering the eye of the storm. The ocean was engulfed in darkness, the vessel swaying even more violently. MM retrieved a crystal lamp, which emitted a flicker of light. Regret washed over him. It was too late to turn back now, as once out at sea, returning was impossible. He gripped the helm tightly, steering the boat carefully onward. Suddenly, amidst the storm, a melodious voice pierced the chaos. The hauntingly beautiful song captivated him, evoking a deep yearning that transcended the storm's fury. Resonating clearly in MM's ears, the mermaid was near. MM's spirits lifted. Finally, after a tumultuous journey, the fishing boat reached a reef and came to a halt. Before him lay a few scattered stones, mere meters apart. The largest, rising over half a meter, stood proudly in the center, resembling a stone bench, upon which sat a being that was half human, half fish. It possessed a sky-blue tail and golden hair, its back turned to MM, revealing skin as white as jade. Its silhouette graceful and alluring. The absence of an upper garment was evident upon its smooth back. MM's heart raced with excitement and expectation. The vision before him was breathtaking. The mermaid leaned against the rock, its tail cascading casually over the low reef, the enchanting melody flowing from its lips. The language was unrecognizable, possibly not of this earth, reminiscent of a soprano's ethereal voice or the sonorous tones of a dolphin, akin to Vitas's haunting melodies. "Hello," MM called from the bow of the boat, interrupting its song. Though it was impolite, he felt compelled to complete his task swiftly, for danger loomed. He was not there to listen to a mermaid's serenade. The song ceased abruptly. The graceful figure turned slowly. It was turning. MM's heart raced in anticipation. This was the first time he had ever laid eyes on a genuine mermaid. Would something romantic unfold? The mermaid's features became clear. It had azure eyes, a striking visage, a pronounced jawline, thick brows, and a distinctly European appearance. Its torso was flat, and beneath its nose, a hint of a sensual beard. MM was taken aback. A male? He hadn't anticipated this. Mermaids could indeed be male. How else would they propagate their kind? Yet, Why did it have to be him to encounter this? The disparity in expectations was palpable. Upon noticing the merman's expression shifted to one of surprise and vigilance. Scrutinizing him carefully, "Hello," attempted to ease the tension. The merman's demeanor turned serious, his gaze sharp, revealing a row of formidable teeth as he emitted a piercing roar. A cacophony of strange notes filled the air. Hastily covered his ears to shield himself from the deafening sound waves. Even so, he staggered back a few steps, while KDGU yelped in fear and sought shelter. It was not fear, but rather the futility of its own voice against such a high-decibel roar. Squeezed his eyes shut, feeling as though his brain might shatter, his very soul threatened by the ferocity of the cry. What does he intend to do? Cursed inwardly. He had greeted him politely. Surely he could not misunderstand who 11 language. Perhaps he could not. Stop. My head hurts. Shook his head vigorously. Just then, the merman's voice ceased. Cautiously turned back, finding the merman frozen in disbelief. What was happening? He scanned the surroundings and saw DID issue shaking its tail disdainfully, directing its attention toward the merman. Understood. DID issue could not tolerate the merman's cries and had unleashed its power, employing mental prowess against the merman. You may boast of sound waves, but I possess superpowers. Let us see who prevails. This hippo was surprisingly useful. The merman finally quieted. Extended his hands, saying, "Brother, fear not. We mean no harm, and I bear no weapons." The merman shook his head, emitting a rough, guttural sound. Alas, the merman's natural voice was like this when singing. It was heavenly, yet when speaking, it resembled a burly man. Unfortunately, could not comprehend his words, nor could the merman grasp MM's, creating a significant barrier to communication. "I wish to exchange something with you," stated. The merman responded with an unintelligible murmur. Looked down at KDGU, inquiring, "Can you understand what he is saying?" As fellow inhabitants of the island, if his pet could communicate, it might serve as a translator. KDGU shook its head, indicating it was unable to assist. "What about you, DID issue?" Realized the absurdity of his question. Communicating with this divine beast was challenging enough, let alone with a merman. However, to surprise, DID issue let out a few low growls directed at the merman, which prompted a response from the merman. Subsequently, DID issue dipped its tail into the seawater, drawing a symbol of balance upon the rock between them, then pointed it out to What? They could communicate? Perhaps this was the exchange among higher beings, or rather, higher creatures. The drawing of the balance symbol, did it signify consent for a trade? What could he offer that would entice the merman? Pondered. Perhaps he should present something not found in the ocean, something that would truly captivate the merman's attention. He rifled through his inventory and produced a magnificent feather from a Huing. It was a large and beautiful plume, purpose unknown, yet stunning in appearance, something that surely did not exist in the depths of the sea. As a creature attracted to beauty, the merman should appreciate it. Indeed, upon seeing the feather, the merman's face illuminated with excitement and anticipation, his mouth slightly agape as he pointed at the plume. "May I trade this feather for something in return?" inquired cautiously. DID issue continued to converse with the merman, occasionally drawing unique symbols with its tail. Eventually, the merman retrieved a small, golden token from a pouch on its chest, placing it upon the stone before them. Chapter 69. The Emblem of Martial Spirits, Gaining Favor. Gazed down at the metallic token, which emanated a dazzling light, reminiscent of gold, yet possessing a luster even more radiant. A golden halo shimmered across its surface. As held the token in his hand, an inscription appeared before his eyes. Wuhunji Wenjiang, an inlaid type of emblem that can be embedded in any combat rune apparatus, doubling its power. It can be freely installed, but requires an appraiser for removal. Remarkable, Mumu silently mused. This item serves as a weapon enhancement, and the advantage lies in the absence of material collection for synthesis. It is universally applicable to any weapon. The need for an appraiser for removal? Mumu pondered. What exactly is an appraiser? He had yet to encounter one. However, it would be prudent to retain this item for future use, as installing it on a superior weapon would surely augment its power tremendously. An inconsequential bird's tail could be exchanged for such a remarkable item. What a lucrative trade. Mumu handed over the tail of the fire-tailed giant hawk, and the mermaid joyfully accepted it, excitedly toying with it in her hands. The transaction was successful. System notification, Wuhuan Ji Wenjiang 1. This fellow undoubtedly possesses numerous treasures, Mumu contemplated. A single trade felt insufficient. Observing his demeanor, it seemed he harbored minimal suspicion towards Mumu. Should he suddenly strike him down, or perhaps administer some tranquilizer? Of course, there was also the possibility of the ambush failing, resulting in a forced termination of the trade and incurring the mermaid's wrath, leading to dire consequences. Thus, Mumu abandoned the notion of ambushing the fish for goods. Establishing a friendly and trustworthy attitude was imperative. In fairy tales, those who are swayed by greed and resort to treachery seldom meet a favorable end, especially when dealing with a mermaid from such tales. Mumu continued, "Dear, I possess numerous fine items. Shall we proceed with further trading?" The die-dye beast gestured animatedly for quite some time, then drew a table on a rock with its tail, sketching several squares to represent items, and pointed towards the cabin. Mumu looked up at the mermaid, who gave a slight nod. "Ah, understood." The mermaid indicated that trading was permissible, but Mumu must present valuable items for exchange. Naturally, if there were things she desired, a trade could ensue. Hastily, Mumu opened his inventory and began rummaging through. Truth be told, he was unaware of the mermaid's sensitivities or preferences. Thus, he laid out all the items he deemed unnecessary from the base, or those he speculated the mermaid might fancy, upon the rocks before him. This included meat, blood, fruits, snacks, laxatives, shampoo, and hair clippers. In essence, aside from weapons, emblems, and rune apparatus, he showcased everything else that could be placed on display. He had no qualms about the mermaid taking all his food. After all, he could procure more, although he doubted her appetite would be substantial. However, the mermaid appeared disinterested in most food items, pushing aside the majority and signaling Mumu to reclaim them. Yet she did extract 2 packets of spicy strips and a durian. Goodness, the mermaid actually relished such things. She tore open a packet of spicy strips and sampled one, her face displaying a peculiar expression, indecipherable between pain and pleasure, yet Mumu could distinctly sense her fascination with the taste. Indeed, despite her somewhat pained expression, the mermaid quickly grabbed another, savoring it with satisfaction and nodding her head, before retrieving a blue crystal token from her pouch and tossing it to Mumu. He caught it and examined it in his palm. The crystal glimmered with a blue hue, entirely translucent, its surface adorned with intricate patterns and symbols. System notification: Haiyang Ji Wenjiang 1. Haiyang Ji Wenjiang, an inlaid type of emblem that can be embedded in your rune base or vessel, shielding it from the disturbances of ocean storms. The more embedded, the greater the effect. Incredible. Mumu was momentarily stunned. What an unexpected reward. Such a splendid item for merely 2 packets of spicy strips. Was the mermaid overwhelmed with emblems and found no further use for this? Mumu was still contemplating when he noticed the mermaid rummaging through her pouch again, producing a handful of Haiyang Ji Wenjiang. Mumu swallowed hard and instructed the die-dyed beast, "Die-dye, inquire if the mermaid can trade all those Haiyang Ji Wenjiang with me. If she has no need for them, I still have plenty of spicy strips." After another lengthy exchange, the die-dye beast sketched a stomach and mouth on the stone, conveying to Mumu that she indeed had many of those items, but too many spicy strips would be detrimental to her stomach, hence could not be exchanged. Then, she drew a shell symbol, possibly representing the currency of the ocean. The Haiyang Ji Wenjiang was the most affordable currency in the sea, and she believed that giving too many would disadvantage Mumu, while he did not feel disadvantaged. Gazing at the substantial collection of Haiyang Ji Wenjiang made Mumu's heart ache. Nevertheless, he refrained from insisting on further exchanges for the Haiyang Ji Wenjiang. After all, he was uncertain of the mermaid's temperament, and excess could lead to backlash. He had already profited significantly, so any subsequent trades could occur naturally, based on mutual agreement. Finally, the mermaid retrieved 2 transparent orbs from her pouch, tossing them to Mumu as a trade for the durian, and pointed at the die-dye beast. Mumu caught them and examined them. Deep-sea fish liver oil capsules, nutritional capsules extracted from various deep-sea fish oils, administered to pets, significantly enhancing their abilities. The implication was clear. She intended for him to feed them to the die-dye beast. Grateful for having served as a translator for so long, Mumu understood without the die-dye beast needing to speak. However, he did not wish to give them all to the die-dye beast. 2 capsules were just enough to share with Katie Dog, considering the die-dye beast's limited utility in battle, only occasionally proving useful when in a daze. He resolved to postpone feeding the pets until reaching the next island. Yet, the die-dye beast was already salivating, clearly having caught the scent of the fish oil capsules and deeming them delectable. Subsequently, the mermaid continued to search for a considerable time, but found nothing particularly to her liking. She retrieved a bottle of shampoo from the living supplies, her eyes gleaming with an unusual light. The mermaid embraced the shampoo and kissed it, as if to say, "Brother, I have finally found you," before rummaging through her pouch and producing 6 metal tokens, tossing them to Mumu. Upon inspection, he discovered they were 2 fire emblems, 2 wind emblems, and 2 water emblems. It appeared her home was a shop for emblems. "Brother, do you fancy shampoo? I still have half a bottle." Mumu had hesitated to present the used item earlier. He intended to inquire if the mermaid had anything else she wished to trade, but she had already plunged into the sea, cradling the durian and shampoo, while simultaneously tossing a shell inscribed with symbols from the water, which landed on the fishing boat's deck. System notification: Haiyang Qingxin Jiao Ipai 1. Haiyang Qingxin Jiao Ipai, a shell from the merfolk tribe, given only to humans who have traded with them and possess a good reputation. With this item, you will gain complete trust from other merfolk. The more trust shells one possesses, the higher the merfolk's favorability towards them. Truly a lavish fish. Moo gazed at the calming waves with a sense of admiration. Chapter 70. Is there a need for a reason to kill someone? Danger. A stronger gale, torrential rain, and tsunami will arrive in 5 minutes. Please evacuate promptly. A golden notification appeared before him. Moo hurriedly gathered all his belongings and swiftly departed from the rocks. Although a few rocks counted as navigational instances, he felt this expedition was not in vain. Observing the tumultuous sea, he retrieved the emblem he had just acquired, proclaiming, "Embed the Haiyang Ji Wenjiang on the vessel." Moo took a hammer and struck the ship's hull several times, causing the blue Haiyang Ji Wenjiang to vanish into thin air and appear on the side of the fishing boat. Instantly, the vessel stabilized considerably, yet it still swayed with the storm. Clearly, one was insufficient. Should he encounter other merfolk in the future, he must find a way to acquire more. He could only wonder if the preferences of other merfolk were as adorably naive as this one. Boom! A flash of lightning streaked across the vast sky, and heavy rain began to pour. Freshwater, abundant freshwater. Alas, it was impossible to collect it. The vessel swayed violently as the storm intensified. Venturing outside to gather rainwater would be akin to courting death. Should one stumble and fall into the sea, it would be disastrous. And placing containers on the deck was utterly impractical. Moreover, those containers would likely be swallowed by the ocean, and the surging seawater could easily contaminate any precious freshwater collected. Thus, the lone individual and his 2 beasts could only seek refuge within the cabin. After an hour of tumultuous navigation, the fishing boat finally escaped the storm's grasp. The ominous clouds dissipated, the sea calmed, and warm sunlight poured down, enveloping them in a comforting embrace. The ship docked at an island where Moo basked in the sun, feeling as if he had survived a calamity. Upon disembarking from the fishing boat, Moo felt a wave of nausea and promptly expelled the remnants of his previous meal. Beside him, Kadigo mirrored his plight, shaking his head to rid himself of a pool of sour liquid. Only the Dadai beast remained unperturbed, observing them with an indifferent expression. "You truly are impressive," Moo thought, patting his chest as he rose to his feet. Aquatic creatures are indeed different from terrestrial ones. After taking a sip of water, Moo ventured into the interior of the island. Despite his empty stomach, he had no desire for food. As he walked, Moo soon realized something was amiss. Why was this island so barren? The prompt had indicated that the island contained treasure chests and trees, which had enticed him to embark on this adventure. Yet upon arrival, he found nothing. The previous prompt had failed to warn him of the impending storm that forced him to drink seawater, and now it presented him with a desolate island. Could it be that the prompts were malfunctioning? He dared not dwell on it, and proceeded to the opposite side of the island. Upon reaching the other side, Moo discovered signs of life. Approaching closer, he discerned a person leisurely reclining on the ground, sipping juice with an expression of utter enjoyment. What a charmed life. He mused, that one could enjoy juice in such a tumultuous environment. He, however, lacked such luxury. Could this be an indigenous inhabitant of the island? Yet, the prompt had not mentioned any such beings. Perhaps the prompts needed recalibration. As Moo stood before the individual, his gaze hardened upon recognizing him. It was you. With furrowed brows and a fierce glare, Moo confronted the man. "Do you know me?" The man exclaimed, rising abruptly from the ground, his surprise evident. "I do not know you," Moo replied, shaking his head. "But you deserve to die?" In an instant, a bronze sword materialized in Moo's hand. "What do you mean?" The man's demeanor shifted to one of alarm as he raised his right hand, revealing a bronze sword identical to Moo's. Well, you also possess one of these?" Moo sneered as he advanced toward the man. "I warn you, do not act rashly." The man gripped his sword with both hands, his bravado faltering. "Let us each go our separate ways, and may none obstruct the other." "Oh, is that so?" Moo replied, unperturbed. "I do not share your sentiment. I believe today shall be your last." "Bandit! Thief!" the man shouted. "Are you truly intent on murder? Do you not fear that I shall expose you in the regional channel?" "Feel free," Moo shrugged, aware that as a regional overlord, he was always in the limelight. He could hardly complain about insufficient exposure. "Moreover, let me clarify, my sole intention is to kill you. Any looting is merely incidental." With that, Moo ceased his chatter, darting forward to strike. The sound of metal clashing rang out, and Moo emerged unscathed while the man's sword slipped from his grasp, his hands trembling from the impact. This exemplified the disparity in strength and speed. Moo Moo raised his sword, its tip poised at the man's throat. With a sudden realization of his dire predicament, the man fell to his knees, pleading desperately, "Great One, spare my life. I found 2 treasure chests on this island. But I had no idea you were coming to explore. Would you allow me to return the treasure?" Moo Moo shook his head, preposterous. "Did you think I sought you for your treasure? I assure you, I have no interest in treasure. I only wish to end your life." The man trembled in fear, his trousers dampening. "Why? You must give me a reason for my death." Moo Moo fixed him with a gaze filled with disdain. "Does one require a reason to kill? Is it not necessary?" The man stammered. "Must it be justified? Is it not necessary? Must it be justified? Is it not necessary? Is it not necessary?" The man, utterly bewildered, finally stammered, "Why yes or no?" "Humph," Moo Moo scoffed. "While killing others may require justification, killing you does not." With a swift motion, he plunged his sword into the man's neck. The man could utter no more words, eyes wide in disbelief, blood trickling from his mouth as he collapsed, convulsing on the ground, lifeless. "Remember, in your next life, be a good person," Moo Moo remarked disdainfully as he sheathed his sword and collected the man's weapon and armlet. The man died without comprehending the reason for his demise. Only Moo Moo understood. This individual was a deceiver, his profile etched in Moo Moo's blacklist. He had incessantly bombarded Moo Moo with various system notifications, even appearing in the world and regional channels, until Moo Moo, exasperated, had chosen to blacklist him. Their exchanges ceased to appear, and neither could see the other's messages. Perhaps this was from the early days of the game, and the man had long forgotten Moo Moo. While Moo Moo recalled vividly, clearly, he had been faring well, deceiving others for resources. Instead of exploring, he lounged about, sipping juice. Yet, it was tragically unfortunate that he encountered Moo Moo. The latter harbored a deep-seated disdain for deceivers. Having chosen this path of survival, one must pay the corresponding price. He had no other motive for killing him. A liar must die. Chapter 71, A True Bounty. Moo Moo activated the deceiver's armlet, opting for refinement. A peculiar glow flashed, and an additional pattern appeared on the armlet. Moo Moo touched the armlet, accessing the rune base in the vessel to inspect his spoils. Indeed, there were plentiful resources. The deceiver's lifestyle was evidently superior to others, as his rune base had been upgraded to a modest abode, brimming with supplies. Fire runes, light runes, wind runes. Moo Moo meticulously counted, discovering 8 light runes. Although they were all basic runes, lacking any extraordinary attributes, they were still quite valuable. In a corner of the base lay some discarded ropes that caught Moo Moo's attention. A total of 5 units of hemp rope and 20 units of nylon rope. These were excellent materials. With them, he could craft a fishing net. The fishing boat could be enhanced to include a net. However, Moo Moo lacked nylon rope. Now that he possessed these resources, he could catch a few fish on each voyage. However, 5 units of hemp rope were insufficient. So Moo Moo first accessed the crafting page, using the dragon tongue sword to produce additional hemp rope. Then, he opened the game panel, selected the fishing boat, and clicked to add the fishing net. System notification, nylon rope 10, hemp rope 10. A small fishing net materialized on the fishing boat. Small fishing net can randomly catch up to 30 fish based on the time spent at sea. Stowing the fishing net, Moo Moo turned his gaze to the food supplies. The deceiver had constructed a wooden rack, neatly arranged with food and various necessities: bread, sausage, milk, mineral water, peanuts, sunflower seeds, and 8 treasure porridge. These early game resources filled an entire cabinet. My goodness, he deceived quite a lot. Moo Moo marveled at the abundance. Moo Moo was certain that these resources were not acquired from treasure chests. Merely examining the batches revealed they were identical to those available at the game's launch. It puzzled him that, despite the initial supplies provided at the game's onset, so many players still lacked food. Now, he had discovered the reason. A substantial portion had likely flowed into the pockets of scammers. It appeared that this profession had quite the market. Given these illicit gains, should he consider doing a good deed and returning the resources to the victims? Moo Moo shook his head, promptly dismissing the notion. It was impossible. They should be confiscated. Handing them over to the superior authorities was the correct course of action. After all, as a regional leader, he was merely safeguarding them. However, with an excess of food, he found himself unable to consume it all. Moo Moo decided to sell some. Bread, ham sausages, water, ham sausages, 8 treasure porridge, milk. Typically, he would group 3 items together, pairing them based on his instincts, striving for a balanced variety to ensure both nourishment and hydration, while seeking emblems or crafting blueprints. Of course, Moo Moo was selective about the blueprints he accepted. He specifically set trading conditions requiring mutual communication and confirmation before any transaction could be completed to prevent being swindled. He had no interest in inappropriate crafting blueprints, such as summer homework, winter homework, advanced mathematics, or English proficiency tests. He would not accept such items unless bundled in a package of 100, in exchange for a single bottle of water, which could then serve as toilet paper. After listing the items in the trading market, Moo organized his other resources and chose to absorb a sub-base. The structure before him vanished. A ray of light swept through his base, and the runic base underwent a transformation. The courtyard in front expanded considerably, while the overall size of the base remained largely unchanged. Did he only absorb the courtyard? Moo felt a twinge of dissatisfaction as he entered the runic base to investigate, discovering an underground chamber had been added. The extra space was allocated underground, which was quite favorable. It could serve as a storage room. Moo stepped into the basement for a closer look. The basement was remarkably quiet, approximately 30 square meters in size, with sturdy walls that provided excellent sound insulation. It was an ideal location for engaging in various activities, such as seeking refuge in times of danger. Moo felt quite pleased as he exited the base to inspect the recently smelted ships. The resources aboard were plentiful: stones, wood, sand, iron blocks, each in substantial quantities, along with a small number of rare units, including 2 blue crystals. He chose to absorb the subship, acquiring a wealth of supplies. Delightful, a true windfall. A smile spread across Moo's face. It seemed the rewards from plundering in the later stages of the game far surpassed those in the early stages. Perhaps the hints were correct. Nothing had gone awry. After gathering the resources, Moo realized that, as the hints suggested, there were indeed many supplies on this island. However, after sailing for an hour, he had yet to arrive at his destination, only to find that others had already beaten him to it. Thus, the hints could not be considered 100% accurate. To some extent, there were human or other variables at play. One should not rely too heavily on hints, but rather maintain awareness of their surroundings. They might not always help one identify all dangers, Moo pondered. He did not rush to the next island, but chose to rest within his base. He decided to eat something and recuperate before setting off again. Moo called over his companions, Go and Dai Show, retrieving 2 fish liver oil capsules, placing one in each of their mouths. After consuming the capsules, the pet's eyes immediately sparkled with an unusual brilliance, although their size remained unchanged. Their demeanor was markedly different from before. Even Dai Show no longer appeared as foolish as it once did. While its appearance may have been lacking, in terms of temperament, it had certainly matured over the years. Moo entered the kitchen to prepare a meal, and at that moment, the chat channel was already buzzing with activity. Muda Lao was selling goods again, this time offering food and water at an impressive value. I need a crafting blueprint. But unfortunately, I do not have one. What should I do? I have a perfect diaper crafting blueprint. I wonder if the master would consider it? Why has the master suddenly acquired so much food, bread, milk, and so many varieties? Perhaps he discovered some sort of resource warehouse. Do you think it's possible that the master went plundering? Just a casual thought. No need to take it seriously. I hope the master doesn't get angry. I was just joking. Moo paid little attention to the public messages. He focused on his own tasks, primarily monitoring the private chat channel. Naturally, if he spotted something worthwhile, he would take note. After listing several groups of food, Moo immediately received thousands of private messages. He set keyword filters to sift through them, organizing the useful information for replies. Many players now possessed emblems, and Moo traded for over a dozen more. Chapter 72. Auctioning the bronze sword and examining the lizard men. Moo felt the need for a feast today. First, because he had just expelled all he had consumed, leaving him famished. Second, because Dai Show had performed admirably during the conversation with the mermaids, prompting Moo to reward it. Moo lit a fire, retrieved the long-forgotten barbecue grill, and began to roast the meat of the unicorn walrus, crocodile meat, and crocodile skin, sharing the portions with Wong and Dai. Even the most silly and adorable species have their weaknesses. Delicious food. Moo checked the trading platform. Today's transaction limit had been reached, preventing him from posting new trades. But he was still able to initiate an auction. He took out the bronze sword he had scavenged and decided to sell it. He already possessed one, and the extra was of no use to him. Since that was the case, he might as well offer it to others. Such a valuable item should attract many buyers. After all, it was a powerful weapon against the island's creatures. With it, one could significantly increase their chances of survival during exploration. Moo also crafted bronze swords, which required the blade emblem, silver blocks, iron blocks, and copper blocks. Since this was an auction, the price must exceed the cost. After all, he deserved to collect some crafting fees, didn't he? Although this one was essentially free, if the auction proved successful, he could consider crafting a few more. With this thought in mind, Moo opened the auction and edited the listing. Seller, Moo18076, auction. Auction item, perfect bronze sword. Starting price, 10 copper blocks. 2 blade emblems, 2 iron blocks, 2 silver blocks. Bidding. Auction rules, starting price of 10 copper blocks, 2 blade emblems, and 2 iron blocks. Minimum bid increment of 1 silver block. Buyout price. Instant kill 2 blade emblems, 20 silver blocks. Important note, if lacking copper and iron, 3 units of silver can be used as a substitute. Auction duration, 1 day. Seller's message, an incredibly sharp sword, personally tested and highly effective. A treasure for conquering island creatures. Mumu was not short on copper and iron, but primarily focused on acquiring blade emblems and silver. These 2 items were not easily obtained. If he could exchange 1 bronze sword for 2 blade emblems and some silver, he could then use those resources to craft 2 more swords and subsequently trade them again. Generational wealth could be endless. Of course, this was the ideal scenario. After all, those who mastered sword-making skills in the island world were certainly not limited to him alone. And acquiring blade emblems was also challenging. As expected, once the auction item was posted, many began to voice their concerns. Wow, a perfect bronze sword. Is Mumu really willing to sell such a fine item? But can you afford it? It requires 2 blade emblems. I've only found 1 so far. And I still don't know what to do with it. The price is indeed steep. I have copper and iron, but I lack silver. I can't afford it. I'm out of here. The items recommended by the esteemed individuals should yield satisfactory results. Otherwise, one would struggle to comprehend the source of their abundant resources. Is there anyone who does not desire the W or NZHWNZHing? I am willing to recycle it, and the price is negotiable. Act swiftly. I am collecting silver blocks. For those who wish to trade, please contact me without delay. There are various opinions. Some are hesitant, others find the price too steep, while some are eager to participate. However, remains indifferent. His focus is not on those who cannot afford it. The weak will always complain. As long as capable individuals emerge, that suffices. After a while, noticed that bids had started to come in, yet compared to the fervor of the initial auction, the interest in this item had significantly waned. It was not due to a lack of interest or desire from the crowd, but rather that few could gather 2 W or NZHWNZHing. To acquire them, one must exchange with others, collecting them mutually. After a lengthy wait, only 2 individuals placed bids, raising the silver block count to 2. Was unperturbed. Having buyers was sufficient, and any additional profit was merely a bonus. After satisfying his hunger, took a brief nap, awakening to the sun setting below the horizon. There were still 2 opportunities for sailing today, and he was set to embark towards the next island. Heading south, you will encounter a maritime hurricane, which will result in the loss of 1/3 of your supplies. On the island to the southwest, a few spotted salamanders guard a wooden treasure chest. On the northern island, there is a copper chest and some vegetation. In the cave of the northeastern island, lizard men reside, conducting a mysterious ritual under the cover of night. They may launch a surprise attack. You might defeat them and seize their accumulated treasures, or you may fall victim to their counterattack and meet your demise. The western island offers fresh water and a few charming island rabbits. Pondered over the prompts. Indeed, the effect of the OYNZHWNZHing appeared somewhat limited. Previously, warnings about hurricanes indicated a loss of half of 1's supplies. Now, with the addition of the WNZHing, losses had been mitigated to 1/3. If he could acquire a few more OYNZHWNZHing, perhaps he could navigate such dangers with ease. If seeking security, the northern route seemed promising. The spotted salamanders, being low-tier creatures, could easily be defeated by However, he had lost interest in the wooden treasure chest and these creatures. As for the lizard men to the northeast, what manner of race were they? Sentient beings? According to the prompts, he should have a chance to defeat them, and surely they must possess valuable items. Was a man of courage, and he entertained the thought of venturing northeast. As the saying goes, a skilled artist is bold. Those who strive will prevail. He decided to check the compendium for information on the lizard men. Lizard men, a low-level sentient species that enjoys communal living, descended from the lizards of the island. Having learned to walk upright with degenerated skin, they inhabit damp caverns and prey and offer sacrifices at sunset, indulging in feasting after their rituals. They are adept at setting traps and using simple tools. Abilities, weapon usage. Vulnerability, fragile skin. Danger level, 41. This species did not appear particularly dangerous. Deduced that compared to other island creatures, their only advantage was their ability to wield weapons. However, once they learned to use weapons, their mobility and strength would significantly decline. This could be observed when comparing them to apes and humans. Nevertheless, it remained uncertain if this applied to the lizard men. The lizard men were quite grotesque in appearance, with dark green skin and a row of deep red fins along their backs, their teeth relatively even, reminiscent of venom, and their long tongues. Strangely, they donned superhero-like undergarments made of an unknown material, with their tails protruding. This was the image presented in the compendium. They wielded short spears, with thin, frail arms, appearing quite weak, and were naturally hunchbacked, resembling a gnome. Given their appearance, one could easily defeat them if cautious of their traps and weapons. Contemplated this, as his speed and strength had significantly improved. What ritual were the lizardmen performing? It sounded mysterious, since it was a ritual. All lizardmen should be present. Felt somewhat confident in defeating them. He just did not know how many there were. If their numbers were not overwhelming, he could manage easily. If they were numerous, could he perhaps obtain a multitude of souls? Thought to himself. He resolved to set off towards the northeast to confront the lizard men. Chapter 73, The Eerie Ritual and Captives. Upon reaching the northeastern island, dusk was approaching. The sun had nearly dipped below the horizon, leaving merely a faint glow in the sky. This time, the fishing net had only yielded 2 fish. Retrieved the fish from the net and stored them in the runic base. Red flower fish, bright red in color, amiable in temperament, and non-aggressive. They inhabit the ocean, feeding on small creatures. Their flesh is tender and delicious, albeit bony. They can be farmed, but you lack the facilities for such. Current satiety index, 2 stars. Overall rating, 30. Stowed the fishing boat and stored the DID-I beast in a pet egg, then proceeded alone with the KT dog. The DID-I beast would likely be of no use in this battle. Releasing it would only hinder him, as it was too conspicuous and easily detectable. Before him lay a thicket of tall grass. Advanced cautiously, ever vigilant of his surroundings, wary of any lizard men that might emerge from the underbrush. The bronze sword was firmly grasped in his hand. At the slightest rustle, he would strike without hesitation, slaying the foe. A trap net lies hidden in the grass ahead. A careless encounter will result in being hoisted into the air. A golden prompt appeared. Following the direction indicated, discerned the mechanism concealed ahead. A rope intertwined with vines was cleverly camouflaged, winding toward the treetop. Below, a large net lay hidden within the grass. Stepping upon it would cause it to tighten and suspend one in midair. How perilous! Thankfully, the prompt warned him. Carefully circumvented it, severing the rope and disabling the trap before continuing onward. To the side, a deep pit lurks. Falling in will reveal the meaning of being trapped. A pit, thought, perplexed. He skirted around the chasm. As he progressed, he encountered 6 or 7 traps, all successfully navigated or dismantled under the guidance of the prompts. Eventually, he arrived near an open area where sounds could be heard in the distance. Crouched low, observing cautiously as he crawled forward, with KT Dog mimicking his movements. In the distance, flickering lights and strange sounds beckoned. Stealthily approached through the grass, spotting a group of lizard men. Accurately described as a gathering of lizard men, brandishing torches and dancing around a wooden platform they had constructed. The platform reached the height of their necks, akin to a hospital bed. Below it, rudimentary wooden supports upheld a mound of dry grass. Reclining upon this bed was a woman, her limbs bound by ropes, adorned with various wildflowers. The lizard men surrounded her in a circle, moving rhythmically, chanting in unison as if engaged in a pre-ritual prayer. XP, 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 XP. Their deep, resonant voices emerged from their throats, creating an eerie ambience. What were they doing? Wondered, fixated on the scene. Were they planning to consume that woman? However, the distance was somewhat far, and the woman was positioned quite high, making it difficult for Moo to discern her features. Was she a native of the island, or a player who had been robbed? The woman's attire was exceedingly revealing, barely concealing her body. Had it not been for the wildflowers obscuring her, Moo would have nearly seen her in her entirety. Moo pondered, were the lizard folk so accustomed to such feasting? Did they consume humans or flowers? Could this be the fabled female form? After a brief moment, the group dance concluded. 2 lizard folk approached the woman with bamboo tubes, incessantly pouring water over her, using their claws to wipe her body with leaves. Let go of me, do not touch me, you repulsive beasts, the woman cried out, struggling and twisting her body, yet her limbs were firmly restrained, rendering her unable to escape. To Moo's shock, she was indeed a living being. It seemed likely that she was a player who had inadvertently wandered onto this island. There was a slight chance she could be the daughter of a fisherman from a nearby isle. However, thus far, Moo had never heard of any fishermen surviving in this island realm, leading him to deem this possibility exceedingly low. The lizard folk ignored the woman's cries, continuing their repetitive actions. After cleansing her, they brought more wildflowers and scattered them around her, beginning an even grander dance and cheer. Axiba, Axiba, Axiba. The sounds grew louder, faster, and more intense, culminating in a fervent uproar. At that moment, a massive lizard folk suddenly emerged from a nearby cave. Its size and limbs far more formidable than those of the surrounding feeble lizard folk. Its body was muscular, with robust arms, while the other lizard folk's limbs appeared almost frail. Was this the chieftain of the lizard folk? Moo flipped through his compendium, finding no relevant information. The chieftain leaped onto the platform, binding the woman, vigorously waving its fists and pounding its chest. It incessantly twisted and tugged at its neck, a gluttonous gleam in its eyes, drool dripping from its grotesque teeth onto the woman's face. "Get away! You beast, get away!" The woman struggled and shouted. Yet, the lizard-folk chieftain comprehended not her words. "Axiba!" The chieftain howled, then forcefully gestured, tearing aside the foliage and pointing its tail skyward. Oh no, Mumu thought, realizing that if he continued watching, this woman would likely fall into peril. This lizard-folk was undoubtedly the leader of the group. If he could dispatch it, the others should be manageable. Mumu swiftly drew his hunting bow and aimed an arrow at the lizard-folk atop the platform. Axiba! The chieftain was roaring with excitement, its mouth agape, extending its long, soft tongue towards the woman's cheek to lick her. At that critical moment, thud! A dull thump echoed as an arrow pierced the lizard-folk chieftain's chest, causing it to pause, and before it could fall, 2 more arrows struck it. The chieftain's eyes widened in shock as it staggered to the side, the other lizard-folk shrieking in panic. At this juncture, a voice of undeniable authority resonated through the jungle, akin to a primal force piercing the eardrums. "Release that girl. Immediately." Mumu leapt from the underbrush, his bronze sword gleaming with a menacing cold light. Chapter 74. The Lizard-Folk's Treasure, Essence Pills. Thud! The lizard-folk chieftain tumbled from the platform, crashing to the ground. It struggled momentarily to remove the arrows from its body. Evidently, its skin was thick, as the arrows had not caused instant demise, but had significantly weakened it. Mumu was unwilling to grant it respite, charging forward to disrupt the lizard-folk formation, and before the massive lizard-folk, he swiftly severed its head with a single stroke. The lizard-folk chieftain was slain. 3 souls. To his astonishment, he had obtained 3 souls? Mumu barely had time to revel in his triumph before anxiously surveying his surroundings. The remaining lizard-folk had tightened their grips on their spears, emitting furious sounds. "Axiba! Axiba!" They waved their weapons, exchanging words. The chieftain's death incited their fury, while Mumu's sudden appearance rendered them uneasy, deterred from advancing recklessly. They brandished their torches and brandished their spears, likely attempting to project false bravado. Mumu counted. There were 10 lizard-folk present. They did not appear particularly formidable. Their weapons were extremely crude, clearly lacking in power. Dealing with these lizard-folk should pose no challenge. Mumu sprang forward, confronting one lizard-folk, and with a powerful swing of his sword, he felled it. The other lizard-folk were taken aback, abandoning their torches and spears to flee into the cave. The lizard-folk were remarkably swift. Ordinary players would surely be unable to give chase. Yet, with the enhancement of scrolls and rings, Mumu easily kept pace. Swiftly pursuing 2 more, the Katy dog leapt forward, blocking a lizard-folk and bringing it down, severing its throat. Kill! Mumu darted about, striking down any lizard-folk he encountered, rapidly decimating their ranks. He dispatched the majority himself, while the Katy dog accounted for 3. All 10 lizard-folk lay dead, granting him 10 souls. Mumu proceeded to dismantle the lizard-folk, acquiring a plethora of hides, bones, blood, and meat. Upon evaluating the quality of the meat and blood, he found them not only ineffective but also exceedingly unpalatable. The flesh of the large lizard-folk was even more bitter. While not poisonous, it was far from appetizing. Mumu felt a twinge of nausea at the thought of such provisions. He resolved to package this batch of food for sale. Perhaps there were players on the brink of starvation who might require it. 3 blood and 3 meat pieces constituted a set, which he listed in the trading market. The taste was lacking, yet the quantity was plentiful. After dealing with the lizard-folk, Mumu proceeded towards the cave, which should house the lizard-folk's nest and treasures. "I will release you shortly," Mumu told the woman bound to the wooden platform, not even glancing in her direction. The cave was vast, winding and narrow. Within, the light had completely vanished, illuminating only with crystal lamps. Fortunately, Mumu's vision had an enhancement in darkness, allowing him to discern distant objects with minimal light. The cave also housed numerous traps. Some were falling rocks, others were poisoned arrows, which would trigger upon contact. Mumu cautiously navigated, reaching the innermost depths where the space suddenly widened, revealing what resembled a grand bed at the center, likely the chieftain's resting place. Beside the bed lay 2 enormous chests. Lizard-folk's treasure chest contains treasures collected by the lizard-folk. This is a lizard-folk treasure chest, yet they guard their wealth jealously. Inside lies deadly poisoned arrow traps. To open them, one must exercise caution. Opening from the front will undoubtedly lead to a grim fate. A blue and a gold hint. Lacking keys, Mumu could only opt to cleave them open, though the warning indicated danger. They likely feared intruders stealing their riches, hence the traps. Mumu approached the side, raised his bronze sword, and with a swift stroke, severed the lock on the treasure chest, cautiously opening it from behind. Whoosh! 3 poisoned arrows shot forth, striking the opposite rock wall. Impressive. Had he opened it from the front, he might have been struck in the forehead or chest. Employing the same method, he opened the other treasure chest, neutralizing all traps, and a wealth of treasures appeared before him. System notification, 1 gold coin. System notification, 1 silver coin. One of the treasure chests was filled with gold and silver, while the other contained an array of unique items. 5 blue crystals, 2 purple crystals, 1 attribute stone, and 1 advancement stone. All of these were valuable treasures, but regrettably, they lacked emblems. At the bottom of the chest lay a map that caught Mumu's attention. Upon opening it, he discovered it was a partially damaged treasure map of the northern region's waters, depicting the terrain and resource locations nearby. Another treasure map. Mumu carefully stored it away and retrieved the last item from the chest, a round, brown sphere that exuded a scent reminiscent of blood and medicinal herbs, resembling a pill. This was a Jingqi pill, a concoction made from beast blood and herbs that replenishes health and enhances vitality. Any creature may consume it, leading to a substantial boost in capabilities, though overdosing could be perilous, with a maximum of 1 pill every 10 days. What a remarkable item. Mumu held the pill in his palm, realizing that both humans and beasts could ingest it. The lizard man chief likely became formidable after consuming such a pill. Alas, there was only one. Who cares about the limitation of taking it once every 10 days? Since it boosts attributes, he resolved to consume it himself. The more the better. With that thought, Mumu opened his mouth and swallowed the Jingqi pill. A bitter, metallic taste flooded his mouth, and the pill dissolved instantly, sliding down his throat into his stomach, leaving a surprisingly sweet sensation as it passed his throat. Soon after, a raspy feeling enveloped him. As the sweetness transformed into a fiery burn, Mumu collapsed to the ground, one hand clutching his throat and the other braced against the ground, his body trembling in agony. The pill was toxic. He felt his cells rapidly expanding and engorging with blood, his temperature rising as countless blood vessels threatened to burst, turning his skin a vivid crimson. At that moment, his face felt scalding hot, and he sensed his joints and muscles unleashing boundless potential and energy. He struggled to support his body, unable to move an inch. After a moment, the pain receded like a tide, his body returning to its normal color, leaving only beads of sweat the size of peas. Mumu gasped for air, rising from the ground. His legs were numb, still trembling involuntarily. Yet he could distinctly feel that his physical capabilities had improved significantly. Indeed, he could only take one. After wiping the sweat from his brow, he realized that if there had been a second pill, his body would have struggled to endure such immense energy in a short time. Mumu searched the vicinity once more, collecting everything he could find, ensuring nothing was left behind before departing the cave. Chapter 75. Rescue and Exchange of Items. The night had fully descended, but outside the cave, the lizard men's burning torches still flickered. Although the mysterious ritual had been interrupted by Mumu, the scene appeared quite chaotic, reminiscent of a village bonfire. Mumu circled the island once more, gathering stones, wood, and other resources, before returning to the high platform. Gazing at the woman above, she wore only scant clothing, already torn by beasts, and adorned her head with a beautiful crown woven from grass leaves. It was unclear whether she had placed it there herself or if it was a gift from the lizard man. Mumu could not help but swallow hard. When the light illuminated her face, he recognized her. It was you. His brows furrowed. How amusingly coincidental. The beautiful woman lay on the platform, struggling to free herself. What are you staring at? Hurry up and let me down. Hudake? How could I encounter you again? Mumu hung the crystal lamp on a nearby pillar, bemused by her persistence. Indeed, Hudake seemed somewhat embarrassed. I might have gotten lost, and ended up in the lizardman's cave? Mumu suddenly drew his sword, pointing it at her. Did I not warn you that if I caught you following me again, you would know what it means to be in trouble? His tone turned icy. What are you doing? Hudake panicked. Brother, please do not misunderstand me. Let us discuss this calmly. No need for violence. I wasn't following you. I stumbled upon this place by accident. Besides, I didn't see you on the island when I arrived. I was clearly here first. Mumu pondered for a moment. Her words held some merit, and he sheathed his sword. After all, she had been the one abducted first. In just a few days, we have crossed paths twice. We must indeed have some connection. Mumu jested. Indeed. So, will you not let me down? Hudake looked at him with teary eyes, attempting to invoke a sense of moral obligation. I can let you down, but since I have saved you, we must discuss some terms. A small favor deserves a great return, especially when it comes to saving a life. What does the esteemed one desire? Hudake asked, feeling utterly helpless. A person like herself, known for her beauty, had her pride wounded after being rejected by Mumu previously. Of course, she suspected that his demands would not be what she hoped for. It was probably not a matter of people, but rather wealth. As expected, Mumu shamelessly said, Do you have anything valuable on you? Hand it over for me to inspect. Naturally, I will not take it for free. I will trade you food in exchange. I do have some items, but not many. Hudake's expression turned sour, cursing the unscrupulous merchant. How could a person of her standing possess more valuable items than Mumu? Open your rune base. Mumu commanded. Reluctantly, Hudake muttered the incantation, and a stone house appeared beside them, upgraded as well. With her fate in his hands, she had no choice but to comply. Mumu stepped inside and looked around. There were indeed few good items, some emblems, a small amount of food, and various articles of women's clothing. However, these garments were rather scant, evidently part of a treasure chest set. Mumu had little interest in the clothing. He selected a mist emblem and a sand sculpture emblem. Having never seen these types before and deemed them valuable, there was no need to take common emblems such as the fire emblem, as he already had plenty and wished to leave some opportunities for others. I will take these two emblems, Mumu declared, displaying the mist emblem and sand sculpture emblem to Hudake. Hudake quietly sighed with relief. Fortunately, they were not the water, fire, or earth emblems. Just two she had no idea how to utilize, which was of little consequence. As you wish, esteemed one, Hudake replied, tilting her head. Yes, as I mentioned. This is a trade, so I shall not take them without compensation. What do you desire? Water, food, or clothing? Are you truly willing to exchange? Hudake was taken aback by Mumu's unexpected kindness. After pondering for a moment, she asked, May I have your bow and arrow? That creature you shot earlier was pierced by one of your arrows. Your arrows must possess great power. Of course. Mumu nodded. Can you give it to me? Hudake sighed. My little broken bow cannot even slay these monsters. No way, Mumu shook his head. Are you joking? Bows and arrows also require emblems for crafting. If I take two and give you two, wouldn't that be like playing for free? However, I noticed you have relevant materials in your base. Mumu proposed differently. I can craft you one at cost. Having seen the wind emblem and that all other materials were sufficient, it appeared Hudake had yet to master the technique for creating a hunting bow. Really? Hudake's eyes sparkled with excitement. I keep my word. Mumu entered her rune base, and when he emerged, he held a finely crafted hunting bow in his hands. The arrows have been crafted for you. However, this bow requires the infusion of souls for it to be wielded. I have fashioned 100 arrows, sufficient for an extended period. Should you find yourself lacking in arrows in the future, you may return to me for custom orders, though I shall charge a reasonable fee for materials and craftsmanship. Thank you, Mudage. Hudake expressed his profound gratitude. So, do you have any further requests? Naturally, since I have provided you with bows and arrows. The terms of our trade should be adjusted accordingly. Then, I shall require food, as I possess ample water. Hudake blushed as he spoke. Very well. Mumu retrieved a piece of beef from a canine beast and 2 slices of burrowing frog meat, tossing them into her base. The beef is for you, while the frog meat is a gift. That fare is not particularly palatable. 1 extra piece is inconsequential. With the trade concluded, Mumu inquired. Can you share what transpired today? Furthermore, from which direction did you arrive? Mumu, having no intention of exploring the island Hudake had traversed, still sought confirmation despite the hints provided. I came from the north. There was some water on that island which I discovered, but little else of worth, Hudake replied, having already discerned Mumu's intentions. However, there is a low cave on that island, requiring one to crouch to enter. I heard strange sounds within, and I was rather frightened, so I did not dare venture further. Mumu nodded thoughtfully. Hudake continued, Then I arrived at this island. I reached here at noon, and upon entering, I was ensnared by a large net. At that moment, several creatures, Axiba, rushed over and captured me, dragging me into a cave where I encountered that terrifying behemoth. Hudake paused, a shiver of fear evident in his voice. I was utterly terrified. They confined me in the cave, but I managed to break free and drew my bow to shoot at it. Yet, not only did I fail to slay it, but the creature emerged unscathed, after which I was bound once more. Ah, I see, Mumu remarked, shaking his head. Your flimsy bow is indeed ineffective. If my own superior weapon could not fell the largest lizard man in one shot, it is evident that your feeble bow lacks the necessary power. And then came tonight. Hudake continued. They kept chanting Axiba while dancing around me, making me feel as though I were to be sacrificed alive. It was terrifying. Thank you for rescuing me. Had it not been for you, would they have devoured me? That monstrous creature was practically drooling over me. A look of fear lingered in Hudake's eyes. Perhaps, but one cannot be certain. After all, lizard men customs are not well understood, Mumu replied cautiously, observing Hudake. It is possible they have ulterior motives. Does it truly require such elaborate preparations to consume a human? What ulterior motives? Hudake felt a sense of foreboding. Mumu, surveying Hudake reclining on the platform, scoffed lightly. I wouldn't dare speculate carelessly. What ill intentions could the lizard men harbor towards someone dressed as you while seeking survival on this island. Feeling he had gathered ample information, Moo declared, "Very well, I shall release you now." He drew a military knife and severed the ropes binding Hudake. "Additionally, I can exchange information with you. I hailing from the southwest, that island holds no further resources. If you wish to avoid squandering a chance at navigation, you might consider exploring elsewhere. A friendly reminder is always prudent. Some information should be mutually beneficial. Thank you, Mudage." Hudake expressed his heartfelt gratitude once more. "Then, as per our customary arrangement, I shall set off first. Do not follow me," Moo emphasized. "Understood," Hudake readily agreed. Through their two encounters, she had gleaned a fair understanding of Moo's character and mannerisms. Moo approached the shoreline, releasing the fishing boat and gazing at the surrounding islands. Chapter 76, Discovery of the Compass, Nighttime Assault. The southeastern island is teeming with dense crawling creatures. Those with a fear of crowds should proceed with caution. On the southwestern island, other players are resting. On the southeastern island, a couple is practicing fencing. The western island poses no danger. Excavating the ground may yield unexpected surprises. The northern island has already been visited by other survivors who have taken the resources, yet the cave remains unexplored, housing a colony of ghost-faced bats and a silver treasure chest. It appears that Hudake has not deceived himself. Moo opened the encyclopedia to review the basic information on ghost-faced bats. This species favors social living, typically existing in groups of several hundred. Danger level, 56. Fortuitously, Hudake did not enter the cave. Otherwise, her demise would have been assured. Moo abandoned the idea of venturing there. Although a silver treasure chest was present, he felt no affinity for bats. While one might manage alone, the overwhelming numbers of the bats would pose a formidable challenge. The western island seemed a promising option. No danger and the potential for excavation. Was the surrounding supply adequate? Moo consulted the treasure map, recognizing the need to maximize benefits. He discovered that traveling further south from the western island led to a sacred altar. What is this sacred altar? Moo pondered, perplexed. The hint did not allow for a glimpse into the altar's function, but it sounded intriguing, a place worth exploring. Those with a spirit of adventure would not overlook such a captivating destination. Moo resolved to forego the silver treasure chest and head to the western island. The journey was not far, and with the swift vessel, Moo arrived in merely 7 or 8 minutes. The ground was abundant with fresh, moist soil. This appears promising. I wonder if it can be collected. Moo retrieved a hoe and began to excavate the earth. System prompt, rich soil X1. System prompt, rich soil X1. System prompt, rich soil X1. It can be collected, and in significant quantity. Rich soil, improved soil that enhances fertility, increasing yield, suitable for farms or planting pots. This is quite a valuable find. My farm already boasts a variety of crops, and I might consider replacing the soil during the next harvest. Moo continued digging, ultimately gathering 20 units. This soil should suffice for quite some time. The prompts suggest surprises. Surely, there must be more than just this? Moo, hoisting the hoe, began searching anew. The island was not particularly large. One could walk around it in about 10 minutes. There were no extraordinary resources in sight. So it appeared that to unearth valuable items, one must dig deeper. Numerous excavation prompts appeared. Moo began to scrape along the beach, diligently searching. If he encountered useless sandy soil, he would opt to discard it. Halfway through, a sudden noise beneath his feet suggested he had struck something. Bending down, Moo cleared away the sand to reveal an ancient artifact. Its surface was made of bronze, featuring a spoon-like pointer along with various scales and annotations. Heavy fog, light rain, sandstorm, strong winds, all indicators of weather conditions. Weather compass enables the observation of weather changes, providing insights into the climatic conditions of the surrounding seas. This is a remarkable item, invaluable both at sea and on land. The compass consists of 3 rings that can be adjusted. The outermost layer indicates weather. The middle layer shows direction, and the innermost displays time. Rotating the middle layer allows one to check the weather for each direction, while turning the innermost layer reveals weather changes for the next 3 days. The weather varies across different regions of the island. If fortune favors one, they may encounter rain while seeking water. Conversely, ill fortune may bring about a cold snap, leaving one frozen. However, as this game has only just commenced, the weather is generally quite temperate. In the future, adverse weather conditions may arise, making this item quite valuable. Moo, holding the compass, surveyed the area and noticed that the nearby islands would experience sunny weather in the coming days, except for the direction of the sacred altar, which indicated a storm for tomorrow. Coincidentally, that was exactly where Moo intended to go. It was indeed a stroke of luck. He pondered the potential impacts of the impending rain. If the dangers of sailing were minimal, it would not pose much of a problem, especially since his vessel had recently been upgraded and bore the oceanic emblem, which rendered it resilient against minor storms. Upon reaching the island, the worst he would face would be being drenched by the rain, and if it became unbearable, he could seek refuge in the ruined base. It was not a significant concern. Unable to proceed today, Moo Moo settled down and opened the ruined base. The recently put up lizard man meat had already sold quite well, and the channel was filled with numerous complaints. Brothers, what is lizard man meat? Have we truly descended to the point of cannibalism? Look closely, that is a lizard man. Not a human. Are you foolish? It evolved from lizards. Are you related to lizards? I reckon its relatives are frogs. It probably doesn't taste great. The rating isn't high. Having something to eat is better than nothing. Who cares about the taste? I think it's quite good, generous portions. Believe me, if you go 3 days without food, even if it's a pile of dung in front of you, you'd savor it. Damn, I'm eating lizard man meat right now. So could you pipe down? I think it's worth it. It's filling and can sustain a day's meals. I've started eating too. I was starving, finally some food. Goodness, this flavor, oh my goodness. Despite the abundance of complaints, Moo Moo remained unperturbed, even secretly amused. Having food was a blessing. Why demand such high standards? The flesh had yielded a considerable amount of resources, along with some fabric, allowing him to craft more garments in the future. Alternatively, he could create clothing to sell on the platform. Moo Moo released the die-dyed beast, allowing it to roam freely. As long as it didn't wander off, the Katy dog remained in its kennel, allowing for a peaceful separation. All was well. In the dead of night, the ruined base was exceptionally comfortable. As Moo Moo slept, he was abruptly awakened by the sounds of barking dogs and various rustling noises outside. Instantly alert, he donned his clothing and grabbed his bronze sword, rushing outdoors. The Katy dog stood in the courtyard, barking ferociously. Moo Moo scanned his surroundings. Under the moonlight, he spotted several shadowy figures lurking on the roof, outside the door, and in the corners of the yard. Chapter 77, The Thieves of the Night. Intruders? Moo Moo furrowed his brow. He could discern that these shadows were not particularly large, resembling wildcats, only half the size of the Katy dog. He could not make out their features, not due to poor vision, but because the intruders were cloaked in dark fur that obscured their forms, appearing as mere eyes embedded in the shadows of the night. So many songs Ibeos. Moo Moo stealthily sheathed his bronze sword and retrieved his hunting bow. A golden prompt appeared. You have been ambushed by pirate rats. Exterminating them will secure your farm and pasture. Pirate rats? What species is this? Moo Moo opened the encyclopedia to investigate. Pirate rat, a creature that inhabits the land and sea, adept at swimming, running, and diving, capable of traversing between water and land with remarkable speed. They favor pilfering crops grown on islands and raiding free-range poultry, even gnawing on the flesh of large livestock. Typically, they only come ashore at night, traveling in groups of approximately 45. Abilities: high-speed movement, diving. Weakness: gluttony, fragile exterior. Danger level: 29. Amphibious creatures. No wonder the yard was suddenly infested with these rats. They had set their sights on the crops Moo Moo had planted and the restless cows in the shed. A band of thieves. Moo Moo cursed inwardly. If they affected the milk production, would they take responsibility? Despite his thoughts, these rats were not easy to kill. Their speed was astounding, possibly even surpassing that of the Katy dog. This emboldened them to act with impunity, waiting for the right moment. Even the Katy dog could only attempt to intimidate them with its growls, to no avail. Moreover, if they proved too formidable, they could easily retreat to the sea, functioning like a highly mobile tactical unit. After a moment of contemplation, Moo Moo realized that to defeat them, he would need to leverage the advantage of altitude and shoot the thieves down. He summoned his rocket backpack. A flying device materialized behind him. With a swift motion, Moo Moo donned the apparatus and soared into the sky, bringing several pirate rats within his shooting range. This made things much easier. I wonder how far you can escape. The weakness of the pirate rats lay in their fragile exterior, and the hunting bow could easily take them down. Moo Moo hovered in the air, pinpointing their locations. One pirate rat is perched on the roof, preparing to ambush your cow. Another is hiding behind the doghouse, planning to snatch your fragrant rice tree. Outside the yard, one pirate rat is waiting to assist its companions. In a matter of moments, Moo Moo grasped the situation entirely. The pirate rats, initially perplexed by his presence with the bronze sword at the door, were bewildered by his sudden flight. It was the perfect opportunity for theft. The rat on the roof, emboldened, prepared to leap towards the cow, but before it could leap, a whistling sound pierced the air. A sharp arrow embedded itself in the pirate rat's body. The creature emitted a pained shriek, tumbling from the rooftop and meeting its demise upon impact. System notification, Soul 1. Killing these creatures also yields souls. This was an unexpected bonus. The remaining pirate rats were startled and began to scatter in panic, clearly confused by the sudden loss of their companion. A particularly bold pirate rat even darted towards the fragrant rice tree, hoping to snatch a quick meal. Seeking death, Moo Moo loosed another arrow. and the thieving rat fell lifeless. The remaining pirate rats were thrown into disarray, abandoning their thieving intentions and fleeing for their lives. They scattered in different directions, attempting to escape the base. Moo was unwilling to grant them the luxury of escape. Activating the acceleration mode, he pursued them. With swift precision, arrows flew forth. Some missed, but Moo quickly compensated with additional shots. Although their escape speed was impressive, animals have a tendency to run in straight lines when fleeing, particularly fast ones. This provided Moo with an excellent opportunity to hunt them down. Adjusting his hunting bow to a 3-shot mode, he anticipated their positions and easily struck their bodies. In a short while, he had eradicated all 6 pirate rats, netting a total of 6 souls. Moo instructed the Katy dog to retrieve the bodies of the pirate rats. He proceeded to dissect the carcasses, obtaining a substantial amount of blood and meat. The blood lacked nutritional value, but was drinkable. According to the description, the meat of the pirate rat had a peculiar flavor, suitable for quelling hunger. The thought of rat meat sent shivers down Moo's spine. Its strange taste suggested that it was neither particularly appetizing nor entirely repugnant. Some might enjoy it, while others would find it intolerable. After all, Moo had heard of many cuisines around the world that featured rat dishes. Just the thought of it was quite nauseating. Although Moo had never tasted it, he had no intention of consuming this peculiar item. He decided to leave it for those in need, as there might still be someone willing to eat it. A total of 6 pieces were organized into 6 sets and listed on the trading platform. Seller, Moo 18076. Trade item, 2 pirate rat meat, 800 pirate rat blood. Demand, 2 any emblem. Inventory, 6. Seller's message, freshly slaughtered, safe and non-toxic, free of plague. The amount of meat and blood obtained from the pirate rat was rather small. The price for 2 emblems was indeed quite high. Despite the late hour, Moo's listing attracted considerable discussion among the onlookers. Those who were still awake began to flood the chat, making the entire channel vibrant with activity. What is happening? Has Big Moo not rested yet? Is he still grinding for monsters at this hour? Such dedication. The gap is finally evident. What kind of meat is this? It looks like rat meat. I wonder if it's tasty. Oh my, surely no one actually enjoys eating this stuff, right? I think I might give it a try. The flavor might differ between sea and land. With blood and meat, it could be quite filling for a day. Sea rats are still rats, after all. Ugh. A bunch of sensitive people. Allow me to be the first to test it. Despite the somewhat steep price, there were still buyers. After approximately half an hour, all 6 sets of pirate rat were sold out, yielding 12 emblems. However, despite acquiring souls and emblems, Moo felt no joy. A troubling thought crossed his mind. The rune base could potentially be invaded. Today it was merely the weak pirate rats, but in the future, he might encounter formidable foes, necessitating enhanced defensive measures for the base. Moo accessed the survival base panel to examine the available defensive enhancements. Chapter 78, Constructing Walls, Reaching the Altar. Base Defense Facilities, 05. The ordinary rune base had limited types of defenses to add: traps, rat catchers, fences, alarms, and mechanisms. Among these, fences could be freely added, while others required technological mastery. Currently, Moo possessed 0 technology, leaving him with only the option to add fences. Alarms were unnecessary for now, as the Katy dog could serve a similar purpose. Moo clicked on the fence option to explore further. Ordinary fence, sand 1, iron 1, thorny vines 5. Fence attributes, barbed surface, capable of repelling weak island creatures' attacks. The construction page displayed a simulation of the fence, resembling an ancient simple barrier, and it showed the projected security effect within the base. 1 unit of wall required 1 sand, 1 iron, and 5 thorny vines. And Moo noted that enclosing the entire rune base would require 10 units. Fortunately, he had ample materials, having previously collected a significant quantity of thorny vines. He chose to construct fences, setting the quantity to 10, and confirmed the creation. System notification, sand 5, iron 5, thorny vines 50. System notification, fence 10, constructed successfully. Moo directly selected the placement location on the base simulation map, and a row of sturdy barriers appeared around the rune base. The fence, composed of thorny vine strips, was adorned with sharp spikes. Safety was greatly enhanced. At least he no longer had to fear thieves stealing his provisions during the night, allowing him to sleep soundly. After setting the fence in place, Moo returned to the rune base. Upon waking the next morning, the sky appeared overcast. A strange undercurrent surged through the air. Yet no rain fell, instilling a sense of inexplicable oppression. After a simple breakfast of seafood, milk, and bread, Moo noted that the cow produced 100 milliliters of milk each morning, sufficient for his basic needs. However, the previous night's yield had been slightly lower at just 70 milliliters, evidently affected by the pirate rats, and the amount was insufficient for 2 people, leaving him somewhat disappointed. Stepping into the yard, Moo discovered that the fragrant rice tree had matured, laden with fruits that had split open, revealing the white grains within. A harvesting prompt appeared in the island farm. Moo plucked a fruit to examine. Fragrant rice tree fruit. Contains nutritious fragrant rice, edible when cooked or steamed. Rich in nutritional value, and possesses a delightful flavor. The fruit was roughly the size of a cantaloupe, encased in a hard shell with several visible cracks. Moo crafted a wooden barrel, held the fragrant rice fruit above it, and with a firm twist, the white grains scattered into the barrel. Each fruit contained approximately half a pound of fragrant rice, and the tree bore 6 fruits, totaling at least 3 pounds. Moo felt a surge of excitement. From this day forth, he would have rice to eat. After harvesting the fruits, Moo set off towards the southern island in search of the altar. Although the sky was gloomy, the rain had yet to fall, and no danger alerts had appeared, allowing him to navigate with peace of mind. After approximately 20 minutes of travel, Moo arrived at the southern island, where the mist parted to reveal an ancient structure. A solemn and majestic aura enveloped him. The island was not large, primarily dominated by the altar. The altar resembled a temple, with a long flight of stairs leading up to its entrance. Moo ascended the steps and reached the temple doors, where he beheld 2 peculiar statues. The statues, crafted from stone, featured human upper bodies and horse lower bodies, each wielding a weapon. Their forms were graceful and lifelike. Stone. Moo quietly took out his hoe, pondering whether he could take them. After careful consideration, he returned the hoe to its place. This was the altar, and excavating here might not be wise. If he triggered divine wrath, these statues might suddenly come to life, resulting in a dire fate. Behind the statues stood several large stone pillars, reminiscent of ancient Roman designs. Upon entering the altar, he noted that the surrounding walls were adorned with various engravings, depicting scenes of ancient humans hunting and battles between gods and men. Flanking the temple were massive stone vessels, along with corridors and flower beds. However, the water had long since dried up, leaving the corridors devoid of flowing water. At the very center of the altar was a vast water basin, now parched and blanketed in thick dust. Blue text materialized before him. Water altar, a mysterious temple. A place of blessing used by the island's ancestors. Illuminate it to receive their blessing. A golden yellow prompt appeared. Ancient altar, when water flows through the corridor, it will gather in the central basin, thus illuminating the altar. Note, only fresh water can be used to light the altar. The requirement for water at the water altar became clear to Moo. Fortunately, he had received this prompt. Otherwise, others might have been clueless about how to utilize the altar. Moo circled the altar, discovering that the basin was quite deep with a substantial capacity. To fill it entirely would likely require several tons of water, far beyond his current water supply, and seawater was not an option. This posed quite a challenge. Perhaps pouring just a bit of water could suffice? Moo took 50 milliliters of water and poured it into the basin, which quickly vanished. Akin to a drop in the ocean. Clearly, this approach would not work. Moo began to wander within the temple. There had to be another way. Otherwise, how could the island's ancestors have offered their blessings? He mused that they couldn't have possibly traversed long distances to bring that much water, could they? Glancing outside at the increasingly overcast sky, an idea suddenly struck Moo. He could utilize the weather to induce rainfall. Perhaps this object was merely a tool used by the ancients to pray for blessings on rainy days, rendered useless at all other times. Moo retrieved the weather compass to assess the conditions. In approximately 10 minutes, this location would experience a torrential downpour. His current task was to devise a method to channel the impending rainfall into the temple. Surely, there must be some convenient apparatus or mechanism available. Moo commenced his search. First, he circled the temple but found nothing. Then he opened the system panel, crafted a ladder, and ascended to the temple's roof. A square skylight appeared atop. Temple skylight. Open the stone slab above during rain to collect water for the temple. This was it. Moo exerted himself to shift the stone slab, revealing a long passage before him. Chapter 79. The Holy Altar of Flowing Water, Receiving Blessings. The passage from the skylight led directly down to the temple below. The entire skylight was elevated all around, resembling a natural funnel. Peering over the edge, Moo observed the pavilions and terraces below, capable of channeling water. If rain fell, it would flow in from this point, descending from the roof. He followed the passage's trajectory into the temple, where within, the passage resembled a stone column, making it difficult to discern it as a corridor for water flow. Beneath the passage was an opening that directed water outward. This area required modification, otherwise, it would fail to serve its purpose of gathering water. After a thorough examination, Moo contemplated his next move. He extracted 2 units of timber and fashioned a conduit, connecting the opening below to the entire flowing corridor. Thus, the task was complete. Perfection. A wave of satisfaction washed over him. Now he needed to do but one thing: wait for the rain to arrive. Moo also crafted several buckets and placed them outside the temple. Although the rainwater was not pristine, laden with dust, it was still fresh water. And Moo believed many would gladly partake. Better to risk a stomachache than to perish from thirst. Checking the weather compass, he noted only 3 minutes remained. Thunder rumbled ominously. Moments later, a torrential downpour commenced. The compass proved to be remarkably accurate. Moo took refuge within the temple, observing the increasingly violent weather outside. Lightning streaked across the sky, and the rain intensified. The downpour crashed onto the ground, producing a cacophony of sound. Concurrently, within the temple, the stones of the path resonated with the sound of flowing water as torrents rushed through the passage into the corridor. In an instant, the corridor came alive with the rush of water. The water corridor was tiered, with streams cascading from high to low, connecting one to the next. The sound of rushing water filled his ears, and it felt as if countless waterfalls had emerged before him, ultimately converging in the pool at the center of the altar. The volume of rainwater increased rapidly, soon surpassing the pool's base. It seemed this was indeed the intended use, facilitating the collection of water. Would it rain elsewhere? Moo opened the chat channel to investigate. The world channel was largely silent, while the regional channel erupted with activity. Wow, it's raining. Thank you, heavens. After waiting so many days, rain has finally come. I see hope. Mom, did you see? It's raining today. Where? Where? Why is it clear and sunny here? Indeed. It's not raining here either. What is going on? Are you deceiving us? Perhaps these people are so parched they are hallucinating? I'm not lying. There's rain. Who wants some? I can sell it now? Damn. I forgot I could collect rainwater. I'm going to craft some buckets. Is it really raining? I'm so envious. This must be luck. Quickly tell me where to go. I'll head over now. A lively discussion ensued. Some reveled in their fortune, while others expressed frustration, indicating that not every location was blessed with rain. Those experiencing rainfall were overjoyed, whereas those without felt envy and resentment. Opening the trade channel, Moo discovered that indeed, some were selling rainwater, albeit in limited quantities and at exorbitant prices. Clearly, many had not prepared suitable vessels for collecting water, and materials for crafting such vessels were scarce. As the world channel buzzed with excitement, one remarked, I just saw someone selling rainwater. A certain area must be experiencing rain. I don't know, maybe. Regardless, we have no rain here. It appeared this was the first rainfall in the entire island world, specifically the first on land. Previously, Moo had encountered rain at sea, which was an entirely different experience. After a while, the pool's water level had risen above half, and Moo began to hear peculiar sounds. Despite being alone, he perceived a distant yet grand chorus, an indistinct yet solemn melody traversing the flowing waters, gradually drawing closer, enveloping him like the resonant tones of a great bell. This song resembled a prayer from a cathedral, imbued with solemnity. However, he could not discern whether it was a figment of his imagination or a reality. Moments later, the pool was filled to capacity, and water began to flow through a small opening in all directions. Suddenly, the entire altar illuminated. A brilliant beam of light piercing the heavens, breaking through the thick clouds of rain. Sunlight streamed through the dissipating clouds, restoring clarity to the weather. System notification, congratulations. You have illuminated the holy altar of flowing water and received the blessing of the ancestors. Water. What does the blessing of water signify? Moo opened the game panel and noticed a flowing water symbol added to his personal status information, resembling the emblem of water. Blessing of the ancestors. Water daily water production rate doubled. Immune to attacks from water-based creatures. Crop growth speed increased by 50. Swimming speed increased by 50 and unaffected by ocean storms or whirlpools. Blessing duration, 3 days. Incredible. Moo could not help but exclaim. This was a gift from the ancestors. The advantages were manifold. At the very least, his water supply would double over the next 2 days. Opening the chat channel again, he found many lamenting the rain had ceased. The entire rainfall lasted only a brief period, no more than 10 minutes. Some had barely managed to collect any water before it stopped. They filled the chat channel with their grievances, leaving Moo uncertain if they were genuinely complaining or merely enviously remarking on others' fortunes. Observing the pool, Moo pondered, surely, this rainwater must weigh several tons. Can I take some? He retrieved a bucket, preparing to scoop some water. A golden prompt appeared before him. Holy water cannot be taken away. Doing so will cause the blessing of the ancestors to vanish and invoke a curse of misfortune. Clearly, that was not an option. Moo quickly abandoned that thought. Fortunately, he had previously crafted numerous buckets and collected a fair amount of rainwater outside, which he stored in the rune base. Preparing to depart the island, another golden prompt emerged. Please return the stone slab to its original position. This will enhance your reception of the blessing of the ancestors. All right, he almost forgot. Moo climbed the ladder to replace the slab. It was essential to restore things to their proper order as a matter of basic respect, especially in such a solemn place. This was a tribute to the ancestors, particularly significant. Chapter 80, Navigating the Whirlpool, a Mysterious Realm. With the stone slab returned to its place, Moo felt a lingering unease and decided to check the temple once more. Armed with a hoe, he searched thoroughly, ensuring there was nothing of value left to collect. Here, even saliva is not permitted to be taken away, and it is likely that other items are equally restricted. Moo leaned beside the water pool and observed that the water had receded somewhat, the surface level slowly descending. He comprehended the situation. The flowing water here might symbolize the time of blessings. At this rate, the water would likely be exhausted in about 3 days, and the blessings would cease. Without further delay, Moo set off for the next island. On the northern island, there was nothing of worth. Only a phrase inscribed by other adventurers. What is today's small goal? On the northeastern island, numerous comic books from island nations lay scattered. Heading southeast, one would encounter a marine whirlpool, which would lead to mysterious, uncharted waters. With the blessings of his ancestors, he would not suffer any loss of resources. Danger lurked. The southern island was facing a tsunami. On the southwestern island, countless ants thrived, drawn to burrow into nostrils and ears. Meanwhile, the northwestern island held 3 wooden treasure chests. Good resource islands were scarce, and Moo began to hesitate. Although there were many treasure chests to the northwest, their allure was minimal. The thought of the ants to the southwest sent shivers down his spine. Surely they could not be flesh-eating ants? Moo surveyed his options. The southeast beckoned with its mysterious, uncharted waters. What lay there? With blessings augmenting his strength, he was not afraid of the whirlpool's effects. Perhaps he should investigate it. Yet uncertainty about potential dangers nagged at him. It was quite a dilemma. After much contemplation on the sandy beach, he ultimately resolved to head southeast, to explore the enigmatic, uncharted waters. Would there be unexpected discoveries? After all, he had encountered few whirlpools thus far, and the next time he might not have the benefit of blessings, making it imperative to seize this opportunity. Thus, it was the ideal moment to explore the marine whirlpool. The whirlpool must be extraordinary, Moo mused. If unsuccessful, he would face dire consequences. He decided to take a gamble. He boarded a fishing boat and sailed southeast. The vessel sped through the sea, and with the blessings in effect, its speed significantly increased. After a brief while, he spotted a formidable whirlpool ahead. Its expanse was immense. It appeared as a mere dot at first, but as he approached, its size grew exponentially. It resembled a tornado in the water, continuously drawing in surrounding seawater and life forms. The die-dye beast, still fishing at the boat's edge, quickly retreated into the cabin upon seeing the whirlpool, clearly sensing the gravity of the situation without needing Moo's prompting. As he neared the whirlpool, it felt as though the water were pulling him in. The boat's speed escalated, and Moo observed from the cabin that the whirlpool's diameter was at least 100 meters, rendering his small vessel akin to a leaf adrift in the current. Then, it swiftly slid toward the whirlpool's center, the velocity increasing dramatically. The fishing boat was engulfed by the whirlpool. Before him lay no flat surface, only layers of swirling seawater. Moo slid downward with the water, seemingly on the verge of being consumed by the whirlpool. He felt dizzy, his stomach churning violently, and as he closed his eyes, he lost consciousness. When Moo awoke again, the fishing boat had reached the shore, docked beside a forest. Had he arrived? He slowly rose, expelling a wave of sour liquid, the pain in his stomach and head still persisting. After he vomited, the nearby Kati dog and die-dye beast followed suit, indicating that even divine beasts could not withstand the whirlpool's might. Where was this place? Moo stepped off the fishing boat with his 2 divine beasts. The scenery here differed significantly from the islands he had encountered previously. No longer shrouded in white mist, the endless ocean stretched before him, accompanied by the cries of seagulls. Beside him was a wooden dock, perfectly accommodating the fishing boat, as if constructed for his arrival. Moo secured the fishing boat and ventured forth, as if entering a primeval forest. Towering, straight, and dense trees reached for the sky, their tops obscured from view. The vegetation thrived, with vines climbing some trees. The grass was not particularly tall, but it formed a lush green carpet, dotted with mushrooms and wildflowers, where butterflies danced about. Moo refrained from hastily drawing out his hoe for gathering resources. He decided to first assess the situation, as he was still unfamiliar with this locale. It might be a perilous sea or a forbidden zone. After walking a short distance, he came upon a winding path, and as he followed it, a small wooden cabin came into view. Was someone residing there? Moo pondered. It did not seem like a runic base of any survivor. The cabin appeared archaic, akin to the wooden houses from fairy tales. It could house a kind old man or a witch. Encountering either depended on fortune. Perhaps this forest was his domain. Moo Moo approached the cabin and knocked on the door. "Hello, is anyone there? I happened to pass by." To his surprise, the door creaked open automatically. How sophisticated. Peering inside, he hesitated to enter, as the room was empty. Such an occurrence was exceedingly strange. Would he be trapped inside if he ventured in? Curiously, why was there no one about? Moo Moo mused aloud. Suddenly, a crisp cough echoed from below. Looking down, he discovered a small figure standing beneath his waist, a dwarf. How awkward. He had thought the door had opened by itself. This little dwarf had long, wavy hair, a prominent nose that resembled a bee sting, and pronounced cheekbones that pressed his features together. Only a dwarf, and no Snow White. Moo Moo took a few steps back, allowing the dwarf to meet his gaze without straining to look up. The dwarf appeared to be a middle-aged man, though his true age was uncertain. After all, this was an island world, and he could be several hundred or even 1,000 years old, having inadvertently stepped into someone else's territory. Moo Moo was unsure whether the dwarf was friend or foe, and what temperament he might possess, whether amiable or irritable. Moo Moo politely addressed the dwarf. "Hello. My name is Moo Moo. May I ask where this is?" Chapter 81. The Dwarf's Trade. Enchanted Cookies. Blurble. The dwarf emitted a series of indistinct sounds. What on earth was blurble? It sounded reminiscent of a mermaid. Moo Moo could not comprehend. Had even the dwarf ceased to speak human language? He glanced at the Dai beast beside him, whose intentions were unmistakable. The Dai beast gestured animatedly to the dwarf, engaging in a lively exchange. After a while, they paused. Moo Moo inquired, "What were you two discussing?" The Dai beast shook its head, indicating that it could not understand the dwarf's speech. How perplexing, despite the language barrier. They were forced to communicate. Yet the dwarf's benevolent appearance reassured Moo Moo, alleviating some of his concerns. The diminutive figure gently patted the head of the dazed beast. And although he could not comprehend the words spoken, it was clear that he harbored a profound curiosity towards this divine creature. The little man gestured invitingly, beckoning the three peculiar beings to enter his abode. This much, Moo Moo understood, and mustering his courage, he stepped inside. The interior of the little man's dwelling was modest in size, yet its height was comparable to that of an ordinary room, albeit slightly lower. The walls were adorned with an array of heavy tools and weapons. Some resembled blacksmith hammers, others were akin to digging hoes. And there were bows and arrows designed for hunting beasts. Moo Moo discerned that this little man appeared to be a weaponsmith, or perhaps a traditional craftsman as found in the digital realm. The door was fashioned to facilitate the ingress and egress of materials. One side of the room was lined with an impressive display of swords, among which Moo Moo recognized a perfect bronze sword. There were 10 of them. Truly a wealthy little man. In a corner, 7 hoes lay piled, seemingly of a far superior quality than his own. The little man gestured as if to indicate that Moo Moo should empty his pockets, then rummaged through his tattered cloth bag and produced a piece of dirty biscuit. Was this to be an exchange? A flicker of doubt crossed Moo Moo's gaze. For the little man did not simply hand over the biscuit, but rather shook it in his hand, as if begging for alms. What was the intent behind this? Yet, what could a mere biscuit possibly yield in return? Moo Moo silently cursed, thinking to himself that he was not without provisions. Nor did the little man presume him to be one of those low-tier players who roamed without gear. Uncertain of the other's intentions, he decided to probe further. He produced a piece of meat, only to receive a shake of the head from the little man. Did he disdain meat? Perhaps he was not in want of food at all. He then presented half a bottle of shampoo and a durian, but to no avail. The little man seemed disinterested. Clearly, his preferences differed from those of a mermaid. Moo Moo sighed in exasperation. It was merely a biscuit. Yet, the little man continued to extend his hand. What more could he possibly desire for a single biscuit? Perhaps he was indeed fascinated by this item? Gritting his teeth, Moo Moo finally retrieved an emblem from his backpack and offered it. He felt a pang of regret as he parted with it. Yet he was eager to discern the little man's inclinations before proceeding further, whether through barter or plunder. As anticipated, the little man's eyes gleamed with avarice at the sight of the emblem. He nodded approvingly, weighed it in his hand, and then tucked it into his ragged bag before extending his hand again. Moo Moo's frustration mounted. What now? It felt as if he had relinquished his blade. Yet, glancing around, he noted the little man had a plethora of swords hanging on the wall. Resigned, Moo Moo produced another emblem. The little man repeated his earlier actions, pocketing the emblem without hesitation. After several exchanges, his face finally broke into a satisfied grin as he handed the biscuit to Moo Moo. It was true. He had successfully traded for the biscuit. The little man had swindled him out of numerous emblems for a single piece of stale biscuit, treating him as a gullible fool. Moreover, the biscuit was coated in dust, with corners that appeared to have grown mold, far from being a respectable treat. Upon receiving the biscuit, blue text materialized before Moo Moo. Translation: Biscuit. A biscuit from the island world. Consuming it allows communication with most island creatures possessing civilized language. Then, a golden prompt followed. A seemingly unclean, non-toxic biscuit with 1 day left before expiration. It must be consumed promptly to avoid spoilage. Mumu was taken aback. He had been deceived out of numerous emblems for this expired fare. However, the prospect of gaining the ability to communicate was enticing. Furrowing his brow, Mumu struggled to swallow the biscuit, which was indeed unpleasant, hard and dry. It was evident it had been stored for an extended period, having lost much of its moisture. Additionally, it left a gritty sensation in his mouth, reminiscent of consuming spoiled food. With each bite, fragments crumbled and fell away. His throat felt uncomfortable, and he hastily drank water to wash it down, barely managing to swallow it. With a sigh of relief, Mumu rubbed his throat, lamenting that this wretched item had nearly cost him his life. Simultaneously, he heard a sigh from the little man across from him. At last it sold. Wait, I can understand you now? Mumu's eyes widened in astonishment. Could it truly be so miraculous? What did you just say about finally selling it? Oh, it's nothing. Just a catchphrase. Don't mind it, the little man replied with a smile. At last, blue text appeared before Mumu. Friendly island dwarf, a weapons appraiser from the island world, known for their amiable nature and friendliness. Typically, they do not engage in conflict with humans or other island creatures. However, exercise caution in your dealings with them, as they are quite greedy and adept at extracting wealth from you. It seemed he had already fallen victim to their trickery. This warning had come rather late. Nevertheless, he no longer faced a barrier in communication. Maintaining a semblance of politeness, Mumu said, I apologize for the intrusion. My arrival has caused you some inconvenience. Our previous miscommunication was regrettable, and I hope it has not led to any misunderstandings. Not at all. I'm accustomed to it. The little man waved dismissively. I didn't mind. In fact, I could understand your words. Mumu was perplexed. If he could understand, why the charade with the biscuit? Did you truly comprehend? Yet you feigned ignorance before me. Well, it was because of the biscuit nearing expiration. My intent was that after you consumed it, you would understand. The little man explained. Congratulations, you have now mastered our dwarven language. Do you believe my words? Mumu was skeptical. He had already surrendered numerous emblems without a retort. Chapter 82. The Honest Merchant Abu. Observing Mumu's somewhat despondent expression, the little man continued. Do not be disheartened, young one. Every outsider entering our dwarf village must consume a translation biscuit to communicate effectively with us. Furthermore, when you encounter other peculiar beings, such as mermaids, centaurs, and minotaurs, you will possess the ability to converse with them as well. What? There are centaurs and minotaurs too? Mumu was astonished by the plethora of extraordinary creatures in this world. I apologize for rambling. The little man quickly corrected himself. To return to the point, acquiring a translation biscuit for only 8 emblems is quite a bargain. Not everyone is afforded such a favorable deal. Mumu scoffed. I suppose every visitor here learns a lesson at your expense. Yet, he quickly realized. Wait a moment. If I recall correctly, you initially asked me for 16 emblems. Did I? The little man furrowed his brow. I apologize, young one. Perhaps my age has clouded my memory. I distinctly remember only requesting 8 emblems from you. Clearly, that is not the case. Could you possibly return the other 8 emblems to me? Mumu asked cautiously. I believe you may have misunderstood my meaning. The little man shook his head. I stated I only recall 8. Thus our transaction comprises 8 emblems. The other 8 are beyond my recollection. How could I return that which I do not remember? Must I compel you to regurgitate the cookie you have consumed? As long as you are content. Mumu cast a sharp glance at him, exclaiming, what a nonsensical logic. Mumu expressed his dissatisfaction. But the cookie you just offered me is nearly expired. Oh dear. Why does the youth dwell on such trivial matters? As long as it is still within the expiration date, what harm could it do? Perhaps a mere bout of indigestion at worst. Mumu retorted, it seems that the one with the imminent stomach upset is not me. The little dwarf disregarded Mumu's irritation and continued. Let me tell you, the creation of such cookies is exceedingly cumbersome, the process immensely intricate. Our dwarf clan is proficient in multiple languages, weaving these languages and scripts into information embedded within the cookie, enabling the higher beings of this world to communicate effectively. Do you not perceive the value and significance of this cookie? Each one wasted is indeed a regrettable loss. So, this is your justification for selling me nearly expired goods? Mumu felt an impulse to curse, but suddenly realized something and inquired. Wait, what did you just say? You are well versed in many languages. So you can speak Jushuyu as well? Of course. The little dwarf proudly replied. Otherwise, how could we craft such a versatile translation cookie? Mumu pressed. Then why did you not communicate with me in Jushuyu earlier? The little dwarf instinctively tugged at his collar. Let us change the subject, young man. What is your purpose in seeking us? Who knows why I am here? Swept away by a vortex to this place. I have been swindled out of several emblems. I initially thought I was here to seek treasures, only to seemingly encounter a con artist. Moo suspected that this little dwarf was merely attempting to peddle his cookies. At this moment, his mood was quite dismal. The only solace he found was in the fact that he had learned several new languages. Moo surveyed his surroundings, pondered for a moment, and slowly replied, I seem to have taken a wrong turn, brought here by a vortex. I do not have any particular objective. I merely wish to see if there are any resources to gather or items to exchange. Ah, I see, young man. A cunning glint appeared in the little dwarf's eyes. I have quite a few fine items here. Would you be interested in a trade? No. Moo decisively shook his head. You deceived me once. Do you think I would fall for it a second time? In truth, Moo was quite eager to trade with the little dwarf, for there might be treasures to be found. After all, this is not an ordinary island world, and it could contain unique items. However, he could not agree too readily, lest he be ensnared once more. Displaying overt eagerness might lead him directly into the little dwarf's trap, resulting in a conclusion similar to the previous encounter. Indeed, upon hearing Moo's words, the little dwarf eagerly exclaimed, Young man, do not be so hasty in your conclusions. I assure you, I possess many remarkable items. Remarkable items? Moo feigned hesitation. How can I know if they are truly worthy? Could they be yet another batch of near-expired cookies? That is impossible. The little dwarf shook his head firmly. The near-expired cookies are down to their last piece. All others have been sold out. What I present now is a new product. With that, he opened a drawer and produced a large box filled to the brim with cookies. The previous flavors were rather unpalatable and monotonous. The one you just tasted was from a batch produced 5 years ago. The cookies have since been revamped, with flavors customizable to individual preferences. The little dwarf pointed out a few cookies to Moo. For instance, this one is strawberry flavored, this one is banana flavored, and here are some unique flavors such as snot and earwax. Recently, we launched a combination package including flavors like saliva and wax drips, which are quite popular among young customers. What do you say, young man? Would you like to purchase some to share with your friends? No, thank you. Moo shook his head. 8 emblems for a single piece is beyond my means. The little dwarf replied leisurely, I told you not to rush. As a valued customer, I can offer you a discount. Moo inquired, how much of a discount? The little dwarf pondered, only 1 emblem. What? So, I was swindled out of 15 emblems? Moo struggled to suppress the urge to retaliate against the little dwarf. 1 emblem is still quite costly. Besides, I have already tasted one. What use would I have for so many? That does seem to hold some merit, the little dwarf conceded, shaking his head as he returned a box of cookies to its place, muttering, I never imagined that 1 emblem for an entire box of cookies would be deemed expensive. Business is becoming increasingly challenging these days. Moo was taken aback. 1 box. Where is my emblem? He felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Moo asked, May I step outside for some fresh air? I feel somewhat overwhelmed and would like to return to discuss the trade later. The little dwarf queried. Shall we not chat a bit longer? No. Moo insisted. The little dwarf persisted. I can regale you with the legendary tales of the dwarf tribe. I wish to be alone. Moo replied. Very well. The little dwarf nodded with resignation. Moo felt that if he remained there any longer, he would surely be deceived. He decided to explore the area first, hoping to understand this world better before considering any trades. At the very least, he would avoid the bewilderment he had faced earlier. He exited the small wooden house and made his way into the depths of the forest. Behind him, the little dwarf waved his hand tearfully, calling out, Do come and visit again, young man. Remember my name, the esteemed appraiser of the dwarf village. A fair and honest merchant, Abu. Chapter 83. The Village of Greed, Kin of Kadigo. Moo could no longer hear the words that followed. He only recalled what the little dwarf had just claimed, an appraiser? It sounded like a prestigious occupation. He would inquire further about it. Behind the wooden house was a long, winding path that seemed to lead deeper into the forest. Moo walked along the path, surrounded by the melodies of birds and the fragrance of flowers. Butterflies flitted about the wild flowers, creating a scene of exquisite beauty. He refrained from taking out his hoe to collect resources, for this was not a natural sea or an island. It appeared to be the territory of the little dwarfs. Randomly gathering could lead to unnecessary misunderstandings. However, if he stumbled upon anything that could be easily taken, he would not hesitate. Upon reaching a fork in the path, the atmosphere grew lively. He discovered numerous houses, indicating a gathering place for the dwarfs. So there were indeed more dwarfs here. Not just one, but many. Moo quickly deduced that this was a dwarf tribe or village. Although their homes were not tall, some were quite spacious. Thus, it appeared that the dwarf he had encountered earlier, Abu, resembled more of a gatekeeper for the dwarf village. He had strayed far from the village's center, requiring a good 10 minutes to reach this point. The dwarfs in the village were engaged in various productive activities, casting curious glances at Moo without much reaction. as if they were accustomed to visitors. Some bored dwarfs were walking their dogs, or even grooming their pets. The Cadigo's eyes sparkled with excitement. And even Moo Moo found himself awestruck. For here, there seemed to be an abundance of Cadi. Each one was vibrant and well-groomed, much like the one beside him. For the first time encountering so many of his kin, the Cadigo was exceptionally animated, howling and greeting them, yet unfortunately, none responded. Oh, rather. Not a single dog acknowledged him. Clearly, those Cadi were used to mingling with their own kind and showed little interest in the sudden appearance of another. Moo Moo arrived at the entrance of a wooden house, where an elderly dwarf leisurely offered a cookie to a dog, a tender smile gracing her face. What a splendid meal. Moo Moo couldn't help but exclaim, even the dogs here are treated to cookies. Wait a moment. Something seems amiss. Hurriedly walked a few steps to stand before the elderly lady. The kind-hearted dwarf grandmother appeared to be a benevolent old woman, amiable in nature, making communication with her a pleasant experience. However, it is prudent to note that greed is a common trait among dwarfs, and one must be cautious of her potential attempts to swindle wealth from you. What a village steeped in the scent of copper. Observing the prompt, cautiously inquired, "Excuse me, esteemed dwarf grandmother, what do you feed that creature?" Gesturing towards the in her hand. "Translate biscuits." The dwarf lady scrutinized with a puzzled expression, asking, "Does your dog wish to partake as well?" Upon saying this, she produced another piece and placed it into the mouth of. The creature drooled, greedily chewing before swallowing the biscuit. Feeling somewhat overwhelmed, asked, "Dear grandmother, is it not wasteful to feed it such things?" "Wasteful?" The elderly lady chuckled. "This is dog food. You must be new here, for you do not even recognize it." Regrettably, lamented his lack of a suitable weapon at that moment. "So, the dogs here consume translate biscuits?" He pondered, feeling his worldview slightly shaken. Indeed, dwarfs have never needed such sustenance. It was specifically developed for pets or livestock. After some contemplation, he timidly asked, "Why do pets need to eat translate biscuits?" The dwarf grandmother stretched and yawned, explaining, "In ancient times, our dwarf ancestors traversed the world, engaging in trade with various species, gradually mastering all languages. This spirit and culture have been passed down through our blood, embedded in our very marrow, allowing dwarfs to be born fluent in multiple tongues. However, through the evolution of history, we recognized a dilemma. Dwarfs understand language, yet beasts do not." Sensed an undertone of insult in her words. The dwarf grandmother continued, "Pets and beasts struggle to communicate effectively with our kind, hence we invented these biscuits, enabling them to comprehend our language upon consumption, which eventually evolved into what you now know as dog food." With newfound understanding, realized that the dwarf named had fed him a piece of dog food earlier. The grandmother casually handed another biscuit to her pet dog, stating, "This is quite beloved by pets, and we dwarfs have developed various flavors based on their preferences. For instance, there is strawberry flavor, banana flavor. And if your dog is particularly unique, we even offer custom flavors like snot and earwax. Recently, we have introduced new combo packs, featuring flavors such as saliva and wax, which are quite popular among the younger dogs. What do you say, young man? Would you like to purchase some to take home for your dog to try?" Found this proposition somewhat familiar. He shook his head. "No, thank you. I truly do not need any. Very affordable." The dwarf grandmother extended 5 fingers. "I'll give it to you at cost, 1 emblem for 5 boxes. Indeed, it was not expensive. Clenched his fists, feeling as though his heart were bleeding. Inside, 1 emblem could procure 5 boxes, while he had spent 16 emblems outside just to acquire a single piece. Through this experience, grasped a profound lesson. One should refrain from purchasing souvenirs at the first shop encountered upon entering a tourist area, as they are exorbitantly priced and often deceptive. A stroll further from the tourist zone may yield better and more reasonably priced treasures. Noticing that seemed somewhat intrigued, the elderly lady continued, "This product is excellent for promoting healthy growth in pets and satisfying their unique taste buds. For example, my dog enjoys the earwax flavor. The piece I just fed your dog was the saliva flavor. Such tastes, I dare say, cannot be found in any other food besides translate biscuits. Is there a flavor resembling excrement?" Queried. "There is indeed. If you wish, I can look for it," she replied, beginning to rummage through her wares. No, I was merely inquiring." Quickly interjected. He felt a spark of temptation. 1 emblem was not much, especially since it included 5 boxes. Purchasing some as a backup supply for his seemed prudent, and he surmised that other players might have a need for it as well. After much deliberation, he finally produced an emblem, presenting it to the dwarf grandmother and stating, "I shall purchase 5 boxes. I appreciate your thorough explanations. It would be a waste not to make a purchase." The dwarf grandmother joyfully accepted the emblem and fetched the biscuits. "Wait, let it choose." Directed towards. Naturally, when buying dog food, one ought to select flavors that the dog favors. Drooling, approached and sniffed for a considerable time, ultimately selecting 5 flavors of biscuits. Upon inspection, found them to be fried chicken flavor, sushi flavor, sashimi flavor, pantyhose flavor, and minstrel flavor. What exquisite taste, he remarked, accepting the biscuits and leading away from the elderly lady. He intended to explore further, immersing himself in the local culture. After traversing the village, encountered an open area. Surrounding the space were numerous dwarfs, either seated, squatting, or standing, each presenting a coarse cloth laden with an array of items. The air was filled with lively shouts, resembling a bustling market. Ahead, a dwarf was sifting through items with a bamboo basket. The first merchant at the entrance, upon seeing with his dog, excitedly called out, "Young man, do you need dog food? Today, it's a special price, 10 boxes for 1 emblem." Regrettably, it was too hasty. Chapter 84, One must negotiate. Who knows what might be achieved? Yet, lacked the enthusiasm to purchase more dog food, even if it were of high quality and reasonably priced. He had no need for such an abundance. Focusing his gaze on other products, he recognized that this was the market of the dwarf village, where prices should be fair and reasonable. With careful discernment, he hoped to uncover valuable items. From their previous conversation, he understood that emblems served as the universal currency in the dwarf village. Although he had been swindled out of 16 emblems, no, 17, he still possessed a small reserve. Emblems could be exchanged or mined outside the village. However, the items within this market might not be as accessible thereafter. As he perused the stalls, all the little dwarfs displayed immense enthusiasm toward him, which could be charitably termed hospitality, yet suspected that they merely regarded him as an outsider, ripe for exploitation. The whirlpools of the sea occur frequently. It is not solely he who has ventured here, allowing them to remain so composed in the presence of outsiders. As wandered through the market, he discovered an assortment of peculiar items, yet found little of practical use. Some merchants attempted to sell him height-enhancing pills, which he promptly rejected. "Do you take me for a fool? Your diminutive stature suggests these are of little efficacy." Others attempted to market tools for taming pets, such as small chains and whips, claiming they were particularly effective for. However, while he could somewhat comprehend the chains and whips, he could not fathom the purpose of a plastic ball, was already obedient, and had no intention of resorting to force. Strangely, there were items like meal assistance devices, automatic drinking robots, automatic blanket covering machines, and food amplifiers, novelties he had never encountered, exhibiting remarkably whimsical designs. Ultimately, he stumbled upon a booth where he discovered something useful: blue crystal. With this, one can upgrade the water generator, significantly enhancing its water production capacity. "Uncle, how much for the blue crystal?" Moo inquired. The dwarf elder cast a glance at Moo, speaking earnestly. "Are you from outside? Our dwarf village is known for its hospitality. I can offer you a discount of just 10 emblems." Moo frowned. The blue crystal could augment water production capacity, and although 10 emblems for a blue crystal might seem steep in the outside world, it could be considered a worthwhile investment for the immediate return of abundant water. However, drawing from his previous trading experiences, Moo did not believe such a high price was warranted here. He shook his head, feigning dissatisfaction, and deliberately moved forward. Seeing this, the dwarf elder hurriedly approached, kindly saying, "Young man, don't go. If you need anything, let us sit down and discuss it." Moo shot him a disdainful glance and retorted, "Uncle, I find your sincerity lacking. Demanding 10 emblems at the outset makes me feel like a fool." With that, he continued on his way. The dwarf elder, now agitated, exclaimed, "Stop right there. Do you know what haggling means? Make a counteroffer." Moo looked troubled. "You're asking for 10 emblems outright. How am I supposed to respond?" "Just offer 1 emblem for 10 blue crystals. If it works out, great," Moo replied, believing the dwarf wouldn't accept such an outrageous counteroffer. From 10 emblems for 1 blue crystal to 1 emblem for 10 blue crystals was a stark contrast. He planned to return and negotiate further to acquire the blue crystals at a more reasonable price. "You stop right there," the dwarf elder yelled. 1 emblem for 10 blue crystals? Done. I'll wrap them up for you." Moo was taken aback. Had he offered too much? The transaction was complete, and he possessed 10 blue crystals. Suddenly, Moo pondered whether he could procure goods locally and post them on the trading platform to exchange for emblems with other players, then use those emblems to continue purchasing items here. This venture seemed foolproof. However, upon opening the trading channel, disappointment soon washed over him. Both the chat and trading platforms displayed a single message: "Mysterious forbidden area. This function is unavailable." No wonder the world felt so quiet. Ever since he arrived in this village, he had received no messages. With chat and trade disabled, it appeared he could only barter with his existing resources. He needed to reserve some emblems for himself, and couldn't afford to trade too many. Reflecting on how he had unwittingly lost 16 emblems earlier, he felt a twinge of regret. After scouring the trading market, Moo gradually grasped the trading dynamics of the dwarf village. He concluded that while the dwarfs were not malicious and were generally kind-hearted, their trading practices were quite ruthless, often overvaluing their goods. He learned that when engaging with them, one could negotiate without limits. Whether or not they sold was secondary, but a gradual discussion could lead to a deal. After some back-and-forth bargaining, Moo successfully acquired several useful items. Dwarven rice wine, 20, a special beverage with a rich flavor that has a small chance of unlocking certain potentials within the drinker. Miraculous recovery pill, 20, instantly restores energy after weakness, boosting status to 200, only usable after becoming weak. Taming rope, has a certain probability of increasing a pet or wild animal's affection towards you. Evasion pendant, 18, chance to evade normal attacks. Mysterious honey jar, attracts nearby insects when materials are added. With his emblems dwindling, Moo knew he had to cease shopping for now. Some items might not be immediately useful, but he felt they offered good functionality for future needs. Auntie, I would like to inquire about something. After completing his purchases at the last stall, Moo engaged the dwarf vendor in casual conversation. What would you like to know, young man? The dwarf, warm and welcoming, was more than willing to chat with Moo. Do you know Abu? The uncle at the east end of the village. Ah, that one. The dwarf ant nodded. He is quite the celebrity in our dwarf village. Everyone knows him. Moo asked, what does he do, and why doesn't he live with you all? It's quite a trek from his place to the village, she replied. Well, he has just had some bad luck, a mishap while drunk. The dwarf ant continued. He is an appraiser, the best in our dwarf village. Unfortunately, due to a mistake, he was punished by the Lord and is now tasked with guarding the forbidden area of the dwarf village, never to step foot inside again. Oh, Moo nodded. He was not particularly interested in the details of Abu's transgression, but he was curious about two matters. First, what exactly is an appraiser? Second, where is the forbidden area of the dwarf village, and why is it considered forbidden? Chapter 85, The Appraiser. Moo inquired, could you explain what an appraiser does? The dwarf ant was quite surprised by Moo's question. Has our dwarf race fallen so low that outsiders are unaware of such a renowned profession? She replied. The appraiser's job involves assessing weapons and tools crafted from or associated with emblems. There is such a profession? Moo was secretly astonished. Isn't it just about discerning authenticity? He did not fully understand the significance of appraising. No, young man, you're gravely mistaken. The dwarf ant shook her head. The appraisal here is not about verifying authenticity. Did you know that in this world, there are many tools made with emblems? Some are sealed and can only be used after being appraised. Some tools are damaged and require appraisal for repair. Some weapons appear to have low quality, but can be upgraded through appraisal. Certain special emblems can only be removed by an appraiser. Therefore, this profession is incredibly important. While we dwarfs do not produce weapons or rune tools, we are the greatest facilitators of civilization in this world. Our existence allows emblems to achieve their fullest potential, enabling the mysterious powers granted by emblems to be passed down through this world. I see, Moo mused, somewhat enlightened. Ultimately, it seems quite impressive. His curiosity about this profession deepened, and he asked, what kind of person is this Abu? He is quite decent, not a bad person, the dwarf ant replied. A hint of helplessness crossing her face. He was once a highly respected figure, though a bit eccentric. Ever since his mistake, we've been forbidden from associating with him. Now that he is older, I've heard he is not quite right in the head. I've even heard he tricks visitors into giving him their emblems in exchange for expired dog food. And there are always fools who fall for it. As she said this, the dwarf ant chuckled. Young man, you surely wouldn't fall for that, would you? You strike me as quite astute. You're right. That could never be me. Moo hastily replied, his expression slightly sour. The dwarf ant was merely joking, but Moo found no humor in it at all. In fact, he felt a bit angry. From his time in the dwarf village, he had gleaned quite a bit of information about the dwarfs. At the very least, he now understood that although they are small, they are immensely powerful. Their ancestors' ability to navigate throughout the world attests to their remarkable combat capabilities. And he must tread carefully here. Moo had also tried to indirectly inquire about the nature of Abu's mistake, but the dwarf villagers were quite tight-lipped about it. Having grasped the general information, Moo resolved to seek out the individual known as Abu for a conversation, perhaps even to solicit his assistance in assessing and enhancing his weaponry. With an abundance of arms in his humble abode, he might even contemplate the acquisition of a piece, should the price be reasonable. According to the words of the dwarf matron, any weapon appraised by him would undoubtedly possess extraordinary might. Nevertheless, this fellow had also swindled him out of 16 emblems, and Moo was determined to demand an explanation for that. Moo held the dwarven race in high esteem, perceiving them as both magnificent and somewhat antiquated. Secluded on this island, they seemed unaware that the outside world had undergone monumental transformations. Leading his two pets, He exited the dwarf village and approached the cabin. He pushed the door open, finding Abu languishing in an old rocking chair, eyes closed in repose. Upon hearing the noise, he opened his eyes, sprang up, and warmly inquired, "Young man, you have returned. Do you still desire biscuits?" "No, thank you." Mumu replied with a shake of his head. "I am about to take my leave and wish to bid you farewell. Is this how you depart?" Abu's expression fell, revealing a hint of reluctance. Having lived in solitude for quite some time, the arrival of a talkative and affluent patron was a rare delight. And now he was to leave so soon. "Indeed, I am in a hurry," Mumu responded. "Additionally, I possess a perfect bronze sword. Could you assist me in its appraisal?" His inquiry was approached with a sense of tentative hope. "Bring forth the sword," Abu exclaimed, suddenly animated by the prospect of appraisal. He donned his spectacles, grasped a magnifying glass and hammer, and accepted the bronze sword from Mumu's hands. Despite his propensity for deceit, he approached his work with unwavering diligence. This was his talent, the greatest value he could offer in this world. The essence of his existence, rooted in precision and passion for his craft. Abu scrutinized the sword for an extended period, examining every intricate detail on the blade, gently touching it, and occasionally tapping it with his hammer. Eventually, he lifted his gaze, his countenance reflecting profound disappointment. "Young man, I must be frank. There is no necessity for appraisal of this sword." "Why is that?" Mumu inquired, somewhat astonished. He had anticipated that, given Abu's business acumen, even if he could not appraise it, he would still attempt to extort a fee from him. He was prepared for a trick, yet this old man had declined. "Because its rank is too low," Abu replied, shaking his head. "This pitiful sword pales in comparison to the many I have displayed on my wall." He gestured behind him. "Those were left by others. Appraising this would merely squander emblems and appraisal stones. I advise you to take it back." "Ah, very well," Mumu conceded, not wishing to dwell on the matter further, and stowed the bronze sword away. He was aware that such trivial items would likely not captivate the legendary appraiser's interest, especially as he had only recently entered this gaming realm. Indeed, Mumu heard Abu continue, "If you truly wish to have it appraised, you may find any appraiser in the town. They can do it at a more affordable price." Ultimately, Abu upheld a semblance of principle in his work. Deceiving him for emblems was one thing, but his professional demeanor was quite another. Since appraisal was unnecessary, Mumu had no intention of wasting resources or time. "I shall not disturb you any further. I must take my leave," Mumu announced, reaching the threshold of the cabin. Just then, a thought struck him, and he turned back to say, "I purchased some items in the village. Could you assist me in discerning their utility?" With that, he produced a jar of rice wine and placed it on the table. Acquired from the dwarven market, it is said to be exceptionally delectable. However, I have yet to taste it and know not its flavor. Wine. Upon sighting the jar, Abu's eyes widened, captivated by the soft, green glow emanating from within. Chapter 86. I shall just taste a sip. That would not count as drinking, would it? What? Do you recognize this? Mumu feigned surprise. A person who could consume alcohol to the point of folly must be a seasoned drunkard. Abu hesitated before responding, licking his parched lips, his chest heaving with excitement, his gaze betraying an insatiable hunger. After a prolonged moment, he exclaimed, "This is the rice wine produced by our dwarven clan. Remarkably, I have not tasted this in a century or two." He took a step closer, adding, "Not only have I not drunk it, but I have not even inhaled its aroma." "Oh, and why is that?" Mumu pretended to be perplexed, feigning ignorance. "Damn it." Abu suddenly erupted in agitation. "They forbade the villagers from selling me wine. How infuriating, how utterly detestable." Mumu silently observed the small dwarf as he paced frantically within the cabin. He extended the jar of wine toward Abu. "Would you care to try a sip?" No, no, no. Abu stammered, swallowing hard, trembling as he retreated. "The clan leader has decreed that I must not drink until I complete my task. Now is not the time. It is not yet appropriate." "What a pity." Mumu sighed deeply. "Do you have a bowl I could borrow?" "Yes, yes." Abu hurriedly retrieved a stone bowl from a shelf and placed it before Mumu. With a flourish, Mumu opened the wine jar and poured a small amount of the pale yellow liquid into the stone bowl. The fragrant aroma of the rice wine quickly filled the cabin, intoxicating all who inhaled it. With the bowl filled, Mumu raised it and said, "Since you cannot drink, I shall taste it on your behalf, as I have never experienced its flavor." He brought the bowl to his lips and gulped down the contents. The sweet, fragrant essence flooded his mouth, cascading down his throat and igniting a warm sensation throughout his body. As he savored the wine, Mumu stole glances at Abu, keenly observing his reaction. At this moment, he must be in agony. "This is the consequence of your trickery regarding my emblems." Indeed, Abu's gaze remained fixed on Mumu, brimming with envy and greed. He swallowed repeatedly, his fists clenched tightly, his breath heavy, his body trembling. "Huh!" Mumu exclaimed after finishing the bowl. "Delightful. I must say, This is quite delicious. He poured another bowl, smacking his lips. It does not quench thirst. I shall need another. Abu swallowed again, his throat dry. I do not drink. I merely wish to savor the aroma, he murmured, inching closer, fixated on the stone bowl. Moo gently swayed the bowl, causing the liquid to ripple, releasing an even more enticing fragrance. Unable to restrain himself any longer, Abu finally asked, young man, may I just lick a little? That doesn't count as drinking, does it? That would not count, since you have not actually drunk. Moo replied, feigning deep thought. I share your sentiment. With your assurance, I feel at ease. Abu said, extending a finger to dip into the bowl, bringing it to his lips to taste. In that instant, it was as if a surge of vitality coursed through his body, reviving his weary nerves. His one finger spent 3 minutes savoring the taste. How does it taste? Moo inquired tentatively. Is this the authentic rice wine of the dwarven village? I am but a visitor and know not its qualities. Abu, still savoring, appeared somewhat unsatisfied. I could not discern its flavor. Then you cannot fault me. Moo shrugged. After all, I did let you have a taste. He took the bowl of wine back. Wait. Abu called out to Moo once more. What now? I shall just take a sip. That does not count as drinking. Does it? Think of it as me tasting it for you, to ensure it is indeed the genuine article from our dwarven village. All right, Moo conceded, handing over the stone bowl without reservation. A minute later, Abu chimed in. I shall just smell it. I shall just lick it. I shall take a small sip. That does not count as drinking, does it? I will only drink half a bowl. That does not count as drinking. Forget it. This bowl is almost finished. I'll drink it first. Another bowl. An hour later, the little dwarf Abu, with a flushed face, slumped in his chair, utterly exhausted and mumbling incoherently. Uncle Abu. Moo softly called out, having hardly drunk himself. Although he accompanied the drinking, he mostly sipped lightly while watching the little dwarf indulge. Why don't you live with those dwarfs? Because I shattered the sacred artifact of the dwarven clan, Otto Gu. What is that? Moo inquired. The Holy Grail. The sacred artifact used by the dwarves to honor their ancestors. Damn, that incident was not my fault at all. Abu forced a smile, letting out a long sigh. His face marked by helplessness. Yet, there was a hint of contentment. Perhaps he hadn't felt this happy in a long time. Finally, could he confide in someone? Does that mean you can never return? Here, far from the village, destined to live in solitude? Moo leaned closer to his ear, inquiring loudly. No, that won't happen. Abu suddenly became agitated, his eyes bloodshot. I have a way. I am the best appraiser in this world. I can restore the sacred artifact. I will definitely fix it. It's just as he trailed off. Abu's gaze dimmed once more. Just what? Moo pressed on. Just restoring that thing requires a vast amount of sigils, an astronomical figure. Abu sighed deeply. For 200 years, I have exhausted every means to collect sigils and have restored less than half. However, today, a fool traded me a piece of dog food for either 8 or 16 sigils, giving me new materials to continue the restoration. Moo, how much do you still need? I don't know. Restoring the sacred artifact is a bottomless pit. Perhaps one day, as you work on it, you will suddenly realize it is enough. Or perhaps, when you think you are close to completion, you will find it still needs much more. Once the sacred artifact is restored, I can return to the dwarven village. Moo suddenly felt a twinge of pity for this man named Abu. Or perhaps it was sorrow. Exiled from his kin, pushed to the fringes. But how could such an excellent appraiser lack materials? He looked around the room, filled with weapons. Puzzled, and asked, Uncle Abu, aren't all these weapons in your house? Many of them should be made with sigils. Can't you disassemble them to obtain the sigils? You don't understand. Abu sighed deeply, speaking helplessly. I once thought the same as you, but through practice, I found it simply does not work. Otto Gu is a sacred artifact. It must not be tainted, cannot use materials that have been stained with blood, or else it cannot be fused. The sigils on these weapons have been contaminated. They are soaked with blood and cannot be used to repair the sacred artifact. To me, they are just a heap of scrap metal. Scrap metal? Moo seemed to have realized something and continued to ask, then why repair these things? Out of boredom. Abu chuckled, explaining, over these 200 years, I have encountered many wandering clansmen. Some have broken weapons they no longer wanted, tossing them here. Others have asked me to appraise their weapons, only to vanish without a trace, and some weapons I found on the beach. Do you know how dull it is to live alone? Every day, staring at these broken weapons, sometimes I just can't stand it anymore. So I take them out to repair, patch up, or appraise them, treating it as a way to pass the time, and surprisingly, I ended up fixing them all, making them even more powerful than before. Abu proudly pointed to the wall of weapons. These are all my masterpieces. What do you think? Am I impressive, or what? Isn't it magical? Impressive, magical. I give you a thumbs up. Let us have another bowl. Generating power with love, for free. Chapter 87. Rice Wine. The mysterious card key. With the wine settling in his stomach, Abu was nearly unconscious. Seizing the moment, Mumu asked, "Uncle Abu, what is your daily work here? Is it just repairing the sacred artifact? I see you don't have much material. You can't just sit idly all the time. Do you have no other tasks?" At this question, Abu suddenly froze. He turned to Mumu, causing Mumu to feel a twinge of anxiety. Goodness, this old man hasn't he caught on to anything? Has he? Unexpectedly, the little dwarf slapped his thigh and said, "Of course, I do. You're quite clever, aren't you?" "Ah, ha ha," Mumu sighed in relief. Abu continued, "They also have me guard the forbidden area. To be honest, there's really no need to guard that place. The seals around it are so strong that the trapped monsters can't escape. It's completely redundant. Hasn't it been 100 or 200 years without incident? But since it's the chief's order, I must comply." "Monsters," Mumu thought in shock, quietly asking, "What kind of forbidden area is it?" "Shoo." Abu gestured for him to come closer and whispered, "I will only tell you, and you must not share it with anyone else, not even a soul." "That's for sure," Mumu quickly replied. Abu said mysteriously, "In our dwarven clan's forbidden area resides a fearsome beast. It once rampaged through our dwarven village, but was eventually suppressed and sealed by the elders of the dwarven clan. That place is sacred to us dwarves. Entry is forbidden for the dwarven clan, and even more so for outsiders." "Have you seen that beast?" Mumu asked. "How could I possibly? I'm merely a guard, and I am equally forbidden from entering." Abu lazily waved his hand, adding, "Besides, I'm an appraiser, not a combat dwarf. Dealing with beasts is the work of the chief and elders." "I see." Mumu nodded. "There's no need to be afraid now. It turns out Abu is just a weakling. However, I haven't seen the forbidden area. I've been in the village and the forest today, and I've never seen any signs of restricted entry. That's because you're an outsider." Abu chuckled, proudly patting his pocket. "The key is in my pocket. The forbidden area is sealed by a magical artifact composed of the illusion sigil, mystery sigil, and mist sigil. So of course you cannot see it. Only with the key can the door to the forbidden area be opened, revealing it. Speaking of which, the artifact that sealed this forbidden area was appraised by me, safe and reliable." "Oh," Mumu nodded, revealing a mischievous smile. Come, uncle, let us drink." As Mumu drank while chatting with the little dwarf, he gleaned a fair amount about the dwarven village. Wine is a wonderful thing. It allows one to forget troubles and everything else. Uncle Abu was clearly very happy today, as it was rare for someone to accompany him in conversation, and even more so since he hadn't had dwarven rice wine in a long time. After a while, Abu completely collapsed on the ground, losing consciousness and falling into a deep sleep. "Uncle Abu." Mumu nudged him, but there was no response. "Asleep? His alcohol tolerance is indeed poor, Sai." Mumu secretly scoffed, shaking his head as he exited the wooden house, opening his rune base. Turning back, he cast a greedy glance at the room full of weapons. "Since they are mere scrap metal to you, why not give them all to me? Bring them to me." Mumu laughed maniacally. "Ka-dee-da-da. Let us get moving, it's time to work." Watching the unresponsive Dada beast, Mumu commanded, "Dada, be quicker. Tonight, I'll treat you to chicken legs. No, roasted meat and roasted fish." This tactic indeed proved effective, as the three of them busily began working, with Dada moving at great speed. In less than 5 minutes, they had emptied all the weapons from Abu's little wooden house and placed them into their rune base. System prompt, perfect bronze sword 1. System prompt, perfect bronze sword 1. System prompt, perfect photonic crossbow 1. System prompt, perfect sling 1. System prompt, fine hoe 1. There were simply too many weapons, many of which Mumu had never seen, did not recognize, and even didn't he know their levels or functions, yet he took them all away. This was a significant profit. Disregarding its utility for the moment, I shall take it back for further contemplation. Is my action somewhat unscrupulous? Mumu turned to gaze at the two adorable companions. Ka-dee-go remained silent, while Dai-Dai-sho shook its head in bewilderment, still anticipating its meat. Well, since everyone seems to agree there is no issue, then indeed, there is no issue. Mumu felt entirely justified. However, he was still a person of principles, after all. He had taken an entire room full of weapons, and it was only proper to express some gratitude. He removed a few of the remaining emblems from the base and stuffed them into Abu's pocket, including several special emblems that were not immediately useful, such as the Ni Ma Ji Wenjiang and Sha Diao Ji Wenjiang. Mumu could not fathom what could be synthesized with these two emblems, so he decided to give them away. Perhaps the little dwarf could utilize them to restore a sacred artifact. Furthermore, he poured half of the remaining wine from the jar into the dwarf's pot. "This is all I can assist you with, brother. From here on, it is up to your own fortune. I hope you will be exceedingly joyful upon awakening. I know I am quite pleased." Having completed this task, Mumu felt immensely great. Finally, I have accomplished something meaningful. I hope you won't express excessive gratitude. I am simply that exceptional. While placing the emblems, Moo casually retrieved the key to the Forbidden Land. The token was conveniently located in Abu's pocket. A blue prompt appeared. Mysterious card key. A key belonging to the dwarf clan. You cannot use it nor comprehend its purpose. A golden prompt followed. A magical key that connects to other worlds. Gently swaying it behind the wooden house will unlock the Forbidden Land, revealing another mysterious space. Without the prompts, an ordinary person would find little use for such an item, as they would be unaware of its application. However, Moo was keen to explore. He pondered whether to venture into the Forbidden Land. Perhaps there would be unexpected gains? Yet, he also faced the potential risk of unleashing the legendary fearsome beast. After carefully weighing the pros and cons, Moo concluded that if he acted cautiously, the latter scenario was highly improbable. Did not Abu mention that it was all sealed inside? As long as he remained vigilant and did not break the seals, there should be no trouble. After much contemplation, Moo resolved to investigate the Forbidden Land. Having come this far and incapacitated the little dwarf, there might be unforeseen rewards. Perhaps he would never again have the opportunity to enter that enigmatic space. With determination, Moo proceeded to the rear of the wooden house, gently shaking the key 3 times as instructed, revealing a hidden path that led to another junction. Chapter 88. Intrusion into the Forbidden Land, encountering a beast. The path behind the wooden house branched off, starkly different from before. Another space was sealed by emblems, completely undetectable without the key. Moo walked along the path and soon entered another forest. The structure of this forest bore a striking resemblance to the previous one leading to the woods. With little variation in scenery, were it not for careful observation, he might have thought he had entered the same location. Continuing along the path for half an hour, he suddenly reached the edge of the forest, where flat land sprawled, blanketed in lush green grass. At its center stood a modest hill, covered in verdant fuzz resembling a carpet, with a cave at its summit, the entrance aligned with the path. As Moo approached, he discovered the cave's entrance was piled with numerous stones and metallic implements, inscribed with indecipherable symbols and patterns. This must be the seal, he mused. The fearsome beast should be within that cave. Of course, he was uncertain of its temperament, thus he refrained from entering recklessly. First, he took out a hoe, intending to scour the area for resources. Given that this was the Forbidden Land, he feared no dwarves would appear, and he sensed an abundance of treasures ripe for collection. On the opposite side of the hill, he found a multitude of colorful stones, shimmering with a kaleidoscope of hues. Under the sun's rays, the colors within the stones danced and shifted, quite a sight to behold. They appeared to be gemstones. Moo approached and excavated all the stones. System prompt, Rainbow Stone 1. System prompt, Rainbow Stone 1. System prompt, Rainbow Stone 1. Rainbow Stone, a stone imbued with mysterious power, a fundamental material for refining high-grade weapons. It can be used as an energy source in weapon forges. What a treasure! The ground was strewn with rainbow stones. Moo only extracted a portion, cautious not to take too many for fear of drawing the dwarf's attention. One must leave a thread for future encounters. He chuckled to himself. I shall take 100 or so. That is not excessive, is it? After collecting the stones, Moo turned his attention to a type of wildflower. 7 Stars flower, a spirit flower that absorbs the earth's essence and basks in sunlight. It grows in the mysterious realms of dwarf villages. Consuming it replenishes internal spiritual energy, or can be used to concoct spiritual elixirs. This flower was neither plentiful nor scarce. Every few steps, he encountered one. However, given the limited area of the Forbidden Land, Moo harvested half of them, leaving the other half for them, demonstrating his benevolence. Kind-hearted individuals do not suffer poor fortune, Moo thought as he ventured towards the cave entrance. Upon reaching the cave, he felt a powerful airstream obstructing him, an invisible force permeating the air, preventing his advance. Sealed cave. You sense a force preventing your entry, causing you to hesitate. The elder of the dwarf clan crafted many mechanisms here. You must rely on that key to enter. Both blue and golden prompts appeared. Does this area also require a key? Moo retrieved the metal plaque and directed it towards the cave entrance, where a mysterious wave of energy emerged, allowing him passage. With his 2 companions, he ventured inside. Simultaneously, the lights within the cave flared to life, illuminating a winding corridor that led into the depths. In the distance, a low growl echoed. Something was approaching with heavy footsteps. Moo's heart raced. Ahead lay a bend, obscuring his view of the creature, yet he could distinctly hear the low growl. In the stillness of the expansive tunnel, every sound resonated clearly. He hesitated to advance, instinctively retreating. Should this monster prove formidable, he would flee the cave at once. He gripped his bronze sword tightly, beads of sweat forming in his palm. Turning, he noticed that even Ka-Di-Go and Dai Sho bore anxious expressions. Ka-Di-Go's fur bristled as if charged with static electricity, while Dai Dai Shou's tail stood rigid, resembling a formidable weapon. Shu, retreat. Mumu whispered urgently. If the situation turns dire, we flee. The three companions slowly backed away, striving to make no sound. Meanwhile, the footsteps grew louder, and the breathing grew heavier, clearly. The fearsome beast was drawing nearer. At the bend of the cave tunnel, a massive shadow was cast upon the wall, trembling with the flickering flames. Though the silhouette remained indistinct, it stood at least 3 to 4 meters tall, robust and stout, with thick limbs and a large tail. The creature's formidable stature suggested immense strength. Muumuu's heart raced. They had now retreated to the cave's edge, and with but one more step back, they could escape outside, thus evading the beast's attack. The footsteps from the opposite side have approached, and the shadow rapidly shrank and vanished. The sealed ferocious beast suddenly emerged from around the corner. At the moment of its appearance, both the person and the two beasts were utterly astonished. Is this a turtle standing half a meter tall? The creature before them was blue in color, with a round head reminiscent of a portly monk, its eyes a striking purple. It bore a brown shell on its back, its tail resembling tiny ocean waves, somewhat akin to a squirrel, and its limbs were short, each with 3 toes. A ferocious beast? A turtle? Mumu sheathed his bronze sword, surprised to find it somewhat adorable. Kadigo let out a bored howl and disdainfully stepped aside. The Dada beast's tail immediately drooped, flopping to the side. Goodness, a turtle is causing this much tension. It nearly frightened me to death. Mumu scratched his head, questioning the two companions' reactions. The creature is, after all, a ferocious beast. One should at least show it the most basic respect. They should at least pretend to be afraid of it. Just moments ago, due to the lighting, the turtle's shadow had appeared large against the cave wall. But as Mumu turned to face it, he realized it was no more than 0.5 meters tall and seemed to possess little offensive capability. Mumu led Kadigo to approach the turtle. Kadi, let us be fierce. Show your teeth, scare it. Kadigo grinned, revealing 2 rows of sharp fangs. The turtle froze, rolling back a few steps, and lost its balance, tumbling to the ground with a speed quicker than that of a rabbit. Feeling a bit cowardly, Mumu stepped closer to the turtle. Wild Gni Gue, a gentle creature, capable of spraying water, appearing adorably clumsy, and feeding on aquatic plants. Once tamed, it can become a pet. This non-aggressive little turtle can be attempted for domestication. Chapter 89. Leaving the dwarf village, perfect integration. The dwarves were undoubtedly a bunch of clowns. Mumu felt somewhat overwhelmed. Was he afraid of a turtle? Furthermore, it appeared to have no combat power. Could it have undergone some transformation? Or perhaps, under the unreliable watch of Abu, the real ferocious beast had already fled, replaced by this harmless little turtle. Or is there something else terrifying lurking in the cave? Pondering this conundrum, Mumu concluded that if there were indeed another threat, this turtle would have long since become its prey. No longer dwelling on the question, he approached the Gni Gue and amiably patted its head. The Gni Gue shot him a disdainful glance and spat to the side. Oh, Gue, may I inquire if there are any other beasts within? Mumu asked. The Gni Gue remained silent, staring blankly at Mumu before spitting again. You don't understand? Perhaps it's because you're not my pet, and we lack a telepathic connection. Mumu produced a biscuit and offered it to the turtle. Fear not, I am no villain. I harbor no ill intentions. To demonstrate the biscuit's harmlessness, he also gave a piece to Kadigo, who happily devoured it. The Gni Gue sniffed the offered biscuit, swallowed it whole, then patted its belly, extending its claw towards Mumu and shaking it, as if to signal him to continue. Huh, that gesture seemed familiar. Mumu handed over another biscuit, repeating the earlier action. After offering a total of 16 biscuits, the wild Gni Gue finally burped, contentedly sitting beside him. It must be satisfied, Mumu inquired. Little turtle, are there any other creatures inside? The wild Gni Gue shook its head. None. That simplifies matters. Mumu exchanged glances with Kadi and Dada, saying, come help me tie it up. They pulled out some hemp rope, and the 3 of them lunged forward, binding the wild Gni Gue tightly like a zongzi. The Gni Gue squealed in protest, spraying water and swiping at Mumu with its claws, but to no avail. An air barrier appeared before Mumu, nullifying the water jets it emitted. Blessing of the ancestors, immune to attacks from water-based creatures. What a coincidence. The wild Gni Gue is indeed a water creature. The Gni Gue struggled desperately, but outnumbered, it had no choice but to retract into its shell with a swift motion. Curse it, even the shell is bound. After wrapping several more loops around the turtle shell, the gray-brown rope created a rather artistic pattern. It was unlikely the creature would manage to escape now. Mumu placed the turtle shell flat on the ground, stepped on it, and proclaimed loudly, listen, turtle, you are surrounded by us. You have 2 options. First, surrender to me and become my personal pet, enjoying meat and wine. Second, Resist and find yourself as a soup ingredient in a few days. You have 3 days to decide. After saying this, he tossed the wild Gni Gui into the rune base. To his surprise, he found that the rune base could not accept it. After some thought, Mumu realized that the Gni Gui likely belonged to the pet category. Pet-type creatures cannot be stored in the rune base, but must reside within a pet ball. However, since he had yet to tame this little turtle, would it even work? What the heck, let us try. Mumu pulled out a pet ball, aimed it at the wild Gni Gui, and pressed the button. A flash of golden light erupted, and the Gni Gui vanished, the weight of the pet ball significantly increasing. It worked. Mumu was elated, tossing the pet ball into the base before leading the two beasts further into the depths of the cave. The corridor was not long. After turning a corner, a massive stone door appeared before him. The door was adorned with strange symbols and patterns. Mumu approached and pushed it with all his might. But the door was incredibly heavy and would not budge. He even tried the key, but it yielded no response. It must be sealed and likely requires a special method to open. Mumu abandoned the attempt, not even considering using a pickaxe or his bronze sword. Such actions would only waste time and damage his weapons. Glancing up, he noticed a sign above the stone door with 4 large characters. Thanks to having consumed the translation biscuit, he could understand them. Dwarf treasury. So, this is the treasure trove of the little dwarves. In that case, was Abu's true purpose to guard this treasury? Currently, Mumu could only entertain this speculation. The stone door appeared to have numerous mechanisms. He dared not experiment. A place serving as a treasury would undoubtedly have intricate traps. Indeed, as he placed his hand on the crack of the stone door, golden text appeared before his eyes. Do not attempt to push this brick. It will release deadly arrows that will pierce your body instantly. Unfortunately, the golden hint did not reveal the method to open the treasury. Mumu promptly abandoned any thoughts of stealing from the treasury. First, it would undoubtedly be difficult to steal. Second, if he succeeded, it might provoke the dwarves' furious retaliation. Who knows what vital treasures they might have hidden inside? Given his limited understanding of this world, or rather his insufficient strength, it would be wise to avoid unnecessary trouble. However, taking a harmless little turtle should not incite their wrath, right? Yes, it should be fine. Mumu reassured himself as he exited the cave. Even if they were angry, what could they do? Would they truly chase him down over a turtle? With nothing else of interest in the forbidden area, Mumu retraced his steps along the path. He gently shook the metal plate, sealing the forbidden area, and returned to Abu's wooden hut. Abu was still in a deep slumber, utterly intoxicated. Mumu carefully returned the key, then swiftly left the hut, dashing away. Mumu arrived at the dock where he had initially entered the village, promptly releasing the ruined fishing boat, boarding it, and setting sail. The route out of the dwarf village was singular, leaving no room for choice. He had no idea where he would end up. After a brief journey, Mumu encountered a colossal ocean whirlpool, spinning him around just as it had upon his arrival. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself on a tranquil sea surface, surrounded by white mist. I must have returned, he mused. This adventure to the dwarf village had yielded considerable rewards. 2 mornings later, Abu awoke in the small wooden cabin. Gazing at the empty room, he was plunged into deep contemplation. His worldview and values seemed to have been profoundly shaken, leaving him with existential questions. Who am I? Where am I? He incessantly probed his soul. Suddenly, the little dwarf sprang up from the ground, anxiously surveying his surroundings. His sword was gone, his bow was gone. Even his hoe had vanished. He felt utterly despondent. Damn it, which fool has stolen my belongings? Who dares to rob Abu the Great? He instinctively reached for his pocket. Fortunately, it was still there. The key to the forbidden area had not been lost. Wait, there seems to be something else in my pocket. The little dwarf turned out his pocket, and to his surprise, he discovered several emblems had appeared on him. But what are these? As he spotted the emblem of the mud horse and the emblem of the fool, he fell into contemplation once more. Is this even possible? He bent down and removed a brick from the ground, revealing a locked metal box. After entering the password and lifting the lid, he carefully extracted the sacred artifact from the safe and placed it on the table. Taking out the appraisal hammer, he added the emblems and began to strike it meticulously. The sacred artifact glimmered momentarily, turning red in parts as the emblem melded into it, emitting a golden light. What? It actually fused perfectly. Chapter 90. Abundant Resources. The perfect rice cooker. In the misty sea, Mumu was unaware of how far he had drifted. After approximately an hour, the fishing boat docked at the shore. By this time, night had fallen, and Mumu discovered that his sailing count had reset, rendering further progress impossible for the day. Perhaps it was due to the whirlpool, he thought. After emerging from the whirlpool, he needed to recuperate, hence the halt in his journey. Nevertheless, this trip to the dwarf village had proven fruitful. Even if he couldn't advance, he had still come out ahead. Feeling a bit hungry, he decided to set up camp for the night. As Mumu disembarked and surveyed the island, he was astonished. The ground was littered with crystals, various shades of green, purple, red, and more, clustered together. Could this be a reward from the whirlpool? Mumu considered it highly likely. Their essay saying, "Fortune lies within misfortune, and misfortune within fortune." Without protection, the whirlpool would have lost half its resources. Experiencing the whirlpool could indeed yield numerous benefits. Of course, there would also be an element of probability involved. Mumu took out his hoe and began to dig furiously, amassing a large haul of crystals. 30 purple crystals, 30 green crystals, 30 colorless crystals, 30 red crystals, and 30 yellow crystals. This was far more than what he would have received from opening chests. Besides the crystals, there were also numerous ores. He continued mining, collecting 80 copper ingots, 80 iron ingots, and 80 silver ingots. The entire island was brimming with resources, devoid of any danger. Moreover, the quantity of resources of the same type was consistent, regardless of quality. If each time one emerged from the whirlpool, they encountered a resource island, then even novice players would find it worthwhile to enter the whirlpool without blessings. Naturally, this was more advantageous for regular players. For Mumu, it might be slightly less beneficial. Unfortunately, there were no emblems on the island. Mumu consulted the treasure map and discovered that none of the locations marked on it corresponded to resource islands. This indicated that he had indeed exited the 103 water area through the whirlpool, rendering this treasure map useless. He opened the rune base and drank some water, also feeding some to Castaway and to the beast. Clearly, these two pets were parched, eagerly lapping at the bowl. "Don't worry, there's plenty of water." Mumu reassured them as he petted their heads and refilled their bowls until they were satisfied. Then, he took out the barbecue grill and seasonings to prepare some grilled meat. The fragrant grilled meat was ready in no time. He devoured 2 pieces before sharing with the beast and dog. Mumu felt something was missing. After some thought, he realized it was rice. Now that he possessed fragrant rice, he could prepare a staple dish. Additionally, he had a blueprint for the perfect rice cooker, allowing him to create delicious rice. He studied the crafting diagram and examined the synthesis formula. Perfect rice cooker: 10 iron ingots, 5 copper ingots, 8 wood, 1 silver ingot, 10 stones, 1 fire emblem, 1 water emblem. With resources in abundance, he chose to craft. A wooden barrel-shaped cylinder appeared before him, layered with wood on the outside, metal at the bottom, and stone within. It looked like a premium product. Perfect rice cooker, a divine tool for cooking rice, locking in nutrients with steaming technology to ensure optimal taste. Fast cooking settings allow rice to be ready in 3 minutes, while porridge takes 5. Adding 1 wood allows for 1 cooking cycle, and adding 1 soul permits 50 uses. This device is remarkable, an innovative technology that significantly speeds up cooking time, saving him precious moments. Mumu reflected on how this should not be understood through conventional thinking. The island world differs greatly from reality, and even the rice used is not the same. Although it is all fragrant rice, the cultivation methods vary. He produced fragrant rice, added it to the rice cooker along with an adequate amount of water, and used 1 wood as fuel. In no time, the delightful aroma of rice wafted through the air. Upon lifting the lid, the enticing fragrance enveloped him, filling the atmosphere with a delightful rice scent that was utterly irresistible. Even after having eaten, Castaway, the beast, and Mumu found themselves salivating. Mumu accessed the system interface, crafting a pair of chopsticks and a wooden spatula to serve the rice. Each person received a bowl, and they devoured their meal with gusto. He also grilled several fish caught from the boat. While dogs cannot eat fish, both Mumu and the beast could. To compensate Castaway, he tossed it 2 bones, which it happily gnawed on. After a hearty meal, Mumu sat comfortably on the ground, patting his belly. He decided to check the system channel after a day of isolation. He should catch up on other players' adventures. Upon opening the system interface, he entered the trading channel and discovered that his previously listed bronze sword had successfully traded, acquiring 2 emblems of sharpness. This time, no one used a buy it now price. After the silver ingot reached 10, no further bids were made. Currently, silver ingots were considered a rare resource among other players, making the price too steep for many. However, this was quite profitable for Mumu. He then entered the chat channel and noticed numerous discussions about himself. Did you all notice? It seems Muda Lao hasn't been online all day. Yeah, and no resources have been listed. What is going on with him? This is unusual. It's not like him. He hasn't released any resources for trade. Something must be off. I'm waiting for his water. Do you think something has happened to him? Like fainting, getting injured, or something else? Could you please think positively? It's possible he just logged off. Cough, surely not. He is so strong. I even greeted him. He appeared offline, but hasn't he disappeared? Who knows? Maybe he is on the verge of collapse. Or in a moment. Opinions flew wildly, with all sorts of speculations. This was quite embarrassing. I'm clearly alive and well. Although Mumu spent most of his time lurking in the chat channel, he felt compelled to clarify matters at this moment to prevent the spread of rumors. Coughing, Mumu sent a message on the public screen. I am here. The response was instantaneous. Wow, the Great One has logged in. At last, you're back. Brother Mumu, you've made us wait in agony. What happened, big guy? We thought you might have encountered some mishap. It was all for naught. Our excitement and concern were in vain. Hurry and post some resources. We are eager to snatch them up. After making his presence known, Mumu chose to ignore the chatter and continued to lurk. Chapter 91. Upgrading the water collector and researching weapons. He simply wanted to surface to express his stance, but lacked the time and inclination to engage in idle conversation. There were many tasks to attend to, such as studying the weapons that Abu had retrieved and upgrading the water collector. Although he remained silent, Mumu deemed it necessary to list some resources for trade. After spending a day in the dwarf village, the insignias he possessed were dwindling. Currently, he had enough blue crystals for upgrading the water collector, but lacked other necessary insignias. Mumu contemplated that since he had acquired several weapons from the little dwarf, he could attempt to recycle a few through the system, perhaps obtaining some resources in return. He promptly accessed the system's recycling feature, but soon abandoned the idea. First, the resources gained from recycling would only amount to half of what was required for crafting, which was quite unfavorable. Secondly, special weapons imbued with insignias would not yield the insignias upon recycling, unless he found an appraiser who possessed the ability to dismantle the insignias. He would have to return to seek out that little dwarf, Abu. Mumu had no desire to encounter him again. Ideally, he would never meet him again. There was another method, which involved understanding how to use the appraisal hammer. However, mastering this dwarven secret was nearly impossible for him. Clearly, the profession of dwarf was of great significance, as they possessed numerous appraisers, ensuring their place in this world, where many would undoubtedly seek their services. After careful analysis, Mumu concluded that selling the weapons would be more beneficial. Not only could he sell them for a higher price than their cost, but many would also be eager to compete for them. However, this was not an urgent matter. Currently, the only items he could sell were the bronze sword or some simple tools. He was unsure of the synthesis methods for the other weapons and feared incurring a loss. He decided to retain them for further study and sell them based on their utility. Mumu resolved to gather some basic insignias and focus on producing the water collector first. Upon checking the resource list, he noted that he had collected a fair amount of rainwater during the rainfall 2 days prior, which had settled sufficiently and was now ready for sale. Trading channel. Seller, Mumu 18076. Item for trade, 15 rainwater. Stock, 10. Demand, 1 water insignia. Alternative, 1 earth insignia. Seller's message, the water has been settled. Take from the top for the best quality. The earlier you buy, the better the quality. Seller, Mumu 18076. Item for trade, 1 red flower fish. Stock, 2. Demand, 1 earth insignia. Seller's message, just caught from the sea, rich in nutrients, tender and delicious. Mumu felt no concern regarding the sales of rainwater and fish. While the rainwater might not be pristine, its abundance and cost-effectiveness made it appealing. At this stage, he was likely the only one in the world who could enjoy fish. As the ancients said, I desire fish, and I also desire bear's paw. Such delicacies were exceedingly rare in the early stages. As expected, the rainwater garnered little attention, yet the moment the 2 fish were listed, everyone's eyes sparkled with excitement. What is happening? Mumu has returned and listed 2 fish. Did the Great One spend the day fishing? He can eat fish now. Is he becoming the Sea King? He has so many fish, but I can hardly remember what a fish looks like. Is anyone interested in fish? If not, who has an earth insignia to trade with me? I want it. In less than 10 minutes, all 15 liters of rainwater and the 2 fish were sold out. He obtained 4 water insignias, 6 fire insignias, and 2 earth insignias. The materials for upgrading the water collector were now complete. The private chat channel was flooded with messages from players inquiring about how Mumu caught the fish, whether he cast a wide net or fished with a rod. Mumu chose to ignore them. Those capable of upgrading fishing boats would naturally have access to fish. He opened the Forge page on the game panel, located the upgrade function, and selected the water collector. Water collector, simple, upgrade, 20 blue crystals, 3 fire insignias, 3 water insignias, 1 earth insignia, 1 soul. Confirm upgrade. System notification, 20 blue crystals, 3 fire insignias, 3 water insignias, 1 earth insignia, 1 soul. System notification, the water collector has been upgraded to excellent. Excellent water collector. Water production rate 1000 per hour. Adding 3 wood allows operation for 2 hours. Adding 1 soul allows operation for 24 hours. Oh. The output has doubled, and the materials required have become more economical. Mumu promptly added fuel to the water collector and began studying the weapons he had acquired from Abu. The bronze sword was destined for auction, which needed no further elaboration. His attention shifted to the hoe. This hoe appeared more exquisite than his own, adorned with intricate patterns. It resembled a finely crafted artisan piece, while his own seemed merely a crude tool for tilling the earth. Mumu examined the hoe. Excellent hoe. Saves 50 stamina when collecting resources, collection amount 10. Good, he could dispose of his old, ordinary hoe. Mumu immediately discarded the common hoe for recycling. He then turned his gaze to another weapon, a perfect electromagnetic crossbow. This weapon's design resembled a gun, with a long barrel and a bow at the front, requiring both hands to shoot. However, Mumu's strength had significantly increased, allowing him to operate it with one hand, although wielding it with both hands provided greater stability and accuracy. Perfect electromagnetic crossbow, capable of launching powerful arrows at lightning speed, easily penetrating iron and stone, with a 10 chance of paralyzing the opponent. It features both single-shot and multi-shot modes. Single-shot fires 1 arrow at a time, while multi-shot can simultaneously launch 5 arrows. Adding 1 soul enables 100 uses. Mumu examined the crossbow, noting a small button on the side that served as the toggle for single-shot and multi-shot. This was an excellent weapon, far more powerful than a hunting bow. The speed of the electromagnetic crossbow was superior, and it could fire more arrows. The only drawback was that it required specially crafted arrows, which differed in shape from those used for the hunting bow. Mumu currently lacked the technology to craft arrows for the electromagnetic crossbow. However, Abu had 2 barrels of arrows for the crossbow, each containing 100 arrows, all of which Mumu had retrieved. 200 arrows would suffice for a considerable time. In the future, he could use the hunting bow against minor creatures and draw forth the electromagnetic crossbow against tougher foes. Next, he encountered a rather large weapon, a catapult. Such a marvelous artifact. Perfect catapult launches massive stones to inflict substantial damage on enemies within a wide radius or break down walls. It has a large attack range, but lower accuracy. It can be filled with stones, iron pieces, or specialized ammunition such as fireballs and tear gas. Special ammunition can increase damage by up to 200. Ordinary items reduce damage by 50. It can be filled with ordinary stones. That certainly adds convenience. There were plenty of ordinary stones around, but Mumu lacked specialized ammunition for the catapult. However, according to the description, it seemed that anything with lethal potential could be loaded into it. Simply put, even a piece of wood set ablaze could be hurled using this contraption. The trebuchet is capable of inflicting area damage. However, its accuracy poses a significant challenge. The overall design of the trebuchet resembles that of an excavator, featuring a long and robust throwing arm. Its structure is constructed from a wooden frame, supported by 4 wheels, allowing for slow mobility. When in use, it requires the addition of souls, with 1 soul enabling the launch of 50 projectiles. While its current utility may be limited, it may hold substantial strategic significance in the future. Chapter 92. Commencing the drying of meat. Is the master playing with ropes? Subsequently, Mumu examined other weapons, having retrieved an abundance of them, leaving him unable to fully comprehend their functionalities. Among them were several rare items and 1 legendary piece, which he intended to study at a later time. At this stage, the existing creatures did not necessitate rare items. 2 perfect weapons sufficed. After reviewing the weaponry, Mumu casually produced a bronze sword and listed it for auction in the trading market, adhering to the same rules as before. If someone took it, it would guarantee a profit. Selling 1 per day would yield an effortless 20 emblems of the blade. Feeling fatigued, Mumu yawned and decided it was time for rest. At that moment, a private message notification popped up. Mumu furrowed his brow, wondering who it could be at this late hour when he was just about to unwind. Bearjalersi 18281. Hi, Mr. Mu, are you resting? Who is this person? Were it anyone else, Mumu would surely scold them for their lack of consideration. However, with Bayer, he felt instinctively that something positive was about to unfold. Indeed, after responding with a brief acknowledgement, he soon received a warm reply from Bayer. Bearjalersi 18281. Master, I have just acquired a blueprint for a regular meat drying rack. Would you be interested in acquiring it? A meat drying rack? This item seems quite useful. Mumu opened the item description for inspection. Meat drying rack. Sun-dry meat to extend its shelf life. Excellent. As his foraging capabilities improved and the quantity of food he obtained increased, this item would prove immensely beneficial to him, prompting him to consider purchasing it. Mumu promptly replied, I will take it. What do you desire in exchange? Bearjalersi 18281. I would like 10 red crystals, if Mr. Mu has them. Additionally, I am in need of some unicorn walrus blood and unicorn walrus meat. Mumu frowned at this request. He indeed possessed all the items Bayer sought. Yet it seemed Bayer's appetite had grown excessively large this time. Furthermore, Mumu found it puzzling that he asked for red crystals. This was unusual. Rather, it was uncharacteristic of Bayer. Previously, Bar had only sought food and drink. This was the first time he requested resources. Could it be that Bar had changed? He had the crystals, and across the entire island world, the number of red crystals that had been developed was likely quite limited. If the supply was ample, Moo was probably the only one who could provide them. A mere ordinary blueprint traded for such a plethora of items left Moo feeling somewhat distressed. Moo 18076. Mr. Buyer, why are you suddenly demanding so much? An ordinary blueprint for 10 crystals? This is clearly taking advantage of our familiarity. It lacks sincerity. Bearjalersi 18281. Huh? Mr. Moo, could we not frame it that way? If we're discussing familiarity, I believe no one can rival you in that regard. The taste of that spider is still fresh in my memory, leaving me without an appetite for days. I have traversed the wilderness for years and have never encountered such repulsive food. If I had an appetite, what would I desire? Moo 18076. What does that have to do with me? Wasn't he to trade based on your request? Besides, why do you need the red crystals? When things appear irregular, there is often an underlying issue. Moo decided to inquire further. If Buyer intended to hoard them for some ulterior motive, he would certainly refuse. However, if there were a special reason, Moo might consider assisting him, as he had acquired quite a few useful items from Buyer in the past. With Buyer being a reliable and somewhat gullible source of resources, it would benefit Moo to help him in exchange for more blueprints and emblems. It seemed Buyer never sought blueprints, nor did he appear to have much need for emblems, which puzzled Moo greatly. Bearjalersi 18281. I have an urgent need. After much contemplation, I realized only you, Mr. Moo, would possess red crystals, which is why I am willing to part with the meat drying rack blueprint I have cherished for days. I would hesitate to sell it to just anyone. I can hardly believe you. From Moo's perspective, Bar would undoubtedly rush to sell anything he unearthed to him. Should he provide Buyer with the red crystals? Moo found himself in a quandary. Moo decided to negotiate. Since we are old friends, I can offer you 5 red crystals. After all, I currently have no need for this item. Any surplus is merely for reserves. So giving you a few less is acceptable. To Moo's surprise, Bar responded with unwavering resolve. Please consider carefully, Mr. Moo. I have an important matter, and lacking even 1 crystal would hinder its completion. If you truly cannot spare that many, I shall seek out others. Is he in such a rush? From Buyer's words, it seemed he was facing some trouble, and even 1 less crystal could jeopardize his objective, likely leading to a failed transaction. After pondering for a moment, Moo finally replied, Very well, I will concede to 10 red crystals, but next time, you must offer me the good blueprints first, and this time, I cannot part with so much meat and blood. Bearjalersi 18281. Certainly, I am very grateful. System notification, transaction successful for 10 red crystals, 100 unicorn walrus blood, and 1 unicorn walrus meat. System notification, acquired ordinary meat drying rack blueprint. Upon receiving the blueprint, Moo felt an inexplicable sense of loss regarding the transaction. Though he could not pinpoint the source of his discontent, he began studying the meat drying rack blueprint, opening it for review. Ordinary meat drying rack requires 3 wood, 1 rope, and 2 charcoal. Select to manufacture. System notification, materials required, 3 wood, 1 rope, and 2 charcoal. System notification, ordinary meat drying rack successfully crafted. Please select a placement location for the rack. The meat drying rack consists of 3 wooden poles, with 2 supporting the structure and a horizontal rod in the middle for hanging meat, resembling a closed drying rack, with ropes designated for hanging the meat. The drying rack can only be placed outdoors, as it appears red and cannot be added indoors, and it is unusable during overcast or rainy weather, necessitating timely storage. Moo proceeded to the yard, selecting an empty space, and the add button turned green, allowing him to choose placement. A moderately sized rack appeared in the yard, with charcoal beneath it. In fact, the drying rack could also be set up on the beach outside, but placing it in the yard was more convenient. The yard is part of the rune base space, allowing it to be stored along with the bracelet, whereas the beach does not share this capability. If placed on the beach, he would need to carry the drying rack back to the rune base each time, which would be rather cumbersome. After properly setting up the drying rack, a prompt appeared on the function page indicating the addition of meat. The drying rack could accommodate 3 pieces of meat. So Moo selected 3 portions of shield-kissed ancient crocodile meat. The meat vanished from the base and appeared on the drying rack. After adding the meat, various data appeared on the function panel, encompassing moisture, freshness, drying time, and shelf life. The drying time for shield-kissed ancient crocodile meat is 3 days, and once dried, its shelf life can be extended by 1 month. However, a single drying rack only accommodates 3 pieces of meat, which seems insufficient. Currently, Moo's base is filled with numerous meats requiring drying. He needs at least 5 racks. Moreover, the agave sisal has nearly been exhausted, leaving him without enough rope. Moo opened the trading channel again, listing some water. With the water collector upgraded, the water resources were abundant. So exchanging water for a few ropes should pose no issue. Of course, it must be proper rope. This item is not difficult to obtain. Sure enough, as soon as the water resources were announced, they were swiftly snatched up, and he promptly acquired 10 ropes. Some individuals also sent private messages stating they had found various related products and inquired if Mumu required them, assuring him that all necessary tools were available to ensure the master enjoys a thrilling and delightful experience. Mumu was puzzled, as he was busy hanging meat in the yard. To avoid any unnecessary misunderstandings that might tarnish his image, he replied to each of these individuals one by one. Unexpectedly, moments later, the regional channel erupted with excitement. A sensational piece of news had just emerged. Mudalao was binding meat with ropes in the yard late at night. Shocked, a certain bigwig was engaging in rope play with hanging meat at such an hour. At 1 o'clock in the morning, he was actually using ropes and poles to perform such acts on tender meat. A man practicing the art of ropes in the dead of night. What on earth was happening? It was said he was merely hanging meat. But how was he hanging it? Was it the kind of hanging I imagined? Was he suspending it from wood? Yes, that must be the action. My goodness, has the bigwig become so unrestrained? Why was he doing it in the yard? And for how long? Don't catch a chill at night. What a formidable bigwig. Requesting pictures. Requesting pictures. At that moment, Mumu's private messages exploded with requests for images, with some even offering resources in exchange for them. Unfortunately, the chat channel did not support image sharing, and Mumu did not possess a camera. Otherwise, he would have liked to ask each person for 10 iron blocks and then show them the meat, ensuring they would regret their assumptions. Seeing the malicious clickbait titles flooding the chat infuriated him even further. He truly wanted to slap those title hunters across the face for distorting the narrative. Enough, enough. If you have questions, ask Bayer. Mumu could no longer contain himself and replied, disregarding how these people might interpret it, before shutting down the chat to take a break. What? The object of Mudalao's binding is Bayer. My heavens, I seem to have learned something. Bayer. That name sounded familiar. It seemed to belong to that old man from England. I am Bayer, let us all wash up and sleep. I just sold Mu Xianxing a meat drying rack for drying jerky. If you don't believe me, you can ask Hudaku. We happen to arrive on the same island tonight, and since we have exhausted our sailing attempts, we can only temporarily reside together, though we each have our own bases. Bayer could not help but speak up, wanting to prevent misunderstandings, and added a clarification, fearing what those people might say otherwise. I am Hudaku, and Bayer is right beside me. Bayer's base is right next to mine. We are both safe and sound, so please don't worry. Furthermore, we are not in a team and are coexisting peacefully. As soon as tomorrow arrives, we will part ways, so please refrain from wild speculation. We do not speculate. I just want to say scoundrel, 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 scoundrel. The formation was quite orderly. Bayer? What the heck? Who have I offended? Chapter 93. The Power of the Photonic Crossbow, Battling the Sand Beach Tiger. Head east, and you will find several magazines with special codes. On the northeastern island, there are several elegant artistic oil paintings, authored by the Caribbean Without Pirates. Head south, and you will find a box of indestructible balloons. Mumu stood on the island, his expression melancholic. Is this what you show me early in the morning? His body was still in a state of excitement. Yet he needed to contemplate the resources on the surrounding islands. What could the Caribbean Without Pirates possibly hold? Finally, he saw a prompt, but it appeared that there was nothing of value around. Mumu turned his gaze to the southwest. On the southwestern island, there are many soft silicone materials and high-quality sponges, which you can use to create some fine items. However, a sand beach tiger resides there. A fiercely aggressive creature with a hard armor for protection. Exercise caution. Victory is possible. Logically, the southwest seemed like a promising destination. Mumu pondered. The sand beach tiger was indeed formidable, yet he believed he could devise a strategy to handle it. With a bronze sword in hand, 2 divine beasts, and an abundance of weapons obtained from Abu, he had no doubt he could deal with a tiger. Even if its armor was thick, it should not withstand the assault of the photonic crossbow. Mumu took out the photonic crossbow, preparing to test its might. He infused it with a soul, loaded a bolt, and aimed at the distant beach, firing it with a swift motion. Thud! A muffled sound echoed as Mumu barely caught sight of the bolt's trajectory before it vanished into the sand. It shot so swiftly, Mumu was secretly astonished. Its power and speed were several times that of a hunting bow. He hefted a shovel and walked to the beach, digging for some time until he unearthed the bolt. Fortunately, it was undamaged. This device was reusable, with only 200 bolts in total. Mumu practiced continuously on the beach to conserve ammunition. He could only fire at the ground and dared not shoot at the sea as he had previously. After a while, he gradually discovered a rhythm. This was a valuable tool. With it, he could combat some powerful island creatures. Mumu set sail on the fishing boat, heading southwest. Upon landing, he checked the fishing net, which had yielded 5 fish this time. Among them, 3 were long and robust, with large mouths devoid of teeth, their bodies yellowish-white. The other 2 were slender, sporting 2 dorsal fins. The first had several delicate spines, a series of sensory organs on its head and sides, and a rounded tail with bright colors. Their abdominal fins fused into a suction cup shape. Sucking finger fish, gentle in nature. They feed on plankton and have no teeth in their mouths. They often enjoy sucking on the legs of octopuses, which do not mind their presence, as this helps clean their limbs. The flesh of the sucking finger fish is scant, full of bones, bitter in taste, and unclean in texture, making it unpalatable. They are easy to keep alive, requiring only seawater and plants. Sand sculpture fish. This fish enjoys fighting with its kind and spits sand at its opponents. They are quite clever, exhibiting the beginnings of intelligent species. Their flesh is tender and delicious, and consuming them can significantly boost intelligence. This was the first time Moo encountered these 2 types of fish. The sand sculpture fish seemed promising, as consuming it could invigorate the mind, whereas the sucking finger fish was less appealing and better off sold. If this exploration went well, he could prepare a fish soup by noon. Moo opened the trading channel and listed the 3 fish. Seller, Moo 18076. Trade item, 1 sucking finger fish. Demand, 1 any emblem. Stock, 3. Seller's note, only 3 available, live fish. The taste is poor, but they are still edible. These fish are easy to raise and can be kept as pets. Whether anyone would buy them remained uncertain, but it should not pose a problem. 3 fish for 3 emblems was undoubtedly a worthwhile trade. Moo walked toward the distance, where the sand on the beach began to ripple, and a yellow tiger suddenly sprang forth. It was surrounded by a faint yellow mist, resembling quicksand. Its movements were agile and light, and with each step, a cloud of sand swirled around it. Roar! The sand beach tiger let out a roar, its hind legs propelling it forward in a powerful leap toward Moo. Not daring to underestimate the situation, Moo swiftly dodged and met the tiger head-on, aiming his bronze sword at its skin and striking fiercely. Bang! This attack felt as though it had struck the surface of the ocean, lacking any force. Moo sensed an invisible force entwining his bronze sword, dissipating his strength. The skin of the sand beach tiger posed a problem. The yellow sand on its body resembled a thick layer of armor, shielding it. Without time to ponder, the sand beach tiger lunged again, and Moo dodged once more, switching from slashing to stabbing, thrusting towards the tiger's rear. Thud! Another dull sound echoed as the bronze sword only managed to create a tiny wound on its back, which quickly healed as it was enveloped by yellow sand. The bronze sword was ineffective, engaged in several rounds of combat with the Sha Tan Hu, inflicting no substantial damage upon it. The Sha Tan Hu, reveling in its superiority, brandished its claws, its stamina vastly exceeding that of a human. If the battle continued in this manner, it would undoubtedly exhaust Moo. With a chilling gaze, Moo commanded, Kati, unleash your ultimate move. With a fierce growl, Kati the dog erupted into a display of bristling fur, directing a powerful sonic wave toward the Sha Tan Hu. The creature shuddered momentarily, its expression momentarily vacant. Animals of such caliber possess a degree of immunity to Kati's intimidation. However, in that fleeting moment of confusion, a crossbow was already aimed at its head. Whoosh! The bolt flew forth with a sharp whistle. Thud! It struck the Sha Tan Hu's cranium, vanishing within, and instantly a gaping wound appeared upon its head. In its dazed state, it had become an immobile target. With swift precision, Moo pulled the trigger repeatedly, unleashing a flurry of bolts that pierced the Sha Tan Hu's body. The creature let out a series of anguished howls before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. The yellow sand that clung to it scattered as its life force ebbed away, merging into the grains. The Sha Tan Hu lay dead. System notification, Soul 2. Defeating a tiger yields 2 souls. Moo proceeded to disassemble the Sha Tan Hu. System notification, Sha Tan Hu meat 8. System notification, Sha Tan Hu blood 2000. System notification, Sha Tan Hu hide 5. System notification, Sha Tan Hu bones 6. Moo opened the system to examine the uses of Sha Tan Hu blood and meat. Chapter 94, Applying Tiger Blood, Collecting Silicone, Wagwa Rin. Sha Tan Hu meat. Sour in flavor, non-toxic, mild, slightly salty, suitable for direct roasting. Consumption enhances bodily resilience and jumping ability. Sha Tan Hu blood, for external use, applying to the skin enhances wound healing capabilities. Both blood and meat proved to be valuable. Moo decided against selling them for the time being. He accessed the runic base, hung the tiger meat on the drying rack, and set up a barbecue grill in the yard to prepare a brunch. Grabbing a hoe, he began to gather resources. Not far off, 4 copper treasure chests lay buried in the sand. All indications suggested no danger. He opened them simultaneously, hoping for a windfall. System notification, Copper treasure chest 4. System notification, eco-friendly, mild, non-irritating silicone 100. System notification, eco-friendly, mild, non-irritating silicone 100. System notification, soft, comfortable, high-elastic sponge 100. System notification, soft, comfortable, high-elastic sponge 100. Mumu was taken aback. Indeed, it was solely silicone and sponge, for large chests filled to the brim. These materials would prove immensely useful. With them, he could ensure a comfortable night's sleep, perhaps even craft a mattress. After collecting the resources, Mumu opened the trading channel to check on the sale of the Shunjiyu. One had already been sold, and he received positive feedback from the buyer. The buyer, a male, expressed his recent feelings of loneliness and boredom, seeking a fish for companionship. Comrades, I just purchased a fish from a big shot. Shunjiyu? The description says it isn't very tasty. Trading a crest for it is a loss. Better to exchange it for meat. Who told you I intended to eat it? Such an extravagant toy should not be consumed. Today is quite fortuitous. I unearthed nearly 10 crests. I casually exchanged for a fish to play with. Envy me. What's so entertaining about a fish? According to reliable sources, Muda Lao has even started raising dogs. What do you know? The Shunjiyu is the real fun. It has no teeth and is just the right length. Hee. What do you mean? I just checked the selling description. It seems this creature enjoys sucking on octopus legs. I think I understand. Wow, now that you mention it, I get it too. That guy is quite something. He wouldn't do that to a fish, would he? I suspect so. Otherwise, why would he be so pleased? This is simply inhumane. One must be incredibly lonely to resort to such actions. EW, we have a pervert among us. You all speak out of jealousy. This fish, with no teeth, is extremely entertaining. Enough chatter. I'm going back to play with my fish. Easy now, don't kill the fish. After the fish enthusiast shared his sentiments, the remaining 2 fish were swiftly sold out. Mumu shook his head. What was so entertaining about fish compared to dogs? 3 crests in hand, a modest profit. The barbecue grill had heated up. Mumu sliced the sha tanhu meat and placed it on the grill. The meat was naturally salty, requiring no additional seasoning, and was delectable when roasted, invigorating and strengthening his body. Mumu also took out 2 sand sculptures fish, swiftly dispatching them, scaling them, and placing them on the grill as well. Island life demanded confronting numerous challenges and intricate circumstances. Mumu felt that he had overexerted his mind lately, leading to a lack of clarity. He needed to consume more sand sculptures fish to replenish his intellect. He also grilled other types of meat for Kati and the dead beast. Fortunately, Kati could gnaw on bones, and while the dead beast's appetite seemed modest, it was substantial. It had been busy fishing for itself, alleviating Mumu's concerns about its diet. At present, given his hunting and harvesting capabilities, food was abundantly sufficient. The fish cooked faster. So Mumu first consumed the 2 sand sculptures fish. Indeed, he felt his mind and thoughts sharpen, his entire being invigorated. He was no longer drowsy. It seemed this type of fish should be consumed more frequently. Ideally, he would learn cultivation techniques for them, enabling mass production in the future. Subsequently, Mumu savored the grilled sha tanhu meat, drinking cola, squeezing milk, and indulging in a seafood feast. Perhaps due to an increase in physical activity, his appetite had grown significantly. He sighed at the lack of happiness in life, lamenting even the absence of ice cubes in his cola. After finishing his meal, it was nearing noon, and the sunlight was just right. Mumu did not rush to depart. He reclined on the beach for a brief nap before heading to the pet bathing area. This space was relatively easy to clean. Mumu retrieved the sha tanhu blood. He opened the system panel and synthesized a water ladle, extracting the blood to apply it to his body. Mumu applied it meticulously, covering every inch of skin from head to toe, ensuring thoroughness. As the sha tanhu blood was applied, it emitted a sizzling sound, not dripping to the ground, but gradually permeating into his skin. After a while, it completely absorbed into his skin and blood vessels, vanishing from sight. Mumu's body was initially a vivid red, appearing quite gruesome, but as the blood fully absorbed, he looked less terrifying. However, his surface still radiated a reddish glow. Half an hour later, the redness completely faded, and his complexion returned to normal. Internally, a surge of warmth and vitality coursed through him. After the sha tanhu blood was absorbed, Mumu no longer bore any trace of a bloody scent. Nonetheless, he took another shower for good measure, relishing the comfort. Dressed, he stepped outside and recalled the Jian and Gue. He took out the pet ball and released Jian and Gue onto the ground, asking, inside the shell, "Have you made up your mind? Will you surrender or resist until the end? You have 2 days left." No response emanated from within the shell. It seemed rather stubborn. Mumu pressed the switch and retracted Jian and Gue. Since it had not decided, he would allow it more time. After all, the pet ball required no food, sparing Mumu from worrying about its sustenance. At that moment, distant sounds caught Mumu's attention. He looked up to see 3 figures approaching. They too noticed Mumu, pausing momentarily to converse in hushed tones before hastily advancing toward him. Upon closer inspection, Mumu discerned their appearances: 2 men and 1 woman, presumably a trio. The foremost man was short and stout, clad in green attire and boots, sporting a small mustache beneath his nose, his visage far from pleasant. The man trailing behind had a handlebar mustache, equally menacing, standing only slightly taller than the one in front, bearing a lewd expression. At the rear stood a woman of pure beauty, with a voluptuous figure and an air of wildness reminiscent of the West. Clad in a kimono, she wore a white top and a red bottom, her feet adorned with wooden clogs. Upon their approach, the leading man questioned, "What are you doing here? Are you a foe?" The peculiar tone of his voice caught Mumu's attention, prompting him to furrow his brow and retort, "What business is it of yours? I have thoroughly explored this island. Kindly seek your fortunes elsewhere." "Bakaga!" shouted the man behind him, indignant that anyone would dare speak so to their esteemed Yamamoto. "Do you think I won't strike you?" It became evident that the men were also from the island nation. Mumu, wishing to avoid unnecessary conversation, stated, "If you have no further business, I shall take my leave. I am in a hurry, if you wish to bask in the sun on this island. I have no intention of disturbing you." As Mumu took a step forward, the Japanese man drew a curved military knife, positioning it before him, declaring, "You wretch! Without Yamamoto's command, you shall not pass." Yamamoto, with a lecherous grin, stroked his beard and inquired, "Might I ask your esteemed name?" "Mumu," he replied nonchalantly. Yamamoto nodded, acknowledging, "Ah, the illustrious Mumu, it is an honor to finally meet you. No wonder you dared not kneel before us. Your courage is commendable. You can keep your accolades." Mumu retorted, pushing aside the knife that obstructed his path. "Do you have business with me? If not, I suggest you clear the way." While he held no particular animosity towards the islanders, he distinguished between those he appreciated and those he loathed, such as the man before him, Yamamoto. Yamamoto, undeterred by Mumu's demeanor, flashed a sinister smile. "It appears Mumu's manners could use some refinement. Please do not bring shame upon your Kyushu brethren. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Yamamoto, this is Sato, and the gentleman behind is our nation's movie star, Oz. We fortuitously crossed paths and formed a team for exploration." And Mumu was perplexed by Yamamoto's lengthy monologue, unsure of his intent. "Might I inquire whether you would be interested in joining us?" Yamamoto asked. "You?" Mumu chuckled. "Surely you jest. There is no way I would ally with the Japanese. Not even if you offered me the world. I would rather perish for my country than betray it." Yamamoto continued, "Mumu, both Sato and I are renowned warriors of our nation. Should you lend us your strength, it would be like adding wings to a tiger. The restoration of our great Japanese Federation would be within reach. The benefits would be substantial." Mumu found the man as dreams rather premature. With a feigned cautious demeanor, he inquired, "Pray tell, how many members does your great Japanese Federation currently have?" Yamamoto replied, "As of now, the Federation consists solely of the 3 of us." Mumu did not respond, merely casting him a disdainful glance, for his attitude spoke volumes. "However, we have also developed over 10 online allies who have pledged their allegiance to our great Japanese Federation. While we have yet to meet face to face, we have sworn an oath of blood. Their strength should not be underestimated." Oh, this revelation surprised Mumu. Having lived a solitary life until now, he had not anticipated that others were forming alliances through online channels.